I'm just saying, that I got what you're saying, Adam. I think. Is somebody trying to interrupt us? Oh, wait, somebody. What's going on?
Refracted curvatures, hot micing.
Hold on a second, folks. Can somebody mute him? All right, folks, I'm gonna have to go move.
All right, I'll give you that. That was really cute.
I had to take care of that, folks. Sorry about that. Refracted curvature. You even told me you weren't coming in because you knew your mic was going to be a train wreck, or your internet was a train wreck. Same thing.
His mic was fine.
His mic was fine. Yeah. All right.
I think I get to get us back on track. I think I get your point. What you was alluding to earlier. Yeah. By the very calculation of itself, it requires that flat plane, and the angle of incidence to change to calculate it as you intersect across that flat boundary layer. Can't do it on a wobbly curvy. You don't do these things. You don't calculate it on anything other than a flat boundary layer, do you?
I'll just leave that out there for everyone. That's a small. I don't know if it's a minor point. It's not one of my main points, but I found it interesting. You got another problem. To establish the efficacy of Snell's law, please show photons as friggin' waves. Why? Because in every single definition of refraction, it has waves. From their alma mater wiki, Snell's law, also known as the Snell-Descartes law and the law of refraction. We went over these before, folks. Sorry for the redundancy, but my points need to be supported. Is a formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of refraction when referring to light or other waves passing through boundary, right? You see that?
No.
What are you doing now?
Scroll back up. Why do they need this? I often pondered on this. Waves don't work very well in terms of angle of incidence. Go up to the one where you're coming just straight down. Right? That lovely, right? Waves, schmaves, they're going to do something different at that boundary. In fact, they're bombs. They're individual things. They go straight down. The boundary layer makes no difference to the trajectory. If I fire them in at different angles, if it's just like ball bearings, I know what's going to happen. They're not going to carry on the same trajectory, those individual particles. I've got no need of waves to comprehend that.
They don't have waves anyway.
I know, but what I mean, sometimes it's easier to imagine things as a wave, the whole complexity as a wave pattern, how it resolves. Certainly in terms of refractive index, I find it much easier in terms of particles. It works much more sensibly as a particle.
It would have to. But they got big problems, Adam.
Fundamentally, because it is.
They got big problems. Like I said, I'm going within their own paradigm. Their own subject matter experts are contradicting each other. And that's the reason why I said, well, to establish it, you have to show friggin' waves because waves are all over these definitions. From the physics classroom again, refraction, where do we find? Ray of light, light wave, wet light wave, 3 times in this section. Rot-row, Shaggy, you got a big problem. Why? Because Richard Feynman and the chair of physics at Yale tell you that light's not a wave. From Richard Feynman, the first thing Newton believed light was corpuscular. Turned out that it had very strange properties from that point of view, and it was then explained that many of these strange properties were because, in fact, it was a wave, which was wrong. Turns out he was right. It was a particle. Uh-oh. From the chair of physics at Yale, Professor Shankar, everything is really particles, all things, electrons, photons. Protons, neutrons, they are all particles. So let there be no doubt about that. That's some pretty strong language right there. He must know something. What I'm saying here in pointing out that there are contradictions paradox embedded within their own paradigm. These guys are baltards. The same as Andrew Thomas Young. Where are you getting the waves at? They're calling light a wave. No, it's not. But you need that for your fairy tale refraction. So show photons as friggin' waves. Anti-flat earthers. Best wishes. You like how I did that, didn't you? Yeah, you better like it. Number 4, to invoke Snell's law, you must know the one-way speed of light. Why do I say that? Is Brian still in here? He's gonna chime in and pipe up. Oh, so why do they need?
I was waiting.
Was he just waiting?
Just give him a second. He might be struggling to get to it. Come on, you can't say that without Brian.
I don't want him to interrupt now, but he's going to interrupt at the end of it. So, 4,
Okay.
like I said, again, to invoke Snell's law, you must know the one-way speed of light. And you say, well, why is that, QE? I'll tell you why. Because refraction is defined everywhere you look by a change in the speed of light. So how do you evaluate the speed of light when you don't know it? From Hyperphysics, Georgia State University, refraction is the bending of a wave. Here we go again, another wave. When it enters a medium where its speed is different. Different from what? That's what I said right here. Speed is different from what? To calculate the difference between you must know the one-way speed of light. Not going to happen. It'd be easier sprouting Japanese maples from your armpits to know the one-way speed of light, folks.
This is what does my head in, right? That explanation. The reason the angle of incidence changes is because there's a change in the speed. You take your throttle off your car. Do you go in a different direction? No. Right? If you plow into water, right? You move, don't you? You two things happen. Your direction changes because the medium you're in has changes, and your speed changes because you've gone into a more yeah. I don't. Like I say, I don't profess to understand that. I have my own understanding, but back in the day, I never understood that explanation. All right, I've slowed down. Well, why am I going in a different direction then? Yeah, that's not an explanation of the angle of incidence change.
Nope. Now, I did caveat this. First of all, shout out to Betty. As you noticed, Betty, I didn't use broccoli this time out of your armpits. I used Japanese maples. Hopefully that's better. And I'd like to caveat this. If they're comparing two convention speeds, then I may relent on this point. Key word, I may relent. But in actuality, objectively, they're screwed.
I think I just did relent on that point because it's kind of irrelevant. If you want to invoke different speeds as they're going through the air and then the glass, whatever, I don't care. Right? Different, fine, lovely, makes sense, covered. Has it gone in a different direction? That's what I'm asking here. That doesn't explain that.
Nope.
They can have it. It's kind of irrelevant again because what's required? Have two different speeds in two different media. You need two different media.
Yeah, you do. And Adam, we're getting up to your favorite, number 5, and you
See
just
number 5 creeping up.
you just rumpused the whole damn presentation, and now we're into 5. You're just gonna go off, aren't you?
Going to be so quiet, it'll be strange. I think.
Yeah, right. You will. You let me finish, and then you can have your way with her. All right.
Be a good boy.
All right, number 5. Even if we play Be Kind to Dumb Animal Ball-Tard Booger Eater Week, granting them all the married bachelor paradoxes. Let me remind you what those paradoxes are, folks. There's 5 of them. Curved gases, Snell's law, Tootsie Roll Dick adulteration, the waves catastrophe, the one-way speed of light, and Bubby Baruni's fairy tale radius value. If you can count, there's 5. Right? The Snoz particle chefs are still toast. It's a difference without distinction. They're booger eaters. There is no 5 times paradoxical refractive phenomena that takes the geometric horizon that they don't have and jettisons it 10 times farther than it should be. Now, I'm going to point it. Just give me a few minutes and I'll get to that. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. I'm going to show you this in spades, just not right now. Okay? Just remember I said this, right? kablooey spinning space monkey surfers. Now it's going to get fun. P.S. 5A, baby. Ray's. Where's Ray? Let's find out where Ray is, shall we? This photo's pretty cool. It doesn't look like a photo, though. It looks like a painting. But I digress. So let's check this out. From Andrew. No, this is from Andrew Thomas Young. This is from Hyperphysics. We'll get to Andrew, subject matter expert, right here. He's got some splaining to do. He's going to try to explain it in different ways in different documents. It's going to be hilarious, folks. So, and I know we've seen these definitions before. Just entertain us. Humor me. Refraction is the bending of a wave. Yeah, that's hilarious. When it enters a medium where its speed is different. That's pretty funny, too. The refraction of light when it passes from a fast medium to a slow medium bends the light ray. You see these rays? They're all over the place in these definitions. So we got a ray right here, and then down to the subject matter expert, Andrew Thomas Young, the way he defines it. Remember we brought this up, this train wreck of a monkey disaster? But in his definition, he's got rays everywhere, doesn't he? We got a problem. Andrew Thomas Young, because like I said, in the next document, this is what he states. Listen to this closely, folks. This is going to go back to the horizontal gradients too. Listen to what he says. Some people have worried about how to apply the refraction law. Why are they worried? Number one, maybe they're worried because of this. Or the 5 paradoxes that I just mentioned. Maybe those, but I digress. Check this out, folks. Some people have worried about how to apply the refraction law to a horizontal ray of light. This is really important because it does not cross any horizontal boundaries, folks. This is what I was talking about above. Horizontal density gradients. I know we're on to rays, but this is going into horizontal boundaries and to plane horizontal interfaces. From denser to less dense air in a stratified atmosphere. Yeah, your stratified paradox is stratified vertically, not horizontally, Holmes. You dumbass cracker. But I digress. Let's get back on rays. Listen to this, folks. He's saying rays. Everyone's saying rays. He just said ray above. And in his own document, it's a different document. Listen to this. In general, the curvature of the ray is different from the curvature of the Earth's surface. But here we are only concerned with rays that bend just enough to follow the curve of the Earth. You can't make this up. Here comes the rub. The simplest solution to the horizontal ray paradox. Now listen closely. He's not giving you a solution. He's giving you an admission of retardedness. Listen to this. The simplest solution to the horizontal ray paradox is to remind ourselves that rays that's spoken about in all their definitions are an unrealistic mental construct. In reality, we always have a beam of light. Infinitely narrow rays don't really exist. So how are they describing a phenomena in all their definitions with rays in physical reality and have them not exist in reality at the same time? How you like that? 1 second, Adam. And then he goes on. And hold on a second, Adam. I'm gonna scroll back up. And finally, in a completely separate document, he confirms it again. In the diagrams below, heavy lines represent rays of light. If you are not familiar with this conceptual fiction, please check the Optics for Beginners page before continuing here. He's speaking to you, anti-flat earthers, because you need to go back and check the Optics for Beginners because you're numpty dipshits, and we've just blown this whole thing right out of the water. What's the word I'm looking for? I give the floor to Adam Meakin.
I think it's that last bit. He almost redeemed himself because it's like satanic law, isn't it? They have to tell you the truth, yeah, because he's telling like, not familiar with this conceptual fiction. Everything he's just taught you, yeah. Please check for optics for beginners page before continuing. I mean, that is brilliant sarcasm. I like that. Really like that as a sarcastic way of saying, if you don't get, I'm just flagging you. Yeah, you're a retard. Go back to page 1, you muppet. Anyway, not seen that before. It's almost as nice as this bit. I love because everything I've just banged on about is the Pope, like castigating Catholicism, and none of it's real. None of the sacraments that we made up are actually real. It's just our stuff, so that you can understand it. And what I'll stay away from Catholicism. I'll draw it back to the sacrament is a ray. Yeah, so fundamentally denies the ray, the thing is used to describe everything to you. The bit I like is I don't care about that. That you can work your head around a ray. He's denying what? He's denying this medium change, yeah, because it does not cross any horizontal boundary layers between denser and less dense air in a stratified atmosphere. It's taken away what the anti-flat earthers invoke. Yeah, that's what they trying to claim, even though as we've demonstrated that's got nothing to do with Snell's law. He takes it away. Yeah, and then final bit again, it's a little bit of kudos to him, or is it really? It's a bit like Hans Fritzl, isn't it? You know, when you've got your sex slave in the dungeon after you've done whatever you've done, then you're kind to them and you give them a bit of a mental plaster and you go, don't worry about the ray raping you've just suffered mentally. I know you're struggling. Just realise it's okay.
It's funny.
Rays don't exist.
It's
Rays
funny.
don't really exist. That's the point he makes.
Dude, how can you bring sexual slaves into this?
Because that's what's happening. That's exactly what's happening. You're being mentally raped here, yeah? By a man that's just shoved rays firmly in a place where the sun doesn't shine, right? Yeah, and having done so firmly to instill an understanding of how they bend at a rate of R, he's then gone, shh, don't worry about how your brain's breaking right now. Rays don't exist.
They don't exist. What you experienced, they didn't exist. I didn't rape you.
Everything's fine. It's still all true. Yeah. You get me? That's what it's almost abusive after using the term ray so much to get somebody to then at the end say, but don't worry, every bit of problem, because it might not actually make sense what I've said to you, especially when I tried to do everything on the ball and paradoxically contradicted myself. Don't focus on that. Rays don't exist. It's all okay. You can go to bed now. Hot chocolate, job done. Rays don't exist, but light bends around a ball.
Go ahead. Did you have a comment, Brian?
No, I was just agreeing with you with Adam's analogy there.
Yeah. This is a farce. This is farcical, folks.
A Disney Channel.
It's not a Disney.
Rays.
Go ahead, Flatsy. Now go ahead.
No, I was going to say rays don't exist, but parallel light rays.
This has so many reaching branches. I like the Ray stuff. The Ray stuff it is what it is. All right. He gives it to you, then takes it away. But for me, it's this. Because that fairy tale doesn't cross any horizontal boundaries. What I was speaking about to you earlier, I'm going to stress it again, between denser and less dense air in a stratified atmosphere. The stratification is vertically. There are no horizontal density gradients, you freaking glue sniffing fungus munchers.
It doesn't matter that it can be on a ball or on a flat plane, the stratified atmosphere, yeah? It doesn't matter that. Give them that, right? Don't argue that. He meant it's on a ball with a stratified atmosphere. But he's still making the statement, doesn't cross any horizontal boundaries.
This is the key.
There are no horizontal boundaries created between denser and less dense air. That's El Papa speaking.
I should make that. I'm going to do it right now. Everyone see this? You see that one? Make it red so it'll burn into your retinas. That's the big one. Now, a lot of people, Adam, he likes the rays and stuff in the rate. Like I said, they are what they are. But this horizontal boundaries, I hope everyone's getting this. Right, we're going to get into a little bit more. I got a last section back here. It's going to be a whole lot of fun.
It's important because that's what the anti-flat earthers invoke. Now, they may invoke these horizontal boundaries as tangential lines, so multiple horizontal boundaries, but they still invoke them. And I say the head priest or the head baller, no, the head, ball earther, not anti-flat earther, is making these statements, which are contrary to why he's felt the need to make an explanation as to why stuff bends around this ball. And he's changed Snell's law for it, even though he took Snell's law from reality. But this is the point. This is what the anti-flat earthers are invoking. And this is what Andrew Thomas Young, the expert, their citation guy, clearly points out to them, no, what you're invoking doesn't exist.
Exactly.
Laugh about the rays, the boundaries, what we've talked about Snell's law, what we've talked about refraction, does not exist in a stratified atmosphere.
That's vertical.
Doesn't matter whether it's on a ball or a plane. Andrew Thomas Young is on a ball, and he's saying it doesn't exist in his stratified atmosphere, yeah? And I assume his is bally, yeah? But he can still stratify the atmosphere, but he's still saying it doesn't exist. There's no boundary layers, there's no surface change.
Yep.
There is no medium change.
This is all
fairness, horizontal.
Go ahead. Refracted.
I was just going to say, in all fairness, horizontal doesn't exist on a sphere either.
That's true. We don't want to go down there. I could slope a dope, but I don't want to right now.
You can, but you don't need to hold. You can destroy them with their own citation. This is one of their top priests telling them that what they've invented, anti-flat earthers, is incorrect. It doesn't exist. The thing that they're invoking to explain the black swan it's not there. When they say refraction, you can't get that refraction from stratified atmosphere.
No one could do that right. It's refraction.
No one can do like Super Chat like Flatsy, although she's not done any, which is disappointing, guys.
Hey, I was told to hold off, and there isn't any.
Is there? Oh, no, there is, and there isn't any. Brilliant.
We'll get to that. We're not done with the presentation yet. We still have one more section to go. How about that?
All right. It ends there for me, that's why. You know what I mean? That's the killer. That is the killer to me. I wouldn't start at 1A, I'd start at 5A every single day. Yeah?
Well, you're a 5A type of guy. I'm a 1A type of guy.
Turn that into a compliment somehow.
All right. Let's now take paradoxical terrestrial Narnia refraction to its logical ends. Let's do that. And practically demonstrate what happens when you extrapolate from a multi-layered, paradoxical, adulterated, fictional, foundational fairy tale. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's have a little fun. Okay? So, from their alma mater wiki, atmospheric refraction near the ground produces mirages. Such refraction can also raise or lower, stretch or shorten the images of distant objects without involving mirages. That's a little preamble to get you greased up. Now we have wiki again. However, this time it's cited, number 1, and number 2. Number 1 is the weather doctor, and number 2 is our favorite guy, Andrew Thomas Young from San Diego State University Astronomy Department. I want everyone to pay attention now. Get the Adderall drip out. It's not going to take too much. You can just drip it. You don't need to central line it. Okay? Listen closely. While mirages are the best-known atmospheric refraction phenomena, looming and similar refraction phenomena do not produce mirages. Mirages show an extra image or images of the mirage object, while looming, towering, stooping, and sinking do not. Now, there's 5 of them. There's 5 fairy tale atmospheric refraction types or effects. Count them with me. 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, and a 5. Everyone got that at this point? Good. No inverted image is present in those phenomena either. Depending on atmospheric conditions, the objects, that's going to become very important here in a few minutes, can appear to be elevated or lowered, stretched or stooped. These phenomena can occur, changing the appearance of different parts of the objects in different ways. Sometimes these phenomena can occur together with a true mirage. La-di-da-di-da. So everyone got that, right? Let's go over it again. There are 5 effects of refraction, according to Andrew Thomas Young, subject matter expert. Let's do them again. All 5. Mirages, towering, stooping, sinking, looming. Let's now apply each to the black swan photo and evaluate their effectualness. Let's go ahead and do that. So, guys in Discord, you're going to have to picture the black swan photo. I'm sure it's not hard for you. Okay? Out there in YouTube land, they're looking at it. We're going to take each one of these monkeys and we're going to see if they apply and evaluate their effectualness. How about that? Logically follows. So, mirages from above. Mirages show an extra image or images of the mirage object. My question, in the black swan photo, is the horizon miraged in this photo? Is there an extra horizon or horizons in this black swan photo? No. Nope. Non sequitur. Uh-oh. That's 1 down. Let's do 2 and 3 together. Towering and stooping. From above. Towering and stooping change the apparent shape of the object itself. With towering, objects appear stretched. With stooping, objects seem to be shortened. Question. Is the horizon changing shape, i.e., is the horizon stretched or shortened in the black swan photo in front of you? Nope. Non sequitur. Laughingly so. You're running out of choices. You only got 2 left there, baltards. Let's try sinking. From William Jackson Humphreys, Physics of the Air. Sinking. Sinking is the opposite of looming. In sinking, stationary objects that are normally seen above the horizon. I digress here, folks. Do you see the compare and contrast, the juxtaposition between objects and the horizon? Do you see? It's a relationship between these 2 monkeys. The horizon's not an object. They're Rhodes Scholars. But I digress. I'll start over. Sinking is the opposite of looming. In sinking, stationary objects that are normally seen above the horizon appear to be lowered or may even disappear below the horizon. That is, the objects in relationship to the horizon there, baltards. I got a question for you. Is the horizon lowered or disappeared below the horizon in the Black Swan photo? You heard me. Is the horizon lowered or disappeared below the horizon in the Black Swan photo? Nope. It's retarded non sequitur. You only got one left. Guess what's going to happen? Looming. I've asked Baltards what looming has been for 8 years along with refraction, and no one has ever given me this definition. I wonder why. From the subject matter expert, Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, Astronomy Department. Listen up. Looming, the appearance above the horizon of a distant object. We got the same phenomena again. We have a definite distinction between object and what it's doing in relation to the horizon, don't we? But I digress. I'll start over. The appearance, looming, the appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it. This is my question. Is the horizon appearing above the horizon in the Black Swan photo, shaking my fucking head? Let me ask you again. Is the horizon appearing above the horizon in this photo, please? Nope. Non sequitur from the Black Friggin' Lagoon. So, the friggin' horizon doesn't ever loom, ass clowns, even in your own paradigm, which we just train wrecked above. Ever, ever, ever does it loom. Baltards wouldn't know what bagak refraction was if it climbed up their arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in Carolina Reaper lace concertina wire. And I just demonstrated it in spades over and over and over again. The end. Questions, comments?
Yeah, I have a question. Like, what do you mean the horizon can't disappear below the horizon? What's this? Why wouldn't it be able to disappear behind the horizon?
Are you retarded?
I just thought it was really funny.
That's my answer.
It's like, but hold on, if the horizon would disappear behind the horizon, then what would you be seeing? You know? it's just gone. It's like there's nothing, no border there. It just disappears, and suddenly it's the sky. You don't see any separation. It's just nothing.
That's it.
The horizon has disappeared behind nothing.
I might say something about looming. Looming never existed. Looming requires a geometric horizon. So all looming ever was two effects that were called looming as opposed to being detailed for what they were. One was the effect we see when we see a ship appearing to float, when it's just, well, according to official sources, the sky, let's just say, mirroring onto the water, giving the effect of an horizon in front of the ship, where the ship is floated above it, right? And even Mick West agreed that that's not looming, right? Even he had to swallow the pill and go, yeah, that's not looming. That's just the sky mirroring onto the ocean. The other effect that was mistaken as looming, the other effect is when you have an inferior mirage happening at what appears to be the horizon. Because it's so far away, what's happening is that the bottom of a boat appears to be water. So you think from your position it seems as if the ship is floating above the horizon, but it isn't. When you zoom to it, it's an inferior mirage at the bottom of the ship. And that's what it is. So They are the type of effects that they would call looming, because without investigating what they were, because there was confirmation bias for them, looming turned up. Looming does not exist. It has never been demonstrated because it requires a geometric horizon. It requires the Earth to be a globe, which it is not. So there is no such thing as looming. It's nonsense. There never was.
That's I agree with that sentiment. That's the point, isn't it? All of those definitions are with respect to the horizon. So when something's looming and it's looming above the horizon, that statement in their world is it's the object is actually below the curvature of the Earth, but because of looming, it's raising up above the curvature of the Earth. All of those definitions are with respect to the horizon. And I think what we're saying at the end there is, so, given your rhetoric and all these definitions, anti-flat earthers and the rumpus, this is where the rumpus was caught out being a liar, remember, is what the anti-flat earthers do is now make the horizon loom with respect to the horizon. You can have all these things and argue what they are and how we interpret them on a ball or a flat earth. It doesn't matter. They're all defined with respect to the horizon. Yeah? So that's the point. Now, does the horizon loom? Does it dip? Does it stoop? Is it mirage? Not if it's the thing that all of those things are in reference to. It would seem in their initial claims, everything was fixed and rigid to this geometric. How's it working out for you, Riffy, by the way? This geometric horizon. But now the anti-flat earthers claim the horizon does all the things that Andrew Thomas Young says happen with respect to it. Now, that's the point I'd focus on, not necessarily each individual definition, because we can look at them, and when we view them from a different, from that perspective viewpoint, as opposed to obstruction due to curvature, they all become very different. That's why we can have different horizons, things being obscured one day and not the next. You can't if you've got this geometric imposition, this hill in the way. Everything moves in respect to. It was their definition, not ours.
I haven't heard anyone bring up the term looming since the Black Swan came out. Nobody. Because they have to claim that the horizon is loomed above the horizon. This is what they have to claim. And the horizon they're claiming is loomed above, they can never show you because of the horizon that's looming above it. And that horizon is looming above it. The calculations for that are based on a non-measurement of this other horizon that they can't show you and they can't measure to because of the other horizon that's loomed above it. You know what I mean? It's nonsense upon nonsense upon nonsense. But they never say anything about an object being loomed above the horizon. You never hear that anymore. They just stopped making that claim because now they have to claim the horizon is constantly refracted.
Hey, that's why the rumpus was kicked. Because for 3 or 4 years, the horizon was something that things loomed with respect to. And it all changed when when he went off to do his ray tracing. Ray tracing. Rumpus. Yeah. He's still yet to prove. Then the only way out then is to change the definition of all these things that Andrew Thomas Young, their guru, has already clearly defined. The only way out to maintain the ball is to redefine it now and allow horizon to loom with respect to itself. Just laughable.
So what you going to do, flat earthers? I'll bet you tomorrow. I'll bet you this evening. I'll have a Baltard bring refraction up and you'll let them go, won't you? Gonna happen.
They will. They will. After this, basically, directly after this, you probably could go to somewhere on Discord or somebody's show, and there's going to be refraction being handed to the ballers.
I hope we've gone through a few bits tonight, you pile of pessimists, that empower people to deal with it. It's not difficult. Take them to their gurus. Yeah.
Well, the chat's very engaged with their conversation about refraction. They're having their own little back and forth about it in all kinds of ways. And Brenda, that person that I quoted earlier from the chat, I think it's Brenda, talks like Brenda, has the symbol of Brenda, but has been continually flapping on about, no, it all works, and it's just never stops trying to contradict everything that's been said. Like even during QE's presentation and everything.
You can make anything work with a variable constant, can't you?
Hey, once you can admit in your face self-contradicting statements, then anything goes, right? Right? Once you can slip a self-contradiction in unseen, you have carte blanche. It's like, now it's all on them. You can just say whatever.
How about the nuh-uh?
Yeah, that's a classic.
Well, if we think about it, what is it they're looking for people to do? The anti-flat earthers. They're looking for flat earthers, or people who are just normal people, normal globers, to live in the same contradiction that they live in. Because that's the only way that they can keep justifying it, is to get people who are either flat earthers or just everyday normal people, both globers, to accept the contradictions they accept. That's the only way it'll be okay to them. And the less people that accept them, the more the people go against those contradictions, like refraction being a brilliant example of that, the more crazy they're going to get. Their level of crazy at present is, I couldn't have predicted that. I knew they were going to go a bit mad, but this is the level, the things that are being said out there with a straight face, the things some of these people are saying with a straight face. You can literally see them on camera saying it. It's kind of shocking.
Yeah, but it's all the trend, Ryan. It's all the trend. I mean, just look at the freaking news. It's all the rage. Like, they're all doing it. So the population is bound to just start to follow suit, right? To do the same thing and to get really blatantly contradicting in your face because it's okay now, sort of. People let it go. Or they seem to.
Well, to be able to say to yourself, the black swan, that's just refraction, and just walk away. Just say, oh, that's just refraction, without ever thinking about what refraction is, or investigating how it could be refraction or anything else. That's just refraction, and turning around and walking away and buying an ice cream or whatever these people do. Like,
right.
How did they do that?
Well,
how can you just walk away from that statement?
Because they don't really want to know what it really is or what is the truth. They just want to feel safe in the paradigm where they're at. And so it's a social defensive response. And it's basically to not take anything serious about it, not to confirm or anything.
Super chat.
Super chat.
So, Russ Bonanno, maybe? Is it? Yeah. Horizontal density gradient. Laugh out loud. Wouldn't be surprised if we started hearing a claim for a horizontal pressure gradient next. Fantastic show. Thanks.
Yeah,
Sorry.
thanks. Thanks. That's exactly what they're saying. density and pressure are directly proportional. That's what they're saying, Russ. Yeah, that's exactly what they're saying.
That is the point. It's because we're dealing with gases, density, pressure. You know, I wouldn't say they're interchangeable, but you know, the pressure, the amount of molecules per centimeter cubed is. You're talking about the same thing.
Yes.
And you're understanding it. Yeah. So
Directly.
there's
Adam. Use my term. Use my phrase. It's correct. They're directly proportional.
Yeah. And to all things, the intent is the same. And that's what these guys are invoking. A slight density change of the same thing. Well, that's not. Where's the boundary? Yeah. Remember what's been mentioned tonight, yeah? Where's the boundary? I've got slightly more dense polystyrene at the bottom. You know what I mean? Where's the boundary? If it's lighter at the top than it is at the bottom, what is the boundary there? Doesn't meet the criteria for the definition. Heroes, I'm coming to you. Yeah, that's the point, and I think Ross is recognising it. It doesn't matter how. I was going to say, it doesn't matter how they want to describe it. You're just going to show them that it doesn't exist, and their own experts show that what they're invoking is debunked by their own experts. That's, I hope, what people have got from tonight's. In a number of nice, cute ways. 5A being the best.
No, it's not the best, but it's the funniest. It's one of the funny. I don't know which. I'm 1A is the best for me because it's a clean. It's a clean kill. But I can understand 5A. I got you.
Nice to lay somebody's entrails out clean in front of them before they realise that their entrails are actually in front of them and no longer in their guts.
That's refraction chitlins for my wolf pups.
If you guys want a good laugh, look at my rolls.
Your rolls? Super chat. That's a good one. Yeah, I just seen it. That's too funny. Who did that?
Be with the buzz.
Yeah, that's too funny, man. Yeah. Let's get into a frenzy. Give her a chance, folks. I mean, her role is super chat.
My son loves it when I say it now, so if I say it and you hear him, it's because he hears me say it, and then he's just got to be like all over it.
Yeah, too funny.
I just wanted to say I enjoyed it. It was very informative, and I don't recall this ever being broken down in such an elaborated way. So I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Could I just make the point that nothing that was mentioned here tonight is over 6 and over 7 over 6 or greater than 7 over 6 or technically none of it is that, because everything that was referenced from the likes of Andrew Thomas Young or any other, or let's just say we'll use him as the main example, that's all based around, even though he pushed the 7 over 6 or he's still trying to come up with a way for light to be bending. It's like, no, it's the unbending of your globe. That's what 7 and greater than 7 over 6 or is. It's a mathematical unbending of your globe so you can see an horizon in a position it can't be on. It can't be in on a globe. It has to be a globe because I can see this horizon that completely debunks my globe. That's what it is.
Right.
You can see that horizon. Come on, Aaron, or whoever.
It's purely math. It's not based on anything physics related.
Yeah, there's no they try, like someone like Ruhiv, because I've dealt with him recently on this issue. He'll try and come up with calculations that are based on a gradient, and there's this temperature and that temperature, and he'll try and come up with a lot of nonsense, not realizing that he's still trying to bend light. No, light has not been bent. The globe has been unbended. That's what's happening. It's always unbended at the rate of at least 7 over 6 R, and it becomes more unbended from that point. It's never less unbended than that. But they're basically, they don't, sorry, you go ahead, Super Chat.
I even did the sniff.
You say it's a super chat.
Super chat. Roger Ledwell, still waiting for that supermodel.
Thanks,
I have to do super like that.
Thanks, Roger. Aren't we all? Carry on.
But just to continue on what I'm saying is that 7/6 and greater than 7/6, or 7/6 is the least amount, and it's a constant, as in there's always some ratio over 6 or at play. That's what they must claim, because the horizon moves, right? It's never where they need it to be, and even if it appears close to where they need it to be, it'll be somewhere else 10 minutes later. That's the problem with the horizon. So what they must claim is that they live on a constant. What you're seeing is the constant changing of the amount of, let's just say, rate of slope of an arc length, right? That's what they're actually claiming that you are experiencing, that what you're living on, that you experience an arc length that's changing in its rate of slope on a regular basis.
That's exactly what 7/6R. 7/6R is a description of rate of change of slope. Yeah? Not just a slope, rate of change of slope that they're describing at a ratio of 7/6R. That's exactly what it is. That it's not just a slope. Yeah, because the slope, unfortunately, the slope's 0, but that rate of change, yeah. That's what they're describing, a rate of change of slope when they invoke 7/6R. That's what 7/6R is in the equation of the line. It's the M. Yeah?
A change in the rate of slope. That's what it is. 7/6 and anything greater than 7/6 is a constant change in that change in the rate of slope. That's what it is. Because that's what they need to say. That the slope, the change in that rate of slope that you're supposedly witnessing is changing, moving the horizon further away or closer.
They're going to have that's going to cause a problem for them, because if that,
absolutely,
yeah, because I'm going to slope a dope then.
Exactly, because you see the horizon, I see the horizon, everyone sees the horizon, besides of a dip angle, right, that you have with your eye line, right? If you're looking at the sea horizon and your eyes aren't at sea level, if they're anywhere above sea level, then there's a dip to the sea level, right? So when you're looking at that, you have a dip to this point, right? But that dip is a straight line. It's still straight. You're still seeing in a straight line.
Don't worry about the dip.
In a straight line.
Don't worry about the dip.
The point is
that there's a horizon.
The point is that the dip is important to put in.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Nope. Don't want no dip.
What are you talking about?
No.
Okay, you'll have to tell me what you're talking about then.
No. The dip. No, I don't have to tell you what I'm talking about. The dip angle and this dip horse shit has nothing to do with that argument.
I'm not saying it does. I'm not talking about that.
Yeah, don't. When I slope a dope, I have nothing to do with dip. Nothing.
But I didn't bring slope. That's not what I said. I said the dip that your eye line will be to the horizon is still going to be a straight line. That dip is a depression angle, which is a straight line. So my point being is, no matter where the horizon is, right? No matter where the horizon is, you have a straight line of sight to the horizon. You always have a straight line of sight to the horizon, which is why they need to add in as much 7/6 or as much over 6R as they need to, or they add in, as much over 6R as they need to to come up with how you can see this horizon in a straight line.
Holy shit.
So that's not bending, that's not the bending of light. You're seeing this horizon in a straight line. So then my point is, Ruhif and them are claiming that light is bending. It's not. They don't understand what over 6R is. They're not getting it. And over 6R, where slope comes into that, is what they're actually claiming is a change in the rate of slope over distance over time. That's what they're claiming. Then the slope comes into it.
You missed the slideshow, or maybe you watching this on a live stream?
I call
Me?
it the Batman shadow, but just give it a second.
Yeah, make sure you turn on the YouTube. I want you to take a look at the slideshow. Bletzy!
You got Vlad on Flat Earth. He sent.
Super
Thanks,
chat.
QE, Adam. Yeah. Thanks, QE, Adam, Brian, and everyone in Discord.
You're welcome, Vlad. Yeah, I hope you guys are all getting it out there. I mean, you could really take them to the woodshed with this. And the presentation's there. I'm not taking it down. If you didn't catch it, if there were interruptions or we went too fast, just go back into it and make it your own. Take one of the. You don't have to have all the points. I gave you. There's a lot of arrows in your quiver, per se. So just take one or two of them, master them, and they're finished. It's all over. If you need the citations just because you can't snatch them off the presentation, just a real easy thing to do is just take like the first sentence, just print out the first sentence in the citation that you see on the video and just pump it into Google, and then the citation itself will, or the source will pop up, and just copy it for yourself. You guys follow? And if by chance, and this is going to happen, you do that and nothing comes up, that citation doesn't come up, hit the Wayback Machine and type it in again. And then it'll take you back there because I didn't. It's out there. It's on the web. And just because maybe their website went down or they decided to update their website doesn't take away the evidence for the citations, if you guys follow me with that. Yep, there you go. Shut up, Adam.
Oh, I'm not wanting to round out. I'm wanting to go down the panel, if that's.
No, we don't have to round out yet. I'm not in any big hurry right
No,
now.
that's what I want to do, but I don't want to just go off and start making other points. I'd just like to see what the panel thinks of what's been tonight. And I suppose the question I'm going to start with D Rose, and then I'll go a bit more logically. Is what are you going to say the next time somebody says to you, refraction? D Rose.
Did you try bagocking and it didn't work?
But that's what I was gonna say.
Start with your Bacart, D Rose, and then tell me your answer.
Refraction? Did you say refraction? Okay. Your Earth curve is dead. There is no boundary. There is no horizontal plane interchange. There's nothing for the vertical to go through if you're talking about atmosphere, because atmosphere doesn't exist because gases don't behave and make shapes. So what are you refracting? We're dealing with water? We're dealing with air. Your radius is destroyed if you talk about refraction. Because refraction only exists in your head and you're dealing with the horizon.
He's got some watchwords in there, Adam, but I don't think he's got it together.
There was one watchword. There was this one I'm listening for. There is, but I'm not going to give a critique. Thank you, D Rose. There is a phrase I'm looking for that's going to win a prize. Weekend with QE, the prize. So you might not want to win it, but I'm going to go down. But there's a little bit I'm just asking for. So so I'll move on. Oh, win Brian. We're not doing that. Flat seat. We're very busy looking for super chat. So Lumpy. Next time a baller goes to you, refraction.
That's not right. That's not right. You didn't do it right.
All right. You can ask the question next time after Lumpy answers. On Lumpy.
Say, yeah, I'd ask where the media. In fact, I posted on the live chat a tool I use. which as the medium changes, it'll read a different number so that I can know what my coolant ratio, water ratio is on multi-million-dollar machines, and it's really picky for some reasons, like small.
Lumpy, you're roboting.
Am I?
Lumpy,
Oh, okay. I'm trying to close to the window.
Lumpy.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, your mic's something's up. Try to drop out and come back in.
Transform and roll out.
Try it again. Radio check. Lost 1. This is lost 3. Or you lost 2. Over.
See, can it be heard?
Go ahead. Say a complete sentence.
Yeah. I'm trying. I stepped outside. Anyway. Can it be heard better?
I guess that's a complete. Go ahead.
Anyway, so I posted in live chat a tool that I use regularly. It's called a refractometer, and
that's copyrighted.
Right. Anyway, so it's able to tell me the density of the media so as I add coolant ratio to water changes, right? And it can be really picky for some tools like small taps and things, because I'm a machinist. That's what I do for a living. I learned a lot today. Not that I wasn't aware that there wasn't two media, but in regard to the tool and how it would function, it wouldn't work without that glass piece, right? Because it needs that interface, right? Kiwi, am I right in that thought?
No, you got it. Yep, you're all over.
That's okay. Yep. So that was one of the reasons I posted that, so to have a practical demonstration for people, so they could maybe look at it and say, "Oh, okay." Anyway, I really appreciate what you do, Kiwi. You're probably my favorite teacher. I always butter your buns. I apologize. Anyway, just recently lost a job again, so otherwise I'd be throwing you money. I'm kind of like in a spot, but that doesn't matter. I'm not whining. So it is what it is.
That's okay.
I got to stop talking about flat Earth at work. It's killing me, literally. I can't do it, and then I can't shut up, so I'm stuck with this situation anyway. The people got butthurt when I said, "All right, I'll give you my Cadillac if you can demonstrate Coriolis." I just picked one, you know what I mean? One that I know they can't demonstrate. Anyway, they didn't want a Cadillac and blah, blah, blah. And now I'm not working there anymore. And dang, man. Anyway, blah.
Damn. That thanks a lot for the addition. I like Adam, were you ready for that?
I mean, number one, congratulations. On the upside, if you email me after this or get in touch with me through Discord or Skype, we'll arrange the weekend in the spring when you can go and spend some time with QE.
He doesn't need to. He's got it, man.
He won the prize.
He did
win the prize.
He did. That was really good. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, mate. Wicked.
Thanks, Lumpy. Appreciate it.
I mean, there's no point asking anymore now, but I'll see if anybody wants to comment on it.
Hey, Adam, was the word interface the word you watchword? You're telling me that
if it's not been made clear, then I'm going to carry on down the panel. So, owlishness, are you there?
Uh-oh.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, owlishness, what are you doing in here?
Just listening.
That's too funny. How's that political server? How does the pathetic little weasel dicks over there doing?
No swearing.
Weasel dicks or Tootsie Roll dicks?
No
How
swearing.
do you like that the Tootsie Roll?
Yeah, I thought that was funny.
Go ahead, Adam. Sorry for the interruption. Go ahead, Adam.
Well, you don't need to interrupt because I'm not allowed to ask the question. So, owlishness, what are you going to say the next time a baller says to you, over to you, QA?
She's a baller, Adam.
It doesn't matter. You've listened tonight, haven't you? So,
Yeah.
If I have to rephrase the question, will you ever go refraction again to a flat earther then, I suppose? And what will be your response?
Probably not. I never really thought refraction was like that good of an argument anyway, but probably not. I mean, there's a few good points there.
Really like you.
Thank you.
You what?
Yeah, he said he really likes you.
Oh, that's rare.
I mean, in a creepy way. I meant in an honest, in terms, I'm not going to stalk you.
No,
meant
no,
in
no.
terms of, as a response, that was very honest and genuine. Thank you.
No problem.
Right, Plum Bob, what are you going to do next time a baller says to you, come on, Kiwi? If you don't do the Bogart refraction, Kiwi.
Bagak! Refraction.
There you go. Right, Plum Bob.
Well, we just that. Refraction.
No one can do the Bagaks good. You guys got to practice that. Just on your own throughout the day. Just Bagak! Refraction.
I want to see if a baller can do it better than these flat earthers. Owlishness, can you give us a go at?
Yeah, sure. Refraction.
That's not bad.
Not bad. It's probably better than mine. To be fair.
Refraction.
That's not bad either. You guys, no, they're all starting to come around.
I think I
That
got
sounded
it.
more like a parrot.
Bagak! Go on, Adam.
So no, Plum Bob, are you happy with that answer or?
Yeah, I'm good with the answer, but the fact that I got to practice the Bacox, the neighbors already think I'm nuts. This is not going to end well.
Every art has its sacrifice, doesn't it? Okay, right.
Not
I'll
only
move on.
that, one of my neighbors actually has chickens, and they'll think I'm talking to them.
There you go. You could get away with it more. So you should ask the next question. So you can ask our Duncan the question. Our Duncan, are you there?
What happens when you tell a chicken about the black swan?
That's not our Duncan.
It's a good question.
Hi.
That's right.
Is that Duncan? Okay.
Yeah, that's where I got my name from, you guys. Appreciate it.
So, sir, could I ask you, what are you going to say the next time somebody says
Bagak!
refraction to you?
This is getting silly, man. That you don't have to put the pressure on him.
There's no answer. I'll move on. Rayleigh, you answer the question, you at least get to ask the question to the next person. Saves me constantly begarking. Rayleigh, what are you going to say to the next baller that says refraction to you?
You're getting everyone doing the Bagaks, Adam.
I know. I think we're missing the point.
I think so.
Does anybody else want to? All right, let's just go quickly. Ross, do you want to begark?
I don't want to do that, but I do want to answer the question, I guess.
Well, you've got to be asked the question first, haven't you?
Fair enough.
Who wants to ask Ross the question? Plum had a go. So, Plum, do you want to ask him the question?
Sure. What are you going to say the next time a baller says refraction?
No,
When you bring up-
no.
Oh, geez, I'm not asking to the next one then.
Come on, you've got to do it properly. It's not just refraction, is there? Come on, Plum Bob.
Okay, what are you going to say next time a baller uses refraction?
No, that's
Yep.
not what he wanted. He wanted, what are you gonna do the next time a baller says Bagak! Refraction? That's what Adam's looking for.
What's the question?
Okay. My neighbors are watching. Okay, so what are you going to do the next time Baller says to you, "Baka," refraction?
That was so
Brilliant.
So when they bring up refraction, they're invoking terrestrial refraction, and thought it was pretty cool how QE highlighted the consequent and necessary antecedent relationship, which I believe were, in order to have terrestrial refraction, gases have to be curved, and gases have no inherent shape, and you need a radius value, and that's kind of circular because we're using these observations to validate the radius value. So that's just another begging the question fallacy.
Oh, Adam, that was pretty darn good. See, he's a 1A and 1B'er.
I was going to say there's no fives. There's no fives.
Yeah, I'm actually about 45 minutes behind on the live stream, so I'm going through and taking notes. But yeah, that was great stuff, man.
Cool. Yeah, that's a good answer. Way to go, Russ B. Yep, you got it. Good job.
All right, thanks for the show.
Yeah.
I've got ratings, but we're not finished yet. So, TFHM. Russ, you need to get ready to ask the question. What are you going to say? And I'll hand over to Russ. Give him the question.
You there, TFHM? I'm not doing it twice. You there?
Nope.
What about we got a Glober. Homestant.
Homst.
I like these.
Gesundheit.
Gotta ask him, Russ.
What are you gonna do the next time a baller brings up refraction?
He's stonewalling you.
And there's nothing there. Maybe ask it again and we'll ask it to Arwen. On Russ, ask Arwen, as we got nothing from TFH and thingy. So I know Arwen.
Crap,
Brian.
really?
Arwen, you're going to get to ask it to Brian. Oh, good. What goes around comes around.
Arwen, what are you gonna do the next time a baller brings up refraction?
Well, two things can happen. One, I can be like, well, like I did, sigh and just like, can we not do this? And the other one would be going into it and then having a pretty long explanation in all the different departments, kind of like the presentation has been, but not as detailed as that. I would do my own version of it. Would explain about the mediums, how it's an angle change. It doesn't continually keep curving in a pretty homogeneous medium, and that, yeah, the horizon cannot be displaced in relation to the horizon, right? Because the horizon in the real world isn't physical. It's not geometric. It's an apparent effect that has to do with the resolution limit of the observing medium. And yeah, that the horizon is definitely not refracted. It's not a refracted globe. And if they insist, I'd go into the Arwinian paradox and that it's actually all mathematical. Because the entire terrestrial refraction 7/6R math is a conceptual, mathematical framework that isn't based on anything physics related, optics or otherwise.
Right, I'll take that as an answer. Arwen, ask Brian. Come on, Brian, are you ready?
Well there, Brian. What would your answer be if some baller told you refraction in response to the Black Swan question?
You forgot the cock refraction.
Oh, I did.
The most important part.
Refraction.
Thing is, I
When
wasn't
you
Irish.
say-
You actually sounded like a pirate who would have had a parrot. Dude, but
True. Yeah, you're right. I slipped into pirate mode. I tried Irish. It turned pirate.
That's the
But
question.
that's all Hollywood Irish is, a load of pirate talk.
Yeah, it is,
That's
isn't
all
it?
is.
Yeah.
Hollywood Irish accent is pirate talk, yeah. It's a good observation. Now, as soon as Adam said that, I said, yeah, I could never put my finger on it. That's what it is, a load of pirate talk. But to answer the question, refraction, you say, are you talking about a change in the behavior of light through different media, or are you talking about a mathematical unbending of an unmeasured globe Earth? Which one?
Yeah. See, Brian is the sort of expert in this area, so he's going to answer this differently. So he's good to go, Adam.
Yeah, that's cool. Brian, you're going to have to ask me, and then I'll ask you, QA.
No, you're not
The
going
circle shall complete. Come on, Brian.
Okay. Adam, what are you going to do the next time a bowler asks, sorry, not that again. Adam, what are you going to do the next time a bowler answers a question for you with the claim, Gabak, fraction?
What's this Gabak? You turned it around.
It sounded right in my head until it came out.
We're a little dyslexic, aren't we?
Yeah, I am.
Gabak.
Gabak.
I'm gonna to Adam. That is so classic. I'm gonna start doing it that way.
Brian said it like he read it off the sheet.
It was, wasn't it? It was like text talk. Gabak refraction.
Gabak
refraction. I'll tell you what I'd say, Brian. I'd say refraction. I assume you're invoking Snell's law here.
Uh-oh.
I assume they'd then say, well, of course, yeah, because that's what refraction is. I have a problem otherwise. And at that point, I'd ask them to show me the two media and their surface boundary. Huey, what would you do the next time a baller says to you, refraction?
Gabak refraction. That's what I'm gonna do. I'd ask.
That's
him,
what you always do.
If you're asking me what I would do, which is kind of silly because I'm the one that gave the damn presentation, I would ask them to define it first. That's what I would do. That's the first step. And after they do that, then it's all, you know where it goes. Yep, that's it. That's what I would do. Good.
I just defined it for him. Yeah, and that's all you have to do. Define it for them.
Why?
As soon as it's actually, as soon as it's defined, they're debunked, aren't they?
Yes.
That's
so
the ultimate reality to this.
So I don't define it for them. That's the question I ask them. Since they refraction, they brought up the topic. So it is the onus is on them to define it. I'm not going to define it for them. No, I never do.
Well, maybe that's the difference between me and you. You'll let them sweat. I would try to expedite the conversation and go, as I said, do you mean by that you're invoking Snell's law? A little lead, it's not a lot, because it's the only place they can and should go with the word refraction, as we've shown in the presentation. There's nothing wrong with a little nudge in the right direction.
Isn't there a Latin saying about expediency? I think there is a Latin saying about, and I got it on the tip of my tongue, but I can't reach it. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, that's why I give them an option. They either are they talking about a change in the behavior of light through different media, right, which will be Snell's law. So they either have that or they have mathematical unbending of an unmeasured globe. Like, either one is not what they're looking for. They're looking to use just a single medium, a single medium, and a gradient of that medium, a horizontal gradient of right, something that doesn't exist, of that medium, to come up with bending light, which is not 7 or greater than 7 over 6R, because that's what. But 7 and greater than 7 over 6R is what they're trying to claim, because they don't know what they're claiming. They don't know what they're claiming. They don't really understand what refraction is. You have to say even the most well-known anti-flat earthers, and they don't know what their own claim is. That they're trying to hijack refraction and somehow fit it into their own claim, but then they're talking about bending light, which is not their claim. So I give them an option: you either go to what actual refraction is, or we're going to talk about these calculations that mean nothing in reality. It's either one or the other, which is not what they want. What they want to do is this grey area in the middle that allows them to live in a paradox. It's like, no.
So what about the curved atmosphere being a paradox within a paradox?
Do you mean like curved air without containment?
It's just atmosphere is already a paradox, and then they add the word curved to atmosphere. I don't know. It's just funny because the redundancy is already pretty funny, but it's also a double paradox.
Yep.
No, curved, it's not a double paradox. Curved atmosphere is a prerequisite to allow the continuance of the paradox. Mate.
Yeah. Okay.
You can destroy it as soon as you go. Air doesn't curve; it destroys the paradox.
I'm going to be sitting pretty on asking where the plane interface between the two media are.
Within that one media.
Yeah, within one medium. I mean, where is their horizontal plane interface? And how would they have a vertical interface?
You're going to need a curved triangle for that, I bet.
But they're all, see, this is something I said to Ruhif recently, and he didn't like it at all. He called me things, different stuff like that. But I pointed out that, like, the only reason the claim of a globe exists, it all comes back to Eratosthenes. And Eratosthenes claiming that we receive almost parallel light. Well, they say almost exactly parallel light from a massive sun that gives us the shadows we see in reality on a globe of radius 3959 miles. So that light can't be bending. So if you think light is bending, right, through an atmosphere, and that's what you're seeing, no, that is not the globe claim. That parallel light from the sun has to give you the shadows that we see in reality. That's the whole point of the parallel light from the sun. So if light is bending, then the light from the sun would have to be bending. And as the horizon moves closer and further away from you, as it can do within just the space of 45 minutes, then that would mean the shadows that you're seeing would have to change, and not change with the rate of the movement of the sun. They'd have to change with the rate of the over 6R, because then things are being warped in a different way. So you can't, you know what I mean? The whole lot is a mess. But the bending light is in opposition to Eratosthenes, which is the beginning and the base and the backbone of the globe, which is the parallel light from the sun. That's the backbone of the globe. But that all goes out the window, right? Because you can't have a globe if you don't have parallel light from a massive sun, because you can't explain the shadows. But that goes out the window if you claim that light you're getting from the sun is bending. What kind of weird shadows would that give us? It wouldn't match the movement of the sun. Do you know what I mean? It's a circle of nonsense that doesn't ever make any sense. If they want to stick with Eratosthenes and actually have a globe, then they can't claim bending light. But then they also can't claim over 6R if they're going to stick with Eratosthenes, because that will then change the over 6R part, will then warp what the shadows should look like in accordance to what they're claiming. The whole lot is a mess. But they can't have curved light. This is for ballers. You can't have curved light and have a globe. I'm sorry, that's another paradox. You can't, because the globe only exists because parallel light from the sun is claimed to create the shadows we see in reality on a globe of 3959 radius. You can't have that and have that light being manipulated before it creates a shadow. You can't. I'm sorry.
So what you're saying to me is that whoever wanted to push this globe nonsense jumped the gun and had to circle around a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah, they keep on having to deny, they keep on having to compartmentalize, as Arwen says, different things. When they say curved light, they're completely forgetting that they need the light from the sun to be hitting the globe in parallel. Now, rays of light don't exist, but this is what they must claim: parallel rays of light from the sun hitting the globe to create the shadows we see in reality. Right? This is what they needed to say. This is the calculation they need. This is from Eratosthenes. But the bending of light would make that impossible. You could not have parallel light hitting a globe and giving us those shadows if the globe is under such refracted conditions that it's unbending to the observer. You know what I mean? The whole lot, none of it works together. That's the problem.
Well,
all of their stuff doesn't work together.
So that's why they needed to hop into this Narnia vacuum of space place to reify the already nonsensical claim of the globe.
Well, yeah, they have a load of square segments, right, cut out, and they have one square, and they have a load of triangles and circles, and then they have a load of circular portions cut out. They have one circle, a load of squares and triangles, and then they have another area that's called triangle pieces cut out, but then they have a load of squares and circles for those, but one triangular piece. But really all they actually have is one square into one square piece, into one square segment. That's what they have, which is Eratosthenes. And as soon as you change that, you don't have the globe. The whole globe is based on that. That's where it comes from. Eratosthenes, the claim of Eratosthenes, I don't care whether he existed or not, it's an official claim that if the sun is big and far away, then we receive parallel light from that sun, then that explains the shadows we see in reality. And he had to say that because he just measured a flat earth with his elevation angle, right? But if the sun is close and local, then the earth is flat. It's one or the other. So for them to claim a globe, then they can't have that sunlight that's supposed to be hitting their globe parallel, right? These light rays, things that don't exist, hitting their globe parallel. That can't happen if the light is bending. That means they're in opposition to Eratosthenes. That's what it means. They're anti-globers at that point. It's not just anti-flat earthers. They don't realize it.
There's another paradox in that. You draw it orthographically. If they're going to make the claim that the reason for possible divergence is because of the spherical surface of the sun, because it's so big and so far away, which is their claim, these rays hit us virtually parallel. Draw it orthographically. If that was the case, then the sun would fill the whole of the sky all the time until it was night, until we rotated the other way. Because if the rays are parallel, then they can't. And I'm on the Earth, yeah. And even if I'm at the North and South Pole, I'm still only taking up such a minute part of the sun. Think of it in orthographic view. Now, if the rays are parallel, I can never see the illumination of the North and the South because the rays are parallel. What they're claiming, but you would never see anything other than just a bright light, equivalent to your linear parallel perspective due to the way in which the light travels, equivalent to the sun. You'd only see your spot. All you'd see is the sun. We don't see that. We see something with divergent rays. Irrespective of the distance, it's kind of irrelevant, but we see something with divergent rays. Nothing parallel about them, is there?
No,
do you get my point right? Do you get what I'm saying?
I do. We don't see what they would see. This is where they need to see. This is another paradox. We'll move on to another one, right? Based exactly off of what you just said. That's when they need to bring perspective into it and claim the angular size of the sun is 0.5 degrees on average, And so it only appears small because it's actually very big, but it's really far away.
No, but you can't invoke perspective. Perspective won't apply if all light rays are parallel, will they?
But see, this is the thing.
It requires
this is the paradox, though.
Divergent light rays to create perspective. This is a denial of optics on them. And they invoke, this is what I'm saying. If you invoke that, it has implications. If all light is parallel, that's quite a bold claim.
Well, it's quite a bold claim. Yeah, sorry.
It has implications about what could possibly reach you. If everything's parallel and it leaves the sun, well, how does something 20, 30 R values distance away from you ever reach you if it's parallel? It can't, can it? It has to be
refraction.
Go on, Platzi.
I was just saying, refraction. That's how.
What, through a vacuum?
All right, hey guys,
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to interrupt the conversation. I got stuff going on. Yeah, so we're gonna have to wrap it up. So it was a great show. Yeah, we're gonna have to wrap it up. It's a great show. I don't. Aren't we supposed to do something on Tuesday? Somebody was supposed to give a presentation on Tuesday.
Yeah,
time zones.
No, do you push it on me, mister? But yes.
I was saying I have to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, mine's time zones as well. We've got 2 coming up, haven't we? This week's Brian's. Brian, yeah, just give a little summary, Brian, if you would, with regards to what we've got. Well, let me just finish. We've got a ball destroyer, and then we've got something that I'll do the following, which is a little indication of how they're stitching it together with different things, how they stitch a ball together. But Brian's going to give a real good ball destroyer on time zones. Over to you, Brian.
Yeah, okay, Adam. It's just going to show how actual time zones used by celestial navigators using chronometers, how they destroy the globe plane because of what a time zone actually is, and then how many actual time zones there are across certain corresponding latitudes, north and south, and how on a globe they have to be equal, but on a flat Earth they would have to be less south of the equator over the same distance. You'd have to have less time zones, and you do.
Cool.
And more time zones north, and you do.
Cool. Can't wait. That's a great. I like that presentation. So does Betty. All right, Adam. Go ahead and summarize yours, and then take us home.
Yeah. What have we learned tonight? That's what I always like to think. And hopefully people have learnt tonight how to deal with the rebuttal of refraction.
That was weak.
Hopefully we've learnt tonight how to deal with the rebuttal of what QE will now demonstrate of. That was worse than mine. I'm just going to go with Brian's. A gawk.
Gabork.
Agora. Yep. Yeah.
Gabork. Refraction. Bagork.
Agora refraction.
Bagora. That's terrible.
More ghost before it hit you. And hopefully we've got a 1A, we've got a 1B. We've also got have some fun with them, get all the way through it all, and take them to a 5A.
You'll never get that far. Hold on.
No, in all of this, stay strong with the truth that they're going to invoke refraction. Refraction relates to Snell's law, which is a change of index of path of the light, at the point of the medium change, at the surface boundary. Ask them to demonstrate that in their atmosphere, whatever it is, And if you want to have fun with them, take them to their guru, Andrew Thomas Young. will destroy any argument, whether it be just with regards to what they're claiming. Remember, these are baltards, not just globies. These are anti-flat earthers that have invoked this nonsensical nonsense that their gurus deny. Yeah, at worst comes to worst, invoke Andrew Thomas Young. If that fails and they're having a mental breakdown, just kindly and calmly remind them that it's all go away, because fundamentally, it's no such thing as raise. Over to you, QA.
Horizon that we're saying is not physical. It's
No,
refractive.
nothing. You right. Hold your hand out in front of you. Is that your physical hand you're seeing?
Correct.
No, it's not. Hold your hand out in front of you. Is that your physical hand you're seeing?
Correct.
No, it's not. Hold your hand out in front of you. Is that your physical hand you're seeing?
Correct.
No, it's not.
Yeah, shout out to the Globers. Yeah, I know it hurts. Effie put the what the hurt's been doing this is dirt. Brainwashed the birth to think that it curbs. Now we in first. Drank level water and now we know thirst. Check his ego and now it's in the dirt. He got his feelings hurt, but the ceiling's yours. Effie open doors. Globers mentally poured them globe floors. They don't curve. Gravity, yeah, that's what we swerve. It doesn't work. Back to the drawing board. Ask Jesus for a brother proof. Smashing globes, that's what we do. Space, oops, it went poof. Newton and Einstein, yeah, them too. We the science dudes, we got giant proof. You defiant, can't tell the truth, that's why we laugh at you. You got attitude, no curve from no altitude. Tell me what you smoking on, pass it, dude. You couldn't pass grade 2, Yeah, it's the flat earth, don't get it backwards. Roll up the map first, looking for the answers in the wrong place. While the long face ran the race, now you in last pace. Spun the globe at a too slow pace. Throwing shade up in my face, ACB on the track. Now the earth is flat, hit the live stream and now we flat smack. Got snacks in the back, bud in the sack, no rebuttals to that. And we don't slack, there's no going back. Rabbit out of hat, them globers left mad. Salty and sad, they need a trash bag. Better get glad, you better get back. Shout out to Glad, better know it's flat. It's tough to laugh when you get flat smack. You supposed to be a baller, but she doesn't pick up when you call her. Better call a lift or start the walking, cause there's no more time for talking. Yeah, I trust what I see and touch. If you can dig that, then you can lean with us. You better get back, you're not a genius. You need a genie twice. Looking like a teeny mice or a stream of ice on a fake X rocket. Just stop it. Earth is the only option. Now flat Earth is popping. You cannot stop it. Check your watches. Glober's watching. He played possum, gets with it. Austin washed him, mopped him. This is awesome. Got business options. Hog this to stop him. Bunch of lost causes. Press play, then pause it. Glober's lost it like open faucets. Now he's stalling. No more balling. I just farted. The gas ain't falling. Talk to Arwen, then Oakley Artem. That's cold hearted, but it's where I started. Played the game on hard mode, that's just where my heart goes. There's no R though, I see the stars, bro. We go hard, yo, yeah, flat earth cargo.
Don't believe the papers, I don't believe the news, 'cause all that they serve you are opinionated views. Don't switch on my TV, 'cause all they do is lie. And I don't need no programming telling me what to buy. But I believe the truth will set you free. I believe the truth will set you free. Don't believe in aliens. I don't believe in God. I don't believe in war. What are the reasons why they're for? Don't believe celebrities pretending to be what they ain't. Make poverty history, they say, posing the same. But I believe the truth will set you free. I believe the truth will set you free. I believe the truth will set you free. Don't believe the justice system will give you what you deserve. It's all around bad judges and Lucifer they serve. Don't believe banks are honest, they fleece you to the bone. And when there's nothing left to get, they'll even take you home. But I believe the truth will set you free. 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 Don't believe the papers, don't believe the news, 'cause all that they serve you are opinionated views. I don't switch on my TV, 'cause all they do is lie. I don't need no programming telling me what to buy. But I believe the truth will set you free. I believe the truth will set set you free. Why believe the truth will set you free? I believe the truth will set you free. I believe the truth will set you free. I believe the truth will set you free.
They say that it's easier to fool people than to convince them that they have been fooled. Reality is insane, they wanna keep us in chains. Plus they have a web of deception they weave in our brains. But now I see through the games, they're trying to lead us astray. Gatekeeping information, they wanna keep it that way. But I'm researching all the time, every day of the week. So people claim that I'm crazy and I'm labeled a freak. But that's what happens when you're awake in a nation of sheep, where they try their best to keep the population asleep. They poison our food and water and they offer us war, but we're not falling for their parlor tricks, not anymore. We walked through the door and let our chains drop to the floor. There's many areas in this life that we got to explore, and the earth too, because they might be hiding more land, more seas, more trees, more snow, more sand. In school, everything that we're taught is a lie, and lately it's making me crazy, I gotta know why.
Fire burning in my soul. Where do we go from here? I don't know. Gotta break free from this mind control. Before I go crazy, gotta let you know. There's a fire burning in my soul. Where do we go from here? I don't know. Gotta break free from this mind control. Before I go crazy, gotta let you know.
It's time to break free from this twisted mental conditioning. I offer my message to anyone out there who's listening. I hear just beyond the limits and it's calling me whispering. Sometimes I feel like I'm tripping, this has got to be just a dream. But nope, I'm wide awake, my friend, and this is reality. Why do we let them enslave us, man? It beats the heck out of me. People barely scraping by and work for minimum wages. There is no new world order, this is how it's been through the ages. Flip through the pages of history and see on your own. Too many things are a mystery, other things are unknown. It makes me question who we are, where we live and what we're told. But walking a path of truth can be a really bumpy road. We're ridiculed, mocked, and we're ostracized and laughed away. But that's okay, some folks are sheep until they pass away. In school, everything that we're taught is a lie, and lately it's making me crazy, I gotta know why.
Fire burning in my soul. Where do we go from here? I don't know. Gotta break free from this mind control. Before I go crazy, gotta let you know. There's a fire burning in my soul. Where do we go from here? I don't know. Gotta break free from this mind control. Before I go crazy, gotta let you know.
I pledge obedience to the Corporation of the Divided States of America and to the plutocracy for which it stands. One nation under surveillance that thinks it's invincible, with discrimination and intolerance for all.
There's a fire burning in my soul. Where do we go from here? I don't know. Gotta break free from this mind control. Before I go crazy, gotta let you know. There's a fire burning in my soul. Where do we go from here? I don't know. Gotta break free from this mind control. Before I go crazy, gotta let you know.
here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is Photoshop because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal, indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting, the earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small, and now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal, indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting, the earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Space may be the farthest frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the farthest frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the farthest frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the farthest frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to to outer space, or maybe meeting other beings from another place. Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it. You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. History has been rewritten by winners of wars, the Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
Captain. Battle formation.
Grace Leonidas, 24/7 Discord Flat Earth. Welcome to the arena, gladiator. You wanted an edge? Our spears are strong, a formation of edge. It's time to push it to the ledge. Your fallacious sword will shatter on our shield, the Spartans victorious upon the battlefield. Only by the spear of truth can you make us yield.
This is where we hold them. This is where we fight. This is where they die. And these shields rise. This is Sparta.
The specificity of your claim requires you to step up your game. It needs to be substantiated, authenticated. Don't just sit there, get it correlated. Stop getting frustrated while vaccinated, thinking you're educated. Are you really illuminated while being acclimated clown, subjugated, with unabated propaganda permeated? Your arguments are constipated, your history is misstated. All your proofs are long awaited, your counters are unrelated. You're just pontificated and obfuscated. Sorry, friend. Are you medicated?
Calm yourself.
I am sorry, my friend. But not all of us were meant to be soldiers.
It is clear you're aggravated when a fallacy is generated and a Spartan denigrated. Next time, try to reformulate it. But since you got moderated, it's time for you to get re-educated. Here, sophistry gets dominated, arguments decimated. Don't just sit there being domesticated, accepting being indoctrinated with vile claims and substantiated. That's madness incorporated. Be sophisticated and underestimated, unaffiliated and rejuvenated, stimulated and motivated, get animated, activated, rehabilitated with your mind repopulated. Not automated and sedated, blindly opinionated and physically degenerated, with hearts exasperated and minds overestimated. I call that being uneducated.
Spartans! What is your profession?
See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
It's not complicated. Globe model was evaluated, radius invalidated, black swan reverberated, percolated and penetrated, and the globe deflated. Do you understand what is communicated? Light attenuated, perspective appropriated, density understated, entropy violated, Saros cycle assimilated, and the Coriolis conflated. Or do you need it illustrated, perhaps translated? Is it really necessitated to be restated? Gas dissipated, yet container is ventilated. You should feel liberated, it's been corroborated. Religion has evaporated while blind faith was annihilated. Do not be humiliated. This was dictated, slated and fated. Now outdated, antiquated, and needs to be updated. And thoroughly investigated with science invigorated, its potential unmitigated. Be elated, elevated, fascinated. Don't you feel exhilarated? It's long been belated. It's something to be celebrated, not debated.
Find trust.
This was all premeditated, all of it orchestrated, perpetrated, perpetuated, all of us regulated, designated, and desecrated. The whole world manipulated. We were told it rotated, that it was calculated and demonstrated, when it was really estimated and speculated and fabricated and misappropriated. The lies are completely overrated. It's time for the truth to be reinstated.
Go spread the word. Let every Greek assemble know the truth of this. Let each among them search his own soul. And while you're at it, search your own.
Yeah. You're not gonna like this one. Nah, not at first. You're gonna learn to though. You're gonna learn a lot. Check it. If you believe we put a man on the moon, you probably believe we're gonna go to Mars too. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that's just something now we can't do. Try and leave low Earth orbit, see what happens to you as you turn into soup in your spaceman suit. What? Did you forget about the Van Allen bell? And that is filled with radiation. Yo, does that ring a bell? 4,000 degrees, that sounds hotter than hell. Man, you think if people went through there, they just melt, but NASA's already been through it. There's a lot I tell that we believe in for so long, so we might as well keep up the charade instead of breaking these chains, and let the ones on top continue to control our brains. Yo, let them do what they want with the heart and money. $19 billion for cartoons, that's kinda funny. Yeah, that's just common sense to me. $19 billion on some cartoons, on some CGI bullshit. That's just me though. Look into it a little bit, you'd be surprised if that's the right word for it. If you think the moon can be terraformed, you're wrong, and I'ma have to be the one informing you that the moon isn't exactly as it appears. Like when it's waxing or waning, doesn't it seem clear? In the daylight, supposed craters turn blue, and there are even times you see a star straight through. Like it isn't a solid ball just spinning around, like it isn't a rock that's magically pulled down into our orbit, where gravity so strong doesn't absorb it. Moon affects the tides, but other bodies of water ignore it, and it's reflecting light coming from the sun. But moonlight's colder than moon shade, explain that one. Now feel free to stay locked up inside your bubble and keep believing those lies that don't love you, and they'll tell you that the earth's shaped like a pear. Look up Atlantic conspiracies if you dare. Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything that's gonna change your mind, right? I'm just gonna plant a seed. Yeah, you've been lied to, you've been deceived, just like me.
I can go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know curvature is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ship disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending persistence? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician, give him a listen, have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition, a vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision, tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition, right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition, on the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim, falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
Space may be in the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be in the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be in the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be in the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we wanna know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go. History has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we wanna know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
NASA, it's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
Drace 24/7 Flat Earth Discord with Robert Tarr on the beat. Shout out to Gemsy for his tireless service and great ideas. Judgments have a way of festering until you become what you hate. So don't hate and don't judge. Understand and transmute hate into love, rising above the cycle. Don't be the cycle, break the cycle, and be free as you were meant to be, operating empirically, embracing your destiny, living in reality. The globe is a no-show, the Antarctica no-go. The seafloor plateau, you don't know what you don't know. The story I just so. Paddle knows, uh-oh. Status quo, no photo, the only curve is a GoPro. Fight the flow, the fallacious combo. Metal judo, BFE commando, with knowledge as ammo, a 3-point KO. Lost your wig, bro? It's a belief, yo. Celestial navigation, relative to the location, it's called exploration. Using the constellation for thousands of years without deviation, not possible within orbital imagination. It's a faulty conceptualization. Your ears are not just for decoration, you feel no sensation. The vestibular operation proves there's no axis to rotation. All sight has limitation, perspective is our vision. We see by light propagation, but light has attenuation and diffusion, so seeing forever is a pure delusion. Space is a privation, not a bendy dilation. Einstein's melt position is a dated apparition. FE has no competition. Its opposition is only repetition, and supposition and superstition. We're all around false decognition. Welcome to the globe deposition, the lie abolition, or the truth petition. Don't give up your critical thinking of your own volition, even if it has become tradition. That is submission to the mathematician, the sophistic cognition tactician, bringing you the war of attrition and the contradicting redefinition. Become like us, a logician, a sophistry demolition technician. Requisition your intuition, transition to erudition. But be quick, the mission to dumb down the population is so close to fruition. We pay our tuition for our own indoctrination, with lies and a mission, when learning the truth should be your ambition. Regardless of the optics and previous conviction, that's the true ammunition, the power of the truth coalition. On a sacred mission, restoration from sedition, a disposition of the Most High's opposition, of the very same wardens that guarded your mental prison. There is no addition, no prize of admission. We get no commission and all the suspicion. But there's one condition, be honest. This is not a competition, it's a collaborative exhibition. A recognition of rhetoric superstition, with 24/7 repetition. A non-stop globe demolition. I have become a globe funeral mortician.
I started to question things like my own beliefs in my own existence. Like, how does this work? What is the mind? There's this voice that keeps saying shit. What is the truth? What do I know? Am I the body or am I the soul? If I was to die, where would I go? Do I even matter if this is how it goes? But when I woke up, you know what I realized? I am the soul and this body is just my vehicle. And with that awakening came so much more information about the system and how it works. Cause if you know the truth, you regain self-control. Not even a remote chance to get programmed or deceive no more. You start to do some research. That's researching what you think you know when you find out that the earth is actually not a spinning globe. What the fuck are you saying? You sound sort of insane, but it's true, we live on a plane, flat and stationary. The truth will set you free, won't go back to that mental celly. Now I live my life in peace, which back then couldn't do if you paid me. Realize, there's realize and realize. Don't be surprised, we'll find the truth real deep inside. When I see the sky, the sun, the moon, they seem alive. Wish I could fly, so I could see my home with no CGI.
Tactical error, crack like a mirror. Eric Dubé bringing lyrical terror. Hate speech Al-Qaeda, but my rhymes are tighter. I rap for the masses, tracks full of classics. Masterful, plastered with factual fanfare. Banned, but I'm back to attack with a fair share of crap that I can't bear. Cause I'm a care bear. Where is the justice we need to come up in? 19.5 billion per year is what we pay them just to hear. We're spinning right round the Milky Way, waiting on the sun to die one day. But that isn't happening, that is inaccurate. Stick to the facts, not fear-mongering rocket. Masons are liars, NASA are masons. Masons that lie like they're snakes in the garden. The sun isn't dying, your soul is immortal, and so is the solace of solar return. You will ever remember in embers and flames the end of December dismemberment plan. It's a good band. By the way, watch what they say. Everything your government tells you is fake, especially anything about outer space. The only thing they could ever make I would rate is every politician's fucking head on a plate. But we're probably never gonna see that day, cause everybody's living in the rainbow way, with no real man left, cause they've all turned gay.
Realize, there's realize and realize. Don't be surprised, we'll find the truth real deep inside. When I see the sky, the sun, the moon, they seem alive. Wish I could fly, so I could see my home with no CGI. Realize, there's realize and realize. Don't be surprised, we'll find the truth real deep inside. When I see the sky, the sun, the moon, they seem alive. Wish I could fly, so I could see my home with no CGI.
Yo, I've been hearing a lot of talk about refrigerators and whatnot. 2020. MIDI-HC. CI. Glovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the Gleason, thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV. Glovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the Gleason, thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV. Glovers be freaking out when they act like they're speaking about some test for you to do to prove all of their doo-doo. Oh hell no. No. It doesn't work that way. If you're gonna make a claim, you gotta back it up, prove it, or we just throw it away and call it a day. It's a wrap. They tweaking and peaking, looming and sinking, got them all reaching. Did you just say atmosphere? You ain't got no sphere. Get this globe head out of here. Black Swan, nightmare. Turns out the horizon is over there. Look at that. Glovers be like, yeah, but it's just not fair.
You don't see the curvature of the earth.
Cause the earth is not a sphere. Got 'em. If you ain't been peeping the Gleason, but you still asking about seasons, I got a million reasons why I think you're not a genius. You tweaking if you ain't been peeping the Gleason. Got these globe heads sheeping and weeping while we out here speaking and preaching. Peeping the Gleason, you ain't proved shit. You a bad debater, serving up another red herring. Someone get a moderator. Second law of thermodynamic violation. Refrigerator. Wait, what?
Natural phenomena observed, please.
The Terminator will now terminate ya.
Glovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the Gleason, thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV. Glovers be tweaking, they ain't been peeping the Gleason, thinking they proving the theory just cause they saw it on TV.
You are sitting in a second law of thermodynamics violation in your ball-tart spinning space monkey religion.
Okay. You happy with that?
No. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm thrilled.
We just showed that the ball-tards are actual science deniers.
Delano wanna beat the tomato with.
Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang, but scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gon' fall just like dropping the bricks. Suck my. Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang, but scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gon' fall just like dropping the bricks. Suck my.
I'ma tell y'all motherfuckers that the earth is flat. It ain't no motherfucking ball. How the fuck you believe that? NASA ain't some bitches, they ain't go to the moon. Near the grass and you a bitch just like Winnie the Pooh. Bill not a science guy, bitch, fuck you too. The earth flatter than the water at the top of a pool. The earth stationary, bitch, that mean it don't move. In the flat earth wins, the globalists lose. NASA in the Hebrew means lie in the sea. I'm trying to shut the truth till you brainwash people. Do you feel like you're moving? Do you see a fucking curve? But when you touch fire, don't that shit burn? Cause you feel it. All you globalists some bitches, we just telling you the truth. Flat earthers, we the realest. And we get laughed at cause we ain't stupid like you niggas. The government pimps and y'all suck they penis. The sun not 3 million miles away. Get the fuck out of here, I see that bitch every day. It's inside the fucking firmament, the way it's in the Bible. You hate me, I don't give a fuck, you my rival. Rainbows prove it's a dome, bitch. Sundogs prove it's a dome, bitch. The sun and the moon in the dome, bitch. In this water, a motherfucking dome, bitch.
Look, scientists say we got here from the Big Bang, but scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gon' fall just like dropping the bricks. Suck my. Scientists say we got here from the Big Bang, but scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gon' fall just like dropping the bricks. Suck my. Scientists say we got here from the Big Bang, but scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gon' fall just like dropping the bricks. Suck my. Scientists say we got here from the Big Bang, but scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gon' fall just like dropping the bricks. Suck my. Scientists say we got here from the Big Bang, but scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gon' fall just like dropping the bricks. Suck my. Scientists say we got here from the Big Bang, but scientists, y'all can suck on my big thing. Y'all say gravity exists? Bullshit. If it's heavy, it's gon' fall just like dropping the bricks. Suck my.
They wanna try and say that I'm ridiculous, I do not consent. They wanna stick me in my arm with it, I do not consent. They wanna run me for a long distance, I do not consent. You wanna take me from my God presence, I do not consent. Hip-hop's hijacked, syllables are hostages. It's why I rap, filling you with oxygen. Here's the climax, reeling you to not commit. Ground down lilacs, put them in the lozenges. Can't get time back, that might be prophetic. Remove the eye patch, see the dread like a Rasta's head. There's no prize catch, American dreams are rotten fence. You've been mind snatched, do you even comprehend? Can I get a high five back? Here, just put your palm against. Will you take this flight path, or only do what mama says? Might be a light match, reconnaissance did not commence. Time we strike back, come on, let's get off the bench. I can't go along with it, I do not consent. This world, I'm lost in it, I do not consent. I don't know what's wrong with it, I do not consent. I just got one question, where's the common sense? They wanna try and say that I'm ridiculous, I do not consent. They wanna stick me in my arm with it, I do not consent. They wanna run me for a long distance, I do not consent. You wanna take me from my God presence, I do not consent.
I know they listen through my iPhone, but I did not consent. You heard everything I said, yeah, that's just what I meant. They manipulate the minds with all the lies that they invent. It's the end of the world as we know what in the vet. They wanna educate my DNA and alter its defense. Lower in the vibe, they wanna stagger my ascent. I was sent to spread love and light. I'll repent, cause I've been dim and ain't shine bright enough. Need to lighten up, the word is dark, please enlighten us. We need the Midas touch, and it don't matter which way I look, it's like another one bite the dust. Don't know who to trust, they usually lie to me. Don't know who I believe, but I can see they're planning a robbery. Yeah, undoubtedly. Hey,
I can't go along with it, I do not consent. This world, I'm lost in it, I do not consent. I don't know what's wrong with it, I do not consent. I just got one question, Where's the common sense? They wanna try and say that I'm ridiculous. I do not consent. They wanna stick me in my arm with it. I do not consent. They wanna run me for a long distance. I do not consent. You wanna take me from my God presence. I do not consent.
This is not a new world. It is simply an extension of what began in the old one. It has patterned itself after every dictator who has ever planted the ripping imprint of Putin on the pages of history since the beginning of time. It has refinements, technological advances, and a more sophisticated approach to the destruction of human freedom. But like every one of the superstates that preceded it, it has one iron rule. Logic is an enemy and truth is a menace. To the destruction of human freedom. This is not a new world. Truth is a menace. To the destruction of human freedom. This is not a new world. Logic is an enemy. Truth is a menace. This is not a new world. This is not a new world. Logic is an enemy and truth is a menace. This is not a new world. This is not a new world. Truth is a menace. The destruction of human freedom. This is not a new world. The destruction of human freedom. This is not a new world. Logic is an enemy and truth is a menace. This is not a new world. Truth is a menace. This is not a new world. Logic is an enemy. Truth is a menace. This is not a new world. This is not a new world. Truth is a menace. This is not a new world. Logic is an enemy and truth is a menace to the destruction of human freedom, human freedom, human freedom, human freedom. This is not a new world. Truth is a menace to the destruction of human freedom, human freedom. This is not a new world. Human freedom, human freedom. This is not a new world. It is simply an extension of what began in the old one. It has patterned itself after every dictator who has ever planted the ripping imprint of Putin on the pages of history since the beginning of time. It has refinements, technological advances, and a more sophisticated approach to the destruction of human freedom. But like every one of the superstates that preceded it, it has one iron rule. Logic is an enemy and truth is a menace. This is not a new world. Truth is a menace. Truth is a menace. The destruction of human freedom. Human freedom. Human freedom. This is not a new world. patterned itself after every dictator who has ever planted the written imprint of a boot on the pages of history since the beginning of time. It has refinements, technological advances, and a more sophisticated approach to the destruction of human freedom. But like every one of the superstates that preceded it has one iron rule. Logic is an enemy and truth is a menace.
Keeps you alive or keeps your mind in jail. Born into a system where you fight beside the lies we tell. We glorify and sell freedom like a diet pill, while society feeds your desires for the dollar bill. You've been inside the wheel, running like a fire drill. Believe the American dream when it's been designed to fail. But you're entitled still, your pride is alive and well. Open up your eyes and you'll find that the genocide is real. You in denial still, conditioned to the violence. Every activist is killed or discredited or silenced. You call it coincidence, I just think it's cognitive dissonance. We just keep on bombing the innocent. Any problems, we just solve it with censorship. Get a grip, monarch mind control blast through the radio bands. Once you turn on your TV, you get with the program. Get with the program. Get with the program. Get with the program.
Laws being changed. The FDA putting ingredients in certain foods for certain reasons. Mostly their agenda is population control, mind control. You're being manipulated.
Greed is funding both sides of the wars we've been in. It's blowing up buildings to cover up money that's missing. It's faking events to push an agenda for conditioning. It's making money from every inmate that stays in prison. The average American bleeds because of our nation, the land of the thief, home of the slave. You could be calling it treason because of the way that I think. I've been anti-patriotic since I've been waking up out of a sleep. And this industry is toxic, I don't believe in the hypocrisy. It's a joke, all they want is to bring down our brain waves and to build a mental prison. We the modern day slaves. Monarch mind control blast through the radio bands. Once you turn on your TV, you get with the program. Get with the program. Get with the program. Get with the program.
Politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. They own you. They own everything.
Get with the program. 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 Get with the program.
It's fun, yeah. It's fun, yeah. It's fun, yeah.
We the best music.
It's fun, yeah.
Another one.
It's fun, yeah.
DJ Khaled.
You gotta make your mind up. I gotta ask you, bro, just how'd you find us? I got flat earth on my mind, is that a crime, yeah? Don't wanna go back to days when it was a globe. The curve is my priority, and I'll put that over everything. And the globe ain't shit, and there ain't no space. Waiting on gravity, validate. Half gas pressure, less contained. Cause ain't gravity, but you can bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. So let go of the space globe. Let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, oh, that glow, let it go, oh, that glow, oh, let it go, let go.
I let it go if you say that there's curve, then that shit better show. Don't try to play like I'm slow, cause I've been running the block and I know there's no glow. Ass for proof when I give you some more. And I'm proud of myself cause I used to be glow. Now I just hustle and grind and fly smack into all of my muscles or so. Asking me say it's a ball, he ain't got no proof at all. Keep asking why did it fall, don't try me, it's gonna end up in a brawl. Brenda's clocks like a dog, Cito far less is some fog. Ask for curvature measurements, making go claims without no evidence. Globe's too big, can't see curve. Hopped in a plane, but you still ain't high up. Red Bull jump, no curve, can't see none. Parallel rays with some shadows and a stick up. Think you measure shit, no hiccups. You know what's some bull that they whipped up. This is flat as little baby, it's CB, I ain't got no choice but to tell ya.
They say gravity, but you can't bend space or time. Sometimes it's sunny, but sometimes it don't shine. The globe don't exist, it's only in your mind. So let go of the space glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, oh, that glow. Let it go, oh, that glow. Oh, let it go, that glow.
You don't really understand sometimes what a terrible burden it is to know some of the things that I know. And try to wake people up and impart this knowledge to them. And find out that they just have walls built in front of them. They want to be slaves.
Now I risk sounding like a conspiracy theorist, but it's no longer a theory. What I'm about to say is fact. The secret organizations of the world power elite are no longer secret. They have planned and are now leading us into a one-world communist government.
Journey with me deep inside the rabbit hole. Wake up my friends, there's some things that you have to know. Everything you ever thought you knew, it has to go. For instance, NASA is the world's largest magic show. 9/11 was a planned demolition and Sandy Hook was a scam. Come on man, are you tripping? Constant programming being crammed in your vision. Just take a step back and examine this prison. Turn on the news and they're trying to blind you. All they ever do is tell you lies and divide you. There's nowhere you can even hide, they'll find you. Illuminati, all-seeing eye right behind you. It's about time you find out we're being lied to. They're attempting to control the mind that's inside you. Hide you from the power that designed you. Does anybody have a problem with this? Well, I do. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. They're lying to us about everything. How can this be? I know I'm not crazy, and yet I'm questioning my sanity. I see what the Illuminati's doing to humanity. The truth is stranger than fiction. We're living in a fantasy. What I'm witnessing is unreal. It's a one-way battle for us cattle going uphill. If we don't stand and fight now, then no one will. Our children will never know freedom, it's a done deal. The future's not looking so promising. It's the poor who go to war while the rich keep on profiting. It's us that they're slaughtering and money that they're honoring. And soon it's gonna be the new world order that they're offering. It's mind-boggling how so many don't seem aware. And if they are, it's like they really just don't even care. Our world is broken and I'm hoping it can be repaired. But we'll have to fight for it, so just be prepared. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. They say they got it, but they're never coming up with proof. If you're looking, then they got you jumping through these hoops. The lies always continuing to rise and busting through the roof.
Forget the politicians. Politicians are put there to give you the idea that you have freedom of choice. You don't. You have no choice. You have owners. And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking.
flat in this bitch. Globe confusion with the drip drop. It's flat everywhere. I got facts up in my Ziploc. Flat up in this place, no globe model, that's for kid bops. You ain't on flat earth, you can kick rocks, okay? Flat, hey, flatten, smack, smack. Flatten, smack, smack. Flatten, smack, smack. Flat, flat, smack. Yeah. Globe got no curve, bitch. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, flatten, smack, smack, flatten, flat, smack, smack, flat, flat, smack, 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 flat, flat. Yeah. Globe gone flat, got no curve, bitch, I'm flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch, yes, I'm flat. Hey, take it off, yeah, globe off, yeah, live stream, yeah, everybody here, bringing up air, gas pressure, yeah. Flat is my fate, the globe is gon' hate, the truth I chase, and it don't break, we just killed space, yeah, it's all fake, back in the safe, now hit me that tape, 10 toes in the mud, measured earth, and it's flat, yeah, Glober dunked on in its fields, and that's facts, yeah, I ain't tryna fight you too emotional, now take this flat smack like it's supposed to go, bait it out the globe, had to bounce right quick, wonder how I drop out, learn to count like this, got a folder with no earth curve where I keep my shit, hit a bay first with a laser, ain't no curve in this bitch. Okay, I'm flat. Hey, flatten, smack, smack, flat, flat, smack, smack, flat, flat, smack, smack, flat, smack, flat. Yeah. Globe no curve, turn that flat into facts, turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch. Yes, it's flat. Hey, flatten, smack it, smack it, flat, flat, smack, yeah, flat, flat, smack, smack, flat, smack, smack. Globe gone flat, got no curve, bitch. I'm flat, turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch, yes, I'm flat. I'm a globe destroyer. Yeah. F.E. Doyum globe spoken ass nigga. In the live stream joking. Took his globe like it's stolen. Broke brain can't focus ass nigga. Pause about we gotta call up. Call up nigga, he gon' chop his head off. Can't run the game round here, bruh. Cause we're hang no sphere, bruh. Lil nigga, do you got a problem? What? Lil nigga will come and solve it. Yeah. Facts coming in, can't stop it. We getting to the money, y'all jogging. Yeah. Good times represent victory. To the same globes just dead to me. A washed up blurf don't mean shit to me. I'ma surf off the curve in a Tiffany. Globers do nothing for me unless you leaving BC where the curve be. I'm flat gang, savage free. Globers get smoked just trying to diss me. Okay. Yeah, flatten, flat. Yeah, flatten, smack, smack, flat, flat, smack, smack. Flat, yeah, globe gone flat, ain't no curve, bitch, it's flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch, yes, it's flat. Hey, flatten, smack it, flat, flat, smack, smack, flat, flat, smack, 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 yeah, flat, yeah, globe gone flat, ain't no curve, bitch, it's flat. Turn the globe into a ghost punk, bitch, yes, it's flat. Yeah, CB, you know me.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelt. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now? You lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Nassholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
Is a mirage. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
9 nautical miles in altitude, 5 nautical miles downrange. Velocity now reading 3,340 feet per second. Seconds. I bet you did last night, Joe. You let some of those Marshall guys come up here and fix it, didn't you? We can see. The closer I get to it, the bigger it is. Yeah, but look at the perishatic part, Charlie. On this side over here? Yeah. This place is just absolutely incredible.
Fucking challenging, the whole thing, eh? It's like, wait a minute, you're saying that's a drawing? How you gonna know? 1482, this is when they came up with this idea. We are on that thing, it's a ball. Hey, we should go to the North and the South Pole. We're gonna do it yet, it's a fucking ball. Hey, nobody's even like jumped up high enough to see if it is a ball. We can't do that, we don't have planes yet, it's a ball. Oh yeah, can you prove that in an equation? Yeah, I can prove that in an equation. On a ball spinning 1,000 miles an hour while it's going 26,000 miles around the sun. I don't feel it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour right now. That's because of gravity. Oh yeah, gravity? What's that? That's the thing you can't prove people. It's basically the model itself. It took Newton like a book 3 times thicker than the Bible, and he still couldn't finish his equation on how to prove gravity. I mean, he went to hyperbole into ifs. I mean, if you were to highlight every time the word if came up in Newton's book of physics, you could fucking use it as a flashlight in a dark room, man. It's like, you fucking get out of the cave with the amount of times if is highlighted.
I said, empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot.
in the movies and lies throughout the news. They manufacture opinions and form all of your views. Everything we think we know is actually opposite of the truth, but what do you do when reality's fraudulent? The whole system is rigged, it's an illusion of choice. You can keep screaming and yelling, end up losing your voice. What's the point? What's the point? That's what I ask sometimes. Roll a joint, smoke that joint, and then I smash some rhymes. I'm still a slave, but that boy overdose is hard to control. How far far will he go? Much further than you possibly know. ODD TV, I've been doing this. I have to get deep because half of you are asleep, the other half are just sheep. Wakey, wakey, wake the fuck up, man. I'm really sick of this. They rub the truth all up in our faces and it's ridiculous. They always keep the odds stacked against us and we can't seem to win. After seeing all the things I've seen, I'll never sleep again.
Everything is a lie. Slave till the day you die. World full of boogeymen. I'll never sleep again. Rules that you must obey. Can't seem to get away. It's making my head spin. I'll never sleep again.
Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again. We live in a prison cube, ruled over by the hexagon. Nothing but witchcraft and black magic spells in your lexicon. Search till the day you're dead and gone. There's gotta be some way out of here. Looking up at the sky, just watching chemical clouds appear. They got these toxic heavy metals filling up your body. You're a zombie, unaware that you serve the Illuminati. Man, how's your head feel after taking that red pill? When you learn the truth, it's scary. You can barely stand still. The Matrix is a computer-generated dreamland. Most certainly you're a worker bee for the queen, man. They lie to us about outer space and the earth is flat. They're killing us with the food they sell us. What's worse than that? You may wake up, but that doesn't mean the world's gonna change. It can stress you out, make you depressed, or fill you up with rage. We're in a cage, the whole world is nothing but a stage. And we're almost there, so be prepared for the coming age.
Everything is a lie. Slave till the day you die. World full of boogeymen. I'll never sleep again. Rules that you must obey. Can't seem to get away. It's making my head spin. I'll never sleep again.
Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again.
Everything is a lie.
Everything, man.
Slave till the day you die.
There's no escaping it.
World full of boogeymen.
They live.
I'll never sleep again.
I'm an insomniac.
Rules that you must obey.
Obey, obey, obey.
Can't seem to get away.
No, I can't get away.
It's making my head spin.
It's not the world spinning.
I'll never sleep again.
Never, ever, ever.
Chemicals in the sky.
What the hell are they spraying, man?
Nobody wonders why.
Those are just clouds, bro.
Organelles in my skin.
This can't be happening.
I'll never sleep again.
I can't do it.
Things are not what they seem.
Everything is opposite.
Wish it was all a dream.
I'm wide awake, though.
When will this madness end?
It's not looking good.
I'll never sleep again.
It's just not possible.
Had to make a song for the Globers, they ain't even know what they told us. And got flight smacked in October. It didn't go as smooth as he hoped for. Earth don't move, didn't notice. Heart gone cold, got it froze. Need somewhere to cry, we got shoulders. A fraction can't move mountains, Flat Earth move boulders. Kick 3 punch, we got holders. Midwest when it be snowing. Better wake up, need the Folgers. Got the win in hand, no folding. Earth don't move, I told him. Global stay mad, head exploding. Hold up. Now Flat Earth got exposure. All we doing is exposing Globers. Get him, Sasha. Listen this. Andy and Crypto got fish and chips. Netflix and chillin' out with your chick. I told her the earth is as flat as it gets. Once you go flat, you don't go back again. Bodie saw curve on me, left, right, it him. Flash met the Glover, got Mac right and quit. Globe is all over by the sounds of it. It's a limp dick just like Sally's bridge. Got them cold cuts just to need a fridge. Flat Earth jab, get them needles quit. Platform Hill House, you can clearly see it. Slow is gonna need to concede and quit.
Evidence, but no, we ain't seen it. Dirty globe, we cleaned them. Flutter flames, or we beamed them. Shout out to Dave, this and all the fakes. Yeah, Globers be slaves. Stay in them caves, homies got played. Yeah, space is all gay. Yeah, Globers getting paid. Stop the globe and press play. It's flood up in this place. Take my facts and I spray. He fell to his knees to the globe he prayed. CJ, Indio. Globers be acting silly though. Probably flex make it a million. You goofy, some makes a million.
Central, Martov.
Globers be acting silly though. Probably flex make it a million. You goofy, some makes a million.
Vladdy, Kiwi.
Globers be acting silly though. Probably flex make it a million. You goofy, some makes a million.
T-Watt, Timbo.
Globers be acting silly though. Probably flex make it a million. Goofy, some makes a million.
You know what I do at the end of the song? Shout out to all of my dogs, yeah. Yeah. And a special shout out to Lobby Squad, yeah. CB. Yeah.
We do not consent
to the wars you use to kill the poor.
We do not consent
to get taxes and mandatory vaccines.
We do not consent
to the GMOs that you grow.
We do not consent
to adhering your geoengineering.
We don't consent to the flaw in the water supply, blinding our third eye and keeping us compliant. We don't consent to the wars you wage every day, bombing innocent children hundreds of miles away. We don't consent to you hiding our true history, or your secret societies keeping it a mystery. Cause you've been lying to all of us for centuries. Now it's time we break through your green screen reality. There won't be a rock unturned for y'all to be hiding. You're unprepared for the upcoming uprising, and no denying that you've ruled for too long. And we're chipping away at your armor with each song. We use the truth to put an end to the abuse. Once you see what's to come, I wouldn't wanna be in your shoes. You think we're just lambs lining up for the slaughter, but we're here to make your new world have no order. We do not consent
to the wars you use to kill the poor.
We do not consent
to get taxes and mandatory vaccines.
We do not consent
to the GMOs that you grow.
We do not consent
to adhering your geoengineering. We don't consent to the chemicals you're spraying above us, and we don't consent to the criminals you're paying to run us. We don't consent to your false flag attacks and shooting hoaxes. We're standing up now and letting you know we're truly focused. We don't consent to your central bank or your corporations. We practice discipline, citizen, and subordination. We don't consent to the 1% having everything. We don't consent to be puppets, we're cutting every string. I know one thing for certain, they won't control me. You had to have heard the name by now, they call me OD. I don't consent to the media telling lies to me. I don't consent to them engineering society. It's time to take over this shit, so now we're locked and loaded, ready for anything that happens at any moment. We're wide awake, there's no way that we'll ever go back. Never sleep again, and we wanted to let you know that
we do not consent
to the wars you use to kill the poor.
We do not consent
to get taxes and mandatory vaccines.
We do not consent
to the GMOs that you grow.
We do not consent
to adhering your geoengineering.
We do not consent.
Hey. Check 1, check 2, check 1, 2, 3, 4.
Look what they're chatting about. They're chatting about. They're chatting about. Look what they're chatting about. They're chatting about. They're chatting about. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Listen. New York. Immature. Like jumping on the couch. Listen. New York. jumping on the couch. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. They say, hey y'all, immature, like jumping on the couch. Look what they're chatting about. They're chatting about. They're chatting about. Look what they're chatting about. They're chatting about. They're chatting about. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Tell me the reason for all of this season. Tell me the reason for all of this season. You should watch your mouth. 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 Tell me the reason for all of this season. Tell me the reason for all of this season. You should watch your mouth. 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 Towers it flat. Towers it flat. What they're chatting about. Towers it flat. What they're chatting about. Towers it flat. Towers it flat. What they're chatting about. Towers it flat. Very clever. Towers it flat. Very clever. Towers it flat. Very clever. Very clever. Look what they're chatting about. They're chatting about. They're chatting about. Look what they're chatting about. They're chatting about. They're chatting about. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Flirt, you should watch your mouth. What? You should watch your mouth. You should watch your mouth. Towers it flat. Towers it flat. What they're chatting about. Towers it flat. What they're chatting about. Towers it flat. Towers it flat. What they're chatting about. Towers it flat. Very clever. Towers it flat. Very clever. Towers it flat. Very clever. Very clever.
Beautiful day here in Florida. SpaceX is moments away from making history. 9, 8, 7, you can hear the crowd's excitement. 4, 3, 2, 1, blast off. It's fact that the earth is flat. 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 It's fact that the earth. NASA allows us get to it around 1962ish. They tried to get through it the very first time. Mushroom clouds filled the sky. The Soviet Union and US got denied the other side of the firmament. They couldn't access it. About that time they invented NASA ships that couldn't pierce through the sky. Operation Fishbowl, go on and imagine it. And I ain't acting stupid when I say that space is fake. That this ain't no adding to it. See, the Masons made the Matrix maze and used religion to take away your faith. Hey, I guess I was just saved by grace, woke and not just a daily eighth to the face. And for a second, I ain't know if I should do this song, but then I thought, ain't no one could prove me wrong, cause it's fact that the earth is flat. 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 It's fact that the earth. NASA lies. They want you to believe that it's your eyes. The moon is 200,000 miles away. Nice try, they ask. Why would they lie? Say 50 million plus a day seems kinda high. Besides, we are the apple of his eye. Take away the dome and we're not. Are you surprised? And if so, why? Think about it, mate.
really a big bang, then evolution? How could we be stardust? That's as nuts as Isaac Newton. All the research that I've been doing, you could even do if you're blind and stupid. Get a book on tape or YouTube and view it. It all makes sense. They don't want you to see the truth or to believe the truth, cause they believe you don't even need the truth. It's all made up, the elite, they're all in a club, and it's all gonna get worse. They signed it in blood, but in Yah's name holds faith and trust. So I'm just chilling, trying to tell y'all what's up. Repent. It's fact that the earth is flat. 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 It's fact that the earth. NASA lies. NASA is a devil in disguise. I repeat, no shuttle has ever pierced through the sky. You decide. Look at any launch, how they fly sideways, never straight up. Yeah, that would work if the globe wasn't made up. NASA every day gets paid chunks of money for what? Some kids don't even get to eat lunch, disgusting. Some people don't even get to eat nothing. And we're trusting cause buildings ain't crumbling as we hurl through space doing 60,000 and something. Nothing you say will change my mind. We've been lied to. If you don't wanna believe me, that's fine too. But please understand I've listed reasons why I choose to call you blind if you refuse to just open your eyes, you fools. And I ain't trying to leave on bad terms, but it's clear you're still brainwashed if you think the earth turns. It's fact that the earth is flat. 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 It's fact that the earth is flat.
Here to splash some flat water in your face with my boy, the one and only PC. We're here to tell you, do your own experiment. Stop believing everything they tell you. And the red pill is real. Free your mind, Neo. It's back that the earth is flat.
2, 1, 0. All engines.
Life on the ball. Fantastic, we don't fall. Amazing how the sun can shine so high. Life on the ball. Gravity explains it all. Be thankful that the moon remains in your sky. You don't have to be 3 standard deviations higher than the average Asian to see someone pissing down your leg and telling you it's raining. Who's your teacher? I'll step in the class and touch 'em. Lessons to smash and crush 'em. Weapons of mass destruction. Itching to gas and flush 'em. I know you know my motto. Nothing precedes my duty. They call me obligado. They think the house is holy. It's incommunicado. They full of guacamole. I crush the avocados. Call me the virtuoso now. That means aficionado. Master of the Stratocaster. Wizard with a pizzicato. Luciferian foolishness is what you follow. Believing you're on the ball, you have all knelt down to swallow. Fuck all your bravado. If you're dissing Mr. Dubé, you're dead or your head's just hollow. I used to marvel at your little blue marble, but now it's impossible to continent your global model. Life on the ball, fantastic, we don't fall. Ain't it amazing? Amazing how the sun can shine so high. That's what they told you. Life on the ball, gravity explains it all. That explains everything. Be thankful that the moon remains in your sky.
Yo, Dubé's back to blast tracks and to ask you questions. Final mass class, the last flat past is pending. First class, broken glass, globe package sending. With a message to the Jews that your reign is ending. Like Payday said, warriors are gathering. So here's a smattering of what your stupid fucking sheeple ass should be asking NASA. Why the race with Rasa? How'd you get there faster? Where's the original tapes and telemetry data? You said you lost it, but what's the cost? You spent billions of dollars turning us all into ballers. Now take the fallen while you're stalling. Ponder who you Jews and Masons gonna call when the ball is burning. When the world ain't turning and the people learning that it was you that lied to us, told us we were moving. My mission's coming to fruition. I don't envy you, dude. The end is coming so soon. Your blue moon is through.
Life on the ball. Life on the ball, baby. Fantastic, we don't fall. Astounding how we don't fall, baby. Amazing how the sun can shine so high. 93 million miles away. Life on the ball. Life on the ball. Gravity explains it all. That's what they say. Be thankful that the moon remains in your sky. Now tell me, why do seemingly logical men behave hostile when one. You question the orthodoxical nature of their gospel and present several obstacles that render it impossible to reconcile the assertions they read in periodicals. The masses can't stop screaming with emphatic passion. They have been inculcated in a dogmatic fashion. They do not know the extent to which NASA's lying. They can't wrap their curved mind around the flat horizon. It isn't that surprising when they feel they got a license to utter fallacies like Neil deGrasse Tyson, saying the earth is pear-shaped. What, you freebasing? You are just an actor, clown, front man, Freemason. Tilting your earth 23.4 degrees, leaving you with 666. Now you're on your knees. Filleting these demons, see Satan has stolen your power at 66,600 miles an hour. Life on the ball is beautiful, fantastic, we don't fall. You've been stuck in a spin cycle. Amazing how the sun can shine so high. Hoodwinked and bamboozled. Life on the ball is magical. Gravity explains it all. Nothing short of laughable. Be thankful that the moon remains in your sky. You better count your lucky stars, Earthling.
Yeah, Denver. Yeah, stand up. Hard body shit. Flat boys. Bang. Let's go. Hard body shit. Ever since my birth, my dick got mad girth. I'm chilling with my people talking about that flat earth. Last night, your boy had some sex with a nice girl. Did the Titanic really hit an iceberg? When other people spend their lives chasing wealth, me and my boys, we chase that ice shelf. Ice shelf, fuck a globe, not a part of the system. Try to keep us down, but whoops, you missed one. It's really sad to see all these people mad at me, cause I just figured out there's no such thing as gravity. Yeah, NASA, and now I think I'll pass her. Hard pass. Forgot everything I learned in class. It's a storm of information like a monsoon. Lying mother, no one landed on the moon. Not a straight answer, what is you saying? Out with the old like that human-sized penguin. The earth is flat, the earth is flat. People around the globe know the earth is flat. I don't care about this, I don't care about that. People around the globe know the earth is flat. Bang. Yeah, Denver, Flat Earth Convention 2018, Flat Boys. Yeah.
Alrighty, MIDI HC. Yeah, that's a funny name. Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server. Thank you. What brings you here? And be honest, what shape do you think the Earth is? I'm just here to troll. The world is a stage, Shakespeare. You think you live on a fake sphere. There are no curvatures, ain't there? That means it's not an oblate pair. NASA's lying, it's obvious, yeah. Look at the bloopers of sloppy as like they're not even trying to fool half the audience. You have to buy it up. You say you're woke, but it's diet, yeah. Want to debate, do not try it, yeah. Leave them unpacking and crying, yeah. Take out the rinse and then dry it, yeah. If you got proof, then provide it. You are VC verified, and either you're seeking the truth or you will just go into hiding. Give it me, debug FE. Give it me, gravity. Give it me, philosophy. Give it me, pure comedy. Give it me, debug FE. Give it me, gravity. Give it me, philosophy. Give it me, pure comedy. You gotta admit, sometimes this is just pure comedy. I mean, you know, don't get me wrong, we're looking for some evidence for this globe theory, but it's pretty funny.
Good morning, Nathan.
Morning, Brenda. How are you?
Ready to get destroyed again?
Ready to be lit on fire, Mrs. Perlman?
You mean you came in ready to be destroyed again? Yeah, we accept that, Brenda. Hi, how are you?
We got our torches ready, Strawman.
I've destroyed your argument every single time.
Oh, what a way to start a morning.
Yeah. I love this.
Here's 2020. Chocolate scene. It's coming at you. Yeah. My squad blazing through like low arsonists. Y'all get dissed, annihilated off the list of a long line of globals who will just insist we're living on a spinning ball that does not exist. As I sit back and wonder why they persist, like some pissed gorillas living in the mist. Always lacking evidence, they just get dismissed. But here's the twist, they won't cease and desist. Their illegal activities seems all they got are fallacies. Begging the question and never saying please. Claiming flat earth is only arcade, while you sit back and paint these mosaics of Aristophanes. Like what the fuck, bro, it seems profound. 2,000 years and still sight 6 to the ground. Meanwhile, what's really going 6 feet deep is the value of your radius. It's RIP. Rest in peace to your little RADIUS. It's just a fantasy. Can't you see that your little globe theory is about to be in the fucking GRAVE? Come on. Keep it moving. Yo, I'm really trying to ascertain how insane it is to endure the pain that would make a grown man out loud exclaim that a body of water could somehow maintain the outside of a ball. Now that's insane. Even Isaac Newton said that he would not feign a hypothesis for this bullshit campaign of a force that's only a force in your brain. Don't complain cause I'm not trying to pull your chain. This ain't no game. It's often claimed with thoughts in vain to not go against the grain. It sounds profane. The cartoon ball will not sustain. Its reign has been now deemed as inhumane. Me and my fam only wanna help you be attained and reclaim your sense of home and your domain. Your life has been spent on the top of a plane, yeah. In the year 2020, it seems the case. Heliocentrism as it starts to race. Globetrotters scrambling just to keep the pace while still telling folk tales about outer space. Kinda funny you think NASA really got your back. Astronauts in a vacuum, yo, that's all an act. In fact, they only do it to control your mind. And to not see through it, yo, you must be blind. In due time, it will all soon be revealed. Little water ball is losing its mass appeal. On the real, doesn't matter how bad you feel. Fact of the matter is that your face been sealed. Death of the globe model is now at hand. People seeing through the lies all across the land. From Eli to NY to Jin in Japan. It's a rap, time to throw the magic ball in the can. Come on.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be chucking and jiving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back, you never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8-inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So, proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauding. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind in respect of a warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron is not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. At astronauts, monetary paid for. Submerged in the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circling the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. Learn with the horizon swan. We eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong while they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they're devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle, who can block the fastest? Falsified the radius, you cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, they come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want Caesar assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
Do not consent
to the wars you use to kill the poor.
We do not consent
to get taxes and mandatory vaccines.
We do not consent
to the GMOs that you grow.
We do not consent
to adhering your geoengineering.
We don't consent to the floor and the water supply, blinding our third eye and keeping us compliant. We don't consent to the wars you wage every day, bombing innocent children hundreds of miles away. We don't consent to you hiding our true history, or your secret societies keeping it a mystery. Cause you've been lying to all of us for centuries. Now it's time we break through your green screen reality. There won't be a rock and turn for y'all to be hiding. You're unprepared for the upcoming uprising, and no denying that you've ruled for too long. And we're chipping away at your armor with each song. We use the truth to put an end to the abuse. Once you see what's to come, I wouldn't wanna be in your shoes. You think we're just lambs lining up for the slaughter, but we're here to make your new world have no order. We do not consent
to the wars you use to kill the poor.
We do not consent
to get taxes and mandatory vaccines.
We do not consent
to the GMOs that you grow.
We do not consent
to adhering your geoengineering.
We don't consent to the chemicals you're spraying above us, and we don't consent to the criminals you're paying to run us. We don't consent to your false flag attacks and shooting hoaxes. We're standing up now and letting you know we're truly focused. We don't consent to your central bank or your corporations. We practice discipline, citizen, and subordination. We don't consent to the 1% having everything. We don't consent to be puppets, we're cutting every string. I know one thing for certain, they won't control me. You had to have heard the name by now, they call me OD. I don't consent to the media telling lies to me. I don't consent to them engineering society. It's time to take over this shit, so now we're locked and loaded, ready for anything that happens at any moment. We're wide awake, there's no way that we'll ever go back. Never sleep again, and we wanted to let you know that
we do not consent
to the wars you use to kill the poor.
We do not consent
to get taxes and mandatory vaccines.
We do not consent
to the GMOs that you grow.
We do not consent
to adhering your geoengineering.
We do not consent.
Derek Rodriguez. I swear the earth is flat. Or should I say earth? You think the earth is round, cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school you trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globetards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lies one at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No. Parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down. The Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell it. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, Earth is flat. Big Rodriguez. I swear the Earth is flat. Or should I say Earth? You think the Earth is round, cause that's what they told ya. From elementary school, you're trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globetards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lies one at a time. Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles. No. Parallel sun rays through the clouds. Straight down. The Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell him. Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, Earth is flat.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privations. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretending clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper bleeds, with no ball to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your multi-line or scientific. All a sticker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globetards step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you is like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict. All tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globetards wind up like Sub-Zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigma that's sweet. You once obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks in the head. She keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best team since butter toast. When it comes to FB, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you ballers never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up. It's crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? Most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what y'all hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since that shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air
That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately you fuck off the space. We understand there's no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground. To say that ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up hope on your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize he's smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up for the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on, thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan, never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong implicitly. We've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere in no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany, lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
For attending this event, please have a seat and settle in. We're about to begin in debates over this topic. We're seeing an influx, so instead of wasting time, let's get right down to the crux. Now traditionally, we've all been taught for many years that this planet Earth that we're living on is just a sphere. The panelists to my right will attempt to prove that, while the panelists to my left will try to prove that it's flat. Okay, you first. Well, anyone with common sense would know that in actuality the Earth could only be a globe. This theory of a flat planet is just a fabrication. There's years of documented ship circumnavigation. You liars came along and eliminated the truth. The ancient scholars have all demonstrated the proof. We have days, nights, time zones that happen as we spun, verifying that we're absolutely circling the sun. We're not circling the sun. The sun's above us, they lied. Day and night is a result of it moving from side to side. The principles of how are not hard to uncover. When it's shining on one side, there's darkness on the other. The sun's 93 million miles away. No, it's not. It's closer and smaller than what they taught you and not as hot. No revolving in an upward direction we propel. The sun sits over the flat earth and the moon does as well. What the hell? You're speaking so miscellaneously. Where's the evidence to back the way that you claim it to be? So I need you to explain this to me. If the sun's above a flat earth, we should all see it simultaneously. Okay. Next question, you can both issue your case. If the earth is flat, explain the globe pictures from space. There's satellites that take shots and photos are captured. Those are fake computer-generated images from NASA. They've lied on many things for the illusion of advancing. And please don't even get me started on that moon landing. The pictures keep changing, so it's obvious they did it. If you research their documents about it, they'll admit it. They've covered up the truth for years, believe it or not. It's all just a fake government-engineered plot. Well, I have a question, since NASA is our space station. Its locations in the US, what about the other nations? See, many countries have space programs that excel, and they all have pictures of a globe Earth as well. You're failing to see this thing as a collective endeavor, cause you don't believe that other countries conspire together. If the Earth is flat, couldn't you go to the edge and fall? No, sir, the edge is blocked by the Antarctica wall. There's a block of ice surrounding the planet, totally frozen. This is the barrier that keeps everything enclosed. The governments of the world know, all of them are in it. And it's strange how that part of the planet is off limits. Alright, back to the globe guy. Present your next claim. Yes, sir, I've seen the curvature of Earth while on a plane. It's the same with an astronaut. No, with all due respect, that curve you think you see is called the fishbowl effect. That window was probably convex and round too, so naturally the surface seems curved when you look through. And another thing that I would like to easily disprove, if the Earth is spinning so fast, why don't we feel it move? Well, I'm not surprised that that's the point that you'd rationalize, and not take into account the Earth is massive in size and moving at a steady rate of speed that stays the same, so the movement isn't felt unless the miles per hour change. That's insane. We fly off of the planet spinning around, and please don't try to say that the gravity which I'd like my counterpart to expound. How come just the Earth is flat and the other planets are round? Mars, Neptune, Jupiter, Venus, even the Sun. Cause the telescope can clearly show the shape of each one. Please explain the traveling over horizons by ships and the curved shadow on the moon in a lunar eclipse. Yo, one question at a time, bro. You hogging the mic. Flat Earth guy, the floor is yours. Take as long as you like. Well, your horizon question, I'll answer it in an instant. The ship's disappearance is all a matter of distance. And as for the lunar eclipse, it's an easy battle. The circular form of the moon dictates the shadow. So no matter what the shape of the object that's hovering, its shadow takes the form of the object it's covering. And as for other planets being round, that's a no-go. What you see in your telescope is different from the NASA photo. Okay, that's it. It's over. No more time left to debate this. We're glad that both of you were able to present your cases. So let me give my point of view before we close out. Flatter globe is more important things in life to worry about.
For the glober to move over, there's no rovers on Mars, or the moon, or the stars. Space is fake, he's scoping hard. This is fate, we came this far. This debate, yeah, this is ours. You got hate up in your heart. All the games, they fall apart. Watch me paint, yeah, this is art. I took my aim, yeah, this is war. There's no curve down on the floor, yeah, there's no globe there anymore. It's okay to share your pain, cause yeah, I've been there all before. Join the server to debate, but this is Dancing with the Stars. Too much food up on your plate, the flat earthers, they took your lunch. If you didn't watch the tape, then you'll get knocked out in round one. That's just what will come your way if you don't learn about debate. Yeah, I was just like you on the globe back in the day, and I thought the earth was moving till I learned that space was fake. Now I know it's not a globe and you can't tell me about the shape, but you think buildings moving, that the gas is uncontained. Said you never had the proof, you should learn to feel ashamed, cause you said the curve was there, but then you hopped up in a plane. Flat earth, it took me years, I'm not expecting you to change. Yeah, I know it takes some time and you won't get it in a day. Now you at the starting line and now it's time to run your race. And the globe is in the past, the globe earthers in last place. Man, when you tell the truth, they'll throw some shade up in your face. Do not worry about the trolls, no, they can't get up in your way. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day, and you need to say shit. Better back up all your claims, I won't take no fallacy. God diss him if he plays. No, it's not a disc, yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get banned all out of place. Take the flat pill, yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me, no, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV, yeah, outer space is fake. Now we in the live stream, flat smacking every day, and you need to say shit. Better back up all your claims, I won't take no fallacy. God diss him if he plays. No, it's not a disc, yeah, flat is not a shape. If I say the earth don't move, you'll get banned all out of place. Take the flat pill, yeah, do it with some grace. Don't get mad at me, no, you can't go to space, cause it's on the TV, yeah, outer space is fake, huh? Get my 44 up off the just an hour. Another track is still flat.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
It's the 10 flat commandments. Yeah. This globe, you can't tell me about this curve. Can't tell me nothing about this curve, this speed. And my real truth is, truth is on the beach. I ain't forget about you, brothers. My Nikon PD shooters. Shout out to the lobby. I've been in this game for years. It made me an animal, it's rules to this. I wrote me a manual, a step-by-step booklet for you to get your game on track. Don't let your way get snatched. Rule number uno, speak on what you know. You shouldn't make claims unless you know for sure. Otherwise you're telling lies. And if that man catch on, then your ass is gone. Number 2, never let them think the earth move. Don't you know the pendulum tricks are not science? Yeah, take it from your highness. They need to be set up from high up and kicked or fired up. 3, never trust nobody. The science guys will set that ass up properly gassed up. Fallacy to tore it up. Shit for the fast buck. They be lying in the comments, just confuse that ass up. Number 4, know you heard this before. Never get high on the CGI. Number 5, never speculate on the unknown. I don't care if they fight with an ounce, tell them bounce. Number 6, that goddamn citation, get it. You think a globe be backing up the claim and forget it. Number 7, this rule is so underrated. Keep flat earth society and servers separated. Shadows and sticks don't hit, it's bullshit. 2021, man, that shit's archaic. Number 8, DC checking 1 or 2. Stop typing and get a mic or something to speak through. Number 9, should've been number 1 to me. If you ain't trolling back, get your ass in BC. If the team might got you slipping, they ain't trying to listen. They be pitching your ass out straight out the cog disc. Number 10, a strong word called a measurement. Strictly for honest men. If not, just watch them spin. If you ain't got the globe proof, say hell no. Flat earthers want that proof, rain, sleet, hail, snow. All these rules, you'll smash globes until they break up. If not, 20 for trolls who won't wake up. Truth hit your mental, watch your mind shake up. You was sleeping, now you about to wake up. Snacks in the back on your way up. Bathrooms on the left, urinal caked up. DJ on the way, about to play some. Chairs good, stogies lit, feet up. 24/7. Discord. CB. Yeah. Shout out to the mods, golds, silvers, values. Lobby gang. Yeah. It's your boy CB. P. In the lobby. Catch me in the live stream. 24/7. Shout out to Indio, CJ, Baba Yaga. Yeah. Nemus. Effie in the house. Tell 'em bounce.
Hey, what's up, Big Papa? Oh yeah, VC perms. I forget about that. I just realized we are live, technically. Um, Shout out to the flat Earth, I guess. Yes, sir.
We partnered with Google, for example. If you Google climate change, you will, at the top of your search, you will get all kinds of UN resources. We started this partnership when we were shocked to see that when we Googled climate change, we were getting incredibly distorted information right at the top. So we're becoming much more proactive. We own the science, and we think that the world should know it, and the platforms themselves also do. But again, it's a huge challenge that I think all sectors of society need to be very active in.
The Antarctic terrorist Jarl Andøy. Tromsø, Oslo, Norway. The Dagbladet. Polar explorer and television celebrity Jarl Andøy, 38, sits in the dock, the Nord-Troms District Court, accused of having carried out his third voyage south of the 60th parallel in Antarctica without permission from the Norwegian authorities. He is also accused of having sailed without insurance, so the provisions of the Antarctic Treaty requires. The expedition took place a year ago, where, among others, comedian Anne-Kat Herland, 43, and rock guitarist Peter Barley, 50, was on the journey. The voyage constitutes television program Berserk in Pioneer Waters, which premieres on TV Norge tonight. There's an advanced sentence. Andøy believes the charges against him are baseless. He points out that the sailboat is registered in Russia and claims to have acquired permission from the Argentine authorities before the expedition started. He never sought permission in Norway because he believes an application by him will never be merited by the Norwegian authorities. He felt prejudged by the Polar Institute of Foreign Affairs. Ever since 2011, I have been treated as terrorist in Antarctica by the Foreign Ministry and the Norwegian Polar Institute. They've stolen equipment, withheld information, and tried to stop my expeditions, says Andøy. He believes everything started 5 years ago when he went on an expedition aboard Antarctic yacht Berserk with a crew of 4. The aim was to celebrate the 100-year anniversary of Roald Amundsen's trip to the South Pole. The expedition ended dramatically when the sailboat disappeared during a storm in the Ross Sea. Andøy was even on land along with 18-year-old Samuel Massey at the time. Comrades Robert PCP, who is 34, Tom Gizel Bellica, 36, and South African Leonard J. Banks, 32, were never found. Andøy was fined 25,000 kroners after the expedition. He endorsed this writ. In 2012, he returned to Antarctica to find out what had happened to his friends. Again, Andøy was fined for having traveled to Antarctica without licenses and insurance. Foreign Affairs and the Norwegian Polar Institute have opposed and tried to stop me. They still do. The entire input on this matter was that I had permission to sail, something I had said, Andøy said, adding, "It will be exciting to see where they are now. This is a tragedy for me and other relatives who have lost shipmates and sons in Antarctica. The essential question is if there was an accident that was just swept under the carpet." Foreign Ministry rejects accusations of the Arctic explorer. Andøy's claims fall on absurdity. Beyond this, we do not want from the ministry's side to comment on an ongoing trial, says Pressevakt at UD Astrid Sail to Dagbladet, the newspaper. The head of section at the Norwegian Polar Institute, Birgit Njastad, testified in the criminal case against Andøy. She told Dagbladet that she did not want to comment beyond what was said in court. The documents showing Andøy alleged authorization of Argentine authorities for permission to conduct the voyage was sent over to the prosecutor late Tuesday night. The papers were written in Spanish. They were assessed whether grounds for the examination. The reason is Andøy complained that the dismissal was a violation of protection zone determination, believed they died unnecessarily, and would like to shed further light on the circumstances of the accident. He believes, therefore, that these matters have not been resolved, and he believes that all parties will benefit from what exists, says the lawyer Nora Vardal to Dagbladet. 3 crew members, Robert and 32, Tom, 34, and Leonard, 36, Antarctica on the Bezelschmitter and Horseshoe Bay and McMurdo Sound before the Berserker disappeared. Andøy got a text from the crew that read, "Everything is good, atmosphere is good in Horseshoe Bay. Contact us expedition participant Manuel Hernandez has gone through these documents today. Prosecutors reject Andahoy's written permission. It is not issued by authorities who handle Antarctica regulations, say prosecutors Trude Vonley in this procedure, risking jail time. Anne Kat Hjerland was summoned as a witness in Nord-Trom's district court Wednesday. I know that it was working to try to get a permit. I know that there was no Norwegian license, but I also know that Jarl would not have received any permit in Norway if he asked for it, says Hjerland. The prosecutor asked today about the 30-day suspended sentence and fined 45,000 kroners for Jarl Andahoy. I do not wonder if I will be convicted. I am going to appeal all the way. I do not give up, says Andahoy. The verdict will be pronounced in about a week. So they're calling him a terrorist for going to the Antarctic. Jarl Andahoy was eventually acquitted. I think that this is only the correct one. I guess he's saying this is the only correct decision, or he agrees with it. Unusual attorney Lars' assessment of the events is not a police matter, says the ASBN or ABSN. The director of the shipping department confirms it received a case. It's unusual that police would be sending a case like this to us, also a special case. We previously decided to investigate this. Now we'll reconsider this information for us to choose. These accidents basically happen and we perform an investigation. We prioritize the safety on board vessels, particularly the HGV. We do not prioritize accidents of pleasure craft in the same way. Inset, the day before the Berserk disappeared, Andahoy got a text message from the crew which read, "There is a good atmosphere and all is well. We leave Horseshoe Bay. Contact us when you can. Want answers." Jarl Andahoy wants to know what exactly happened before the Berserk wrecked. Unanswered questions. It has emerged as a mystery for Andahoy. Now Andahoy wants answers. Troms and Finnmark, the public prosecutor, has forwarded the case to the Accident Investigation Board with instructions to assess whether there are grounds for further examinations. The reason that as Andahoy complained that a dismissal of violation of protection zone determination occurred when the Berserk went to Horseshoe Bay. Andahoy believes action was solely due to necessity. Its purpose of the complaint was to shed light on the circumstances prior to the accident. There are things in here in this matter that are still not resolved, and documentation that we still have not obtained, but that exists. All parties will benefit from that there are no secret issues prior to the event, says Andahoy's lawyer, or Nils Jorgen Vardal, told Dagbladet. Attorney Lars Faust's assessment meant that further investigation of the events is not a police matter, and that the cause, therefore, was sent to AIDN. Director Morten Kven in AIBN Shipping Department confirms that it has received the case. It is a bit unusual that the police have sending a case like this to us. It is also a special case. We have previously taken a decision not to investigate. We shall now consider this again, but there must be new information for us to choose to do it, says Kveim. Accidents of this type are basically not a priority of the Accident Investigation Board, the AIB. That we should prioritize the safety on board vessels, particularly HGV. We tend not to prioritize accidents with pleasure craft, says Kveim, which states that a full decision will be published in the next few weeks. On January 19th, it is planned to have a premiere of TV Norg's Berserk series. It was today the press viewing where the media got to see episode 1, half the episode 8 and episode 9. The last episode is an epilogue, and more documentary than the rest of the series. Here we see how the one before the crew parted in Antarctica took place, and it repeated calls about the risks of the mission. Several of the families wanted to stop the series. Today wrote VG that the mother of Tom Gizzle Bellica and parents of Charles Banks has chosen to summon TV Norge for the series. A temporary injunction was filed yesterday to stop the series, but hopefully their stance may be changed under certain conditions. There is the documentation for this. We believe, however, that we are on safe legal ground, says TV Norge boss Harold Strom Dagbladet.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to another exciting episode of the True Earth Debates. We are super excited to be joined by two wonderful guests. We have Dave Weiss from deep inside the rabbit hole, as well as Mr. Joel. We appreciate your guys' time. Let me go ahead and bring you into the show and get things rocking and rolling. Thank you all for joining us over on the YouTube and the Rockfin. We have quite a few legends over there as well. Can't shout you out, until you chat it up, but not everybody's comments makes it up. As you know, for those who have been here, for those who are new, that's just how it goes. So click the link in the description if you'd like to support not only myself, but tons of other content creators as well. So only one way to know, and that is to go. So let's go ahead, pull you guys in for just a second. Awesome. Welcome to the show, Dave. Thank you for joining us.
What's going on? This is going to be fun. And Joel, thanks for coming.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to it.
For those of you that are like, this guy looks familiar, let me just give you a quick rundown. Sean Hibbler and I had Joel on was it a year ago or how long ago?
Yeah, almost a year ago.
So a year ago. And first I want to apologize, Joel, for any comments in the chat that are mean. It's just we have a lot of passionate flat earthers.
Yeah, I know. I respect it.
And the way that we see your beliefs, people get fired up. So everybody, Joel is not a shill. He's not a troll. He believes what he's saying. And he's, we see the world completely different, but he's a good guy. And we're going to try to share some information and see who learns something tonight. Maybe it's us, maybe it's him, maybe we both learn something.
Hopefully it's both. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have a couple quick rules, and you're already off to a good start. You need to smile at least 3 times, and you need to crack at least 3 jokes. We're going to talk 2 or 3.
I'm sure we'll surpass both of those. It'll be fine.
All right, good, because you were very, very serious last time. Very serious.
Yeah, it was the first time. So.
All right, good. I'm happy to hear it. So,
all right.
Skylar, anything you want to start with to say, or we'll let Joel kick it off? And also, last time I did listen to our interview, and I had warned you that we were going to interrupt you a lot and talk a lot, and we sure did. We're going to try to not interrupt you too much today.
Likewise.
All right.
So you're Skylar? Sorry,
Yeah, it's all good. Joel, we just met, so it's nice to meet you. Thank you for giving your time and attention to this very important matter. I feel like the True Earth debate is probably one of the most, it's starting to be the shoe on the other foot, right? But it was for a long time one of the most underrated but controversial conspiracies out there. So controversial that even the YouTube heads got pulled into Congress and said, well, what are you going to do about the conspiracy videos, the flat earth videos, and so on and so forth? And so now we have seen the results of that with a completely stacked deck as far as the search algorithms go. But neither here nor there. It's nice to meet you. I run the True Earth Debates. I'm also on Dave's team here. I believe we're on a stationary plane with topography over top. We actually build all of our useful data about the Earth off of a flat plane. We have the sea level. We have sonar mapping the oceans as flat. We have, as well as radar waves going over 10,000 miles. Lots of other evidences that seem to indicate that, there's no curvature in sight. So I'd like to go ahead and pass the floor over to you. What do you think is the biggest reason why you believe that you're on a spinning space rock?
The biggest reason?
Oh, hold on. Dave is muted.
Yeah, you're muted, Dave.
Yeah, hold on.
I do that once every show. Just Joel, we asked Joel to do them. Last time he said, I'm going to go do the math and I'm going to come back. And he came back and said, hey, I want to talk about these 3 things. And I agreed that we're going to talk about those, but then we're also going to talk about others. So, Joel, you can answer that question right now if you want, or you can start wherever you want. I want to make this I want you to lead the conversation.
Well, in good faith of, I guess, following on from our last discussion, and this is sort of like a sequel, if you will. Like you said in the last interview, you guys hit on the inverse square law a lot, because I was bringing up math a lot, and you were like, well, if you like math so much, it doesn't really work out with, us being able to see Polaris. It's way too far, 433 light years. So I was like, okay, I wrote that down. I said, I'll do the math, and I did the math, and I wanted to share it with you guys, if that's fine.
Sure.
I wrote up the little paper here. It's only 4 pages. It's not crazy. It won't be
4 pages.
Yeah. No, well, it's because it's a lot of diagrams. So like visuals.
I got it, but I have a question for you. How do we know that Polaris is 433 light years away? And I believe mainstream science is trying to decide if they need to subtract 100 light years from that number. So to me, in my world, the way I see it, it's a made up number.
Well, that's going to be off like spectroscopy and things like that, and chemical makeup and maturity of the star and things like that. So we can measure the type of light that's emanating off of it, and then we can basically figure out how far it is from that. That's one of the ways anyway. But right now we're kind of just giving the 33 light years somewhere in there as a given. So if it's all right if I went through this with you guys, it's not crazy or anything. The craziest part about this is unit conversions. That's it. Like converting light years to meters and things like that. So
I'm going to do my absolute best to not get mentally fatigued.
Okay, I'll try and go quickly. It shouldn't go too much longer than the intro.
Touche. There you go. It's one. You're good.
Alrighty. Can we see this? Is this seen?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So I wrote this. So I'll just sort of paraphrase through it. The question is, with the inverse square law, how are we able to see the North Star? Okay, Polaris. So the way that we kind of understand it, we have a point source of light, like a star, and you can imagine that light emanating off of it, in sort of circles, like spheres coming off of it. So we're interested in the intensity of light at any distance from the center. And so we would have to know the surface area, the area of these spheres, of any one of these spheres, like however distance you want to know, which is going to be given by the radius. So in this case, the center's there, radius is the distance, and the surface area is the area around the sphere. So this is basic formula, like first grade math kind of stuff. So the inverse square law is basically this.
I think first grade is a bit. I definitely didn't learn this in first grade. I'll just say that.
Well, I just meant like formulas for like basic formulas, like volume, area, perimeter, surface area is one of those, is what I meant. So 4 pi r squared. And so, all right, so this is kind of what's happening. So imagine these are the different spheres here, right? And so, like you were saying, Dave, the further away you get, so at 1r, one distance away, you have a certain intensity. Then you go 2 times as far away, you have a quarter of the intensity. And then 3 times as far away, you have a ninth, and so on and so forth. It's kind of, it's just a simple. And then this graph here kind of displays that relationship. You've got distance on this x-axis here, and then the intensity here. So you can see 2 times as far away, a quarter, 3 times, 4 times, and so on and so forth. So it gets dimmer, obviously, the further away that you get away. The big important part here to realize is that the further away you get, the less difference there is in brightness. So yes, it gets dimmer, but the amount that it gets dimmer is a lot less the further away you get. So the example I gave here, say you're like 10 times as far away, you'd see 100th of the brightness, or 0.01. Whereas if you're only 9 times as far away, you'd see 181st, or like 0.0123, which is only a difference of 0.0023. It's not that much of a difference if you're 9 times as far away or 10 times as far away. And the further away you get, again, like the less difference there's going to be between those brightnesses. Okay, so that's the big point here.
At what distance do we start to really notice that relationship?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That the more distance there is, the less you're going to notice that relationship. So, David, you're muted again. Sorry.
Thank you. That's 2. I'll do it one more time. So you're saying that something is a ridiculous distance, like 100 light years. Long before you get to that 100 light years, you're saying that the difference between like 20 light years and 50 light years isn't very much. It isn't as big of a difference as the first few steps. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Okay,
that's correct.
So something's 100 light years away. then can you see it at 200 light years, or it remains the same intensity at 200 and 300 and 400 light years? It goes to a point where it stops getting less. Is that what you're saying?
Well, sort of, yeah. So well, there's not going to be a point where it stops getting less, but because eventually, you know, obviously it's going to be past what you can see. It'll be too dim. So, but there's also nothing obstructing the light from getting to our eyes. Like, for example, in some of the stars in the core of the Milky Way here. Oh, it's this way. So a lot of these stars here, you know, they kind of just look like a haze at this point because they're really far. You can't see individual stars with your eyes, but you just sort of see this haze. So the light's still getting there, but you can't make out the stars themselves, the pinpricks, if you will.
Well, the only problem with that, just to interject for a moment, is that normally when you have something that's too far away to see that it's like pinpoint, right? When you zoom in on it, you're not going to be able to make it bigger, right? At least not with, not unless you have an intense, like a ridiculously intense amount of zoom, right? Most of the time, you would agree that you're not with like a camera, right? You're not going to be able to zoom in on something that's, you know, 400 light years away. You know, if we're seeing a pinpoint source, right? Would you agree with that? That we're not going to be able to zoom in on that with a P900?
To a degree, yeah. Essentially, you can't just get a whole bunch of detail out of something unless you're closer to it, you know. So if you're really far away from something, you can only zoom in so much. So yeah, I agree with that.
Well, it's actually it's not just that, but it's also the actual size of the thing that you're talking about. So there's a point where you're pretty much only seeing a point source of light, and then there's almost no difference between 200 and 400 light years. It's basically the claim that you just made in the simplest terms, right? So if that's the case, then when you have a star that's 400 light years away and you're seeing the pinpoint source, zooming in on it a little bit is not going to it's not going to bring that size back in, right? It's not going to get larger by zooming in on something that's okay. Thank you.
Yeah, that's relatively accurate. Yeah.
Okay. So the problem is that we have tons of videos of people zooming in on stars and they get bigger every time. So, and that's what P900.
That's a slightly separate subject. Let's go ahead and just finish this off, because the second part of this, I explained the concept, and now I plug the numbers in. Is essentially what's happening here. And then once we get through this, then we can have the discussion. All right. So I said let's try. Let's plug everything in. So there's a couple terms here. So what we are looking at here, when we're looking at like the area, this is like square meters, right? You have a meter here and a meter here, so it's square meters. That's actually going to be called the flux. So that's the astronomy term for it. And then luminosity is whatever the star's wattage is, output. So it's the same thing. The inverse square law is the same thing. We have luminosity here, and we're trying to get the flux. That's basically like if Earth was right here, you want to know how much light is sort of like at this sphere, at that distance away from the star. So that's the flux. So all we need to find is how bright the star is and how far away it is. So its estimated Polaris is 25,000 times brighter and 50 times larger than our sun. All right, these are estimates, but we know the luminosity of the sun is this. So I call it L Sol. So all you have to do is times that by 2,500, because it's 2,500 brighter. So we multiply that out, we get our luminosity. So this is the supposed wattage output of Polaris. So we have our L. And then here it's 431 light years I put here. You could say 433. It's going to be kind of negligible at this point.
Would you agree that this is all theoretical?
No, I wouldn't. A lot of these are hard numbers. So
which one would you say is the hard number?
Well, certainly the luminosity of the sun.
How did we get the luminosity of the sun?
You can measure it with spectrometers and with light measurements, essentially. Like you can measure how much light is hitting a sensor.
Okay, that's
Joel,
fair.
do you have any examples of anything that's twice as bright as the sun?
I mean, there's plenty of stars. Like stars.
No. When you look at a star, you can theorize that it's whatever number brighter than the sun. But do you have any examples around here of something brighter than the sun? Twice as bright.
The issue with that is the sun is giving off all wavelengths on the electromagnetic spectrum. So I could find something that's brighter in the visible spectrum, but not like on all wavelengths.
I find it hard to imagine something twice as bright as the sun. But let's just go 10 times as bright as the sun. 10 times as bright as the sun.
I don't think there's anything brighter than. I don't think there's anything even visibly brighter on the visible spectrum brighter than.
But let's just say 10 times. Let's just pretend that we can do something 10 times brighter, which is unfathomable to me. And you just carefully, because you're doing some equations. Equations are not empirical evidence. Saying this star is 25,000 times brighter than the sun, and you just roll it off like it's a fact, but you have zero evidence of that other than it has to be if you pre-assume space is real and stars are far.
Well, I also wanted to get
not necessarily, because there's neutron stars and there's very dim stars as well.
But I wanted a clarification on are we talking about the sun's apparent brightness, like its visual brightness to us, or are we talking about its actual
actual brightness?
Okay, so how did we get that compared to its brightness to us?
We sent probes into it. So I know you don't believe that, but that's how we got that data. That's why it's.
Do you have any evidence of those probes going to the sun?
Yeah, you can look it up. I don't know what their names were.
You can look it up, and it's written by NASA. I believe
I think that was actually a Russian probe. Was the one that went to the sun.
Not Russian, China, Japan, NASA.
Well, I mean, you gotta.
We don't have to believe the story about Narnia.
No, you don't. That's what I'm saying. I could say these things happen, but it's kind of hard because I know you guys don't believe it, but that's like what am I supposed to fall back on, I guess.
But that's where our problem is that we're looking for what we can actually verify, and we're always having to rely on these stories from the accused, right? And so it's just not. I mean, it's really not very good optics for the globe model.
All right. Well, let's just continue. We got to find the distance now, right? So we only have 431 light years, but our flux measurement is supposed to be in watts per square meter. Okay, so we can't use light years. So I converted light years to meters, and then 401 light years is this many times that many meters, which are how many is in 1 light year. And so we get the amount of meters. This is how many meters away Polaris is. So now all we do is we plug that in, we get the luminosity of Polaris, and then we get the distance. All I did was plug those in. This is the luminosity and the distance, squared the distance, multiplied it by 4 pi, and then I divided them. And I got this really tiny number, right? So 4.61 times 10 to the negative 9th watts per meter squared, which is really small. That's this many zeros. The sun, for example, is 1400 watts per square meter. So that's in the positives, not in the positives. That's past the decimal point. That's 1400 watts per square meter. This is 0.00000, like really, really small. And so for a comparison, and by the way, the human eye, the lower limit is in the magnitude of 10 to the negative 10. So anything below 10 to the negative 10 our human eye wouldn't be able to pick up. And then another reference is one foot away from your average candle, which is how we get luminosity measurements as a standard. That's going to be 0.01576 watts per meter squared. So it's still pretty small. It's a small, it's a relatively faint light. So then I looked at all of these other stars. So we have Sirius, which is the brightest star in the sky. It's only 9 light years away. And that's still 10 to the negative 8th. And you can see that sort of relationship here of how they're not that different. It's because we have 10 to the negative 8th, negative 8th, negative 8th, and negative 9th. With all these different, Rigel, I never know how to say that, 773 light years away, and that's still negative 8, while Sirius is only 9, and it's still like negative 8. So you have a bunch of different variables in size and intensities. But you have Polaris at 431, and it's only at negative 9, and that's above our limit of being able to see the star. So with all the numbers, with the distance, and with the size, we would be able to see Polaris with the inverse square law, and that's essentially kind of how the numbers would work out. We can now have discussion about the sources of that stuff and all of that good stuff, but with the numbers that we purport to have now, it does work out. You know, it's not against it.
So I'll throw something in, and then Scarlett, you can go. Everything that you're telling us is you're great at math, by the way. You're awesome, and great charts and everything. And I could actually show you a chart of an unknown island off of Japan, one of the 7,000 that they just found. And there's an amusement park there with the biggest roller coaster in the world. And I could show you the coordinates for that. I could tell you how far it is. I could tell you the specs on the roller coaster, the G-forces. I could show you all of the building plans, everything all about it. And everything will add up no matter how you look at it, sideways, forward, reading it, upside down and backwards. Does that make that amusement park on that island real? Or is it just theoretical? Right. So everything you're talking about is theoretical. You're pre-assuming that space is, infinite and expanding. You're pre-assuming that those lights in the sky are billions of miles away and 25,000 times brighter than the sun, to me, which is absolutely insane.
2,500.
2,500. Well, if it was twice as bright, that's still insane to me. And so this is just a quick quote. All of the theoretical work that has been done since the 1970s has not produced a single successful prediction, says Neil Turk, director of the Perimeter Institute of Theoretical Physics in Waterloo, Canada. That's pretty intense.
Well, what about all the theoretical work done before the 70s?
Like what?
Like general relativity.
I'm not a fan.
That's the big one.
Not a fan.
Yeah, so actually about to, there's a big discussion on upending general relativity amongst even mainstream physicists. It's actually, when you look at that coupled with Big Bang Theory and what they've been teaching in the mainstream schools, there's actually 16 predictions that the theory gets completely wrong. And the James Webb Telescope has actually only apparently furthered the mystery. I know for us, it's like a catch-22. We don't believe in the James Webb Telescope, right? So why are they, spinning these different narratives? I think it's for confusion. But in any case, even if the data is real, right, the data is not lining up for the expectations of general relativity. But again, that's kind of a different topic than the discussion of the stars. When we
my main point was just because a majority of the last interview was saying how the inverse square, we shouldn't be able to see Polaris, and so at least with the numbers that we have, we would be able to.
So I mean, theoretical numbers. You're making a statement that
they're observations.
Hold on, you're not making an observation. You're making a statement.
I'm making
Hold on. That light, the light of a star will get dimmer and dimmer fast, and then it gets less dim and less dim, and then it just travels forever and stays at the same brightness. You have no evidence of that being real, and logically, it doesn't make any sense to me. But you have no way to prove that's real. That's just a theoretical statement that has to exist for your infinite solar system, infinite galaxy, and universe to exist.
I'm not sure that they're infinite. I'm not sure I believe it's infinite.
Well, expanding, very large, bigger than the flat Earth concept, if you will.
Sure, yeah, it's definitely bigger than that.
Right. So you're reaching to places that you can't verify. You can just read books and trust government agencies. They're very trustful entities. And you're not looking here on Earth where we can actually scientifically prove that we're not a globe. I mean, you want to believe that Polaris is 2,500 times brighter than the sun, which that's crazy. I mean, if that was the case, there's other stars that are probably 100,000 times brighter than the sun, or a million times brighter, right?
Not a million. I don't think a million.
Okay, yeah, but
many magnitudes, yeah.
But these numbers that you're coming up with, but they all kind of look pretty much the same. And when we zoom in on them, they all
that's proof of the inverse square law to me. I think that's proof of the inverse square law that the further away
they all
things
look the
get,
same. Everything just evens out.
Well, in our local celestial neighborhood, yes, but like once you get further out, like out to the middle of the galaxy and stuff, things look a little different. They get denser and they get closer together, and they get into you have nebulae and everything like that. So, and then you have other galaxies, and then you can zoom into and see specific stars in other galaxies.
Do you believe in the James Webb Telescope?
Well, yeah.
Okay. So the James Webb Telescope, it finds a spot called Lagrange point 2, and that's where the gravity of the sun and moon and the Earth, and it just finds that perfect spot. Okay.
That's a saddle point. Yeah.
So over the course of 6 months, the sun and the distance between the Earth and the sun change. I had all the numbers before, but as it changes, it would have to move like it's in a tractor beam. Okay, it would have to move, and it's moving like very fast in two different directions. Throughout the year, towards the sun and away from the sun. And you're just believing that tractor gravity is holding it in the perfect spot. Here's my question, though. If you watch the launch, did you watch the launch of the James Webb?
Yeah, I did.
And it was over Earth. Maybe this is that's not it. That's me making a James Webb image. Let me just find something here for a second.
You good?
Where is it? Here it is. I think this is it. So this is the launch. Let me just see if this is the video I want. And it's up in space. And then is it deploying here? All right. So it's the next one. See, this is it. So here it is, and they're showing us this beautiful curve of Earth. They always show us this beautiful curve of Earth. So it's ejected it here. Now, how many miles away from Earth is that? Is it 1 million miles away? It's not 1 million miles away. It's a couple hundred miles away.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Let's round up to 1,000. Let's say it's 1,000 miles away. Got a great shot of Earth. Somehow we can see through all the atmosphere and see the perfect edge of this. And here it goes out here, and it's going to deploy. Let me just jump forward. It's gonna and if you watch, the signal's breaking up here, and it's only 1,000 miles away, probably a lot less. And it's going away. It's already ejected from the rocket.
Yeah.
And I'm going forward, and it's out. It's now putting out its solar panel.
Right.
How does it go park itself 1 million miles away? What gets it to the Lagrange point?
Well, that's literally rocket science, man. I mean, that's orbital mechanics. They exceeded the escape velocity of the orbit, and so it was no longer within the.
So you're saying the rocket is in orbit and it pops the satellite out, and then that satellite knows to go 1 million miles away and park itself. Is that what you're saying?
No, not necessarily. It doesn't know to do. It's.
How does it get there? How does it get there?
I think you need to know that it's constantly correcting itself.
How does it correcting? Does it have engines on it?
No, it's got I don't know, the nozzles, pressure nozzles. I don't know what they're called.
So the satellite has pressure nozzles that are pushing against what? What are they pushing against?
You don't have to. It's not the pushing against. It's the fact that it's pushing something of itself out. So it's equal and opposite.
And what is it pushing out? What is it pushing out?
Pressure, air pressure.
Gas. It's pushing air out.
Gas.
So have you ever seen where we take a vacuum chamber and we put a little rocket and a fan and all sorts of stuff and nothing moves? We just light it and it won't. There's no propulsion. There's no pull. There's no push. We hang a feather in front of a fan and there's nothing. There's nothing. So we could argue that all day. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You're saying that this thing with where are the thrusters on here? If you take a look at it, I don't see.
I think I can actually see them right there. There's one at every corner. At every corner.
So those four are going to take it out of orbit and park it 1 million miles away. That is a faith. That is a religion.
I have another big question. Big one for
I
the
think
thrusters,
it's just math,
right? Well, I'd like to see you try to use math to get out of this one. So we know that there's something called back pressure. That's how all our pressurized systems work when we're dealing with gases with the pumps, right? So we have atmospheric pressure pushing down. Without that, the gas will escape the pumps, right? So out in space, there is no back pressure. So what keeps the gas from escaping?
Gas from what?
The thrusters.
Well, they're nozzles. They open and close.
Yeah, but see, okay,
it's like it's a container. They're contained inside of the thing, and it pushes it out. And it's like if you were to blow in space, I guess. It doesn't mean it's just gonna deflate immediately.
Can I ask what right here they're having this bad video feed? Is it going to get better as they get farther away from Earth? Are they going to be able to transmit some high-res pictures because they can't seem to transmit a picture here?
Well, I don't think the craft, the rocket, followed it. So, I'm not sure what you mean.
So the transmitter on the telescope is better than the one that's on the rocket. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
I'll go with that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think we could go ahead and move to the next thing I wanted to talk about, unless you guys had something.
No, we'll go to the next thing. And Skylar?
I still had one thing on the stars too, because my point on the fact that we can zoom in on all the stars and they all increase in visual size in the camera lens is evidence that they can't be at these varying distances of vast light years away.
So I'm not sure what footage you're talking about.
Amateur footage.
That's not just blurry.
There's hundreds.
Besides blurry.
But you can just call it. I mean, I understand that you can just call it blurry, but even the blur, right? It's getting bigger in size. Like that wouldn't happen. It's a point source of.
Yeah, so I'd encourage you to take a similar camera, or to ask someone to do this. Take whatever camera that you did that with a star, and do it with like a different type of smaller dim light. Put it off in the distance in a dark area, and zoom into it, and it's gonna look the same because it's a blurred. It's so exactly how you described earlier. Remember how you were
well, when you do it here on Earth, the diameter of it is, or not the diameter, but the actual angular size of it is going to increase, right? Of the actual thing.
No, it's going to get blurry, like he's showing that. That's blurry.
That's blurry. Looks pretty sharp to me.
No, that's what happens when you sort of when your camera zooms in too much, that it's not able to actually process the light appropriately. So all it's getting is just a bunch of random protons.
You can see this with your naked eye. You can see this with your naked eye. You don't even need to zoom in to see Arcturus. You look at it on a clear night, and you can see this with your naked eye.
Well, yes, it sparkles. It twinkles because of the atmospheric distortion in the way.
The atmospheric distortion is doing
this. If another interesting, an interesting way you can tell that, and I encourage people to try this as well. Look at Arcturus or Sirius or any other bright star when it's lower in the horizon, when it's near the ground, and then look at it again when it's straight overhead, and you'll notice a big difference in the distortion there, in the twinkle.
Absolutely. You're looking through the atmosphere; everything's distorted. Look at somebody, a quarter of a mile down the beach, and they're going to be all distorted. Yeah. But you look at something over your head, you're looking through less atmosphere. So just because you can distort things by looking across the thickest part of the air column doesn't mean that's what that doesn't mean anything, actually. But why doesn't this one look like Sirius? Look like Arcturus? This is Sirius. Why doesn't Sirius look like Arcturus? Why does every star have its own personality, focused or not?
That's a really good question, but that's kind of gets a little bit into spectroscopy, because they all have different chemical makes. Obviously, it also depends on the atmospheric conditions of the day, the camera you're using, so that top middle one, for example, is very clearly out of focus.
Absolutely, 100% agree. Let me ask you a question. They tell us that, we're looking at the star, we're looking up through all the layers of our atmosphere and all of the radiation belts and everything else, but we can tell what gas the star is made out of. How come they have never done an experiment here on Earth, like get a garbage can, fill it with whatever gas you want, put it a quarter of a mile down the street, and then get somebody with a spectroscope, the spectroscopy instrument,
spectrometer.
Spectrometer, thank you, and have them tell you what gas is coming out of the can. No one's ever done that.
Well, that's okay. I think that's just because. So what spectroscopy is measuring is actually the wavelengths of light, and the different types of wavelengths of light will indicate different sort of gases.
So I have a challenge where we get a garbage can with a big bright light in the bottom of it. We fill it with a gas, and then we have somebody with a camera, let's say a mile down the road, half a mile, and they can tell me what gas it is. I'll point the light towards them. I'll pull the top off and let the gas escape with the light behind it. And you think that somebody can do that? It's never been done, right? They haven't tested these instruments here on Earth. And they just shoot them in space and go, oh yeah, well that's hydrogen, oxygen, and that's we can tell what that is. It's all, again, theoretical nonsense.
Well, the trash example is just that's not exactly what's happening. So
well, what you're saying is you could see the light and the gases in front of the light. I'm giving you a light with gases in front of the light. It doesn't have to be a garbage can. It could be a beaker. It could be whatever you want. We can put the gas in a beaker and put a light behind it. And you think you can tell me what gas is in that beaker?
So
I say you can't.
The thing is, it's heated. It's actual gas fusion. This is an actual active chemical reaction that's happening. That's the thing that's giving off the light. It's not just like a light with gas around it.
Where else do we see that? And where do we see that terrestrially to be able to make that comparison?
Well, it's only with stars. Those are the only stable fusion reactions. Unless you want to blow up an atomic bomb, because that's the one time that we have done fusion.
Let's pretend stars are real and that they're spewing out gases, and then we make a device here on Earth. We can look at it and tell you what it is. How did they adjust it? How did they set it so they can know that it's right? What proof do they have that they're right? What evidence is there that any of it is right?
Sorry, Dave. That was just a very general question. I'm not sure I got the.
When they take their instruments here, the spectroscopy. I can't. What's the word?
It's okay. Just spectroscopy. I have a hard time saying
the instrument itself.
Spectrometer.
Okay. So they're taking that and they're looking at a star in the sky that's burning off gas or whatever, and they can tell what it is. How did they calibrate it? If they never did it here on Earth, they're looking up at theoretical planets and stars, and they're telling you what gases are there. It is all complete and total theoretical science. None of it has been proven.
Not astronomically, like we haven't done it astronomically, but we know what types of light and chemicals give certain. We know the characteristics of certain chemicals, and how they fall on a spectrum. That was a close one.
Now you can't say it either. Good.
How they fall on the spectrum, right? So you'd be able to see the spikes in which chemical is what, and that's with most things. You can test that terrestrially, but then when we point it up at a star and we're sort of receiving information from that star, light, electromagnetic information, you can see where the peaks are. What
about all the gases in between that are here in our own atmosphere? It ignores those.
That's why we have observatories that are actually outside of the Earth's atmosphere and things like that.
Like the self-driving parking James Webb Telescope.
Well, again, we're back to relying on Narnia. It's not completely self either. I mean, you're able to calculate pretty. Almost exactly, essentially, of where it's going to go and how fast and all of that. So it's very.
So you have no idea how it works. You just say somebody knows. The guy in a white lab coat and a bow tie knows.
Well, yeah, I don't know everything, but I know how orbital mechanics work and how things can sort of fall into orbit, fall out of orbit, velocity.
Theoretically.
Well,
yeah,
but
ahead,
I got to be honest. If we're just slapping theoretical onto everything,
hold on.
No, we don't have to slap theoretical on things. We have things that are here on Earth that we're trying to measure that are not theoretical. But go ahead, Skylar.
I was going to say, if you're going to say that, that's kind of a cop out. We can define what's theoretical and what's actually verifiable, right? So when we're saying when you say the hard number is the sun brightness before, right? Again, the thing that made it the hard number was the probe, right? So we had to rely on the story from Narnia. In this case,
that's not the only thing, but that was just one example of one of the many ways we've measured the sun's brightness.
Yes, okay, so I'm not trying to start a whole nother rabbit hole on the sun brightness when we already moved on. In any case, spectroscopy, when we're dealing with a spectrometer, right, there's obviously a big difference between pointing something up at the sky and looking at a light in the sky, right, versus actually having an enclosed environment, a lab, because most of the time when we're doing, from the experts in the field, spectroscopy is done in an enclosed environment. The spectrometer is all enclosed with known variables. So everything's known when they're attempting to analyze these chemicals. So again, we're invoking between millions, billions of miles, trillions of miles, right? Unfathomable distances. We're invoking consistent, unchanging mediums when we have no way to verify that whatsoever.
Well, the verifying is those observations. That is the verification, I guess. So I mean, I know you guys deny it, but that's the verification. Is you can take the same sorts of instruments and measure the same types of things, and you get those observations, then we get these numbers that we work off of.
So Aristophanes, with his sticks and shadows, he measured the length of the second shadow. Hold on a second. And he said, all right, the Earth's diameter is so-and-so. And then later, somebody said, the Earth's diameter is so-and-so. And if we took a stick and a shadow and we put them 5,000 miles or 500 miles apart, those measurements would actually equal the Earth. So you're self-reifying your space with space. You're using space as your proof of space when there's no proof of space.
It's also interesting how confident you are in spectroscopy when, the people at the top actually aren't that confident. They're like, yeah, there's tons of problems. There's tons of things that we're trying to weed out. And a lot of times we do end up with unexplained phenomena. So again, you're just kind of relying on the authorities, right? Because, I'm just like you. We were spoon-fed one model. But when you actually talk to the people who are doing the work, people like George Ellis, they admit that there's a range of models that can explain the observations, but cosmology is choosing them based on philosophical grounds.
Yeah, there was a lot there, but we're both sort of appealing to some sort of authority at some point. So
let's stop doing that. Do you have was there a third topic you want to bring up, or can we discuss something else?
I've only got through one so far.
Okay. All right. I thought that was two. Go ahead.
So the next one,
then maybe we can interject after that one.
The next one was this video that I got.
I do want to shout out Karen B with the super sticker. Appreciate the shout out and the support. It does help out the channel a ton. Be sure to, if you guys enjoy this kind of content, then definitely check out the GoFundMe. We're trying to make it to Flattoberfest. There's only one way to find out if I'm an AI or not, and that's to get me to Flattoberfest, where you have a chance to shake my hand.
That is true. Joel, I don't know if Skylar's real. He could be AI. We're trying to get him to Flattoberfest. You should come to, where do you live? You should come to Flattoberfest. It's in Las Vegas in October.
Oh, I'm in Ohio, so that's pretty far. If I was closer, maybe. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to this. I thought this was interesting for you guys to look at. So I'm sure you've seen stuff like this, but I guess the interesting thing of note is the direction that this was taken.
Okay.
So in April, I went to Australia to meet with my fiance, and we went to Kangaroo Island, and this was looking directly south. So I'm curious what sort of explanation that you guys might have for this sort of observation. Because obviously, like on the flat Earth, so this is kind of where I was looking out. That's the way that the angle was with the camera, and we see these stars rotating in a clockwise direction around, I think the rotation point's somewhere around here, right around in there. So that's technically, for me, that would be the celestial South Pole. So if you were to, on a globe, to extend the South Pole out and sort of...
is the Southern Cross in that picture?
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's right there.
Okay.
Yeah. So the Southern Cross is going around this way.
Yeah, so when you're dealing with the star rotations, first off, just for data's sake, right, did you happen to have like a compass or any way to verify the direction that you were facing?
Yeah, I had a compass. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
awesome.
because we had to use the maps to drive there and we had to navigate there and everything. So, and we just looked out into the. I mean, if I zoomed into this map, this flat Earth map here, I would be standing on this edge of the island, looking this way. So, yeah.
Sure. I mean, the thing is, when it comes to the stars, there's multiple explanations that we can try to explain what's going on there. None of them in any way actually prove the shape of the Earth one way or the other. That's why, as Dave's famous for quoting, shape of the lights in the sky don't indicate the shape of the floor unless you beg the hell out of the question, as the globe does tend to do. So with the observation, I've actually been challenged with 3 points, right? You have somebody on each continent at the same time looking out apparently south, right? So there's a couple of issues. For one, I do understand that you have a map that you can use to navigate locally. However, when it comes to the larger scale, there's also something called magnetic declination there, when we actually tried to navigate using a globe back in the 1800s, we were wrong consistently. So we went back and we made all these corrections. And I say we, the British military did. So went out and made all these corrections, and now we have our ever fluctuating magnetic declination map that's almost impossible to predict more than a few years out. What predictions we do have are iffy at best, but we're still going to invoke that maybe we'll have a shift in a couple thousand years. This is actually going to determine how we navigate. However, the stars themselves are not going to be oriented based on the magnetic field, right? So how do we actually verify the direction that you're facing, literally like on the ground versus to the sky? Like, how do we know that you're actually facing south in relation to that map to then have to explain the phenomena?
Well, because I could see where we were through GPS, and you can see on the island, you know, because so Kangaroo Island is an island, right? So we have to go out to the island, and it only has certain sides, and we were staying on one side of the island, and so obviously we could see that we were not on the other side, which was toward the north. And we knew that because when we took the ferry over to the island, we came off of a certain part of Australia, the southern out of South Australia near Adelaide, and then we came onto Kangaroo Island, and we went towards to the left, you know, and on either a globe Earth or a flat Earth map, you're still going on to one shore side of.
So long
the
story
island,
short, you use GPS, right?
No, because we could see. We drove 10 hours from Geelong, Australia, in Victoria near Melbourne, all the way over to South Australia.
You know,
And
if the circle was like 5 miles in diameter, you wouldn't even realize that you're making a big circle, right? That's why people get lost in the desert constantly. So I mean, to say that you would know definitively the orientation that you are, based on like something like the GPS, or that, oh, well, we were just traveling and it didn't feel like we were turning left or right. That's not very definitive, right?
Well, there was no inaccuracies. I mean, there was nothing to say that we were wrong, and we never.
Well, if it was backwards, let's just for a moment, and I know that we're going into conspiracy land, right? We make no bones about
That's
it.
fine.
There's a conspiracy, right? If there was a conspiracy and we're dealing with something that is a projection from reality, I mean, why wouldn't they make it accurate, right? People would figure it out immediately if the maps weren't adding up. But I would add that people actually aren't navigating using a globe Earth, right? They're actually navigating using flat maps. Most commonly, the Mercator projection, 99% of maps are flat. There's only one map that's not, and that's a globe, and it's not even really used for navigation, right? When it was, it failed, and they had to invoke a changing magnetic field.
Okay, but this is kind of hard to discuss, because I feel like it's so like point blank. Like even if the maps were distorted or the GPS got me to the wrong location, I was still on a certain, like I could see the coast. I was on the beaches, and you could see the consistency with that, with satellite imagery, with GPS, with maps, with compass. I mean, it was all, there's nothing wrong with it, I guess.
Joel, so first, when navigators are using compasses, they're in the south. The farther south they are, the more out of sync they are. They find themselves 20, 30 miles a day off, according to their compass. So what NASA has done is they've taken all those data points and they've programmed them into GPS. Anybody can use GPS, but nobody is allowed to see the source code, because if we saw the source code, we'd say, whoa, why are they making all these adjustments? So you have no idea what direction you're facing down there, but let's pretend you are facing south. That we don't even know if the southern stars are a reflection of the northern stars. We don't know what they are. We don't know what stars are. We don't know anything about them, and their motions have nothing to do with the ground that we stand on. Can you admit, if we're on a ball, that there's physical curvature?
Yes.
Okay. So if I'm on and wherever you are, let's just say it's the top of the ball. Okay. So I'm here on an airplane, and I'm looking at it's a perfectly clear day. I'm on the runway, and I could see stars on the horizon. So I'm looking this way, and I see stars right on the horizon. Right.
Yeah. Right.
So I'm in Germany, and I'm going to fly to Brazil. So I'm flying down over the ball, and when I get down here, those stars that were on the horizon are now over my head, right?
Well, it depends. It depends, like how much the Earth is rotated in that point. But yeah.
Well, the Earth is rotating this way, not this way. So I'm going from the north, right? The stars on the horizon. If I stayed there, and the Earth is rotating, those stars are going to stay there.
That's right.
If I go down, those stars should be on the top. So I want to show you a video that a pilot gave to us, and this is from Germany to Brazil, and it's a time lapse. And if you look at the stars, they're not rising up. You would think that they would rise up, but they're just the only time they move.
Yeah, that's an awesome example of him going along with the Earth's rotation.
No, so this is what Google Earth says that flight should look like, right?
Yeah,
Google Earth says
Google Earth isn't rotating actively.
Who's that?
They left.
God, guy's annoying. All right, go on. Calm yourself.
All right.
Eratosthenes didn't measure curvature of a ball, did he? He assumed a ball.
All right. What's the biggest example you guys can give me that the Earth is flat? Just lay it down.
You have no evidence for a globe. There's no curvature. No motion.
No. Okay, I'm done with everything then.
Oh, that's
for me.
He answered your question.
I want to be proven. I want to be proven.
He answered
It's
your
already been
question.
proven. You have no evidence for a ball. No curvature. No motion. Welcome to flat Earth.
I have no curvature.
Johnny boy.
I mean, my
Teach him
biggest
innovation.
things, John, are day and night, the seasons, sea level. All these things are flat Earth proofs.
How is it flat? How is it a flat Earth, bro?
Time, Johnny. I told you, time.
Wait, no. Then
Tell
how
me-
do you explain? Okay, one deck. How do you explain that in Australia right now it's winter, right? And then for something like in the US, right, or in some parts in Europe, right, it's summer. How do you explain that? How do you explain that? How do you explain that right now? Like the US doesn't have
Seasons,
a
Johnny.
winter.
Seasons, Johnny. Seasons.
Yes, and how do seasons work? How do you explain seasons?
Perfect. That's a great question. I'm going to answer the question for him. Because the angle to the sun in that particular time of year, which requires the Earth to be flat, is less at that time of year. The angle. So,
well done.
Oh, so it's like okay. I saw someone in here post like a GIF of the sun like floating over the Earth, like the Earth's surface.
We don't know what the sun is. I'm just letting you know that the angular relationship of the sun at that time of year is less. And therefore, the amount of radiation, convection is less.
Right, says who?
Yeah.
A lot of what you guys claim to
Johnny
be.
boy, Johnny boy.
Okay, you should interrupt me. But I'm usually not interrupting you. That's not fair. I'm usually.
But just one thing.
The next
'cause
time
we're
you're
going now.
talking, I'm going to interrupt you.
I
just so
know,
you remember.
I know it's painful. I'm going now. But listen, you ask a question, we give you the answer, then you're not absorbing the answer, are you? Did you understand what the answer was to your questions about seasons? Yes or no?
No, I didn't
Elevation.
understand that explanation.
Right, so why are you moving on to another question then? Do you want to go into more depth with it?
Yeah, go into
Olivia?
more depth. You know what? Yeah, go into more depth.
Yeah. So when you get an angle to the sun, yeah, do you know what an angle is?
Yes.
Yeah, what is it?
An angle is basically. All right, bro. Okay, an angle is basically two lines, right? That meet at some sort. Yeah, that means some sort of like.
Yeah. So if you're using the Earth to obtain the elevation angle to the light in the sky above you, yeah,
it has to
using
be
the
flat.
ground, yeah. So the ground will have to be horizontal, won't it, Johnny boy?
The ground will have to be horizontal. Yes. So basically, you're saying in order to get an angle, the Earth has to be flat.
Yes. If you're using the Earth for the baseline, it will be horizontal. It will be flat. You won't be using a curved Earth. It's impossible. And we do this. This happens in everyday life. That's how we get time. That's how we navigate. Yeah. That's how latitude lines are measured for all mapping and the grid system. That's how
then
life is. Yeah.
I have a question for you. If a
So
plane flies,
we're going on to another question, are we, Johnny?
Yeah,
Yeah. So did you understand any of what I've just said, or are we just moving on to another stupid question?
yeah, I understand that, and you're right. I want
He
to
only
move on to a
described
different
an
topic.
angle. Now, what does that have
Right.
to do
So
with
I'm correct.
relation
I'm
to the
correct. So
sun?
let me just get confirmation, guys. So you're confirming I'm correct that we need a flat horizontal baseline. It will be the Earth to get an elevation angle to the sun. Am I correct?
Yeah, you're correct. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm out of here.
Well, I was going to ask you to elaborate on the angle to the sun in the winter versus the summer. Is there a difference in the angle, or
I couldn't hear the beginning of that. Couldn't hear.
It's still going to be an angle.
Beginning of that. No thanks. I couldn't hear the beginning of that question.
Oh,
What
so
did you
I
say?
mean, I thought. Well, I guess one deck really did leave. Well, I thought he was going to elaborate on the angle that you get to the sun in December. You know, if you're living in the north and it's your winter, which you probably do because most everybody does. So the angle you get to the sun in the winter versus the summer. What's the angle to the sun in the winter?
What's the angle?
Be two different angles, so it's still going to be an angle nevertheless.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I don't know this
Nobody?
information
Okay.
off the top of my head. It's very obscure knowledge that I'm not gonna know immediately. Also, my reasoning to coming here is because you're basically all in my opinion. Okay, I'm not gonna go to rant. Sorry, you're gonna get me muted. All right, I'm gonna shut up. It just pisses me off.
John Wick,
Coming in here.
he's not asking you for the actual degrees. He's just asking you if the angular relationship, even where you live, from month to month of the sun, changes.
I don't think so.
You don't think that the angular relationship of the sun to where you live, sometimes it's higher in the sky, greater in degrees, sometimes lower in the sky, probably winter, to where you live. Is it greater or lesser depending on what time of year it is? Does it change?
No. Okay, so in winter, the sun will probably it will make it appear that it's lower in the sky. Yes.
Okay. So lower in angular relationship to where you are can only be described or measured from a flat plane.
Plane. But says who? My response to that is that the fact that you say you're measuring something on a flat surface doesn't mean that the flat surface will go on forever. It doesn't mean that the Earth's surface is flat for its it doesn't mean that the shape of the Earth has to what is it called, kneel or bend to the fact that the Earth is flat. It doesn't have to
I know.
claim that.
All right. Well, I'm going to talk to you about something right now that kind of, Eratosthenes helped us out with this because what I'm going to talk to you about now is what proves that it's a flat plane from wherever you are to wherever somebody else is on the plane because there's a different angular relationship. Okay? Because when it's winter where you are, let's say on the same longitude, the sun is still right at that, in that zone. We'll call it that time zone or that hour zone. But the angular relationship where they are and it's summertime is different. And the only way you're going to get that elevation angle to that particular location is if the Earth is straight and flat all the way to that geographical position where the sun is at the zenith position where they are. I hope this kind of makes sense in your head, but if you're going to measure an angular relationship to the sun and figure out where it is geographically from where you are, the Earth is straight and flat all the way from where you stand to where the sun is at its zenith where they are.
But the Earth circles, the Earth rotates.
So no, it does not rotate. Whoa.
What?
You don't know the Earth rotates. You couldn't measure the Earth's rotation if you wanted to.
Says you're cutting off a lot.
All right, is that better?
Yeah.
So I'd have to prove the rotation first.
So you're making the assertion that the Earth is spinning. You don't have any evidence for that. There's no evidence that the Earth is moving at all. There's not one thing that can prove that the Earth is spinning. No motion, and you don't feel it.
Of course you can't feel it because you'll be thrown off the Earth if you feel it.
Yeah. The Earth is so big. that you can't measure the curvature. The Earth is not moving fast enough for us to feel it. So how do we measure Earth's spin and how do we measure Earth's curve if we can't detect either one?
Okay, so you're what are your 2 points that you just said? How can we not prove 2 points? What are those? Just so I like understand it.
Or describe it or detect it with anything. All right, if I'm cutting out, somebody else.
Yeah, please, somebody else take the helm.
He said if you're spinning and you can't feel it, how do you know you're spinning? And if the Earth is so big you can't measure the curve, how do you know there's a curve?
Okay, so
Because that's what he said.
the first subject, right, is that if the Earth like spun at a rate that is so extremely high as scientists claim it to be, right? Scientists claim the Earth to
700
spin
miles
at.
per hour where you live, 1,000 at the equator.
That's not true.
What shows that?
What?
So how fast is it moving then? How fast is the ground moving, John West? Enlighten us.
I can answer that. It moves
No,
15
it's not
degrees
John West.
in 1 hour.
Oh no, I'm gonna let Time Dash. I'm gonna let Time Dash answer.
Well, I mean, if he doesn't know how to.
Okay. So how fast is it moving? Which one of you wants to fall on the sword?
Time Dash, do you want to take this?
I don't know the exact speed, but I mean, it takes 24 hours
Well, work
to do
it
one
out.
pole.
It's your belief, isn't it? Why don't you
Alright,
know?
and I'm gonna take it. Right, if you don't know completely.
All right.
I don't know the the exact
All over
speed.
each other. Neither
Well,
one
John,
of you
he's
measure
going.
it anyway.
He's going back to the same thing that you already conceded to. He's saying it's 15 degrees. Degrees are measured up in an angle. So he's going to, again, need a flat earth just to say the sun is moving at a certain degree. But let me go over the sun thing with you. Just like a demonstration of the sun and the angle that was being described to you earlier, right? When the sun is setting, right, you would say it's like out in the distance, right? It's further away from you, right? So the angle that you would get to the sun, right, you have the flat baseline. And the angle that you would make, create to the sun would be more acute, like a smaller angle, right? But as the sun, right, as it starts to become, the morning, the sun is at an acute angle, and the sun comes towards you, right? You would raise that angle more and more and more until the sun is above you, correct?
Can you repeat the last part?
He's talking about
if
noon.
it's morning, the sun is rising, right? So you see the sun is rising. You'll say, okay, I'm going to get an angle to it, and it's going to be a really small angle because it's going to be low on the horizon, right? So it's going to be a very small angle, right? But as the sun, as you become more and more closer to noon, right, right where it's the brightest, and the sun is closer to being right above you, then you're going to have a larger angle until you're forming a 90-degree angle, right? Can you understand that? Okay, so does that mean the sun is closer or further when it's above you?
It's the same distance. It's the same distance away from you. It's just you just observe. Okay, I have to. Like either my English is not that well, so if I go on an answer without actually forming what I'm about to say, it's gonna be mumbo jumbo. So
Well, so I mean, I kind of get what he's trying to say, because like since the Earth is rotating, like during noon, it would be
No, the Earth's not rotating.
it would be different than being like from midnight, because you would technically be one Earth away. Like
Who said Earth is moving?
Yeah, Earth is not rotating.
No,
that was what you were failing to prove.
no, I'm
before,
saying
remember?
Earth is spinning.
No, Earth
So,
is
like-
not spinning.
Okay, well you think that, but
Where
I'm
the hell is
answering.
Earth spinning?
Hold
Where the hell is Earth
on.
spinning? Okay, fine. Tell us where it's observed and where it's measured. Easy.
Where it's observed and where it's measured?
Yeah.
Well, so I'm
Measured
assuming that you believe that the sun
Okay, so you don't know.
does. So no, I do know. I'm just
Okay. Well, then
trying
just tell
to.
us. Don't talk about my beliefs. You tell us
Oh.
who measured it and how.
Well, okay. Well, I mean, the Earth does one full rotation in a day.
Measured by who?
I mean, you got a clock, right?
Clock isn't measuring an Earth rotation. Try again.
okay, no. So Cyclone, what you're claiming, right?
No,
Okay.
don't try and dive in.
Well,
Don't
he's-
white
you know,
lie.
he's-
I'm
I'm not-
going to tell us who measured
Hold
the
on.
motion.
Hold on. Fill me in. What kind of answer would be something that would satisfy you?
Who measured the motion that you're claiming? How fast? How did he record it? How did he measure it?
Oh well, I don't have the specifics.
Okay, so no one measured it.
All right.
Well
So
done.
Cyclone, what what you want us
You've
to
got
do
no
is
motion. So you've
No,
got
no,
no
no,
motion of the Earth.
Cyclone, what you want us to prove is you want us to physically let
your
you
claim.
feel.
Your claim.
No.
Your
Okay,
claim
so
is
what
what
I'm
you prove.
interpreting from what you're saying is that like I'd need to
No
show you.
interpretation required. We're pretty clear.
Then you want us to give you someone that proved it. You want us someone. You
claim
want
the
us
Earth
to give
is
you.
in motion. You claim the Earth is in motion. You need to substantiate that claim, don't you?
Well, I did.
No, you didn't. You said, "I
Okay,
don't
so
know."
how about instead of you saying I'm wrong, how about you tell me where I'm wrong?
You have no evidence for your claim.
Well, you just made a
You say
claim.
that. You say that. So how is hold on. How is that wrong? Don't say that I made a claim
What
that
do you
was
mean?
wrong.
How is what wrong? You have no evidence.
Explain to me how I am wrong.
Right. Okay. I'll make it very clear to you. You make the claim
you're not
the
you're
Earth
not listening.
is spinning. The Earth is in motion.
I heard what
You
my
provide
claim
zero
is.
evidence. You provide zero evidence, so it can be dismissed.
So
no
how?
observation
So
and no measurement.
asking you how the
Very
mechanics
simple.
work. How do the mechanics
how
work?
the mechanics work?
How does the sun work on flat Earth?
Talking about.
How does it work?
Irrelevant. What do you mean?
No, it's not irrelevant.
Yeah. There's
Well,
no
you don't
obligation
believe
on
it the way
me.
that I do, so you're just going to
There's no
disprove it no matter
obligation on
what.
me to tell
You're
you
just going to say it doesn't
sun works.
exist. So can you describe
Doesn't
to
exist.
me
What are you talking
how
about?
it works?
No, there's no requirement
yes.
on me. Time dash. Stop spiraling. There's no requirement on me to explain to you why we observe the sun to be moving. We just do. That's what it is. You to claim the Earth is spinning and then being unable to evidence that means that we can dismiss it. We don't need to tell you a story about the sun in order for you to accept that you have no evidence that the Earth is moving. Either you provide evidence that the Earth is moving or you don't. And so far you haven't. So that's it. No Earth motion. Yeah? Pretty simple.
How does it actually work?
Wow.
Okay, so I'm going to ask this guy another question. Hold on a second. Just a second. I'm going to ask you a question. So on the globe, I'm asking you about the mechanics on the globe really quickly. So where you're standing today in the morning, the Earth is in one side of the sky, and then apparently it moves to the other side of the sky, correct? On the globe, is that right?
No, we move.
We move? Okay. So prove to me the mechanics of how we move. Physically give me the evidence of how we move.
The gravitational pull of the
The
Earth.
rotation of what?
The gravitational pull of the Earth.
Pull? No, my goodness, man. The gravitational pull has nothing to do, even in the heliocentric model with rotation. Are you out of your mind? So anyway, tell me the mechanics and show me the physical evidence of how the Earth moves. I want you to show me where you measure the Earth movement, the mechanics of that.
You want me to show you the mechanics of how the Earth moves?
Yeah, I want you to show me how the Earth moves and how you detected it, the evidence for your claim.
I can help you answer.
Well, I mean, you could use shadows. You notice how a shadow moves
What
across
the fuck? What the fuck? Are you serious? Shadows have something to do with the rotation of the Earth?
Well, it shows the rotation.
No, it doesn't. It shows that it shows the apparent relationship angularly of the sun to the flat plane that you just measured. You dumbass.
What are you suggesting, dumbass?
I'm asking you to prove that the Earth is rotating with some sort of device. This is your claim. I didn't make the claim you did. Show me physically how you measured the rotation of the Earth. Go.
Correct me. Tell me.
How about you absolutely prove your claim or you get muted?
Go ahead.
That's a classic.
I can help you.
Go ahead.
Okay, Casey wants to help him though. Casey wants to give him a lifesaver.
You can't.
Yeah.
You can't make it worth rotating.
Bro, you do understand that the Earth, right? It spins at a constant speed, right?
Prove it.
Constant.
Prove it. No, it does not. That's a false claim. Excuse me, John Wick, you are lying. You are lying right now.
But you're not letting
the
me
Earth
finish.
is not
I'm
John.
not going to let
John.
you. He doesn't know.
John Wick.
I know that. I know.
John Wick. John Wick. You just lied. Even in the heliocentric model, it is not a constant velocity. It's an angular velocity, which is a constant change in acceleration. So it's a change in acceleration velocity. You are incorrect.
I was gonna correct it. I was gonna say near constant speed.
We've clearly just demonstrated that none of you have the evidence required for the claim that the Earth is in motion. So for you to reset like an NPC again and start your argument with the assumption the Earth is in motion, no, moron. That's what we've just established for the 10th time. You have no evidence for. That.
All right.
Start an
so-
argument
What you
All right.
of the
have,
Earth
John,
being
is
in
you have
motion
the
again. You start with, here is the evidence, here is the measurement of the Earth's motion. Therefore, I'm going to then claim something else about observations happening due to Earth's motion. Stop
All right.
starting with the assertion you have no evidence for.
All right, Cyclone, I'm gonna send a
John-
GIF here. I'm gonna send a
Yeah,
picture
yeah,
here.
yeah.
I'm going on mute. I'll listen in for a
What?
bit, so keep it
Cash
on.
at me, bro. Just send me a gift. You have
I
the
mean-
observation, John, was the sun, right? That's what we have. We have the elevation angle observation to the sun. Later down the road, you can model it to be something else, but the only observation you have in that case is the sun. You draw the angle to it. You can start at sunrise, like I was telling you earlier, or you can start with the winter. The thing that is similar to the sunrise and the winter is it's a more acute angle. It's a smaller angle. The sun is lower in the sky in the winter, right? Which is indicative, doesn't mean it's necessarily the truth, but is indicative of something that's further away. So when you're in front of a tall building, right, and you're standing right in front of it, draw an angle to the top of it, you get your horizontal baseline, and you're like, okay, my arms are spread really wide, right? A big angle. You walk far away from the building, small angle, right? So that's indicative of something that's at a further distance.
Well, that's incredibly close to you. Like, that's
Right.
basically like near you. Like
Okay.
your eye doesn't physically allow you to see the curvature of the Earth because we're so damn
This is not a-
small, which is what
yeah.
you can't seem to understand. No thanks.
This is just an
You can't
elevation
seem to
angle to the
understand that.
sun. It's just an
You can get
elevation
another
angle to the sun or a building. It's not the Earth I'm measuring at the moment. It's just your observation of the Earth spin is the sun moving and the elevation angles.
Yes.
During the seasons and during the day and until it goes
Yeah.
until it's night.
Yeah, you're talking about the sun, Johnny boy. You're talking about the sun, Johnny boy. Well done, Johnny boy.
All right, so my claim as to why the Earth is spinning, right, at a simple viewpoint, is if I'm gonna stand out in a field and I'm gonna look up, right, and I see the sun up just right above me, right, and I'm going to stand there for 24 hours at fucking, I don't know, Red Bull or something, and I'm just gonna look at the sky, man, right, constantly look at the sky, right. I'm going to guarantee you. No, shut up. I'm going to guarantee you, right, that I'm gonna look and I'm gonna. All right, shut up. I'm explaining something. I guarantee you that I'm going to see the same.
You're demonstrating looking up at the sun that night.
Johnny boy, how did you get the time? That you need.
do you
You
mean, how
need a
did I
flat
get the
Earth.
time?
You need a flat. You need a flat Earth for time, mate. So that's how it's derived.
John, you
The,
like Googling stuff.
yeah.
Can you Google? So I'm going to ask you something real quick, and then I want you to Google the answer for me. So when it's sunrise, is the sun closer or further to you?
Okay, when the sun rises. Okay, I'm gonna Google it as you just asked.
No,
me to.
that's not what I want you to Google.
When the sun.
I'm going to ask you to Google something, but first I want to ask you a couple questions.
All right.
You not know, just like, is it close? What does your intuition tell you then? I guess when it's sunrise, right, and then the sun starts to come towards you, right, but when it's first rising, it's further away, or wouldn't you say?
No.
No.
All right,
Okay.
no. Okay. My
Frank, dude.
understanding. What? Stop!
Dude,
Stop!
you're just stuck in a loop. You can't even understand that the sun is farther away from you, even on a ball.
When the sun rises, you see the sun in the distance, and then when the sun's above your head, has it got closer to you? That's what you're saying.
That's it, right at the moment, right? You would agree, like everybody would agree that that's the case, right? And then this, the next step was, right, you were asking about seasons earlier. So now in the winter, right, the sun is lower to the ground. Is it, lower to the more an acute angle, lower in the sky, right? So that would be more of an acute angle that seems to match, right, when there's a sunrise, right? It seems to be like a pretty decent match. The thing I want you to Google,
It
right?
seems.
I mean, seems that way, right?
Yeah.
So that's what we experience, and that's what we measure, and that's what we can apply to buildings and trees and other angles that we take. Right. So I just want you to Google for me the answer. Is the sun closer or further in the winter when it's lower in the sky and it's cold and the sun can't even reach you and warm you up? Is that closer or further? If you could Google it for me.
It depends on what hemisphere you are.
I mean, guys, I don't know why we're entertaining this guy. He doesn't know what an elevation angle is.
No,
He
because
doesn't know
if
what
I
an
get muted, it's gonna go back to an echo chamber.
Yeah.
And it
Really
just
So
good.
Johnny,
somebody
boy,
just shouted-
Johnny boy,
Somebody just
Johnny boy.
shouted hemispheres.
Johnny boy, where did you ever observe curvature to know that
I
you know?
can't. I physically can't, though. You're strawmanning me. I physically can't. I can't. And you can't either. So,
So it must
that
be-
must mean it's
so it must
flat.
be-
That must mean it's
it's
flat.
flat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's flat then. Yeah.
No.
Look, it's
That's
flat.
the ant. That's the ant on the basketball. What I'm telling you. That's the
Yeah,
ant
it's
on the
flat.
basketball comparison.
Yeah. So it's flat then, isn't it, Johnny?
No, it's not. The fact, okay, the terrain of the Earth, I agree, it's basically flat, right? Except like hills and mountains, stuff like that, which of course has to have a stable ground, which is flat.
Yeah.
Right?
An
Okay,
elevation above sea level. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So my question to you, like again, if I'm gonna ask this question, I might as well just be fucking banned again. I don't know who, by the way, banned me here. If anybody here remembers.
It's like,
Did
well, it's
anybody
like a
remember
test.
banning me?
I know who it was. It's because it's like a test, John. If you get 0 answers right after like 80 questions, like 0. I mean, it's like
Yeah,
you
you-
gotta
you-
get
you
banned and
failed,
start
Chuck.
No,
again.
because you're giving me very obscure and questions that I don't have much knowledge about, and it's
What
all about
angles?
interpretation. It's
Yeah.
like your entire basis is interpretation. It's observation. If you observe, right, that the like I'm
But where
walking
did you
on a
observe this
grassy field.
curvature?
Okay, well, no, one
Curvature
thing.
of a-
If I'm
curvature.
walking on a grassy field, right, on a grassy like land, it's
we don't
gonna
care.
appear to me to be flat, right? I'm not wrong, guys.
don't care.
It's gonna appear to be flat.
Well,
Yeah.
it is flat, mate.
Okay. So no. Yeah. Of course it's flat. I'm not arguing that.
Yeah, the Earth is
No.
flat, mate. Yeah, you're right.
Okay. Okay. Can you mute this guy because he's talking a lot over me?
No,
which
we
is
can't
no.
mute him.
All right. Okay. So, but when anybody in here overtalks over one of you guys, it's fine.
Hey, John Wick, you overtalk
It's a
yourself most
5v1
of the time.
and if you talk, you
Try
get muted.
explaining to
I'm
you
overtalking
earlier.
myself.
This is like a kingdom in here, okay? We're all the kings.
Dictatorship.
Yeah, it's a dictatorship. That's
dictatorship.
exactly right. So just accept it now.
All right. So Radwan, you're gonna be exactly the same as the government. Bravo. You're gonna be exactly the same as the government, like in
So
your.
Johnny, just tell
in
us
your-
again how. Just tell us again how the globe appears to be flat. Just tell it one more time that the globe is flat.
If you stand on a grassy field or near the beach and you look at like a sea, right? It's got like its surface is usually, except the waves, is gonna appear flat. Okay,
that's
so
the stuff. That's what we
that
wanted to hear.
must
Say it
mean
again, John.
that it's flat. That must mean that it's flat, right? That's your
No.
basis. And if I
Better now.
deviate from that, I'm going to get muted. That's
Yeah, so-
wonderful.
So
That's just
so,
wonderful.
No, we must be able to see the Earth curvature to have an idea that.
But okay, listen. Okay, one deck. The Earth is is incomprehensibly big. You don't seem to understand that. You don't.
Who
How
measured
big
it?
do you think the Earth is? Oh, I
Who
don't know
measured it?
because you can't prove it.
Yeah, but how big is it? What's the measurements? Tell me what the measurements are.
The measurement of the Earth. They only get
Yeah.
the Earth's circumference.
Yeah.
Okay, if I seem to remember, it's like I don't know. It's 41,000 or close to
40,000
40,000.
kilometers of.
Yeah. So
of
who measured
yeah.
it then? Who measured it then?
Kilometers.
Who measured it?
40,000 kilometers.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Who measured it then? Who measured the curvature that looked flat?
I mean, I
Okay,
posted
back
it in
then the
chat
Greeks.
like 5 times.
Yeah. So he
Oh,
measured
you?
elevation angles.
You, Michael Myers?
elevation angles.
Yeah.
Wait,
I
Michael
posted-
Myers, are you flat
about-
Earth or round Earth?
No, I'm normal. I don't think
Oh,
that the
you're a normal
government is
person.
trying to control us. And I posted proof like 5 times in chat, and none of the
let's
people
see.
you are talking with even looked at it. And the ones
Yeah,
that did,
because they censor
say,
that.
It's fake.
They
It's fake.
censor, yeah, of course. They'll go
Yeah, but
CGI.
listen, guys.
Boring.
Listen,
CGI,
guys.
yeah.
When we measure the time, we use the sun above the horizon. Am I correct or not?
Okay, now you're mocking
Yes.
our accents, Michael. Did you notice that? He's
Yeah,
going like this.
I-
So you don't believe that the government's trying to control anybody? Man, the
No,
government must
okay,
be,
no,
they
that's
suck
that
at doing their
argument.
job.
They don't win
Okay,
no,
anything
sometimes
by
I just
saying
talk like
that
this.
the Earth is round.
Okay.
They don't win Jack Diddley squad.
No, Michael
They don't-
Myers, he just said, do you believe that the government is lying to us? And
I mean, that's
never,
their
like,
No,
job.
but listen,
lie?
guys, I'm being serious
true.
now. If I walk down a fucking road and it's flat, it must be flat.
All
Okay,
right, mate.
that
Seems
can
to be you seem to be talking in this
can
way.
you stop fucking
Guys,
taking the
all right,
piss?
y'all wild. Y'all wild. Y'all wild.
Yeah, we're wild. When he does it, it's
No,
fine.
can we?
Right?
Yeah,
Can we?
Okay.
Let's
when
get
it's
back to
against
the
you, you
ground.
really cry. When it's
Hey,
against
guys.
you, you really cry, and you.
Hey guys, when we measure the elevation angle from the horizontal baseline using the sun, that's how we get the time, no? I mean, it's simple, isn't it? It's simples. It's simples.
Repeat that.
Yeah, so when we get the elevation angle from the sun from the horizontal baseline, and that is the sea level, that's how we get the time. Okay?
Okay, on a simple scale, yes, that's the case.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
that is-
we are simple, and that's what we're talking
All
about.
right, Wondek, stop talking like a fucking idiot, please. Can you
It
guys?
must be true.
He's insulting
It
me.
must
He's
be
insulting me. You're
It
right with
must be
anyone in
true.
here.
Respectful, at
Can
least.
It has
We're
to be
trying
true.
We're
Can you
trying
tell
to
him?
speak your language. So be fucking respectful.
It has to be true.
Radwan, any mod in here? Can you please tell him to at least try to behave? Maybe.
No,
Like,
I
just
mean,
not insult
when
us
we measure
completely.
the elevation angle from sea level,
All right, you're talking like a retard. You're talking and
Yes,
you're
the sea-
insulting
Well, I
me.
mean,
I
this is
mean,
how accents are developed.
we know
You're
the
talking-
sea level's level, don't we, Johnny boy?
You're
Hey, Johnny
talking
boy.
like a fucking
All right,
dickhead.
gentlemen.
You're talking
Can
like
we
a dickhead.
can we get back to the subject matter of the server, please? Like,
Yes,
we're-
and can you
So,
please tell
get
him
back
to
to the
talk
ground,
in a normal
guys.
manner, please?
Yeah. So, when I look at the sea level, is it
Okay,
level?
all right.
or
Now you're
curved?
just being racist.
No, I'm not. That is how I talk.
No. First you try to. Then can you please tell him just to be civil, please? Hey, Targus,
Stop
please. It's not
yelling.
that complicated.
Stop
Tell him.
yelling. Stop
All right.
I'm talking about level,
Then-
sea.
all right. Then tell
Relax,
him.
gentlemen.
Please, I'm asking you, please, politely, to tell him to not mock me constantly when he's talking.
Anyway, we can't help but mock you. You're a gold earther. You keep thinking you live on a flat ball, dude.
Yeah, and the sea
Wait,
level is level.
okay, wait. You just fucking proved my point. Wait, do you think the surface of a ball is anything but flat?
We don't live on a ball, do we, Johnny boy?
No, I'm asking a question. Answer my question. Do you think the surface of a ball is not flat?
It's curved.
No, it's spherical,
Yes,
Johnny.
that proves. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm yelling. Okay, that proves my point.
It's spherical, Johnny.
That proves my
And we
point.
can- yeah, and we can measure it.
One deck,
can't
you
we?
stop talking like a fucking idiot. Stop talking.
No,
like a
don't
moron.
tell me what
to you, dude.
Stop
No,
talking like
I-
a moron.
That
I
made
can
sense
talk
to you,
how I
so
like.
yes.
Nobody can tell me how to talk. It's my
Stop
decision.
talking like a moron. You're talking like a
Yeah.
fucking idiot.
So, do you think the sea level is level or curved?
I 100% believe it to be curved. Yes.
Oh, so
I
how
think
do
it
you-
is to be curved, right? Yeah, I think it is to be curved. Yeah.
So it's just a
So-
belief then.
Yeah. So,
Fucking
is the
pink
sea level
crumpets,
at 0 degrees? If the points between two
Okay,
0 degrees.
now you're putting an Indian accent. That's just racist at
Oh,
this point.
don't you be telling me what to talk about.
He's being racist, and all the flat earthers in here are like,
Don't
oh,
you be
that's
telling
fine.
me what to talk about.
That's fine.
I mean, bro, she's the one that's not getting muted, and I got muted.
Of course. No, Michael
for
Myers,
for
we're
telling
wasting our
him
time
to
by
s-
this.
To be respectful, it's just so hard to be respectful. Even if you think that we are dumb because you all think we are dumb,
Dumb?
at
And we
least
don't
try
think
to
you're
be
dumb.
the better person. At least.
We don't
Is
think
that
you're
so
dumb.
hard?
What happened? We've been trying to tell you that the earth is flat and not a
Bro,
ball. And you're
no,
still
no, no.
arguing.
You,
No,
Radwan,
but you're
you are
not
not the
proving
one to
valid
speak.
evidence. You're not
You
proving
are not the
proving
one to
valid
speak about
evidence.
respect. You are the one screaming at
What?
John Wick
Me?
for 30 minutes. Yeah.
I'm like one
Yeah.
of the nicest
Yeah.
guys
Wait,
in
Michael
here.
Myers. Michael
You
Myers. He doesn't have
wish.
to scream. He can just mute you.
Yeah.
That's the thing, though. Also, when we come in here, we're wasting time just to reiterate that.
I feel
when
like you
come in
learned a
here,
little something, right? Like that an
No, I
angle,
learned nothing.
when something's further away, you get it's more of an acute angle, right? And that
Yes.
it's above you. Yeah. And then you learn
But that's a matter of observation. That's observation.
We can measure
Right.
that.
the measurement of an angle. So I mean that's one measurement, right, of an angle of an observation, which is the sun, and the sun moving across the sky, and taking an elevation angle to the sun to then get time zones in day and night.
Yeah.
And then we
I
follow
know what
we can
time
follow
it
the
is.
path. We can follow the
Yeah.
path of the sun as well. It'll rise in the east and set in the west, and it'll change along its azimuth throughout the year of where it rises and where it sets. Right. So, but it'll rise, due east and set due west. So, what are east and west?
What are east and west?
Are they a measurement also?
No, they're directions.
Okay, they're directions. What are they relative to?
To the magnetic pole. Yeah, to the magnetic pole.
Right.
the
Yeah, we learned
geometric
another
poles,
thing,
because
right?
the
We know that
magnetic
now there's
poles
a
change
pole in the
every
sense
couple
there's
of
a
years.
pole. Yeah, there's a pole where the compass points. And if we want to go around the pole, like if you put a pole in your backyard and I want to go around it, if I want to go east or west, there'll be a circle around the pole. So now we know the sun circles around the pole, east and west, and it stays between 23.4 degrees in the Tropic of Cancer. Then it goes to the equator, and then 23.4 degrees opposite of the equator to the Tropic of Capricorn. And when it's the winter, right, for you in the north, is on the Tropic of Capricorn, which is further away from the Tropic of Cancer. Therefore, you can infer that the sun is further away, and you can infer that from getting the elevation angle, which is lower in the sky with a further away sun. I mean, you learn these things, right?
No, I don't agree with you on that. Like, I just simply don't agree.
That's how you make the globe, though. Why? How could you possibly disagree with the origins of the globe if you believe in the globe?
Right. So
he's an ant. He's an ant on a bottle. What's up with you?
Why are you denying the globe measurements?
Why am I denying the globe measurements? Can you explain to me again what were those measurements? Can you repeat that?
Hey, Johnny Boy.
No, One Deck, shut the fuck up, please. One Deck, shut up. He's talking.
Your accent is changing, Johnny Boy. You sounded a little bit American then, boy.
What? Yes, because I don't want you to go, oh, you're Italian, Johnny Boy.
I got you, Johnny Boy.
Retard.
Yeah, I've got you, Johnny Boy. I heard
You're a stupid retard, and I hate you.
I can hear the American accent coming through.
And you contribute nothing to the conversation.
I can hear your fakery.
Nice. He's derivating. He's basically driving us away from the debate.
I can hear you.
You're not muting him. You're not muting him. Last match? I don't know. Wait, no. Which is name said it?
Johnny Boy. I'm
exposing. The other guy told. No, the other guy said it's a kingdom. You guys can do whatever you want. Right. That's true, right, Redwan? Yeah. That's good. All right, so you're gonna be exactly the same as the government.
There's other ones that will just mute you. I'm one of the nice ones, and you guys think I'm mean.
You pretend to be. No, you pretend to be.
Oh, he hasn't met me yet.
Pretend to be nice is better than not being nice.
Who said that?
Come on. So what else did you learn, John? You learned that the globe is created from with elevation angles to the sky, right? Did you learn that today?
The what now?
The globe model that you believe in, it needs a flat Earth to make it. You gotta get the elevation angle to the things in the sky.
So a globe Earth needs a flat Earth.
Yeah.
No.
It's like almost like which way is up and which way is down, right?
No,
which way is up?
It's not like that.
Down.
Right. So you're basically telling me.
Go ahead.
Go on.
Well, I was just going to give you another counter example. Like if you don't believe that's how you drive.
Okay.
Well, I would answer which way is up. You'd be like, oh, the sky is up, right? So you're going to say,
no, I'm looking up right now. Here, I'm looking up.
Yeah.
That's up. I'm looking at my silly.
Yeah. Right. You're going to say that's up, and then the ground is down, right? So
like,
up and down.
My comprehension, my lack of comprehending, like just I can't again fathom the fact that I'm on a disc and the sun goes down and just disappears from like the face of the earth, right?
No,
it just disappears from it.
Somebody will always see it, yeah. But from your vantage point, as the angle gets lower and lower in the sky, and as the sky's got clouds and and dust and whatnot, and I mean a light could be attenuated or absorbed by these material things in the sky, like the clouds and the air and the oxygen and the nitrogen and whatnot. Yeah. So if it's not allowed to, if any kind of light, like a flashlight, isn't allowed to just shine its light freely, if I put a bunch of fog in the room, then you won't be able to see the flashlight. If I take the fog out,
that's not the same comparison. That's not the same thing.
As what? As clouds?
That's not the same thing as a massive body of like quote unquote heat and light, right? And
how massive? I mean, when you look at the sun, how big is it?
I don't remember exactly how big the sun is.
Have you ever gone outside? Have you ever held your hand up?
That's not true.
Yeah,
that's not true.
Have you ever held your hand up and blocked the sun from shining in your eyes?
Yes.
All right, so then your hand is bigger than the sun.
But that's not true. Okay, no thanks. If I put you in front of a TV and I put a little blanket, And I put a really small cloth
We
in
know
front
how
of your
far
eyes.
away the TV is. We know how far
No,
away.
but you know, it's
how
2
far
meters.
away.
It's 2 meters
We
from
know
you.
how far
It's 2
away
meters
the
in
little
front of
piece
you.
of paper is, dummy.
Red one. The
We can
TV
measure
is
those
2 meters
distances.
away from
We
you.
can
No,
measure
you
those
told me I don't know where
distances.
it is from. You just asked me. You don't know how far it is, right? It's 2 meters in front of you, elevated at eye level. It's on a counter, right? Just directly like in front of your eyes, right? And I put a little cloth in front of your eyes, right? Are
Dude,
you
I don't know what
going?
you're
Are
talking
you
about.
going to tell me?
just
Are you going to tell me? Oh man! Oh, the cloth is bigger than the TV. Are you
well,
going
you
to tell me
assumed.
that?
Listen, dude. You assumed that the sun was massive, but then you would have to say, we'd have to ask again. Well, who measured the size of the sun and the distance? Like the things that you're pointing out right now, be the distance to the object and the size of the object. Like who measured those two things? You would have to go back to the Eratosthenes and some other things to get the Kepler, Copernican, to get these sizes just given to you, right? You'd have to go, but you don't want to do that, right? You just have to say if it's
What?
big,
I don't want to
and
do
if
what?
it's far.
Wait, no, I don't want to do what?
You want to sit outside and watch Venus transit the sun in like 200 years? Are you going to do that for me? To
No,
get the
no, I
size,
didn't
right?
say that.
All right.
I didn't say that. I did not say that. You're storming me.
Okay. No, of course you didn't.
You're
I'm just saying,
legitimately
what are you gonna?
storming me.
Yeah, what are you going to do to measure the size of the sun? You're going to say, I don't know. I'm going to go see what
I
they
posted
did. What
it
they
in
did is
chat.
what I. Okay. So then you'd have to say how they
What?
measure the size and distance
Let's
of the
see.
sun
I want to
to
see
say
what
that it's
Michael
big.
sent. All right, gonna read it.
I don't know. I just breezed through the first sentence, and he's saying somebody was wrong about measuring something.
And it's a suggestion anyway. It says. So,
Yeah, didn't
The fact that it's a
Aristarchus
suggestion.
didn't Aristarchus assume that the lights in the sky were effectively infinitely far? Sounds like science fiction.
I think if
Wait,
we
that
measure
was a long
light
time
in the
ago.
sky, we're going to
That
get
was a
what
long time
Matthew
ago.
Ernst
Again,
got 3441 miles away. Anything in the sky that's a light up there is going to be the same distance.
okay, so you think any star and the sun is is the same distance away from us?
Measures that way from the ground.
It does measure that way. Yeah. Like
Okay, but the
stars,
fact.
they're all on the
Wait,
same plane when
how
you
do you
measure 'em.
explain the Earth not like freezing to death? How do you explain like the Earth not freezing?
Sun. We have the sun.
All right,
Where-
then
where- all right,
then
so
what
that's a good
then what
question,
makes
right?
us okay?
Where the sun doesn't go, would it be cold?
No,
No,
because
I was wrong.
it emits heat towards the Earth, but you can't see heat waves, just as you can't see the heat waves
Dude, when
inside
there's
your
no sun, is
microwaves.
it cold? Like just observe nighttime. When there's no sun, is it cold or warmer? When
No,
It's warmer
Oh
at
my
night
God.
time.
not necessarily cold.
This guy.
I thought it was warmer at night time.
Man, John
No,
Wick's losing it.
It's not necessarily that. No, I'm losing it because
What
you
do you
guys are just constantly
Never warmer
lying.
at night. It's never warmer at
Meno-
night. What are you talking about?
Mennonite, please get a better mic or a better phone and stop
All right.
shoving in.
Did anyone ever explain to John Wick over here that flat Earth isn't a disk in outer space?
Yeah, John, just
fell
stop.
apart.
Mike,
I'm trying to prove it to them, but they're just
Yeah,
Yeah,
fell
but
apart
there's things that are
when-
contrary to like reality. Saying, listen, when the sun is out, it's freezing. I freeze when the sun is on. When I go get a tan outside in the sun, it's freezing cold. You're trying to convince us with things that are not
when
completely
you
to
go
reality.
get a tan outside in the sun, it's freezing cold.
You know,
Yeah,
flat
that's
Earth
what I'm
isn't a planet that
How?
orbits the
Wait,
sun.
wait.
Earth isn't a planet.
I wanna understand what he's just said. If you go outside, get a tanning bed, the sun is outside, it's fucking 30-some degrees, I don't know, right? It's really hot outside, hot outside, right? If you put a tanning bed out there and you lay down, is it gonna be hot or cold?
Bro, when the sun's out, it's hot. Do you agree or disagree?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so when where the sun doesn't reach, would it be cold then? Yes?
No, that doesn't mean
No.
that.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Why would
It's still
you
gonna
get
be-
a
it's
tanning
still-
bed outside?
you're not gonna freeze to death
Tanning
if the
beds
sun
are
isn't
for
there.
indoors usually. You don't have to go outside. That's what tanning beds are for.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean, I guess, right? If you don't see the sun, you're going to freeze to death. I didn't say that, right? I just say it's colder. Things could freeze when there is no sun.
It's
on
not
them.
necessarily. It can be. It literally can be that in daytime sometimes it's gonna be slightly colder than it is in the nighttime.
Oh, in
like
winter.
in the winter, yeah, when the sun
Yeah.
is measured at a lower angle in the sky, which is indicative of something being further away from you.
No,
Like
it's
in
not.
the-
It's not indicative of that.
It's not.
Oh.
You can't prove it.
I mean, I can prove it with like everything else in
But
reality.
you won't want to because it will
I can.
contradict
We
you.
can go to a building
in
or
winter,
a
in
tree
fact,
or any
we are
object. If we
closer
back
to the
away
sun.
from it, if we get further from it, it'll be a lower angle. I can show it to every single thing else in reality.
Because it rotates. It rotates down. It rotates.
The building
rotation.
rotates. The building rotates down.
No, because the gravity of the Earth is pulling it towards it.
I already told
That's
you
why.
that
No,
it's not being pulled down by gravity
All right,
when I
Redwood.
remove the air from the surface of water and the water turned into
But
gas.
that's on
so
a
fuck
way
the
less.
gravity.
That's on a way lesser scale. That's on a way smaller scale.
You lost.
What do you mean I lost? I just won. I won. You're saying that I have to get you a fucking scale of the Earth, right? I have to pull up the Earth on my little hand, but that will create a fucking black hole. Do you understand me? You don't know how massive gravity works. You refuse that.
He's just going all over the
Listen.
place
Okay,
now.
shut up. If the Earth spun at the rate that we like scientists claim it to be, right, and we wouldn't have gravity, right, everything would fucking fly the hell out of Earth. Everything
What
would just.
scientist says that?
Go ahead.
What scientist says that? You said all of them. I just want you to name one.
What, that claims the Earth spins at a certain rate?
That you're gonna fly off into fucking space and all this shit. You said they all say that. Name one, or be muted, or say you made that up.
I can't immediately pull whoever said that. That's not fair. Exactly
you
like
made
when
it
I
up,
ask you
right?
a question.
Say you made it up.
No,
Say you
it's
made
like
it up.
exactly like I ask you
Say
something.
that you made it
But
up.
that's not fair, Rad. When I ask you something, you don't immediately say, "Oh, this was stated by."
Well, anybody else up? Michael, you
Wow,
seem to
what
want
an
to jump
angry
in.
man.
No, after what you did to him, I don't think I wanna speak because I'm afraid you're gonna mute me again.
Oh,
Or someone, because you
you're
asked
afraid
a
of being
question.
moderated. I get
because
that.
when we have the formulas and we have the knowledge, we don't have to citate a scientist that says something basic. Because
you guys don't even
I
agree
don't
with,
think
like,
that there has
observable
been any
reality.
scientist that said, yeah, so when scientists say gravity keeps everything on the ground. So that's what scientists say. So if you apply logic, if gravity for some reason didn't exist, everything
Now I'm
wouldn't
gonna
want
ask
to be
you.
so close together. It
Now I'm
would
going to
make
ask
sense,
you which
right?
scientist says that. I'm going to ask you which scientist says that.
That gravity holds things in place?
Yeah.
Newton?
Nope.
Oh, he didn't.
No, he didn't, actually.
Isaac Newton.
Yeah, he said gas molecules disperse
Need to be belligerent.
through with entropy, which is the opposite of what gravity does.
Said he
So,
didn't
so
faint
when Newton says
hypothesis.
gas molecules disperse and move away from each other, that's supposedly proof of attraction to one another.
No, because gravity, I told you like last week, I talked with you, I don't know if you remember, but we talked that molecules don't get applied gravity because of their insignificant mass. The more mass you have, the more gravity you have. It's really simple.
What
Well,
about
gravity
basic
only works
physics?
at a certain scale. It only works at a certain scale. Not too small, not
Obviously.
too big.
No. Yeah, obviously, yeah.
even if you have a lot of gas?
No, when you have a lot of gas, that's how Earth and every other
Okay.
planet and star was made.
So why do we have an
gas
atmosphere?
that got accumulated?
So why do we have an atmosphere? You said gravity doesn't affect gas. So why do we have an atmosphere on what you think is planet Earth?
Don't twist my words. Don't twist my words.
That's
I
what you
gravity
said
doesn't
just
affect
now. You
to
said
individual
gravity.
molecules.
You said it's so insignificant it doesn't matter. But at the same time, you have an atmosphere due to gravity. Pick one.
Oh, you're
Okay.
done, dude.
When you isolate a single molecule, let's say in an ideal universe, there's only one molecule. Gravity doesn't affect it.
Okay, so the
Why?
first
Because
molecule
there's
that
only
Earth
one.
made, the very first,
Okay, I'm
the
gonna
very
explain it.
hold
I'm gonna
on.
explain it.
No, I'm talking now. The very first molecule that Earth made just went out into outer space, and then
That
the
means the
second one that
second
Earth
one.
made went out into outer space, and the third molecule that Earth made also went out into outer space. How do you have an atmosphere form?
Okay, I'm gonna answer your question. First of all, so that okay, so first of all,
It's hard.
molecules get more affected by electrostatic
Not
than
gravity?
gravity.
What about gravity? Your claim was gravity, kid.
I'm telling you.
So you're
To
abandoning
make what we
gravity, or
know
you're
as
talking about
you're not gonna
electrostatics
let me
now?
talk. Yeah, I understand. You're not gonna let anyone.
All right, I'm just asking.
No, I'm trying to defend my point, but you keep cutting me.
You're defending electrostatics, dude, as
Yeah,
the cause.
electrostatic
not gravity.
first accumulated millions and billions of molecules until we had let's say a handful of gas, and
All right,
that
don't you need to
gas,
contain it?
because it's not close enough to any other gravity sources, its own gravity affects other molecules
He
around
doesn't
it.
make any sense now. Now it makes its own gravity.
No, Michael, you're wrong
Why?
here. They don't understand. They don't understand this intricate stuff.
No,
They refuse
it's
it,
very
basically.
intricate. You guys are contradicting yourself on the intricacies.
No, bro. I've
What?
studied
How?
this for 2 years. I've studied physics and
Okay, then
physics
why
and
did you tell me
chemistry
that?
for
Why did you
2
tell me that gas
years.
molecules ignore gravity because it's too insignificant, and then tell me that, well, you have an atmosphere due to gas molecules, and then I
I'm
said,
telling
okay, is
you.
that due to gravity? You said, well, electrostatics. And I'm like, well, hold on, not gravity then?
I'm telling you. Electrostatics
You're
makes
not clear, man. You are gish galloping all over the place. You're not making any
Damn.
freaking sense.
You know what? You are right. I got owned.
Yeah.
I
Thank
got
you.
owned.
Anybody else? Can
Any
anybody else
physicist
make
out
sense
there,
of what he
quit
said?
your jobs. This guy had it.
Yeah,
This
no
guy
big
knows
deal.
it.
Listen, the Earth's not a globe. Gravity
Yeah,
is
Albert Einstein,
not
fuck that
necessary.
guy. Newton, fuck that guy. Fuck every major
Yeah,
scientist.
they're conspiracists, right, Michael? Yeah, they're conspiracists.
I mean, yeah, that's the
According
thing.
to them.
It's-
According to them.
if you
This
want
is a
to prove a
super cult.
point that the government
Super
is
cult.
lying to you, don't go for flat Earth because it
I don't
doesn't
care
work.
about conspiracies. Who's talking about that? We're talking about science. I don't believe in conspiracies.
No, but
You
he's
don't-
saying
you don't
that
think that the
straw man
government
me.
is trying to lie to all of us to believe that the
Don't
Earth
straw man.
is a
Nobody's
globe?
lying. Nobody's lying to anybody. People are
You
just
said the
delusional.
government's lying to you, by the
No,
way.
Radwan,
You're
you
the
said.
ones who
Radwan, you said that.
What?
Radwan, you
You
said
said
that.
that when
You said
the
that.
when the Jewish girl came
You
here
said,
like
why
an
are they
hour and a
lying
half
to
ago.
us? You asked, why are they lying to you? I just said,
No,
money.
you said. You
said
they're
that.
lying to you. They're
You
lying
think
to you
they're
for
lying
money.
to us?
No,
Yeah.
Radwan said that. Radwan said that.
Like
Radwan
an hour
you
and
said
a
that.
half,
That they're lying
like
to us
a-
for money.
I
like
said
an hour and a
like
half
you
ago
asked.
with that girl, right?
equals
John Wick?
control the mind, is what I said. Government equals control the mind.
Oh yeah, that's what government means.
That's
Dude,
just the word.
Government
Amish,
is
please
a
fix the
force.
mic.
Government is a force that rules over a certain people. That's what it is. A
Listen, if they're
body.
not doing that, then they're not doing their job. Like, what do you guys argue? If they're not ruling
But
over
you
you, then they're
can't
not doing
simply
their job.
rule completely over everyone. You can't rule. You
they're
can't
not
have
doing their job.
a complete. No, but that's basically authoritarian control. That's you. That's you. And like what you're saying is that you have to be like,
They're not, dude,
for
bottom line,
example,
they're not
Nazi
governing,
Germany,
then they're not
where
doing their job.
everything,
Bring the topic back
everything.
to Earth.
Listen,
They're not
listen.
doing their job.
All right.
Are you
Listen, the
government
government
denier now? What are you
physically
doing?
in our day and age, listen, no thanks. The government in our age physically, like they physically can't control every single person on the planet
Is
on
that
a
your proof
perfect
of a
scale.
globe? Is that
No,
your
that's
globe
not my
proof
proof
then,
of a
John
globe.
Wick?
That's
Is that your
that's
proof
my,
of the globe? Government
No, it's
doesn't
not my proof of
lie,
the globe.
therefore the Earth is a globe.
Eagle Save, what's an example you can prove to me? Like what's an example you can give me?
Water.
Like, please give me. What's an example that the Earth is flat?
Water. 71% of the Earth is covered in water, they said, and water's flat.
Okay, the surface of water is flat.
Mean sea level is 0. Slope is 0.
Wait, that's not true, though. That's not true.
Holy
That is
Sea
simply
level
not true.
is 0. Yes, it is.
That's
what
not
mean
true.
sea level means. You average out the rise and fall of water over vast geographic distances, and you set that as your baseline.
All right,
You're correct, John Wick. You said it correctly. The surface of water is flat. Yeah,
It's
the
flat,
water. Yeah. The surface of water is flat.
It's flat.
And surface of
Mostly.
water takes the shape.
It fluctuates. Sorry.
Yeah,
It
the
fluctuates.
water takes the shape of the container, and the surface of water lays flat, like you said it. You said it correctly because
No, I did. No, I didn't say it's like a container. I did not say that.
No. You said
You're putting
the
words in my
surface of
mouth,
water-
Necros.
Shut up! You said the surface of water. You said I
Yeah.
will repeat and I will clip what you said from YouTube because I heard
It kneels to gravity.
You said, just shut up. You said no. The surface of water is flat. You
Okay,
said
then I'm gonna
you
correct
said
myself. It
precisely-
fluctuates. It
you-
fluctuates.
You used those words. You said
But then I'm gonna
surface
correct myself.
of water lays flat. Yeah, and it was correct. The surface of water is flat. Yeah.
No, I'm gonna correct myself. The surface of
$2 for air. Uh-oh.
Okay, please. The
Pretty
surface
cheap.
of the water seems to be flat,
Is
but
it?
it's not. It fluctuates and it bends. Okay, listen to me. It bends according to gravity. No, but you're just talking over me. That's not fair. I just let you talk, Necros. That's not fair. That's not fair. No, that's not fair.
It's not about not letting you talking. I won't let you change what you said. Yeah, it's correct. The surface of water is flat. Yeah, correct. I won't let you
Injit.
change it. No, you can go with
You
it. You can go
authoritarian
with it
fuck.
and continue
Right.
your
Alright.
explanation.
Alright.
You-
Alright.
You said it. It was your fault.
No, but the thing is, I made a mistake. I made an error, and I can create, and I can correct an error, right? Necros, right? Or can't I? Necros? Can I not correct an error? Oh, they're silent.
Okay.
No, answer me. Can I not correct an error?
Yeah,
Answer.
you can add
Yeah, but
something.
there's
else.
no error to correct.
Okay,
You
so
can
I'm
Use
going to
your
correct
air
my
machine.
error. Okay,
can
okay,
correct
then
it.
Can I get
I would like to correct my.
four ones?
Wait a second. You can only correct an error if you're correcting something that was said, that's wrong. What you said was not wrong. There's
Thank you
nothing
much.
for you to correct.
Two.
Yo, Radwin, why did you mute?
All right, then I'm gonna correct whatever I said, right?
No, you want just now.
Okay, you can't correct me. Okay, you can't let me correct myself. Is what you're saying?
What's correct?
You're essentially telling me to go fuck yourself. You're wrong.
Yeah, because
then I have to believe what you're saying.
Deal with it. It was correct.
Okay. So are you different from the government, Necros? Are you different from the government's logic? Necros, are you different from the government's logic? Answer me. Is your logic different from the government's? Answer.
All these guys are trying to like.
How? And how? Explain to me. No, I'm not obnoxious. No, thanks. I'm not obnoxious. You guys are illogical, and you're not making any sense. And as soon as somebody starts to make sense, you just mute them because that's convenient for you. That's what the government does on a mass scale, and you can't admit it. You can't admit that you.
What is it that you made sense of? Like, simply.
What you want me to correct my error? Then is what I'm trying
What was your
to
best
do.
in this last 2 hours? What was your best point? That you made sense of something.
My point in the last 2 hours, right?
No, this is your best
is that
point,
you
not like the
guys
whole
is
point.
no my
What was your
simple best point, right? Is that you guys can't explain at all, except for observation. You guys can't. Shut up. You guys can't explain why if I'm at a certain point on Earth and I FaceTime somebody else and he's on a certain point on Earth and for me it's nighttime and for him it's daytime, you can't explain that because like you prove no evidence. You only focus on observation and you don't.
Hold on. I'll just mute you for a second. I told you the sun moved.
Yeah.
Now
You can't
what?
do that. You cannot talk over him and then mute him. What the fuck?
Oh, I can talk over both of you now. See how easy that was? Oh, the sun moved. Now what's next?
Yeah, how does observation differentiate? How's evidence and observation different? Like, what's the symmetry breaker there? They want it. You know, they're both on.
Right, nice.
What's the
Nice.
difference between observation and evidence, Myers and Wick, or one or the other?
Okay, my example. Alright, my example is placing an ant on a basketball, or placing you high above in the sky on a fucking a wooden fucking plank, like a big surface. What's it called? Like a big wooden floor, a big brick floor, floating on top of a plane, let's say, right? If I put you on that surface, okay, yeah, like a parchment, something, I don't know, or are you're on a grass field, right?
Flying
if
carpet?
you're on, what?
Flying
You can put it on a
Listen,
large carpet. You can, yeah, you.
You're saying the Earth is too big to measure, but it's like 25,000 miles.
No,
around.
I didn't say it's too big to measure. I said it's too big to physically measure. With like, no thanks. You can agree with me, right? That you can't take a fucking tape and you just circle the entire Earth with a flex tape, with like a measuring tape, right?
Right. So
You agree?
the thing that they give you. Right.
So you use mathematics. Okay, go on.
Yeah, the math that they give you is the horizon, right? They give you the size of the globe. They say 3959-mile radius. So they say the horizon is the edge of the Earth where it falls away from the straight line, and the horizon is only at one specific distance due to the geometry of 1.22 times the square root of the observation or the camera height and speed. So they tell you that's the proof of the globe. That's the measurement. A straight line of sight to the horizon. Right, but it's never there. It's never there.
Because the Earth rotates.
No,
it rotates, but then it goes back. Okay, no thanks. It goes back to the point. Go on.
I'm saying you're with it. You're standing. I mean, I'm standing here, and the horizon's over there. It rotating doesn't matter if you're standing still and it rotates. It doesn't change the horizon.
Yes, it does, but it does. No thanks. If I stand next to you, right, we're both standing in front of a shore.
This guy is
okay,
gone.
how am I done?
Because you think the Earth rotating makes the horizon change. You're just an idiot.
That's hilarious.
Wait, so what's Heretic saying basically is that I can't have a fair conversation with anyone if they.
Yeah, you can't make up stuff that's just that nobody says. You're just making your own shit up now.
I mean, you are
No one
five
in the
guys
entire
against
world,
one, and he's
no
getting
one in the
nervous.
entire world have ever said what you just said now about the horizon moving because the Earth is rotating. No one in the entire history of humanity said that shit that you just said. And I don't want to call you on that to put something from any scientist or academia who said that thing that you just said about the horizon moving because the Earth spins. That was totally stupid. It wasn't even funny. I have pity on you, brother. Saying
I don't know if he
that
believes what he's saying or if he's just in combat mode. I don't know if he's like just like fighting and resisting any. I told him
Because
that when the
there's
sun shines
6
on his
guys
face, it's hot
against
outside.
him.
He said no.
He's getting
I know, but
nervous because there's 6 guys against one, and it's
And
annoying.
you're obviously using peer pressure against me whenever I prove a point. You're like, okay, then who proved? Oh, okay. At this point, I'm just done. Who's muting me just so I can know? Like, who's pressing the mute button?
Michael Mayer, pressure would make you say that?
Yeah.
Is it this
After
pressure?
2 hours of talking, and when you prove a point,
Seriously,
Radwen says something, No Tank says something, T-Dub says something, Under previously
You
said
make
something, Echo Slave says something, Necro says something. Yeah, it's annoying. It's fucking annoying,
we
and
are
it rots
talking,
your brain.
we are talking with the Globers the whole time. Do you think that we all just stick in this server the entire time and no one go in other servers? We talk to the Globers, and you think that if we are made from chocolate, we just melt every time someone says something to us or try to discuss with us or debate us, and he's just aggressive debater, so it will just melt like chocolate and say something totally stupid like he said? You think
Okay.
that?
No. Okay, but I'm gonna make a
Don't you think just
I'm gonna ask for something. I'm gonna ask
honestly,
for a favor on the mods of this VC.
I have
Let people have talk one to another.
Okay,
No
ready?
1v5
Ready?
from
Okay, I'm
either side.
talking now. Now I'm going to talk. Okay, so when you say dumb shit like the horizon moves because the Earth spins, we can't take you seriously anymore, dude. That's the end of it. You're done. You're like brick to the point you can't think anymore. You're just making shit up.
Okay, you can, if you want, you can unmute John Wick so he can finish explaining, because you guys
He
didn't.
cannot because he deafened himself, so he stays muted. Remember, that's what was posted.
I mean,
Take somebody off mute so they can explain the thing that they made up on the spot. Okay?
I mean,
We're not going to let somebody explain their lie. That's
yeah.
yeah.
Are you serious?
Tomioro
Yo,
Gato.
says who you're roboting.
You're roboting. Say so.
Yeah.
And Michael, do you just think that are you waiting seriously for an explanation about the horizon moving because of the spin?
I mean,
So
I
you want to
know,
hear
I
an
know,
explanation
I
about
know that he made a mistake. I know that he made a
what
mistake.
the heck? How
But
much?
Why is
maybe
he
if
fighting it in chat? Why is he
Dude,
continuously saying that's his point? He wins in chat. Why? If he said he made a mistake, why is he saying that he's right in chat?
because
and
maybe
how much?
he by horizon he means another thing, but you guys didn't let him
No,
finish the
Horizon
phrase.
only means one thing.
But maybe he confused it because, as you can clearly see, English is not his first language.
What?
So
White
be
knighting for
patient
this guy.
with him.
Why are you white knighting for him? He's been in here for hours. Hours. Okay?
And you guys have been stomping on everything he said.
Yeah, because he's lying and he's not proving his point. In fact, he's doing the opposite. He's proving a flat Earth.
Lying.
Why don't you stop? Hey, right now what you're doing is concern trolling and control. Bounce your ass.
So what he said
This
when he's
frown?
roboting is concern trolling is what you're doing. You're concerned about him. Concern trolling gets you banned.
Being fair gets me banned.
That's not being fair. That's your concern
Trying to have
trolling.
everybody have their turn to speak.
You're not the
is
moderator.
banned?
You're not the moderator.
I mean,
We're trying to get from point
can I
A to
not ask
point B. We're trying to
for
get from
to be
point A
fair?
to point B without taking 50 stops in the middle.
And
Okay,
contradicting himself.
Ask
they
the
gave you
questions
their
to me. Come on then.
justification already, Michael. You should drop it
Forget
and move
about
on.
John
They
Wick.
gave you their
Ask to me.
justification, Michael. They told you, listen, that he's making it up. He's not arguing any legitimate points. That's their justification. Accept it or don't. Move on to your point. Do you accept that the horizon moves due to Earth spin?
No, I don't.
Okay, then.
Yeah, and the surface of water lays flat. The surface of water is flat. So what do you want to hear from him?
Okay, the surface of water tends to flatness.
It's
yes.
flat.
On planet Earth tends to flatness because of gravity. Yes.
Back to gravity again.
Yeah, but I'm trying to explain from my point of view. So
okay.
Yeah. What's the next question? What?
That's it. That's the end.
Yeah, that's good, man. You had a good answer.
Okay.
All right. I have
Gravity
a
makes
final
Earth
question.
flat.
How does gravity make Earth flat?
You said it's flat due to gravity. You said all the water's flat because of gravity. That's great. Yep. So
Yeah, gravity
it's flat
pulls it
due to
down.
gravity.
Gravity pulls it to the center of the Earth.
No, you
which
said it
is
was
curved.
flat due to gravity.
No, I said the surface was flat.
Yeah,
I already
flat.
told you gravity doesn't
So-
pull water down.
But yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Hold
okay,
on. Does
listen.
flat mean curved?
No.
Do you think flat means
let me
curved?
explain. Do I think flat means curved? No, because that's the surface.
Right. So
Surface.
great.
You
It's
go.
flat.
I'm going to explain this.
Could you show
Take
us
a
what that looks
basketball.
like? Could you show us what that
Again,
looks
ego,
like?
take a basketball, right? Again, take a basketball. Is the surface of a basketball
a
flat or curved?
Oh,
no,
it is
Ego
John
Steve,
Wick
answer
again.
me.
I was like, dude, Michael said
no,
just
like,
John Wick's points now.
No, because you're ignoring my points. It's so infuriating.
Are we
You just keep
talking about
ignoring my points.
basketballs? Are we talking about basketballs or are we talking about Earth?
Yeah, I'm talking about. I'm talking about. Can you explain to me if a basketball, if its
You explain to
surface
me
is flat
how
or curved?
71% of the Earth's surface can be a flat ocean on a ball.
Okay, so I'm going to explain to you that. All right, if you take
Dude, like a
water in a
basketball
cup,
court on
right?
top of the ball, right? Is that what we're picturing? The basketball court
Yo,
on
he's
top
explaining. You asked,
Yeah.
let him
Yeah,
explain.
you know.
Why don't we talk to Michael? Michael's better. Michael's new, and this other guy keeps talking about
Michael
basketball.
also has more knowledge,
I'm
so you
not
can
new.
debate with them.
I'm not new. I'm not new. I've been here.
Oh,
for
he just
2 weeks.
gets repeatedly
Oh.
muted, so he leaves the channel, right? Yeah, I'm assuming.
John Wick.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you're right.
So,
John Wick, I agree with you, brother. The surface of the basketball is curved. But like you said, the surface of water is flat. And 71% of the surface of the known earth that we have below our feet is just water. So 71 of the surface is flat. Like you just said. You're agreeing with that. Yeah, the surface of the basketball is curved. I agree with you. The surface of water is flat. And I agree with you again.
Okay,
71%
perfect.
of the surface of the earth is just water. And the surface of what if the surface of water is flat, so 71% of the earth is just flat.
No,
so
listen.
you can 71% flat earther, and we can discuss with the rest.
No. What you're saying is you think 71% of the Earth's surface is water, right?
That's the number they give us, John. Yeah.
Yeah. No. So what I'm saying is, do you think? All right, I want to give you a really simple example. Again,
real
if you
simple.
take,
Like, dude,
if you take,
we measured 100%,
if you take,
they're saying we measured 100% of the known world, and 70% of that 100% is water. That is, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. What's so hard to grasp about that? No, its surface is flat. If you dive down, right? If you dive down the Atlantic Ocean,
Get your mom
if you're gonna keep, are you gonna? What?
It
What
is
do you want-
flat. We know.
What do you want to do with my mother? What?
No.
What is
The
anything?
surface is flat.
Time out or something. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's it. Surface is flat, guys. We agree.
No, okay. Again, it goes back to what I just talked about with Necros. Necros just confirmed what I'm saying.
Wait,
you
does flat mean
guys
curved?
are like the ant. You guys are like the ant on a basketball. That's your logic, and I'm
What?
applying it to you because you have no other way of proving it. You can't prove it.
Proving
you
what?
can't in a feasible scientific way prove it. You
What is he
can't.
talking about? Proving what?
You can't prove that the Earth is curved.
So
right?
you think you're an ant?
So
like
you
this?
tell no.
You can't
okay,
prove the Earth
let
is
me
curved.
finish, Let me finish.
Aw.
Let me finish. You say to everybody that thinks the Earth is curved, right? All right, you can't prove that. So that must mean the Earth is flat. That must mean its shape, right? Its general shape
You just
is
said
flat.
it's flat.
But no,
You
no,
said
and
it's
then
flat.
you revert. Okay, shut up. And then you
said
revert
it's
back
flat.
to. Okay, can you let me finish? And then you go back to the point of when somebody says to you, "All right, so is the Earth's shape flat?" You're like, oh, we can't know that because we didn't
Yeah.
calculate it.
Yeah,
Right?
flat's not a shape.
No, so you're going back. You're going back in
That's
circles.
not a shape. That's right.
You're
Flat is
going
not a
back in
shape.
circles.
John Wick, flat is not a shape.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Dude, I'm losing my mind, man.
Yeah, you get really high pitched too.
No, man. Again, because I get so agitated.
John Wick,
He thinks balls are flat.
You can't let me finish what I'm telling you. So flat is not a description of a shape. It's a description of a
surface.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So we are talking about the surface of the earth. We are not talking about the shape of the earth. No one here or any flat earther claim a shape for the earth. We talk about the
surface.
Being
Oh,
not
so on that I agree.
Wait,
Necros, then a revelation.
wait.
Okay.
John Wick,
Sorry.
you can't listen and process information that someone is speaking if you are just talking. So try to use your ears instead of your mouth. So the surface that we are talking about is not curving. Something that's not curving, a surface which is not curving down to make a sphere or to half a sphere or any type of shapes. So curving down, it's not curving down and it's not curving up. Concave to create a concave earth. So though if there is no downward curve or upward curve, it's flat.
But
Till
no,
the
Necros,
moment-
what you said.
It's the moment that's where someone will just prove something contrary to
Necros.
that.
But Necros, you're asking someone to show you on a observational level. You want somebody to show you a scale, right? A scale of the Earth physically. You want to see like that it's curving, right? You want to see like the curve. You want to see it curving, right? To prove to you that it's a globe. It's spherically shaped.
I want
Right?
a
Am I
real
wrong, Necros?
measurement.
No. Let me ask him. Am I wrong, Necros?
No, I don't need to see it. You can use measurements.
All right. So what do you want me to do then to prove to you that? Like what? What do you want?
Measure the curvature, measure the slope.
But you can't. Alright.
Try to fucking use geometry and measure the slope, the rate of slope on the surface that you are just claiming it's curving.
All right.
You don't.
John, John, I think the horizon. I mean, I know you were saying maybe you think it moves or something due to spin, but what do you think the horizon is?
The horizon is basically okay. Are you talking about like in daytime or nighttime, or in general?
In general, like
in general,
what causes the
okay.
horizon?
The horizon,
Twilight.
right? The horizon is basically is what we perceive is the light that like travels to us, right, from outer space, right?
you
It's
just-
basically
you're all
light
whacked out.
traveling out to us. It's light traveling into the earth.
qualified to be in here anymore, dude. You've actually
What?
stepped down
How?
even lower than one of our main
But
globers.
Reverend, argue
said
that.
you were a
Argue
baby
that.
glober. Then he called you a fetus glober, and I think that you're not.
Well,
even
then
at
I
that
think
point
you
yet
are
because
retarded.
You don't know what a
Edwin.
horizon is.
I
It's where
think you are an
This
idiot.
horizon is the apparent place where the sky meets the ground, or water, or whatever.
But that's on an observational stand. That's on an observational
You're saying your
level.
horizon is made from light in outer
It's
space.
observational. You didn't prove me that it's factual. You only observe it.
definition.
Just like an ant observes that when it's on a ball, it observes that the
That's
surface
hilarious,
is flat.
man. You've got to be a troll. You've got to be.
No,
How
trolling.
am I
he's
a
gotta be a
troll?
high-end
You're a troll,
troll,
you
too.
fucking time waster. You
Hey,
rotten
can I pay
human,
you
man.
to troll for me? Can I pay you to troll for me? You're really good.
No, he's being.
I'm done. I'm done. Okay, can you let? Okay, I'm done here. Can you let Michael Myers try and convince you then? If I
Oh, yeah,
can.
let me just specify for you, right? So there's I guess it's not that it's the truth, right? But there's two obvious claims about what the horizon is, right? So there's
Okay.
one claim. I mean, I'll just help you out. It's not starlight from aliens or anything, right? But so there's two claims of what the horizon is, like what causes the horizon, which is the furthest point you can see, right? Like you're like looking out in the ocean, you're like, I can't see anything any further. The initial claim that brought a lot of the people to the idea of the flat Earth, right, was that the horizon, the cause of the horizon was Earth's curve, right? That the Earth ends at that point. You've heard the old story, like, oh, don't the guys would sail the ocean and they'd fall off the edge of the earth because that's the edge of the earth, the horizon on a globe. They say that's the edge where the water starts to go so far down that you can't see past it. So that would be at a specific place if the earth was a ball of a specific size.
Wait, no
It would
globe
always be
earther
at
said that
place.
though. What?
No, he's right.
Yeah,
He's
that's what
right
they say
about
the
the boat.
horizon
The
is.
boat thing is right. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
no.
like if
Yeah,
you
that's what they
stay
say the
if you
horizon
stay
is.
on the shore, the farthest thing, the farthest drop of water you can see in the ocean,
Yeah,
that's the
basically like
horizon. And then if you see one degree higher, you're looking into the sky. 1 degree lower, you're looking into the ocean. That's what the
yeah.
the
And if you
and
move
that's an
further away,
elevation control.
Michael, you get shot by the military
Yeah,
or a
and that's
body
1
enforcing.
degree from horizontal, right? So you're talking a nice perpendicular horizontal to vertical.
Right, and then there's
Yeah,
another claim on the table,
That's
right?
two. That's
that
over his head.
Yeah, I think so, Tito.
What I mean?
there's
What do you
another
mean that's too?
idea on
Oh,
the
you
table,
stupid
John.
fuck! Hold on, I'm done. What?
There's
Okay.
another idea. Well, there's another idea, right? That the horizon is caused.
Whoever is
because
laughing, I hope you choke. Right? I'm gonna
the
fucking.
horizon is.
I'm gonna leave it there.
Yeah, the
Okay,
horizon
go on.
is caused, right? There's another idea on the table that the horizon, like that line that we see, is caused because all the things in the distance, as they get further and further, it's smaller and smaller, right? And you can't make out everything on the horizon, and it kind of just goes
Travels.
into like a point, right? It kind of just goes into like a point of
Yep.
vision that also extends into a line of vision, so a horizon line.
Yeah, which is
and the reason
curved.
that the reason that you can't see any further is due to different things, like the size change of the boats or whatever on the horizon, as well as
Like
the
weather.
conversion. Yeah, weather, the conversion, right, things like that, right?
Fog,
So,
yeah.
so one of them we can test, right? The one we can test if it's a geometric spot, like if it's due to the Earth being a globe, the horizon would always be at a specific spot on the basketball, right? When you get above it, you can then make an angle, and the thing on the horizon should always be, according to your height, 1.22.
No, that's not according to
times
me.
the square root.
No, I didn't
I didn't
claim
say
it.
you. What?
Right, I don't know. I didn't claim it. You said you, right? Or am I
How
wrong?
big do you think the globe is?
No, I don't think I
Do
did.
you think the globe is bigger or smaller than what NASA says?
I think the globe is approximately what NASA claims it to be, because I'm not a fucking scientist.
Okay, then the math that he's given you checks out for that claim.
So the math of what?
Right. So you should not be able to see. Yeah. So you should not be able to see anything. Anything that's on the surface, right? You shouldn't be able to see it past that point where the Earth drops away, right? So so then we can test that. Like you could test that. Maybe that's where I said you. So we could test that. You could go out and you could look and see if something at a known distance is still on the surface, where the things are well beyond where the claimed radius of 3959 predicts these objects on the surface to be. They're not gone, right? When we get like better cameras and
you can
better,
zoom further, but
infrared,
eventually
yeah,
it's
you can
going to
see
be
it.
limited. No thanks. It's
Of
eventually
course,
going.
but not right. Of course, it will be eventually. But what we found out is it's not due to Earth curve. It's due to the weather and due to the angle and due to the light not being able to break through the atmosphere and whatnot. Yeah,
All
it's
right,
not
then.
due
No
to Earth
thanks. If I put a giant telescope right on the ground, and I observe the ship with my large, giant, huge, massive telescope, right? Oh, it's massive. It's huge, like fucking the orange guy says. All right. Then, like, if I observe the ship, eventually, I'm not going to be able to see it, right?
How do you know?
Right?
Have you tried it?
No, but that seems entirely accurate. Eventually, it's going to go so far down the curvature of the Earth, right, that you're not going to physically be able to see it.
How far away should that be?
I don't know. Depends on the size of both the objects.
Yeah,
and
so
the
he
capacities
tried to
of
give
the
you the
telescope.
math for that, and you tried to whistle past it. So you're even
Tried to
further
give me
back
the
in this
maths?
conversation than you were 5 minutes ago.
And yeah, just for like the 1.2 might be difficult math, maybe, right? But it's not. I can give you like a couple of things that you'd be like, that can't be the case, right? So if a camera or you are 1 foot off the ground, then the horizon should be 1.22 miles away. Or for like a 6 foot tall person, which you probably are, that means the furthest thing you should ever see on the surface of the water should only be about 3 miles away. But every day we all go out and can see. For not every day, because sometimes it's raining or sometimes it's shitty or whatever. But very often we can just go out and see much further than that, like without even trying.
Yeah, but that's observational.
And the things that we see, they're not
It's observational.
Yeah, the things that we. Yeah, observation. Yeah, and the things that we see, they're not lower. They're not going down. They're up. They're right on top of the water, straight out.
But no thanks. You're basing everything you're saying again on just observation.
What else are you going to base it on? What else are you going to base it on?
You're
What
gonna
you
base
hear?
it on
What you smell?
You're gonna base it on physical evidence.
You're going to smell the ground?
Observations are physical evidence.
No, you're not. You're not.
I'd want everyone to watch the posted in chat.
It's
about
also
the
a mess.
horizon.
So no more observational science then, I guess, guys. That observational science goes back.
Yeah, like if you
What-
observe
what-
something non-physical as evidence, like that doesn't make
It's
any
about
sense. You don't go out
what-
there and say, "I observed something non-physical today."
Yeah,
This is
so
No,
about
but
watching
it's
the sunset,
what I'm
while
comparing this
referring
to.
drone.
What I'm comparing this to is me.
Weren't you doing
putting
exactly
you-
the same thing just a minute ago when you were saying that if you watch a boat go far enough, it'll appear to go over enough of the Earth curvature that you physically won't see it anymore? Isn't that
Yeah, I just said that.
observational?
And his evidence.
You just
Yeah,
said that.
no,
when
it's
he faced
observational.
something, yeah.
But the main point of those like arguments is that the ship disappears from its front to its back. Right? It
Right,
doesn't
but
disappear
there-
from the back to the front. That doesn't make sense. It's not a fucking game where the texture is
Another
missing.
observation. Another observation you can make is your
But,
friend
okay, he's
on
ignoring my
FaceTime.
point.
It'll
Ignore my
be
point, though.
nighttime for him and daytime for you. Yeah.
Ignore what I just said. But he okay, you're cutting off a lot. No thanks.
Saying we should throw away.
No thanks. You're cutting off
Anyway,
a lot.
what No Tank said was the sun moves.
Yes, but no one disagrees on that. Are you
Sorry
stupid?
about that. Well, no, I mean, just the observation that you initially made was that you could FaceTime your friend. It would be day and night. And that observation proved something to you. But then you can make the same observation of the sun and say that I can observe the sun moving. You're saying, no, we can't look at observations. And then we can observe the boat not being able to be seen. And that must be due to Earth curve. But then we can make the observation of a known distance of a boat going away, not due to Earth curve. And that observation doesn't count for some reason.
No, all right, but
Same
no thanks.
observation.
The reason why I'm so frustrated is because you don't want to, and you also can't explain how, literally how you base everything on an observational, non-scientific way. You just say if it's night for me and it's day for him, right? You just
Is that
say,
not the truth?
we look, so we see it. How
That's
do you
just step one.
how does it make sense then? On
Well,
what physical way?
I walked you through it with the elevation angles, right? According to so you got Polaris, right? It doesn't move the north where the compass points. Polaris does not move, right? So you get elevation angles.
That's where
through
rotation
Polaris.
comes
You get
in.
No, you just get elevation angles. You say, okay, the North Pole is right above me. It's 0 degrees. I go 60 miles, and now it dropped 1 degree. It's 89 degrees. All the way to the equator where you can't see it anymore, and it's 0 degrees. And you say, okay, that's the equator. Where I can't see the Polaris anymore, that'll be the equator. And then we're
Also,
going to go
obvious
in.
it'd be fuck you. I'm sorry, I just had to put it out there.
I don't know, but yeah, that's how we get these circles, these latitudes, right? So we get it from Polaris and taking elevation angles to it. Then you get the sun. Where does the sun go? Well, the sun in the over the Tropic of Capricorn is 23.4 degrees from the equator. Same with the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn. Same thing from the equator. These are just elevation angles to it.
But again, you're not telling me like physically where they are because you can't prove it. You just claim that they go away from your observational like point, right?
John,
This is what you're saying. They just
can I ask
disappear
you a
from your sight.
Yeah, and then
No,
somebody
because
else can see them after it disappears from your vision.
What? What did you say?
Yeah, then somebody else who's closer to it can see it.
Yes,
Real
because
quick,
they're on
Thomas.
a
Hold on,
different.
John Wick.
They're on a
John Wick,
different
stop for a
side
second.
of the planet. On a different
John Wick.
No,
side.
that's
Stop
silly.
for a
That's
second.
silly. There's no different sides. It's all one side here.
Thomas,
But-
Where is John?
Yeah, Radwin. What's up, Radwin?
listen, I'm going to
Go
post
to the
something
latitude.
for you. On July 8th, 99% are all going to have daylight of the Earth.
Yeah.
On July 8th, approximately 99% of the world's population will experience some degree of sunlight or twilight at 11:15 UTC. This remarkable phenomenon occurs because the most densely populated regions of the world, including North America, Europe, and Africa, and much of Asia, will be on the daylight side of Earth at that time. The only
There goes
significant
all your
landmass
day-night.
in
So your friend
darkness
and you will be in
are
daylight at the
Australia,
same time.
New Zealand, part of Southeast Asia, and Antarctica.
Yeah, there goes your. Hey,
Okay,
he's
but
in the
that's
dark, I'm in the light.
okay, but
I'm
that
in
is a
the
very rare
spaghetti-o.
occurrence. That's a very rare occurrence, though. You do
Uh-oh.
understand
No,
that?
it happens every year, actually.
Yes,
Every
that's
single
It happens
rare.
every year.
That's rare. That is rare.
Once a
Every
year is
That's
year.
not
rare.
common. That's not common. And 365 days.
It's
Is that
predictable.
common?
It's predictable every year.
Yes. How is it predictable? How is
John,
it
what does that
predictable?
prove to you, though, dude? Like, what does that? Like, you said earlier that the reason we have day and night is because only half of people have the sun, right? And now more than half of the people have the
No.
sun.
Okay.
Now what?
All right. Okay. The sun
Only half of the
covers.
can be
All
lit
right,
up.
no. Then if you go back earlier to what I said the sun and the moon. Okay, basically the sun. The moon is affected by the sun, right? The sun covers about or mostly 50% of the Earth's like mass. All right.
Okay.
Now
Can
I may
it
be
can
wrong on
cover?
this.
You might have the idea it can cover less, but can it cover more? Is that possible?
Yes. Yes. Well, now that you say it, I'm not that versed in it, but I can try and research that and prove it to you.
Yeah, I just want you could try, right? Like people have shown it, right? They've gotten a ball and they've gotten a single source light, like the sun is claimed to be just a single
Yeah, and it
source
covers
and a
more.
ball. And you can never get it to cover more than half. You can get it to cover less.
Wait, how? What? If I take a lamp and put it on a basketball, are you sure it's not going to cover more than half?
Right. Right. So try.
No,
That's
that's false. No, that's false.
Why is it false?
It's gonna cover. If one of my friends looks at the ball from down, right? The ball is going.
Do it. Just do it.
I don't have a basketball near me, and I don't have. Well, I have my flashlight, but I'm not. I'm gonna have to film it and then.
Just use your own balls, man.
Yeah. So
No, but then I'll be banned from this server.
So the claim of the Earth being curved is that the sun comes in parallel, right? So the light comes in perfectly straight, right? So you can't, so you got to get the light to be perfectly straight, right, to be able to measure the Earth curve on a ball, and then you got to get it to light up more than half of the ball with parallel light. It's just not something that can be accomplished.
Okay, you know what? I had a light bulb moment for me. What if you go outside and it's gonna like turn dark, right? You're standing on the beach, right? You have your shadow behind you. What's gonna happen to your shadow? Is it gonna elongate?
Yeah, because the sun's further.
On the 8th, everybody's going to have a shadow, apparently.
No,
Yeah,
everybody's
the
gonna
sun's
have
further,
some
gets
form of
longer
light.
time.
You're probably illiterate, so you couldn't have read in that, right?
Oh,
Okay,
without shadow?
approximately
Yeah, that makes
99% of the world's population will experience some degree of sunlight or twilight. Oh, but you can't read, right? Everybody's gonna have sunlight.
You think someone won't have a shadow?
man.
More. Listen,
Sorry.
some is 100% more than none.
What? But it's some. It can be as little as
Dude,
fucking
sorry
nothing.
to bum you out. Some is 100% more than zero.
Yeah,
You're
like an
fucking
infinite
stupid.
amount more,
You're stupid.
actually, right? It's like infinity more.
You're stupid.
All right, so this,
Wait,
and just
John Wick.
You're retarded. I'm sorry.
John Wick, can I ask you a question, John Wick?
Yeah, go on.
I want to touch.
All right, hold on.
Basically, one more thing there before you go, Trig. Right.
Also,
All right.
fuck
How do
you.
we
Also,
track
fuck you. Also for the banter.
What?
That you always
Fuck
post.
you. But
No, you
but John,
didn't.
so one more thing with the sun. You're saying track the sun. Where does it go? A latitude is a circle, right? The latitude is the circle around Polaris, right? The elevation angles we get to it. So there's a circle around Polaris, right? Called the Tropic of Cancer, right? And that's where we track the sun. over a
Latitude measures the distance north or south of the equator. That's
Right.
what it is.
You can do that too. Sure, measure
Yeah.
it north or south of the equator.
No, that's
right?
how you do it. There's no other. That's
right.
the explanation for it. Yeah, go
That's
on.
not how you do it, right? But
Okay, that's not how I do it.
no, I told you how. I already told you how.
Wait, no, but evidence
did you
proves
get the
that
equator?
latitude
All right,
measures the
then what's
distance
the
north
equator?
or south of the equator.
Stop trying to fight. How do you get the equator then?
How do I get the equator?
Yeah, how do you get that circle, the equator?
I don't know. I don't have the exact scientific
Right, you
measurement
get it
for it.
from the elevation angles of Polaris. You get the equator. Then you can measure the circles from the equator. Yeah, but you can't just start with an equator and say, let's start here. You got to measure something to get the equator, and what you measure is where you don't see the North Star anymore, where it's all you can't see it. That's 0. That's the equator. Anyhow, the point was that the sun is tracked on its analemma to go around these different circles every year, and that's how you know your ground position of the sun and what time it is and where your friend is the ground position of where the sun will be on a given day. So I mean,
No thanks.
it doesn't
Is
just
mine?
go into it doesn't just go into like where did it go? We know where it went because we write it down and say this is where it is now.
Can I have my turn?
Yeah.
With all right,
Yeah,
all right.
screw up trigonometry.
All right, John Wick. I have a question for you. What do you have any experimental data to suggest that gravity is a thing? Specifically mass attracting mass. Oh, come on, John Wick.
That's sound of silence.
Have you been listening into the conversation at all, Trig? You think he's going to come up with the science for you?
That's why I want to do it,
been
because
here.
he's so bricked. I think it'll be funny if I ask him this, right?
He's been here. Oh, by the way, John Wick, this is one of your King Globers that's asking you this question.
Damn, I wanted him to. Damn, why did you reveal that? Come on.
No, I didn't hear what you said. I was talking with my dad.
All right. So, do you have any observation, or do you have any experimental evidence to suggest that gravity is a thing, specifically mass attracting mass?
No, I can't, because Equilibrium. Okay, in order for me to prove that, if I prove that, that creates a black hole.
We don't prove things in science, sir.
You don't prove things in science. Can you look up the definition of science for me?
I know what science is. Do you want me to explain it to you?
No. I want you to look up the definition of science.
Yeah, it's not it's not a proof. You don't prove things in science, right? To imply something is proven in science means you're saying it's pseudoscience, right? Nothing is ever proven. You have to keep on validating it over and over again.
Euclidean, you're wrong. You're not explaining it to me.
Correct, actually.
No. Science.
Oh my lord!
He's just... all right, no. Listen,
I'm not wrong.
No,
come on.
But you're not defining science. You're not defining science. You're lying to me. You're driving away from the question I'm asking. Science is the systematic study of structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation, and not only observation, experimentation, and the testing of theories against the evidence obtained. What I'm doing is challenging your observational points with experimentational points. You go outside, right? And you fucking, I don't know, you stand on a beach, right? And you film a boat sailing away from you, right? You're gonna see its more front half, or not more, just its front half of the ship disappear away from your frame, right? You're gonna see it disappear first, and then the other back half of it is gonna disappear after. It's never going to be otherwise.
All right. I'm gonna interrupt you because this is a crazy.
Oh no, I just finished.
All right,
it's crazy normal.
So you're gonna take my hand. We're gonna go back to where we started. The conversation was about science, because I asked you if you had any experimental evidence for gravity, and you said something about black holes, which makes absolutely no sense. But
what? How?
Why would I need to make a black hole to verify that gravity is a thing?
Because you can't. Do you know how massive the Earth is? Oh yeah. No, you don't. No, you don't. How massive is it?
Yeah, Trig, how much is the Earth weigh?
How is it?
Times 10 to the 23 kilograms or something like that?
What the fuck is that? Can you give me it in raw kilometers?
Raw kilometer? I'm weighing the Earth in
kilometers. Or miles. You know what? American.
He meant miles. He's not an idiot. He meant how much does it weigh in miles.
How much does it weigh in miles? Is that what you're asking me?
No, not how much it weighs its circumference in miles. Can you please provide that to
Oh
me?
well, its radius is 6,371 kilometers. So
6,371 kilometers. That's the
Yep.
circumference of the Earth.
Nope, that's the radius.
Yeah, do the math from there.
All right. I don't have the numbers on top of my head.
Just type it in and hit it.
Yeah, I'm gonna type it in because
on your
Right,
calculator.
Okay,
will give it
no,
to you.
Rad one. Okay, so the alternative to that is that I go and measure it, which I don't have either the money or the time to do that.
Anyway,
You can go
you're
fuck off,
talking.
Rad
You're
one.
not
You can go
talking to
fuck
me
off.
anymore. You're not talking to me anymore.
Yeah,
Right.
what is going on, man? You need to like.
Yeah,
take
the
a
radius
photo.
is 6,371 kilometers. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
That's the radius.
I know. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm better at this trivia than you. Okay.
Okay. Then, what's stopping you, right, from proving that huge radius of the Earth, you can't just take it. You physically can't. You just can't take it into the palm of your hands, or even at that, an observational point, because you claim everything that NASA provides to you to be CGI.
Do I?
Yes, you do. Every flat earther, when NASA shows evidence, you go, no, fake.
Hey,
fake,
Trig, trigonometry.
Hold on,
You turned
Radwin.
him
Don't
into
say
a
anything.
flat
Yeah.
earther.
Yeah.
I think
Hold
you
on,
turned
Radwin.
him
Don't
into a flat earther.
All right,
Yeah,
all right, shut up, Radwin. Let you clear it.
All right, John Wick. So, let's say I had like two. This is gonna be a demonstration of mass attracting mass, right?
Okay.
I have two lead balls, and these are stationary lead balls, and I have two moving balls, and they're on a
Lead balls
torsion.
and moving balls.
Yep. And I have
What are the other balls? Two other balls? Are they
there's
also
two
lead balls?
stationary ones? There's two stationary ones on a bar, and then there's two moving ones connected to a torsion wire. Right? Can you imagine?
Torsion wire? What's a torsion wire? I don't know that word.
Basically, like
torsion
a really
wire.
thin. A really thin piece.
All right.
Yeah. So, could that prove gravity? Mass attracting mass.
No, because that's an
Bro doesn't even know.
extremely smaller scale. It's so small.
All right. So
wait, do you think your balls attract mass?
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I do.
Right, then you're fucking. I'm sorry,
No,
Euclidean.
John
I
Wick,
can't
John
know.
Wick.
I can't know
John Wick.
what else to prescribe it as. It's fucking insanity. You're just
John Wick.
lying. You're straight up lying to me.
He didn't say that these balls were in an empty in the vacuum of
Empty
space.
space, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Because they're so small. You can't
but they're
Michael.
but
his
they're
balls are not in a
John Wick,
huge.
John Wick. But they're
He's
they're
trying to, like, rattle
into
him.
outer space. It makes
Wrangle
sense
him. He's like,
because
John
the
Wick,
masses
calm down.
eventually
Can you shut the fuck up,
the
Euclidean?
balls will touch each other in an empty space. Two masses infinitely even separated. If you give them enough time, they will touch each other in an empty
Yes.
vacuum of space.
And he denies that for some reason.
What?
No, but he said no. He said he didn't say the part of the empty vacuum of space. So maybe you thought
because
it's over in a table.
Michael, the thing is that they can't, and they on top of that they won't want to prove that space is real, right? Because they have no Michael, they don't have the means to prove that. So in turn they say, well, it's not that. Like they completely prove my comparison of the ant on a baseball. They completely prove that to me, and they go, no, well that's not. Well, wait, no, that's not how it is. And you can't give me fucking scientific terms that are, I assume some of them are true, but some of them are definitely made up and misconstrued. But again, it all goes back to you being extremely small and you observing. No, shut up, please. No, thanks. Let me finish. You are observing
I'm
that
just letting him
the
spiral.
ground
Okay.
you're standing on is flat, right? And in turn, which you can't see the curvature of the Earth, you can't physically observe it because you'd have to be insanely large, right? Which you can't. You're insanely small compared to the size
So
of the Earth.
where in this does this relate back to what I said about the ball and the torsion wire?
Because as Michael
Nowhere, okay?
said,
So let's get
no,
back to
Michael. Okay,
let's get
Michael
back to
Myers just said. Michael Myers just said you forgot the part where the Earth, right? It's I'm so fucking
My
dreaming right
God,
now.
dude.
It's
Catch your
it's
breath.
it's in a vacuum of empty space. It's placed inside a vacuum of empty space.
But why can't I use
Nothingness.
those two balls to verify that the Earth or that
Because they're not the same size, which means they don't have the same amount of mass, which means they don't track the same amount of gravity.
This is awesome. This is
What
great
the
for
hell are you
How is it
talking
awesome?
at the same time.
Equilidin. Again, it goes back to what I'm saying about observation. You know, that in turn goes back to fucking possibility, right? You can't possibly have an Earth compact to the size of a basketball because that will create a fucking black hole. But you can't understand that because you can't observe a black hole, so you won't believe
That's
a black
actually
hole.
not true, by the way. The
That is
Schwarzschild
true. You're
radius.
fucking
No, it's
lying.
not.
You're
Hold
lying.
on,
Okay,
hold
prove me
on.
otherwise. Prove me
Yeah,
otherwise.
John. Yeah, I can. Okay, the Schwarzschild radius of something that shrunk down to the mass of the Earth would not make a black hole. So you're wrong. Yeah.
Where did you get that from?
Look up the Schwarzschild radius, dude.
The Schwarzschild radius?
Yep.
How do you spell that? The
The Earth would
Schwarzschild.
definitely have to be compressed to be smaller than a basketball if you want to make it a black hole. Probably much smaller.
Much smaller. So you're wrong again.
Much, but just much.
What is it? I mean, I'll find out. Hold on.
Much is
Schwarzschild
I
radius
have
of
a
Earth.
question. Are you?
Yes,
are
I would
you
say
both
basketball is probably 10 times too big ish.
Yeah, 1
Euclidean
centimeter.
and Yater? Are you both globe?
Yes, I'm a globe
Do you believe in
earther.
the
I'm
globe?
just demonstrating how retarded John Wick is.
Yeah, they say it on the start.
You believe in a globe
because
Earth?
he thinks.
Yes.
Wait,
John Wick.
how? Like, can you give me an example then to how like the Earth is a globe?
You couldn't even give me an example of how you can validate gravity being a thing, dude. You're not a
No,
globe
because
earther.
I'm not a scientist. What do you want me to study? Do you want me to study gravity and science?
You don't have to study gravity and science.
What? But I do. It's a very intricate subject. Like, you can agree with me, right?
So you know that torsion. You know that torsion
Gravity is
wire-
very intricate.
Not Newtonian isn't really that intricate. That's relatively simple. I think you
Newtonian?
Yeah. You know, universal
Is
gravitation.
Newtonian is its terminology?
Do you know about universal gravitation? Do you know that equation? Is that too complicated for you?
No.
So then why are you
Universal
in here
what
trying to defend the
attraction?
globe? Universal
Gravitational constant. Is that it?
related, but no. The formula for universal or for force of universal gravitation. So, like, if you have two masses, the force between them is inversely proportional to the square of the distances. Would you agree? Times the gravitational constant.
I don't know that.
Oh
Yeah,
my god.
that's the inverse square law. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, like if you can debate on those terms with Michael Myers, that'll be fine. But I'm not a fucking physicist. I wouldn't know that.
Neither
For
am
me, the only
I.
reason I come in
Neither
here
am I.
is because I hate the ideas that these stupid fucks are lying and wasting everyone's time. Which, you know what, in a sense does waste mine too. But it's more of the morbid curiosity.
Well, here's a question.
And I want to see them cross.
So
Cross
here's a
themselves.
question for you. How do you know that they're lying when you couldn't even tell that I was a glober who was saying everything but facts, and you weren't even able to detect that? You're like, torsion wire, you can't detect gravity with it. You couldn't be able to measure the gravitational constant with that. You don't know anything, dude. You need to go back to globe school, dude. Learn about the globe.
What's globe school? Is it learning like physics?
Yeah, elementary physics. Go back to like 9th grade or something.
Trig will have no pity on you. He sent his own father back to globe school.
Wait, so the flat earthers here, do you not like Euclidean?
I like
John
the flat earthers more than you, yeah.
John Wick,
How? But
the last 30
how?
minutes, John Wick, the last 30 minutes you were talking to Globers.
How? What?
Euclidean is a Glober, brother.
Yeah, you suck that bad, John. Just shut.
The last 30 minutes, you stupid motherfucker, you were talking to Globers.
Wait, no.
No flat earther were talking to you during the last 30
So
minutes.
you're all basically trolls, all right?
All the guys,
listen.
guys that you were
No,
talking
okay,
to,
you're
they
all
were
trolls.
trying-
No,
Shut
Nicholas,
up.
sum it up.
Shut up.
Are you trolls or not?
Shut up.
Stop.
Let me tell you.
You
All the
are.
guys that
Trig
you
was
were
saying that he likes the flat earthers more than he likes you because they know more about what you're trying to defend than you do. That
So
was his point.
No, but the
they
thing
were
is, no, the thing is,
Glovers.
you
Listen,
use
listen.
no, you use your extended knowledge
Only.
over me, and basically just completely tell me,
Then
oh, then you have to
go
be
and
wrong.
extend your knowledge then and be on equal par or better. That's what he's challenging you to do.
Better yourself.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna start learning physics just in order to come back here
Okay.
after 2 years.
Okay, I
No,
agree. I think
I'm not
we're
gonna
very a little
learn
dangerous
physics
now.
in here. Okay, no, I'm not gonna learn physics for fucking 3 or 2 years
Goodbye.
just in order to come here. Right? Then can you please just
Do you think it took me years to learn physics to recite that formula to you off the top of my head? Do you think that's years of knowledge?
No, I didn't mean that.
Okay.
If you're clearly in the position where you know less than other Globers that are talking to you, maybe you should stop talking. Put yourself on
I know,
mute.
but let's see, your voice fucking annoys me. You sound like a stupid
Yeah.
fucking redneck.
I'm curious as to why it would take you years to take a 101 class.
You
Jeez.
sound like a stupid fuck. No, it goes back to what she said to me in the chat, which I sound mentally
She was a
challenged.
Glober. How come you were being so mean to all the Globers?
He's crazy, man.
Yes,
This
like
guy's
him now.
unhinged.
Everybody he's arguing with is on his side, and everybody who agrees with him is against him.
What a disgrace.
You made him sick. You turned people away from the globe. Those who've studied it. This physics guy, doesn't even believe in science anymore.
Oh my god. We just had like a death spiral. This is horrific. This is kind of sad to watch. This is scary. This is like
I mean, to be honest, when you started talking and they didn't mute you, the flat earthers, and they didn't shout at you, I also thought you were a flat earther.
How could you think
Because-
I'm a flat earther when I was talking about stuff that supports the globe? Are you that uneducated too? Are you just like
No, I
John
just, if you were talking in chat, I didn't see the chat.
It's not
Uneducated.
it's you muted, dude. It's the
Like Trig, listen, like the flat earthers will steel man the globe to tear it apart. So I mean, you trying to steel man gravity doesn't necessarily mean you were going to tear it apart later.
I mean, how am I going to tear apart Cavendish? How can I do that?
Kick it, throw it on the ground. I don't know, whatever you want.
If I was APOC, I would say that the vector in the x-axis is somehow affecting the vector in the y-axis. It's bizarre, but hey. At least he knows what vectors are, unlike John Wick. I don't even know if John Wick knows about lines yet. He might not be able to graph lines yet. And then he flipped out at ITIR for saying that he said ITIR doesn't know what science is. How could you see somebody say something like that?
Well, because science proves things.
Do you believe that?
Yeah, why not?
You believe that science proves things?
Yeah, why not?
All right, so can we clip this that you're a pseudoscientist now because you think science proves things?
Oh, why not?
All right.
Well, hold on a second. You can reject the null hypothesis with hypothesis testing, right? But do you need a hypothesis test to do science?
In accordance with the scientific method, I would need a hypothesis, yeah.
Yeah, and you submit your hypothesis to testing, which now runs it into the land of statistics and statistical mechanics and stuff, right? So that's kind of where you find the idea that you can't prove anything and you can only reject the null or fail to reject a null.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, for example, let's say I'm a flat earther and I look out in the ocean and I see stuff that goes over the horizon every day. And for one day of the year with super refraction, I say, oh my god, look, the Earth looks flat now. Does that mean I prove that the Earth is flat?
No, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
But we're talking about science, not observation.
If you boil the water, right, with fire, is that was the cause of you boiling the water? That's what caused the heat, right? You might say that may not cause it in the future, but that definitely would cause it then. Prove that's what caused it then. You could say I have no justification on why the future would indicate anything like the past, but that would just be your lack of a justification.
I mean, I wouldn't go as far as to say I wouldn't have any justification to believe that it wouldn't stop boiling if I applied heat. I think we all have a justification to believe that the sun will rise tomorrow. I mean,
right? You would just say it's a brute fact because it always did. I mean, I don't know if that's a justification.
Yeah, we can prove that plants need like sunlight and water to grow, right?
Right. So is it like you can't prove? What do you think? You can't prove anything Euclid in the future, or you can't prove what you had already done in the past because you'll always be showing it in the present. What's this whole science doesn't prove thing mean to you?
I think like even as a taking it away from the whole in its relation to science, like proof implies that something is 100% certain, like without a doubt, this will always be that way. And I think using that term
always be that way. So it is about future predictions.
Yeah, so I think using the term proof in science is not doesn't logically follow about what science is.
So that relies on time. Can you prove that time exists? That's the only thing that disproves science. Would be
I actually can.
in the future.
I can prove that time exists. Absolutely.
Good.
All right. Yeah. So time is causative, right? So it causes things to occur. Without time, nothing would happen.
Okay. When are you going to show me that that's the case?
Oh well, are you moving right now? In some way?
Yeah, but that's just showing me the present. Are you going to show me like there's anything other than the present?
Well, time must have elapsed because velocity.
That's what you're inferring. That's just what you're inferring.
No, that's not what I'm inferring. That's the definition of what velocity. Do you agree that velocity is a thing?
Like, how do you know that everything that's happening right here in the now, I'm moving right now, didn't just pop into existence just now?
Because you changed your position, right? Or are you saying
that all those memories that you have of me changing my position didn't just pop into my head right now?
All right, so solipsism. I mean, okay.
I'm just saying. So that's how you're going to use. You're going to use the present to prove the past in the present. You're going to do it though. Like right now, you're going to show me.
I can absolutely use the present to prove the past. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Let me hear it again.
Well, yeah. If I know you're at one point in space, then I know where you can be in the next based off your current velocity and where you're going to be heading, right?
So now you know the future. That's the future. Now you know the future.
And I can know the past based off where you were and what your speed was, right?
Okay, so you're gonna tell me in the past where I'm gonna be in the future. When are you gonna do all that?
Tell you in the past where you're gonna be in the future.
You said you're gonna use the past to tell me where I'll be in the future. When will all of these things occur?
All right, so if you're traveling at 5 meters per second, a second ago, where would I predict that you would be a second from now?
I don't know. You're the future guy. You're the future teller. You tell me.
I would say you would be 5 meters away from that position in time 1 second ago. Would you agree?
Okay, so it's not a geographical position. It's a position in time.
I think everything is a position in time. Yeah.
Okay, and then you're going to show me my geographical position. When are you going to show it to me again?
Well, could I just map this on the Earth and say that you're 5 meters or your position was here, and then a second later your position will be here? It'll be pretty accurate unless you didn't accelerate. But if I just do smaller and smaller time steps, I'll eventually get to just the reality. I won't have any jumps. I just do an infinitely amount of small time steps, right? There's a word for this, by the way. I don't know.
It's like FPS, for example.
Yeah, I guess you just
It's
keep on
literally like
increasing
FPS.
in a way.
What you
Yeah.
just said.
What's the word? Listen, all I'm pointing out to you is that you're always going to have to show it to me in the current present time, even a videotape. Because listen, I videotaped you going from A to B, and then you're going to have to show it to me in the present, and then you're going to say to me, "Well, listen, I showed it to you in the past," but you're going to have to say that to me in the present. So I mean, if that's your idea of time, I don't know. All you're showing me is the present.
Well, would you disagree that time is causative?
Yeah, I probably would.
Oh, wow, is that a common view among flat earthers? Does anyone else here agree that time is not causative?
Yeah, I mean,
You
again,
can't manipulate time itself to prove it causes things. I treat it as a constant variable.
Yeah, so you can treat it.
Hold on a
Listen,
second.
I don't have a full understanding of what time is and how it works and the future, past, and present existing as one thing. But you know what you're going to qualify time as is an occurrence of things, of interactions taking place, and you're going to say, well, it took this many times of me counting 1, 2, 3 for that to happen, but it's all going to happen it's all going to happen in the moment.
Yeah, so time causes effects to occur.
Oh no, the interaction is occurred. It doesn't take time.
But without time, it's impossible.
What's time?
You
Time is
can't
just the
turn
interaction.
time on or off to tell.
You cannot have, for example, acceleration without time.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, what's acceleration?
So if something accelerates, that proves that time exists,
Holy cow.
right?
So you're just going to affirm the consequent.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Yeah, it's not like this isn't really like a shallow conversation. It gets deeper, and nobody really has the the conclusion ready to give you. Right? You just have to come up with your own idea of time.
I mean, Tier probably has a more intricate understanding of what time is than me, but would you agree that time is causative, Tier?
I don't want to get into this.
Oh, come on, man.
Why don't you give us the equation of time?
Why don't you want to get into it? Come on.
You're close to philosophy. I do math.
Is it?
Yes.
Is it though?
100%.
I would disagree.
Oh my god.
Time is conceptual. That's why it's in the realm of philosophy to discuss this.
I mean, Albert Einstein with the theory of relativity proved that you can change how time passes.
Well, yeah, flat earthers obviously don't believe in time dilation. Come on.
Yeah, because that would prove gravity, and that would prove everything. So yeah, it makes sense.
Like there's some I mean, listen, we can conceptualize time if you want, right? And then I get the whole space time because interactions occur, and for interactions between matter or materials to occur, you need space, and then then you got to count the seconds. So we're gonna reify those things into something actual, though, the space and time.
Yeah, the ether is causing the atomic clocks to think that they're going slower. Strawman, is it? I've heard Larry say that. Does anyone else agree that atomic clocks think that they're just wrong?
Well, this is just evidence this is not an echo chamber, right? Because we don't agree with Larry on everything, right?
Yeah,
All
I'm
right,
not going
so
to fight for Larry there if he said that. No thanks.
Yeah.
All right, so
he's good at articulating his point of view, and I wouldn't want to do that for him either.
So, are atomic clocks reliable methods of measurement or a measurement of time?
What's an atomic clock?
Uses the frequencies of the vibrations of the atoms or the that's like quartz clocks. Never mind. Atomic clocks are. I had to look this one up actually.
You ask a question, you don't know what an atomic clock is or does?
Sorry,
Are you kidding me?
Sorry, I mixed them up. I was right originally. Sorry. I was unsure. Yeah, so atomic clocks measure the resonant frequency of atoms. So I was confusing with quartz. Sorry.
So they measure frequency of atoms. Okay. Now what?
So I can use that to measure time. So if I know how much they're changing frequency over a period of time, then I can figure out what time is, right?
How do you calibrate?
No, you're measuring frequency, not time.
Well, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Happens over time.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah. Okay. So you're measuring frequency,
to have frequency,
right?
No.
Okay. What's the rate?
But to have
What's the
frequency,
rate?
you have time.
Wait until.
What's the rate? Let's get the time in here. What's the rate?
Wait until he finds out what hertz means. Yeah.
What's the rate?
It would probably be measured in hertz.
9,192,631,770 cycles. I think it's
Okay.
every second. Yeah, every second of
Every
isotope
second.
cesium 133.
All right. Cesium. Great. So now what?
Yeah. So every set amount of cycles, humanity understands that a second has elapsed.
And that's constant always, right?
Yeah, I mean it has like an error of every second in 30 million years.
Whoa, 30 million years. So how do they verify that? That's a tall claim.
1 second every 30 million years.
How would you decide every 30 million years if, friend, every 30 million years?
I'm
checking that
not a
math?
nuclear scientist, so I ask a nuclear scientist.
Right.
Yeah.
So why would they bring up a number like every 30 million years when, how long have they been testing this?
Obviously not 30 million years, but you can get an error, or you can get an like an error margin.
So since 1955, so I feel like that 30 million years is kind of bullshit.
I mean, they didn't count. Yeah, it missed a spin in this year. No, it didn't. It's most probably far more complex than that.
Yeah. So do you? I mean, like pendulum clocks, are those accurate to you? Would you use a pendulum clock?
Why are you going to pendulum clocks? We're talking about cesium here. Why are you moving on?
They operate on the same principle.
Yeah, it's a rhythm, right? It's an oscillation, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So a pendulum clock. How accurate are those?
I don't know to exact certainty, but it's definitely a lot less accurate than it depends. Well, it depends on how long the pendulum arm is, likely.
It depends on the length of the arm. Okay. Tell me more about it.
Accuracy. I'll get accuracy for you. 15 seconds per day, from about 15 minutes to 15 seconds per day. Tolerance.
So why'd you bring this up?
Oh, just because they operate off the same principle. So would you agree that atomic clocks are useful, or they're not? Because if you don't agree with one, then you don't agree with the other.
This is not my claim. I don't know anything about cesium clocks. I'm wondering where you're getting your information. I'm just letting you tell me all about the cesium clock and how it proves time.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is kind of ironically funny that this all started with Trigg saying he can't prove anything, and now he's going to prove that time exists.
So all of this proves nothing, then, right? All this science that you're bringing up.
No, it's about relativity, right? So I can verify that.
It proves nothing. No, you can't verify it. Remember, science proves nothing. You can't verify anything.
Yeah, I didn't say it was with science, right?
Well, then why are you talking right now? Why are you bringing shit up at all? Since nothing is proven by these things that you're saying.
Do you think that science proves things?
Do you think science proves things? Because if it does, then why are we even bringing this up?
It doesn't prove things. I would agree.
Okay, well then why are you talking about it? I want you to shut the fuck up.
Doesn't?
Science doesn't prove
Trigonometry man. Trigonometry man. You got to shut the fuck up because science proves nothing, right?
What am I making use?
Are you going to be consistent with your claim? Does science prove anything, or does it?
It doesn't prove anything. Did I say that this was a scientific claim?
Shut the fuck up.
Claim?
So is it? It's not a scientific claim then? Is it? Is it?
A scientific claim
So this is not a scientific claim. So this is just you bullshitting. So this is you bullshitting. Is that what this is?
Did I say it was a scientific claim that proves something?
So this is not a scientific claim, and it doesn't prove anything. So why are you talking about it like it proves time? You just said it proves time. How does it prove time? How does it prove time? How does it prove time? How does it prove time?
Says who?
How does it do it?
I never said it was a scientific claim that proves something, right?
So this is no proof. Is it proof or not?
What does proof mean to you? This is why I hate when people use the.
Oh, so there's no proof at all. So what is proof to you? Because you're the one that brought up
to decide
proof.
what proof is.
Why don't you tell me, since this is all your proof? I want to know what proof is to you, since you said
You
this
don't know what
proves
proof
things.
is. I don't know what proof
I'm
is.
asking you, why'd you bring it up?
This is why it's so hard to talk to you, Says who. You're
impossible to talk to because now science doesn't prove things, and now you're not even trying to prove time, apparently. Or is this proof? What is proof to you?
To say what proof is or isn't.
No, it's not up to me. You said this was proof, so I need to know what your version of proof is. What is your version of proof? What is your version of proof? Trigonometry, man. What is proof to you, since you said this proves things?
It's completely up to me, just like how it's completely up to you.
Just tell me. I just want to know what your version of proof is, right?
Oh, to my much more accurate understanding of the world than you, because obviously I'm smarter than you.
To your much more accurate understanding of your world's view? That's stupid shit coming out of your mouth. That makes nothing.
I'm just smarter than you.
Oh, this is pathetic. And now you're appealing to I'm just smarter than you. That's sad, bro. Like you have to say it like that. Like I'm smarter than you. That's pathetic, dude.
I would just say prove it.
Yeah, what's proof?
All right, I have proof.
Prove that
right
you're
here.
smarter.
I just am.
What is proof? Oh, so it just is. So if you declare it, that's what it is, right?
Proof is, dude. It's just whatever you think.
Proof is just declare. Wow, there it is, folks. Clip that.
Proof is just
Proof is just whatever you think it is. So it's subjective to you.
Yeah,
I
proof
mean-
is subjective.
I mean, I'm
Wow,
going to make a
there
claim
it is.
because materials decay due to their radiation. They decay in time, so time has to exist, right?
Bro, can you give me some time and show it? Can you paint it red and show it to me and put it in a box?
Is it absolutely true, Trig, that proof is subjective?
Absolutely, yes.
Wow.
We can't brain, put red and put it in a box. Therefore, we can't prove he has a brain.
Trigg said, apparently time is causal. So is this a scientific declaration?
Well, I mean, yeah, it would be. I mean, I guess
Is
it would
it-
have to be
is this
philosophical,
up to your
right?
subjective meaning of proof?
If time is
You said everything's subjective, so my proof is my proof and your proof is your proof, and I'm always right and you're always right, right? So it doesn't matter. So why are you in here every day just kind of spewing your proof on top of our proof if it's all the same and it doesn't prove anything?
Proof, that's who. I don't say proof.
Didn't you say that cesium clocks prove time?
I might have said that. Yeah, I probably did.
Yeah, you did, because you're a dumb fuck.
Because I use it colloquially. Colloquially.
Oh, now it's just a colloquial term, proof. So does the words don't mean anything? What does proof mean to you?
Proof in what way? Says who?
In the way that you were using it earlier colloquially, dumbass.
Something that I would say I could believe more probable than not exists.
So it's just about a belief more probable. That's weak sauce, dude.
That's just what proof is, says who.
No, it isn't. That's just what it is to you. Remember? It's just your definition. To you.
All right, show me your definition of proof then.
I don't have to. Yours is good enough for you. Remember? Now it's because yours is stupid. You want to know what mine is? No, mine's a much higher standard than yours. It's a much higher standard. I like things that are empirical.
Yeah,
observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable.
Well,
you don't have any of that. You just want it to be what you want it to be because this is your own little fairy tale world that you decide, right?
You're a pseudoscientist.
Oh no!
You're a pseudoscientist. You like saying that you're proving
Okay, so I don't like experiments, right? A pseudoscience is defined as basically science without experiment. I like experiments. I think experiments are great. You apparently just whatever you want it to be is how you want it to be. That's pseudoscience.
Because I don't say proof
That's
in
just
science.
dumb fuckery.
Because
It's
I
just
don't
dumb
say proof
fuckery.
in science like you, says who? Because you're a pseudoscientist.
Okay, that's fine. My standard is higher than yours. You just want to believe things. You just said it a moment ago. If it's believed to be plausible, then I'm just going to go and make that my proof. Proof to me is I believe it because it might be true.
proof.
It
This is
could
what
be.
this is why I hate
That's
the word
weak
proof.
sauce, dude.
What does
It's
it
so
mean?
weak.
What does
Why
proof
is your
mean?
standard so low? You're like
What
Scott
does
Mackey.
proof
Why is your
mean,
standard
POV?
so low?
It's not low because I don't care
It's
about what
crazy low. You just said if it's plausible, you believe it.
more probable than not. Yeah, that's what I think
More
proof means.
probable than not. Yeah, that's weak ass sauce, dude.
Yeah, you think that proof means something in science. Proof is not a thing in science because you're a
There you go.
pseudoscientist, right?
There you go. Right.
You're a
I
pseudoscientist.
have a
Right
higher
now.
standard. Why would that be pseudoscience? Just because you've defined science a certain way because you want to believe science to be a certain
Nope.
thing.
Proof means you
Nope.
love defining science in a certain way. That's how you can.
No, I define it in a certain way. I define a lot of different things. Usually I go by the scientific
around.
method. What is the scientific method?
That's how you can snake around.
What is the scientific method?
Answer my question about what proof is before you answer me about what the scientific method
We'll
is.
just
How
get
about
the definition. Should we get the definition?
no, I want
I
your
want
definition.
definitions. Why would I don't make up definitions for myself. Do you realize that?
Without looking
I don't make up definitions for myself, right? Like, it has to actually make sense. Empiricism is a great
No, it
guide.
has to make sense. Is that
Observable.
up to you to
Okay,
decide?
here's proof.
Is that
Here's
up
proof.
to you to decide?
Here's proof. You ready? Observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable. That's my standard.
Oh, okay. So you're trying to relate it to science because you're a pseudoscientist, right? You think that you can prove
Dude,
things.
you're not even making any sense. This is pathetic. So,
Do you think you
is
can prove
pseudoscience?
things, right?
Just can you define pseudoscience, or did you make up your own definition on the spot as well?
Pseudoscience is something that is not coherent with the scientific method.
Okay, just go ahead and cite that for me.
All right.
Okay, we'll go from there.
Your standards of proof.
Well, then you have to go ahead and look up what the scientific method is, right?
Hold on.
What's the scientific method?
Why should I send it to you? Because it's not verifiable or repeatable. How can you know that that's the definition? It's not.
I can observe it, I can test it, I can repeat it, and I can falsify it, right?
You can observe pseudoscience.
That's not what I said. Now you're just twisting my words all around. Dude, if you're not going to have an intellectually honest conversation, I'm just going to go ahead and ban you. That's how it's going to work.
Okay. Is this how? Did you just cry more whenever I point you out?
Don't cry. If you're not going to stay on topic, we're not going to do this. If you're going to keep shifting around. Okay, so the topic is, you said that proof to you is whatever is plausible and you believe it, right? Mine is observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable.
Yep. So how can you?
That's my standard. So we've established our differences in proof, right?
Yep. So can we verify?
Yours is way low, mine's really high. It's not even a scientific inquiry, you dumbass.
Can we verify?
You said nothing wrong.
So then how do you know?
This is talking about language, bro. This is not science. Now you're being silly.
You just have to believe it, right? More probable than not.
This is about you. This is about belief.
More probable than not. That's what proof is, right?
More probable than not. What are you talking about? More probable than not. In what? Talking about language?
So when
language?
Lawyer said that the murder has to be testable, verifiable, and
Now we're going to court cases which still are not about scientific proof, my friend.
That's because proof is used outside of science. It's not scientific at all.
Right. So we're not talking about science anymore. We're talking about the courtroom, right? We're talking about juries of our peers, right, who want to see things proved beyond a reasonable doubt, which is an entirely different circumstance, right?
Out of science. Proof is not in science.
So we're not talking about science. So what are the cesium clock proofs then?
Because you're a slimy pseudoscientist, right? So you try and jam it in there where it's not.
So now it's not about cesium clocks anymore, is it?
No, we didn't stop. We stopped talking about that like 20 minutes ago, so we could talk about.
Let's keep talking about it. Let's talk about the original topic. How does the cesium clock prove time?
Yep. So we need to. This is what I mean. We need to go back to what proof means. I can't.
So if we're just going to stick on proof, your proof is I just kind of want to believe it because it seems more likely than not, and mine is observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable. Right? You define that as pseudoscience, which is stupid.
Yep. So if somebody stole something from you, do you think you'd have to repeat it?
Now we're going to go to whether or not something got stolen. We're not talking about cesium clocks anymore because that's too terrifying, right?
The definition of proof falls apart.
Because we're going to talk about somebody stealing something from me, since we're not talking about science anymore.
Yeah, if somebody stole your flat Earth model from you, oh wait, you don't have it, so we can't steal that.
See, and now you're just going to bounce around to different straw mans and try to find, ways to, poison the well. So you've lost. You look stupid. You just want to believe like it's Santa Claus. It's more likely than not that those, presents under the tree showed up because Santa Claus was here last night. It couldn't be my parents.
You don't even know what proof means. You just say something and then think that
I don't agree with you on what proof is. You made up your own. It's weak sauce. You're embarrassed about it, so now you're attacking me. Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Can I
so
may
your definition of
interject?
proof falls apart outside of your pseudoscience, right?
No, we actually have different categories on what I'm willing to accept. But the cesium clock that you're avoiding now, right? Because we're going to talk about cesium clocks. Does this even fall under the scientific category? Yes or no?
So you're going to fall apart under what proof
No,
means.
I'm asking you very much about the thing that you brought up. No one's falling apart. I'm talking about your example. Let's talk about cesium clocks. Is cesium clocks scientific evidence of anything?
You're falling apart, says who?
So you don't want to go ahead and address the question that I had directed to you when you brought up from the beginning of this conversation. You don't want to talk about it anymore, do you?
Even agree what
You want to run away from the topic that we brought up, the cesium clocks that apparently aren't scientific proof of anything, right?
Says who? We can't even agree on the
Yeah, we can't progress because you won't talk about the cesium clocks that you brought up in the beginning of this conversation. Isn't that correct?
You brought up proof, and this is
Because you're a bitch and you're running away from this, and now there's no way we're going to have a conversation because you're making it about me and not the cesium clocks that we brought up in the very beginning of this conversation. You don't want to talk about cesium clocks anymore, do you? You don't want to talk about anything that might, like destroy your position. So you don't want to talk about cesium clocks. Is that right?
You fell apart about your proof thing.
So you don't want to talk about cesium clocks. I only want to talk about cesium clocks, and that's why you're getting muted. You guys are pathetic bitches. I mean, seriously. But a cesium clock is scientific proof of what? Okay, what's the scientific proof? Oh, well, science doesn't really prove anything. You're a bitch.
Well, is this isn't this like the standard procedure not to talk about the actual case, which is the Earth is representing itself to be something which is so and so. So let's talk about how the Earth represents itself to be. I don't get it. I don't understand why they avoid it. But maybe there's a reason why it's being avoided, right? Because it's pretty clear what the Earth represents itself to be. Not a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from every expanding void of darkness. This is not what we experience. This is not what we observe. This is not what we measure, repeatedly measured over the surface of the Earth. And I know this is hard for globers, the concept to grasp that they're not just a spinning ball that they live on. No, I just wonder.
It's got to be more likely than not, right? So what's more likely? That we observe, measure the Earth to be flat and stationary? But it's more plausible, apparently. It's more easy to believe that you're on a spinning ball, the wobbling, tilting space ball, right?
Just think about this, what you need to accept as a globie, right? Which is all the coincidences with the distance of the sun and moon, the coincidences of the speed of the supposed rotation that has been also brought into existence by the coincidence of the Earth being hit by some rock that is big enough to get it in that exact spin and motion that it should be in, and the coincidence that the sky constellations are mostly always the same, while you're wobbling, spinning, and shooting through space at enormous speeds. I mean, it would be so crazy to believe that this is just a unique place and that there's a map above our heads that has been created to tell time, seasons, and events. And it's a perfect working clock that will never fail us because there's probably someone with a very smart mind behind it who created that place for us. But no. It's just by pure coincidence. The moon was formed from like when the Earth was still plasma, and then the big rock hit it, and some chunks of plasma got
spewed out into the orbit, and the Earth got into rotation that is exactly the speed that it needs to be in, and then the moon formed into a white dense rock, and then at some point of trillions and trillions of years, the magma ball turned into a water ball because many asteroids hit the Earth, and it brought water to the Earth, and it was so much water then everything turned into water almost, so there was just a little bit of land left. And the moon, unfortunately, it just turned out that the moon didn't turn into a little Earth. The moon just turned into a wide rock where 90-degree angles of as stuff hit it. No, I mean, if you don't realize how
Okay, we do have Globers here. Instead of just taking the podium and monologuing, how about we actually start a conversation with one of them? Okay, yeah, thanks. All right, so what I said, let's start a conversation with the Globers. You can go ahead.
I know you guys don't like to hear it, but this is your model. But you can interject. I'm not. This is not me. The reason why I do it, maybe if you didn't notice, is to get a reaction, and then hopefully someone will interject and say, "Clay, you know what? You're crazy to say that all these coincidences are, a leap of faith or something." And then I'm like, okay, let's talk about it. Is there anyone who wants to interject, stop me, and say you're foolish? What you're saying is foolish? That's what I thought. Well, anyways, the truth is, the senses that you have been given, luckily, from being pond scum, right, in your paradigm, pond scum that turned into a human with eyes and senses and a balance system and so forth, we all experience the same thing, which is the complete opposite to what you have been taught about the Earth. So is there anyone in you who can bring proof that the surface is spinning 360 degrees in every direction? Or anything else that supports something that is contrary to everybody experiencing the same thing? Except when they're drunk, maybe? Any new breakthrough? Maybe there's gonna be a new breakthrough today. I mean, it doesn't happen with space, unfortunately. That takes like decades, and we just go back to either destroying the technology and then having a long, rough time building back unnecessary technology, like landing rockets or something like that. Because that couldn't have been a thing back then.
Oh, why couldn't it have been a thing back then?
Oh, now I got someone.
Yeah.
So, did you know that it took 3 days and what was it? 1 second.
It was like 10 hours or something to get to the moon.
Apollo 11. Apollo 11. 1 second.
I think it was like 3 days and 10 hours, or a little less than that.
Yeah, 195 hours, 18 minutes, and 35 seconds.
That's round trip time. That's not to the moon.
Oh yeah, it's the full round trip. Yes. Sorry, you're right.
So, what's your question about that?
Nothing. I had no question about it. I'm saying I find it amazing, the leap of faith. I wish I had that faith that people hold on to, thinking that there is someday where they're gonna jump in some capsule and go into space that doesn't exist.
All right. Well, you said something about rockets not being able to land, and like I want to talk about that.
Oh yeah, I find it funny how now, in order to get to the moon, we need to first reinvent the so-called rocket to make it more sustainable, because it gets more sustainable when the boosters can land. So we need to make Starship in order to get back to something we have already been to when we still had cars that were, without seatbelts and TVs that looked like and weighed like like a table or something,
Well-
back in those old school days where
It's a rocketry is a simple advanced sort of field. So like a lot of the principles are super simple to grasp and apply, but there's nothing fundamentally like the reason why Don Pettit said that like we lost the technology is because that we don't have any Saturn V's lying around, right? Like technology isn't the meaning of technology doesn't mean the ability, it means the hardware, right? Technology is like the structures. Like a bridge is technology. Your phone is technology.
All right, Euclidia, let me ask you this.
Yep.
You know about the law of conservation of momentum, right?
Yep.
And you guys use that as a way of explaining why a helicopter, when it's on the Earth, right, goes straight up in the air, right? Say it's at like a 500 mile per hour latitude, like the Earth is spinning at 500 miles per hour at that latitude. The helicopter goes up in the air, right? Because it was on the Earth, it conserves that momentum, so it's automatically moving with the rotation of the Earth at 500 miles an hour, right?
Yep.
Right. So because the helicopter was on the Earth, it retains the speed of that latitude that it was at, right?
Yep.
Okay. So you understand that. Now, let's say it's a plane, same thing, right? So the plane would retain the 500 miles per hour eastward rotation, even if it's headed south, right? So it would be going sideways 500 miles an hour when it takes off, correct?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, because it's aimed south. So it's going sideways automatically 500 miles per hour in perfect unison with the Earth. Like it would have, like, say it turned around and landed, right? It would have to be in complete and perfect unison with the eastward rotation, which it would be at 500 miles an hour, right? There'd be no problem, right? But it has to be a one-to-one relationship because we know that all pilots treat the Earth as stationary and level, right? So it works out, right? So if it's at 500 mile per hour latitude and it lands right there, then it's automatically, well, we're not going to get into the idea that it might actually not be in sync at that point, but it would have to be in perfect sync, right, for the pilot to treat the Earth as stationary. Agreed?
Well, yeah. So the velocity of the Earth spinning, right? So this is like a common misconception, is that it's a one direction like velocity. So if I take off facing west, then I should lose my velocity or I should lose the momentum that's been imparted upon me. But this is why they stay stationary. So stationary is in the sense that since everything is in the same inertial reference frame, I don't have to consider anything to be or the Earth to be moving. I don't have to consider anything to be moving because everything's maintaining that momentum.
Though. Okay, but hold on a sec. Let me walk through this with you. You can go on your diatribe in a minute. I'm drawing out an example for you, right? So there's two reference frames. We have an inertial and a non-inertial reference frame when we're talking about planes, helicopters, bullets, anything like that. That's why there's a Coriolis effect seen, and it looks like it's curved from a third person's perspective out in space or on the ground. It would be, even if in the reference frame of the pilot or the bullet, it's going straight, but because the Earth is spinning separately, it would look like it's curved when it goes to a different latitude that's at either higher or lower tangential velocity, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Earth is spinning separately from anything, a projectile, a plane, a helicopter, anything. But, you can say the conserved momentum at that 500 mile per hour latitude, because the helicopter was on the Earth, it retains that speed. But once it's in the air, right, it's in a separate reference frame. It's a non-inertial compared to an inertial. You're not confused about that, are you?
No. So
okay, so we have both. Now you don't need to start. You don't need to start. Right. I'm just going to continue here and draw these out for you. You agreed. The only reason that the helicopter is spinning in the eastward rotation, right, is because it was on the Earth. Not because when it gets in the air, it's in the same reference frame, because it's in a separate reference frame, just like a bullet, just like any projectile. That's why they say they have to adjust for a Coriolis effect or Coriolis displacement when they're shooting a rifle or something like that. It's the same thing, right? We agree on that, right?
Can I say one thing real quick?
Go ahead.
All right. So the reason why there is a Coriolis or like a deflection in a bullet it's because it's over a distance, right? So the speed it changes over that distance, which causes there to be an apparent deflection. That's why you need super long distances to get any sort of like apparent deflection in the bullet. I mean,
okay,
yeah,
that's fine. That's fine. But regardless, it's moving separately from the Earth, and the reason that you would have to make any of those adjustments is because the Earth is moving separately from the bullet or plane or helicopter or anything else. And just like I said, we can say, and let you beg the question, with a 500 mile per hour eastward rotation of a helicopter or plane or whatever it is, a balloon, right? It stays in that spot because it was already on the Earth and it retained that conserved momentum. And you're right. If it went west, it would lose that conserved momentum and it wouldn't be in the same reference frame, right? But I'm talking about now is if it goes to the equator where it's landing in a city that's moving 1,000 miles per hour eastward, right? Now it needs to be in a 1-to-1 relationship for the pilot to treat the Earth as stationary still, right? It needs to be in a perfect 1-to-1 relationship. It can't be 1,005 miles an hour. It can't be 995 miles an hour. It needs to be in a perfect 1-to-1 relationship so that the pilot doesn't need to be trained to deal with a moving runway the way an aircraft carrier pilot is trained specially to move with a slightly drifting runway, right? So how is it that the conserved momentum is 500 miles per hour where it takes off from, but now it needs to be moving 1,000 miles an hour perfectly in unison at the city that it's landing in? Where does it get the 500 miles per hour extra? How does it double its speed sideways? What is the mechanism that causes the plane to be accelerated twice as fast sideways? What's the mechanism?
So this goes back to the point where there's no adding of velocities, right? Like you need to get that concept out of your head. There's no adding of velocity. So if I take off from the runway,
what's 1,000 minus 500?
Yeah. So this is what I mean.
You need 500.
No, you need to get this concept of like adding velocities off.
Well, you tell me a good reason to get it. Tell me a good reason to get rid of it, because you didn't name the mechanism that causes the plane to accelerate twice as fast sideways. You need to do that.
All right, so if the ground is stationary that I'm on, and I take off, and I go Mach 5 for 100 kilometers, and I turn around, can I find the runway and not have it fly off of course for me if I did this Mach 5 journey and then came around?
Stationary? If it's stationary, that's fine. Yeah, if it's stationary, no problem.
Yeah,
that's how pilots are trained to treat it. That's how they always treat it.
So
that's
for all intents and purposes,
have to be, unless there's something that actually makes sense here. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, for all intents and purposes, the ground is stationary when you're flying a plane. Right?
There we go. There we go. Good.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Somebody else say, wait, hold on. Wait, don't butt in. Let me go back and forth with this guy because he's already caught, and I realize that. Okay.
I'm not caught.
What do you
I
mean?
already know.
For all intents and purposes. What do you mean by that?
The fact that in order to fly a plane, I don't need to worry about Coriolis.
Well, you would if it was actually spinning, though.
Would I?
Yeah, because that's what Coriolis is, bro. It's moving separately from a projectile, a plane, a helicopter. There's an inertial and a non-inertial reference frame. You agreed on all this.
But I'm conserving the momentum that was imparted upon me when I first took
500 miles per hour. That's all you got.
Yeah, and then you just
where you get the extra 500. Where do you get the 1,000?
To your whim.
What?
Because then you just this is what I mean. You need to get the concept of adding and subtracting these velocities out of your head, right?
Why?
Well, you need to because otherwise it doesn't work and it destroys your globe. That's why you think I need to. But you can't come up with the 500 miles per hour to make it perfectly in sync in the land and to land in a city that's moving 1,000 miles an hour. Not the 500 of the conserved momentum he had. He needs an extra 500. He needs to be going twice as fast sideways. What's the mechanism that accelerates the plane perfectly in sync with the rotation?
What's the mechanism? Answer that. Answer that.
What's the mechanism?
Retarded. Do I lose my
Not
conservative
retarded.
momentum when I take off?
500 miles per hour is the only conserved momentum you have. You don't have 1,000. Where's the extra 500 come from?
Is it like a fuel tank? If I turn around, I'll start losing my conserved momentum?
Why are you strawmanning it? I asked you where the 500 mile per hour extra comes from. What's the mechanism that accelerates the plane sideways a perfect extra 500 miles an hour so it can assume that the runway it's landing on, which is 1,000 miles per hour, 500 more than where it started from? How are you getting the extra 500? What's the mechanism? And don't call it stupid because you don't have an answer. Why are you calling it stupid when you must feel stupid for not having an answer?
Can I just ask a question?
No,
his only answer was new perspective. His answer earlier was we just treat it like it's flat and stationary.
Well, yeah, that's because it's flat and stationary. But he thinks it's spinning, so he has to justify why it's spinning, and they're treating it as flat and stationary, and it needs to go twice as fast sideways. How's it doing that?
Yeah, just add and subtract and multiply velocities just to make it seem crazy. I don't get it.
No, what do you mean just to make it seem crazy? I'm talking about your model. Your model says it's 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. It says it retains the momentum from where it took off from. It only retained 500 miles per hour. It needs 1,000 miles an hour eastward tangential velocity to land on a surface that it's treating as perfectly stationary. Can you answer that? It's your model.
Because you're just making this straw man where you don't have to.
It's not a straw man. It's your model. What did I do wrong?
Okay, Trigger, stop, guys. Okay, stop, guys.
Shut up.
Stop. Trigger's saying that it's not required, and you are asking what's the mechanism for that, and he still hasn't answered that.
Yeah, so we both.
He doesn't have an answer because he says I'm straw manning it.
You are straw manning.
How am I straw manning it? Why? Because you're saying it's not 1,000 at the equator?
Because you're implying that you can just subtract and add these velocities at whim for some reason. Like it should matter in any way.
No, I'm saying you can't. And the only reason that he doesn't have to is because it's actually my argument is it's stationary, bro. My argument is it's stationary. The only reason he'd be able to land on a surface that's moving twice as fast as where he took off from, is if you had a mechanism, or if he takes off and lands just like he treats it, then it's stationary. There's no problem. There's no conspiracy. Pilots are taught to treat it as stationary. That's just the way it has to be then. Unless you can come up with a mechanism that accelerates the plane twice as fast sideways by the time it gets to the place where it's 1,000 miles an hour rather than 500, like your model says.
Just add
a straw man. It's just your model.
I don't know. It is a straw man.
You're just going to add 500 without a mechanism?
Yeah,
how are you adding 500?
You mean adding 500?
Where did you get the 500? You need 1,000
added.
Right. The 500 is all you have. You need an extra 500, bro. Do you not even get 500 plus 500 equals 1,000?
He thinks it's a gas tank. It's like, oh, I'm running out of my 500 mile per hour Coriolis.
That's nothing to do with the gas tank. What are you talking about? Why are you like? Are you tactically strawmanning this, or do you really not understand what I'm saying?
You are the original.
How does it keep up, mate? How does it keep? He's just asking you how it keeps up. How does it keep up when there's a change?
Keep up. It's just going back to this Coriolis fuel tank thing. Keep up. Oh, it's running out
fuel
of
Coriolis. Tank. What are you? Are you stupid? Why does this have anything to do with the fuel tank?
Isn't the momentum always conserved though? So like
500. That's all it gets.
Yeah, but
it only gets 500. It doesn't get 1,000. It only has 500. It needs twice as fast sideways momentum. Where's the extra 500 come from? Yeah. That's the answer. No one. There is no 500.
Yeah. You're saying there is a change, right? You're saying you agree there is a change, right?
No, I'm agreeing that there is no change. I'm saying there is no change.
These other guys. These other guys. Do they agree that there's a change?
Their model says it's 1,000 rather than 500. Is he denying that? Are you denying that the equator runway would be 1,000 miles an hour? but the plane only had 500 miles per hour from where it took off from. Are you denying that according to your model?
So Coriolis increases over distance, dude. So if you're flying a transatlantic flight, you will have to account for Coriolis.
Oh, okay. So that's what I'm saying. It's 1,000 miles an hour compared to 500. Where's the extra 500 come from? What's the mechanism that makes it go twice as fast sideways without the pilot even worrying about it?
Twice as fast sideways. Just
yeah,
more
500
adding,
compared to 1,000. Why is
just
that
more
like hard?
adding stuff.
You realize 500 plus 500 is 1,000, right? Can we get that straight?
Obviously,
It needs
yes.
1,000. It's missing 500. Where's the extra 500 come from?
That see more straw man where it is like just adding.
Not a straw man. It's just 1,000 minus 500 equals 500. 500 plus 500 equals 1,000. There's no straw man there. It's just simple math.
Trig, do you agree that there is a change?
A change in velocity along like as you increase
Tangential velocity of the runway compared to where it took off from. There's a 500 mile per hour difference of the runway it needs to land on compared to the runway it took off from. Do you get that?
A straw man?
Is
that a straw man, Trig?
Yes, it is.
Trig, just answer this. Is that a straw man?
Yeah.
Why
is
is
that
it a straw man?
man?
Explain why it's a straw man with specificity, not anything about fuel tanks and something that like doesn't have anything to do with 500 plus 500 equals 1,000.
Because I never lost my 1,000 mile per hour momentum, right? So
wait, you only had 500. You only took off with 500.
Only had 500. More fuel
wait,
tanks. No,
it only has 500. What do you mean? I'm not talking about fuel tank. I'm talking about the conserved momentum from the latitude it took off from. Right? You get to the smaller circles leading up to the North Pole where they say it is 0 miles an hour, and then those circles, just like a racetrack, bro. The person on the outside has to start ahead.
Agree with.
Right? With the racetrack,
Does he agree or disagree with that?
He has further to go. Right? So he has to run faster around the outside. Do you not even get this?
It's not like a bullet. You're applying a constant force over your entire journey, right?
Okay, so the pilot is trained to account for this? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, it'll just happen naturally as you keep on applying
Oh,
force.
naturally. So what are you saying is this natural mechanism? Naturally? What do you mean naturally?
The fact that you have
how is
jet
it
engines that
naturally? How is it naturally accelerated twice as fast sideways? Explain that with specificity.
Well, because over your whole journey, as you're traveling with its engines, you have lift. Like, I don't get it.
So if it's the engines, then it would be the pilot that would be trained to make up that difference. Is that what you're saying?
A pilot doesn't control the engines ever.
Also, the engines are programmed to do this extra acceleration sideways to be in perfect unison with the 1,000 mile an hour runway.
They just
the engines.
It's not something that's even.
The engines have a natural acceleration to go twice as fast. Where's this? Wait, can you show me proof of that? Where's the engine? Where does the engine get a natural acceleration to make the plane in sync with the Earth?
Providing thrust.
Okay, so it could go the opposite direction, right? So if it goes against the spin, like say it goes west southwest, right? It's going out against the spin, but still ending up at the equator where it needs 1,000 miles an hour eastward tangential velocity. Not only would it be losing its original conserved momentum by going west, but now it's going west southwest.
Thinking his Coriolis fuel tank is running low.
It's not about Coriolis fuel tank. I don't know where you get that concept or that term, but it just is just ridiculous to even say that. It's nothing to do with
because you're like, oh, I'm gaining my Coriolis effect from taking off from this place. It's just
it's just your model, bro. I'm just explaining your model. It says 1,000 at the equator. The plane would have to be moving eastward tangentially in perfect unison with that 1,000 miles an hour equator, according to your model. And it only had the original conserved momentum of 500. Now it's going west southwest. It's against the spin. And you're saying the engines are making the plane go backwards and sideways to be in perfect sync with the 1,000 miles an hour runway? What do we mean? The engines are making the plane go forward, eastward, or westward, west southwest, in fact, towards the equator. Now it needs to be going 1,000 miles an hour in perfect unison, but it only had the original conserved momentum. Even if I let you beg the question and say it never lost any of that conserved momentum, but it only has 500. How does it have 1,000 to be able to be in sync with the Earth that it's landing on? How's it? And not only that,
because you have engines. You have engines.
Okay, so engines. Okay, so is that really a good enough answer for you? Does that make sense? Are you naming the mechanism
for you?
No, it couldn't be. Because what does the engines have to do with it? Because the engines are making the plane go west southwest, not eastward. The engines would have to make the plane go twice as fast sideways eastward. backwards and sideways if it's going west southwest. How is the engine programmed to do that? You think the engine has some kind of like what are you talking about? Does that make sense? No.
The computer on the plane is aiming for a place on
the computer. Oh, now you're
Hold
going
on.
to the computer.
Stop. Hold on. Let me explain for like 3 seconds. All right. So you're aiming for a point on a map that's projected on a sphere, by the way, just to let you know. That's.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You
and as you
could
go over
think of
that
it like
entire
that.
journey, as you go over that entire journey, it's not like a bullet where you're not applying any more force over the journey, right? So if I fire a bullet,
No,
and exit
it's
the rifle,
different, but it's in a separate reference frame, which we already agreed on. So it's not moving in sync with the Earth automatically.
Yeah, so the plane has the capability to change its direction and velocity and maintain.
Absolutely, yep. It goes wherever it
Unlike
wants.
a
West
bullet.
southwest is where it's going now. It's aiming
That's why
the
bullets
engines,
shoot
the computer, all of it. Don't worry about bullets. We're talking about the plane that's not going to be in unison with the Earth that it's landing on, which causes accidents. So the only way a pilot can treat the Earth as stationary is if it's stationary, because it's not in perfect unison with this one-to-one relationship with the Earth, bro. It can't work any other way. It cannot. It proves that we're not moving.
If it
Because
was a
otherwise,
bullet, sure.
the pilot would not be able to
bullet.
treat it as stationary. No,
If
it
it was
needs
a
an extra
bullet.
500 miles an hour. You don't have the mechanism, bro.
Coriolis fuel tank.
This proves you're not on a ball. This proves you're not on a spinning
Coriolis
ball.
fuel tank
You need
again.
twice as fast. You need to be moving twice as fast in perfect unison. And not only that, even if your magic engines or your computer or even your pilot is made aware of this problem, right? Even if that were the case, how is he going to continue to make the plane move sideways in the perfect one-to-one relationship as he's landing and coming to a stop in a perpendicular direction?
Yeah. So this is
At what
again.
point does the plane? What point does he stop accelerating the plane sideways to be in perfect unison with the eastward tangential velocity, so that he can come to a stop in a perpendicular direction?
You're applying.
That's not even possible, even if everything you hope is there was there. But you don't even have the mechanism to begin with. You don't even have the mechanism that says the plane's going to be going twice as fast sideways to be in perfect unison. You don't even get that. But even if you did get that, you still can't land the plane.
He thinks he's winning.
You
You're
still
applying
couldn't
it
even
to a
land.
projectile. You're applying it to a projectile that's no longer like applying any force to it, right? They have engines and wings. Yeah. If this is a bullet, then true.
So
But it's not a bullet.
What do you mean? You're going back to like, oh, because it has engines, it makes it perfect. Do you really think that makes sense? Name the mechanism, the actual mechanism, the scientific reason that we know the pilot doesn't need to worry about the spin that's twice as fast as where he took off from. What's the mechanism?
Engines and wings.
Oh, so you're saying the pilot is going to do it? The engines and the wings do it all on their own? They're just like programmed to do this? Is that your theory?
They're not even programmed to do it.
Oh, okay. So then how does it happen?
It is the natural
Explain it.
effect.
Make sense
Hold
of it.
on.
Don't just
Yes,
try.
I
Hey,
will.
don't just cling on to something that you hope makes sense. Actually make sense of it, okay?
New perspective.
Yeah, how
Do
does it
you
work? What's the
understand
mechanism?
that when the Earth rotates, also the air in the Earth also rotates with the
Okay,
Earth?
so you got air, right? So you're saying it's a wind that pushes the plane
If you go
sideways? Is that what you're
straight,
saying?
if you go straight in a straight line, that corresponds with the ground, you also go in a straight line with the correspondent air above the ground. So you
Okay,
go
so the air is
straight
pushing the plane
either way.
sideways faster? Is your theory that the air is accelerating the plane twice as fast sideways? The
It
air?
doesn't accelerate. The plane accelerates
Oh, it would
whenever the
have
fuck
to.
it
We need
wants.
twice.
The air doesn't.
Wait, do you realize? Okay, wait. You just came into the conversation. Do you realize that the plane needs to be going twice as fast sideways, perfect, to be at 1,000 miles an hour rather than 500? Right? You realize?
That would be if only the air moved and the plane moved relative to the ground and not
Well,
the air.
you've got the same
But
problem, dude.
everything,
You've
if
got the same
everything goes
problem,
the same
right?
speed.
If the air
Got the same problem
moves
because
the plane,
air's
right?
moving.
And air
Air's
pushing the
moving.
plane, and air push. Can we agree on this? Air pushing the plane is called a
One sec.
wind, right? Air pushing the
Yeah.
plane. Wind's going all directions. So air doesn't push the plane in one direction. It pushes the plane in all directions. So that doesn't work for you. Air is not an answer.
No, and you can
And you can consider the air to be also like it's another aircraft, right? It's also moving around and changing directions and stuff. Like New Perspective saying, winds, right? So a north-south wind would have to do the same as your airplane. It's not going to save you.
The wind pushing that plane is not an answer. You want it to be. You want to think of it like that. You want to say prevailing winds or overall or pretty much. But,
I mean,
the
I know you guys
atmosphere,
are
the
generally
atmosphere
slow,
isn't even
but
that
god damn.
atmosphere. That hold on, wait. Trying to straw man and try to insult me at this point makes you look worse than you already do.
I mean,
because you don't have an answer. You're
it's
saying
common
air does
sense.
it,
Even with
and
flat
it's not
Earth,
a wind.
it works.
Wait, so you're saying the air accelerates the plane twice as fast sideways? Is that your answer? You're calling me stupid?
No, the plane doesn't
Okay, what's your answer?
accelerate infinitely fast.
I didn't say infinitely fast. Why are you straw manning it? We
Yeah,
know
you're saying
that the
that
globe
if it
says
accelerates during
it.
its
Wait, hold on. You don't understand the answer. You don't even understand the whole. You don't even understand the whole scenario. You're calling me stupid. You don't even understand what's being asked. How can you jump into a conversation and call someone stupid when you don't even understand the scenario that I'm talking about? It's 1,000 miles an hour, the globe says, at the equator. The plane has to land on that as if it's stationary. That means it needs to be moving in perfect unison sideways with the Earth for it to treat it as stationary. It only had 500 miles per hour conserved momentum. Where's the extra 500 come from? So that's in perfect unison with 1,000 miles an hour at the equator when it only had 500 mile per hour conserved momentum to begin with. What's your mechanism that you're going to name to make you smart instead of stupid?
I've told you, the air
What?
around
The air. Okay, so
the
wind.
Earth goes.
So wind
No,
pushes it.
wind is one thing and air is another thing. Stationary
Okay,
air
so then,
in the
okay, so
equator
would you
moves
say,
at 1,000 kilometers per hour.
right, so
1,000
then
miles an hour.
if the plane is accelerated by the air, how does the air do it without it being wind?
It's not accelerated.
It'd have to, because it have to go twice as fast. It's 1,000 at the equator, but it only took
No,
off with 500 miles per hour conserved momentum. Now the plane
no.
needs to be going twice as fast sideways. Do you not even get that? You're
Maybe
calling me
it's the
stupid?
space. It's the
Huh?
space. The
Space?
space is moving.
What? None of it makes sense, bro. This debunks your globe. Stop calling flat earthers stupid when you're the
No.
one that's in the wrong.
Why? Sheesh. It's hard to explain when you have another whole perspective of the world and you negate to listen.
No, I'm just talking about your
It's
model.
hard.
I'm talking about your model. It has
Yeah,
nothing to
in
do with my
my
perspective.
model, the Earth
Yeah.
around the equator, the ground moves at 1,000 miles per hour.
Yeah.
And then the air that's stationary above the line of the equator also moves at the same speed.
Stationary.
And when there's wind, it moves
Wait a
at a
minute. Wait a
different
minute.
speed.
Wait, did you say stationary?
Stationary relative to the ground, yes. It's
Right. So
stationary.
yeah. So when there's no wind, right? When there's
So
no
then
wind, that's
the
when it's.
plane
Hold on,
has to
wait.
make
Just to
the
make sure,
effort. The
your
world,
model
it makes
says
the plane,
that
not
you're
the air.
right. Just to make sure, because your model says that when there's no wind, that's when the air is in perfect unison, right? When there's no wind, that's how you know the air is in perfect. So you're saying the no wind is what accelerates the plane sideways twice as fast? The no wind?
What? No.
Yeah, because it's only in perfect unison when there's no wind. But the
I think
plane
you
that
might need to
flies
go
to the
back to the
equator,
You
start.
keep changing to wind
it needs to
when
go
there's
twice as
air.
fast sideways.
You might need to
It
go
needs to
back
go
to the
twice as fast
start of your
sideways.
You keep
scenario,
skipping.
right? So just wait. New perspective. Where's your plane starting off from?
500 mile per hour conserved momentum at the latitude it took off from, where the circle is smaller than the equator. So it didn't have 1,000 miles an hour. It only has 500. But it's flying to the
And it's
equator,
going to go,
west
and
southwest, right?
it's going to take off. It's going to take off and go south towards the equator.
Yeah, or even better, west southwest, right? So it's going against the spin, right? It's going against the spin, and it's going to the equator, right? West southwest is the best scenario because there's no answer to this. Even though there's no answer just south, but west southwest makes it even worse because now it's going against the spin, the supposed spin, and it needs an extra 500 miles an hour. What's the mechanism that pushes the plane faster sideways, twice as fast, right? To be in perfect unison with a 1,000 miles an hour runway. What's your mechanism? Not the air, because air pushing the plane is a wind, so it can't be the air. What pushes the plane backwards and sideways to be in perfect unison with a 1,000 mile an hour runway? What's your mechanism, Globe Earther?
There ain't no mechanism. There ain't no spin. You'll notice if you go against a rotation, you'll get to places a lot quicker. It'll be noticed.
Yeah, it debunks the globe emphatically, and these guys act like it's some kind of straw man. It's just their model that doesn't work. And
I think Manufactotum might want to chime in here. Does he? Do you have an answer, Manufactotum? Or are you just hot micing?
Oh, hello?
Yeah. Did you have something to add to this conversation?
I was hot micing, sorry. I just kind of got here. Is it the airplane thing?
Yeah, it needs 1,000 miles an hour to land in perfect unison with the runway at the equator, where they say it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour. But it took off with only 500 mile per hour conserved momentum. It's headed west-southwest against the spin. So it needs to be going sideways, backwards, and sideways, faster, twice as fast as where it took off from. It only has conserved momentum because it was on the Earth, not because the air is pushing it with the Earth. And if the air is said to be pushing it with the Earth, it would be a wind. But we already know winds go in all directions, so that doesn't work. What's your answer?
Well, how fast is the air going where it took off, and how fast is it going where it's landing?
It doesn't matter about the air. We're talking about the plane.
I mean,
The plane was at 500 mile per hour latitude where it took off from. It only had 500 miles per hour conserved momentum where it took off from. But now the plane needs to be going twice as fast sideways to be at 1,000 miles an hour when it lands. What's the mechanism that makes the plane accelerate perfectly an extra 500 miles an hour? What's the mechanism that makes the plane in perfect unison with a 1,000 mile an hour runway?
Yeah, I would say it's the winds.
No, winds go in all directions. That doesn't work.
At what speed in all directions? So planes have tailwinds, headwinds, right? Depends on which way the wind is going, but the winds aren't.
Yeah, you have to name the wind that makes it perfectly in sync with the Earth. What's that wind?
Well, that's just the rotation of the atmosphere in sync with the Earth.
Oh, that's the no wind. When it's in perfect sync, there's no wind. Right? That's what the ballers say. There's no wind.
Like on aggregate, it's in sync with the Earth, right? Within that aggregate, there's like fluid dynamics and such. There's turbulence and whatnot. But you don't find winds
so it's never in perfect sync. So it's never in perfect sync, right? So even if somehow the air were moving it, right, regardless of the pilot even knowing it, the plane has to be moving perfectly an extra 500 miles an hour, not 505, not 995. So your words, your estimation words like aggregate and overall or pretty much or any of these estimation words, that's going to scare a pilot that's thinking he can just treat the Earth as stationary. You can't have any estimation words. We're talking about precision landing. He has to be in a one-to-one relationship.
Estimation words, but
yeah, aggregate.
So what's the fastest wind you've ever heard of?
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, because you're speaking like the winds are also still.
Where do you get the extra 500 miles an hour?
Right, from the
I didn't say that. So the winds are going in all directions. The wind's blowing all directions on a flat Earth.
But how fast are they going in all directions?
Well, you tell me. Is that predictable? Is that even a predictable thing? Is that something you can say is like something you can even guess at?
Well, we could talk.
How would you think that's something that could be like? How would you even think that's something that could be like thought to be predictable?
You could talk about like average wind speeds, right?
I don't know. It depends on the day.
Headwinds and tailwinds.
Talking about the day, you could have a day. You could have a day where winds go in all directions, all different speeds. I mean, winds are not the answer. It has to be perfect. It has to be one thing that makes it perfect every time a pilot gets in the air.
What do you mean?
What's the one thing that makes it perfect? Because it needs to be going an extra 500 miles an hour exactly to land on 1,000 miles an hour.
No, it doesn't. Not exactly, right?
Oh, it doesn't. No, it can just estimate that.
No,
don't you know that the wheels would break off? Don't you know the wheels would break off if it was just a 5 mile an hour difference?
How fast would it have to be drifting to the side for the wheels to snap off?
It doesn't matter. 1 mile an hour, 2 miles an hour.
No.
Are you saying that planes land on moving surfaces?
What I'm saying is that a plane can land with winds that are coming from the side at 2 miles an hour, nothing's going to happen, right? A plane can adjust for that.
Wait, are you saying that it's not about adjusting for that?
I'll say it again.
You're gonna. Are you trying to conflate the winds? Wait, hold on. You are the typical baller that thinks that the winds moving the plane is the same thing as the Earth moving separately from the plane. You think it's the same thing, don't you?
I'm not entirely
You
sure.
do, don't you? Admit it.
But I think,
Admit it. You think adjusting for the winds is the same thing as adjusting for a moving Earth, right? Admit it. You think that.
I don't know what you mean by adjusting for a moving Earth.
Well, because the plane only had 500 miles per hour conserved momentum from where it took off, right? Now it needs to be moving in perfect unison with a runway that's 1,000 miles an hour. And there's no one reference frame here. It's two reference frames.
What are the two references?
So the Earth is moving independently of the plane eastward. You know that. If it was a ball.
I don't know if I'd say that.
Well, you'd have to say that if you think your ball is a ball.
So
that's how your ball model works.
Right. So the plane is using the air as its push, right? It's pushing off the air. Right.
Yeah.
And that air is moving with the Earth. So I don't
that's
know
what you say.
Call them two reference frame.
Right. So that's what you say, but it doesn't make it one reference frame, bro. The Coriolis effect says that there would be a displacement.
Coriolis without two separate reference frames. Yeah, this destroys the ball Earth. It destroys it.
It destroys it. It destroys your ball
model. It doesn't
model.
destroy it because planes fly on a round on a globe. So maybe you're just understanding it wrong. Maybe.
Your answer to this is planes fly on a globe, so it must be real. It must work because it's a globe.
Don't speak English.
Hey, this comes back to my earlier point about the air. Just wait. This comes back to my earlier point about the air just being like the aircraft. Where's it getting its extra momentum from?
You know what's even weirder? The USA tries to cover up every time they come out with like a new like world-breaking technology that will like change the way we use fuel in cars, or that shit gets like slapped with a secrecy label, and then we never know about it. We've had technology to like advance like fucking like way past what we are now.
Anyway, they don't have an answer for this. No one's come up with an answer. Saying it's the air doesn't work. Because that would be a wind. We know winds go in all directions, and there's no perfect air making it.
What do you mean the air doesn't work?
Sideways. Because it would have to be a wind pushing the plane twice as fast sideways.
Huh? Not only in the horizontal, but the vertical as well.
Yeah, exactly. That too. Because as soon as a plane goes up in the air high enough, it's got to move faster automatically just to be in sync with the Earth below it. Right, because it's a bigger circle than the ground, right? The ground has a smaller circle, and it's a bigger circle when it goes up in the air. So there's no mechanism to make the plane go faster when it gets higher up, and there's no mechanism to make it go twice as fast when it gets to a runway that's 1,000 miles an hour compared to where it was taking off from it, only 500 miles per hour, conserved momentum. There has to be a perfect mechanism, not just a thought about air being in sync or any of that. You can't just like estimate it and hope it works. Because it's a ball in your mind, you have to actually work it out.
But it doesn't have to.
You have all these Boeing craft being like made in.
It has to be perfect. It would have to be so perfect. It would have to be so perfect. The pilot could just assume to treat it as stationary. That's what I mean by perfect.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but that would imply that any wind whatsoever would just like pull planes out of the sky.
What are you talking about? That's a straw man. I never said winds pull planes out of the sky. I'm saying that winds pushing the wait. You have to get this straight. Winds pushing the plane in all directions is one thing. That the ground that the pilot is going to have to land on, right, along with the winds, are two things, right? Mm-hmm. Being in sync with the ground that's moving separately from the plane eastward is an extra thing. On top of the winds pushing it in all directions. It's hard enough for a pilot to land on a stationary surface with winds blowing it everywhere, right? That's hard enough. But if the surface were moving, that'd be a whole other thing, because not only would it have to like deal with the winds and somehow line up with the Earth, it would have to make sure it's moving in perfect unison eastward with the Earth, right? And so much so that he doesn't even have to worry about it. And it would even be possible, even if he did worry about it. Even if he were consciously trying to do it, he would need jets on the side of the plane to keep the plane moving eastward tangentially in perfect unison with the Earth as he's landing in a perpendicular direction, or whatever angle it might be. Think of all the math think of the calculations. Like if he has to come in at an angle, if it's west, southwest, east, southeast, north, northeast, all these different angles that the runways are at, right? Now he needs to also make sure that the plane is going backwards and sideways with the tangential velocity of the Earth. Even if he were aware of it, he wouldn't be able to do it.
Because the plane is moving relative to the air and the ground at the same time, and they both go at the same speed.
That's not a mechanism. Just be calling it
the
relative.
answer, but you can't understand.
What are you saying, that the pilot puts his faith in just relativity?
Oh my God!
He just says, "Oh, that the air is going to make me in perfect sync, so I'm just going to put my faith in the air."
What you're describing
this is your captain speaking. This is your captain speaking. Now, I know that we need to be moving tangentially eastward with the Earth at 1,000 miles an hour where we're going through. Don't worry, but my training told me to treat it as stationary, and the air, or the engines, or the computer, something's going to make it work. I don't know what it is, but don't worry, folks. We're going to have a safe landing.
Yeah, it'll magically work out no matter what runway you're landing on, no matter what longitude or latitude you're at, no matter how fast it's spinning. It's just gonna work out because we're gonna put you know those wheels that are on the bottom of your desk chairs.
The Dyson wheels, Dyson ball wheels. We got Dyson ball wheels. So if the Earth is moving a little bit, we'll just use our Dyson ball wheels, and we won't have to worry about the wheels breaking off.
Momentum and inertia.
No, if the momentum is 500, bro. The momentum was 500. You need 1,000. We understand the 500 miles per hour comes from the conserved momentum of where it took off from.
500 miles an hour.
I
love this argument. I love it.
That's why you're stupid. That's why you stay stupid.
Oh, telling a stupid's going to answer your question you couldn't answer?
So where does all the thermal work energy come from?
That's what the CERN. That's what the CERN freaking physicist said. The CERN physicist said he would fail you. That's what he told him. He said, I would fail you. He didn't have an answer for him. So you think you've got a better answer than a CERN physicist has? Because the CERN physicist didn't have an answer.
Yeah.
He has an explanation.
He's talking about a conversation I had with a CERN physicist, right? And all he could say is, if you took a test, I would fail you. I said, you don't even have the answer to give me for the test, so you failed as a T-shirt. Because you don't have an answer, and he didn't.
No, we have the
I'll
answer.
put the recording in the live stream. You can hear that he doesn't have an answer, and you'll see that you don't have an answer either. You don't have an answer.
I'm gonna make a simul.
You have an explanation. Perspective.
Let's see if this way you can understand it.
You have a deficit of work energy.
Hello.
Oh my God! No way. So wait. So you're saying the pilot? Hold on. Wait a minute. You guys saying the pilot actually stationary because it's stationary? No way. No, it must be moving. Wait, hold on. Wait. If it's moving, should the pilot treat it as stationary then? Or if it's actually stationary, should he treat it as moving? I mean, what? You tell me.
Okay, I'm going to explain it to you in a more simpler way. Okay, let's say you have a limousine. Okay, and the limousine is moving 100 miles per hour on a road, and then on that limousine you have a drone inside of it. A limousine,
what?
yeah.
Wait, what are you talking about? Wait, start over again. I didn't hear what you said.
A limo.
Say we have a what?
You can't do the limousine.
Yeah.
The limousine's already on the Earth.
Yeah.
You're talking about something that's in the air while the Earth is moving.
There's two reference frames. You're talking about one reference frame. The limousine's on the Earth. The limousine is on the Earth. It's one reference frame. We have two reference frames. Once something's in the air, it's two reference frames, not one. So you're saying that one reference frame and two reference frames aren't the same, or aren't different? You're saying one reference frame is the same as two reference frames, and we're stupid.
And that drone,
why are we stupid? We think there's two different things there.
You move it, you fly it inside the limo backwards. So for someone that's looking from the outside, What does it look like? Like the drone
Listen,
is going
Michael,
slower than the
sit
limo,
down. Michael,
right?
sit down and listen to what New
And you
Perspective is trying to tell you. Concentrate, focus. Okay, concéntrate en lo que te está
You're not
diciendo
even
New
understanding the
Perspective.
scenario. Just
Okay, so,
explaining that things look like they're going backwards from outside of the Earth. That doesn't explain the mechanism that makes it go twice as fast sideways when it's landing in a place that's 1,000 miles an hour compared to 500.
you said
Just
it
explaining
goes
what
twice
you
as
know
fast.
about what the ball model says. It doesn't answer your question. We all know the theory that it's going to be going backwards, but we have to like then name the actual physical mechanism. We're talking about physics, right? Now you could have a kinematic concept, right? That it's automatically in sync. That's kinematics, right? That's where you can just like subtract things and have rules that it doesn't matter. The pilot can just not worry about it. All those things that could be kinematically, that's just on paper. You can just say it works. But when you have dynamics, that's the real physics of moving bodies in relation to each other. When you apply the dynamics, your ball dies with this argument. And I'm sorry, but that is the truth.
Hey, New Perspective, quick question for you. So on a spinning ball, right, you would think you'd have to have a higher energy level at the equator where the rim velocity is the highest, as opposed to like up close to the poles, right?
No.
Higher energy because it goes in a smaller circle, you mean?
Well, at the equator where it's got the most velocity, it's got the most work or energy being imparted to whatever's sitting on the ball that's spinning from the rotation of the ball. Right? So if you were to take a ball and put like a huge baseball bat on the equator and have it swinging around, and then imagine getting hit in the face with that baseball bat, and then do it with another baseball bat at 45 degrees north latitude.
It would hurt worse at the equator, is what you're saying. Yeah, that makes sense because it's going faster, right? Yeah.
Right. So there's going to be more work energy required. So there's a thermodynamic energy deficit in airplanes that go from northern latitudes to southern latitudes, which these globers have not accounted for.
Exactly. That's another way of saying it. I just put it in simple terms. Everyone's been on a plane. They've all landed safely. And the pilot never has to worry about the rotation. And to say that he wouldn't have to is just insane. Because he would. You get ballers that say, that's it. If you, is there a baller here that can answer this question? Who's a baller here? I have a
Several of us
question
have
for you.
already answered it. You're just not listening.
I know, you're the
They're
baller.
essentially
Okay.
saying that
Let me ask you this.
you can just
What would be the difference? What would be, that's to the baller. What would be the difference in training a pilot to fly over a stationary level Earth compared to training him how to fly over a spinning ball Earth? What would be the difference in training them? What would you do?
Nothing. Yeah, there would be
Nothing.
difference.
See, that's how stupid this is. They think there would be no difference, even though they say there's a Coriolis, and they realize that there's some kind of like adjustment that they believe in that that they'll have to make. Right? They realize there's an adjustment to be made, but then they say that it'd be no difference. Right? They acknowledge the adjustment, but then say there's no difference. So that's a complete contradiction in common sense and logic.
Just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it's true.
Doesn't matter if you think I don't understand it because
I know you don't. I know you don't understand.
Okay, so then give us the answer.
Can just consider it
accelerate. What's the mechanism that makes it accelerate twice as fast sideways? This guy says he understands it.
He asked the CERN physicist. He asked the CERN guy.
Yeah, I don't care.
Yeah, he asked the CERN physicist the same question. He said, "What's the answer to the question?"
And he could
The
just
CERN
make it up.
physicist didn't have an answer.
And
But appeals to authority works both ways, everybody. Appeals to authority is a two-way street here.
Say you don't understand. Saying
Are you
someone
saying
doesn't
the
understand it
CERN
doesn't
physicist
answer.
is an idiot? The CERN physicist was an idiot? Is that what you're saying,
No,
Scott Mack?
Let's not appeal to authorities and credentials, guys.
Perspective was an idiot and didn't.
Don't
bother
appeal to
talking
authorities and
anyone.
credentials.
Oh, that's a good answer. That's a good answer to how it goes twice as fast sideways. Okay, so someone's an idiot if they ask the question. Is that what you're saying?
I've got a way better answer why you don't have to do it, because the Earth isn't moving. That's a
that's
better
probably a good answer.
Yeah, it's not that it just all works out and you happen to land on a runway going 500 miles an hour faster. It just all works out. No matter the scenario, the situation, the latitude, the longitude, it all works out perfectly, dude. That's you guys believing in your fairy tale nonsense once again.
I get this.
Yeah, and if you think there's not something that we don't have to explain, it just works out. You know, if you ask why or how it works out, you must be stupid to ask, even though we don't have an answer.
No, when we give you the answer, you reject it though, because you.
No, what was the answer? You give us the answer then. What was the answer?
The answer is that the answer is that you can just
give us the answer.
Wait a sec. Wait up. I know his answer. It is you can just consider as if the plane was traveling along the surface of the Earth.
Exactly.
That's true.
It's the same thing with a boat. With a boat, you don't have that problem. Why? Because you see that it sails on the water. The same thing with a plane. It's a boat that stays on the air. It's so simple. It's so simple.
Exactly. A boat going the same direction has to deal with the same forces, right? If you're going to pull into a dock, I mean, the water had to change its speed, right? Because the water at 45 degrees latitude is moving at a different rate than the water at the equator. But somehow that dock managed perfectly, that boat manages perfectly fine to pull into that new dock.
Yeah.
So wait, hold on, on that point, right? So if there's a flowing, right, water, right, the pilot totally has to employ a different procedure.
He's stuck.
Think about what you're saying before you say it. This is embarrassing.
Listen. If the water is completely calm, right, the pilot or the captain, right, would treat the water completely differently as to if it's flowing, right?
Okay.
So if it's a still water, then he just go straight across. But he would have to be trained to deal with. He would have to be trained differently to deal with flowing water as compared to calm water. Understand that?
But the water in the ocean at the equator is moving hundreds of miles an hour faster, than the water in the ocean at 45 degrees latitude. But somehow the boats that go from 45 degrees latitude manage just fine to pull into a dock at the equator where the water is moving hundreds of miles an hour faster.
Are you saying they don't have to worry about it? You're saying that the captain doesn't even have to worry about the flow of the water? He can just treat the water like it's perfectly stationary? He doesn't have to worry about the flow of the water?
Yes, he can.
He can just treat it like it's stationary water, like it's still water?
Yes.
He can just deploy the same exact tactics and just get there? Oh, you're saying the water doesn't move the boat at all? Okay,
you have to swim faster at the equator, new perspective.
Because it's not moving.
Yeah, the CERN physicist tried this one. He's like, look, it's a flowing river. It's a flowing river. How are you going to deal with a flowing river? Well, a flowing river is different than a lake that's not flowing, right? You would treat the lake and the flowing river the same if you were Scott Mackey.
Yeah, move away from the ocean. That's a good idea for you.
What I hear is that the surface of the Earth. Right, this is what I hear, right, guys? I hear that the surface of the Earth is not moving relative to the surface of the Earth. That's what I hear.
Yeah, of course, exactly. Thank you.
There you go. I'm happy. So are the people on the plane.
I've never seen anyone flounder
Therefore,
as hard as
no
that.
Coriolis. Therefore, no Earth spin. Therefore, no difference.
And the water is moving at 0 miles per hour in relation to the Earth, and the air is moving at 0 miles per hour in relation to the Earth when there's no wind or when there's no current, respectively.
What is the thermodynamic work?
The water's moving zero. The water's moving zero compared to the bank of the water's moving past.
When there's no current.
Yeah, well then he would treat it the same though. The captain doesn't have to worry about the current, right? If it's a current, the captain just treats it the same, right? Just train the captain that currents don't matter.
Yeah, but that's stupid.
But that's another.
Yeah,
just like
training a pilot. Just like training a pilot to treat the Earth as stationary when it's actually moving would be stupid.
Sound confused,
Same thing.
Bro,
you
don't want to
understand.
Why would you train a pilot
Who's the guy on the side there that keeps talking about me being stupid? That's not Scott Mackey. Who's the guy that's saying I'm confused? Who just
I said that you sound confused.
You think I sound confused, but you don't have an answer to the question. Why do you think that I'm confused when I'm asking the question of
you're
how
still
the
saying there's no answer? How are we still at the stage where you still think there's no answer?
How did the pilot or the plane move the plane to be in sync with a 1,000 mile an hour runway when it only had 500 miles per hour.
Didn't Michael Myers and Scott Mackey moments ago, after you had already said, wait, hold on, actually, in perspective, this is what's just happened.
What's the
It was
mechanism?
explained to
You name it. Don't
It was
ask me if
explained
they
to you
named
the
it. You
first
name it.
time. Then you said no one's explained
You
it.
tell me.
Then I
tell me. Well, you
I
tell me
heard
the
Michael
answer.
Myers and then Scott
You heard
Mackey
the
explain
answer.
it.
Look,
And
listen,
now
if
we're
you
at the
answer,
stage
if you
again
listen,
where you're saying
listen,
nobody's
if you,
explained
if
it.
you,
I just don't
yeah,
think
because
you're
you don't have
listening.
the
I think you're
answer.
confused.
Listen. Just attacking me doesn't make you right. You don't
Right,
have an
okay.
answer. They didn't
Perspective.
have an answer. You don't have an answer. Don't worry
Articulate
about what I think. You give the answer.
what Scott Mackey just told you. Articulate it.
He didn't give an answer. He gave
Say it back to me. Say it back to me.
This guy.
Say it back to me,
This guy.
perspective.
This guy.
It
this
just
guy's a
back to me,
joke.
perspective. Say what
Give
Scott
the
Mackey said.
answer.
Back to me.
Give the answer. What's the mechanism that makes it go twice as fast sideways? What's the
Say
mechanism?
what
if you
Scott
heard it?
Mackey said back to me.
Oh, what Scott Mackey said. What Scott Mackey said was, I don't know. It doesn't matter. You can just
That's
treat
what
it
he
just like
said?
a stationary.
You're a liar then. You're a
He
liar.
said-
You're confused
he said
or you're a
He
liar.
said you train the pilots. He said you train the pilots to treat
What
the
he-
Earth as
is that what he
stationary, just
just
like
said?
you would.
Is that
He
what
said
he
you
just
train the
said?
pilots. There'd be no difference in training the pilots to deal with the spinning
no,
Earth.
I'm
He said
talking
there'd
about
be
what
no
he
difference.
just said.
That was
Just
his
what he
answer.
just said. What he just said about the analogy between water.
You tell me what he
and
just
air.
said. Don't worry about what I thought. I
Because you don't
remember
know.
what
Because you're not listening. Because you're indoctrinated. All you want to
You
hear
didn't
is
give
what
me
I'm
the
going to
answer I
believe.
didn't hear. You give me the
You're not
answer I didn't
listening.
hear.
You're
Otherwise, you're
confused.
just
You're
tactic.
confused.
This is a tactic, dude. This is a tactic. Just to come in and say, I didn't know, even though no one else knew.
I think the answer
Go
was
ahead,
just a
give
trick.
the answer.
Steamrolling is a tactic.
I think he's
He
confused.
doesn't have the answer. We're all quiet listening for this guy that thinks he knows that somebody gave the answer. He doesn't know what their answer was.
Oh,
There is no answer.
you want me to tell you their answer after you've failed
Go
to
ahead.
articulate
Go
it
ahead.
5
Yeah,
times?
you give the answer.
You
Yeah,
said
go
they
ahead.
have
You
no
give the
answer. You said they have no answer, and you can't even
Oh,
tell
so
us
what, you
what
don't
they
know the
said.
answer that they gave. You don't know what the answer is
I
they
can
gave.
tell you. I can tell you. I've actually got
Go
it clipped.
ahead. Yeah, you go
I got
ahead.
it clipped because it was embarrassing to watch you
What's
flounder
the
afterwards.
answer? What's the answer? What's the answer?
No, I asked you. You're going to have to tell me. You said
No,
that-
I'm not going to give it. No, you didn't listen, so you didn't know. So it's just a
Right, I'll
tactic
give you
to
a
come
clue.
in and
I'll give
say,
you a
I didn't
clue. It
know.
has something
It's
to
a tactic.
do.
It doesn't work
It
here,
has
bro.
something
Everyone
to
here
do.
knows.
I'll give you a clue.
Everyone has no.
I'll give you a clue perspective.
Think
It has
about me
something
being
to
a clue,
do
dude.
with
There
the
was
speed
no
of
answer,
water
dude.
at the
Everyone
equator
else
and
here
45
knows.
degrees latitude. Now I've given you the clue. You
Yeah,
articulate the
there
rest.
was no answer, dude. You have to name the mechanism, and you know
Yeah,
there's
you
no
struggle.
answer.
You see, you
You're
struggle.
making it seem
There's no mechanism. What are you on
don't
about?
You don't deserve any attention, bro.
You are the only one claiming that there's a
Desperate,
mechanism and some inertia behind it. You are the one saying that and saying that we have to back it up. It doesn't make sense.
No, the pilot treats the Earth as stationary because it's stationary.
Okay.
You have to
What
name the
we
mechanism that
said,
makes it go
what
twice as fast sideways.
okay.
Name the
Okay,
mechanism that makes it go twice as fast sideways. Name the
I'm going to
mechanism that makes it go twice as
I'm
fast
going to
sideways. Name
explain
the
it
mechanism that
again.
goes twice as fast sideways. Name the mechanism, Scott Mackey or whoever gave the answer. Name the mechanism right now. Name the
Okay.
mechanism that makes it
Okay.
go twice as
I'm
fast
going to
sideways.
explain it
Name
to
the
you.
mechanism that makes it go twice as fast sideways.
If you let me
Name
talk,
it.
I will be pleased to explain it to you.
Go ahead. Yeah,
Okay?
the air.
Okay. Thank you very much for letting me talk. Okay. So I'm gonna make the simile again. So to put the basis, so everyone is in the same place in this conversation.
Do it in the air, not with a boat, not with a car.
Because it's the same. It's the same. Water,
No,
air,
it's not.
it moves
You
at
think
the
it's the
same
same?
speed.
You're already
Okay.
disqualified.
Do it
You're
with an
disqualified. Two
airplane.
reference
I
frames
mean,
Do
compared
it
to
with an
one.
airplane.
don't want to listen.
Stationary. You're
You
treating it
tell me.
stationary, but you have a
I
belief that
try.
it's moving. That's the only difference. Both sides treat it stationary. One side believes that it's moving, the other side treats it stationary too. So you've got the same answer, but one has a belief that it's moving with it. Because if it really was moving, there would be a mechanism to account for a lot of things.
And then
Exactly.
coming in and saying, "Let me give you a clue because you didn't get the answer."
But
that's not an answer.
if everything is moving in the same system, then you can neglect it
Might be
because
Coriolis
everything
then.
is moving
That's
at the same
kinematics,
speed.
dude. That's just kinematics.
Okay.
You're just saying
Again,
there's no problem.
the mechanism you want me to answer is the ground moves in the equator at 1,000 miles per hour. The air is the still air that doesn't have any wind up above the equator also moves at 1000 miles an hour. So the plane, when it wants to move at 500 miles an hour, it just has to make the thrust with the engines to go 500 miles an hour. No one.
Yeah, but the pilot's not taught to do that. The pilot's not taught to make the plane go an extra 500 miles an hour sideways.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. They just.
So you're saying the still air pushes the plane sideways, an extra 500.
No,
the still air.
I'm saying the engine.
What pushes the plane sideways?
Suck the air that's stationary related in relation to them because
stationary air that the plane sucks in. Yeah.
In the engines to spit it out of the back. Yeah. That's how it moves. It's like rowing.
Yeah,
but
and it moves wherever it wants. It can go west southwest, right? So now it's going against the spin towards the equator. So what's making it go sideways and backwards with the 1,000 miles an hour once it gets there?
Because the air related to the plane when the plane is on the ground is still. That's the
right.
thing.
So the still you're saying the still air accelerates the plane sideways and backwards. The
engine does.
The engine makes the plane go backwards and sideways.
There's no separate reference frames, is what he's saying.
Yeah, but that's not what the globe model says. There's 2 reference frames. So
I mean, it's pretty simple.
You're going against your own model.
Know this.
The model says there's 2 reference. Oh.
But you don't want to understand that. I think that's the problem because it's
no. You don't have the mechanism, bro. You're saying the still air, right? The boat has to treat the water differently. Right, if there's a flow to the water, the captain treats the water differently than if it's just still water. That was my point, right? So the pilot has to account for the water going, right? He can't just treat it like it's a lake and there's no flow. He has to account for the flow, right? Just like the pilot would have to account for the spin.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
because the spin.
Well, it doesn't because it's stationary. That's the only way. I'm going
to repeat it again.
Yeah.
I'm going to repeat it again.
That's the simple answer. It's not moving. That's it.
It is, but everything is moving. The ground and the air. So.
Okay, so you think it's moving 1,000 miles per hour at the equator?
It also moves at the speed of the air.
But up in New York, it's moving 700 miles an hour. So you've got to get your. Bro, you got to get your increase from somewhere.
Let me talk, or I mute you and I talk over you. You decide. Because I explained it already 4 times, and you are saying the same shit.
Because it doesn't explain it. That's why.
So your answer was still air. That's the answer. Still air.
Air is not still either.
You don't want to understand it. That's the problem. I'm figuring that's the problem. You don't want to understand it because
but you've described it
doesn't
as one
fit your model. That's the thing. It doesn't fit your model, so you don't want to understand it.
Same answer as the CERN physicist. I'll fail you. It's not an answer. It's just a freaking it's a hand wave dismissal is what it is. Same thing.
It's like explaining colors to somebody that has been blind from birth. It doesn't make sense with you. I'm trying to explain it with the symbol of the boat, so it's simple.
Explain it to the pilot.
You guys say it's not the same because then you take currents into the equation. When the currents would be the equivalent to air, to flowing wind on a plane.
All you're saying is it just is. You haven't explained anything. You're just explaining that
because
it just is.
Because you don't let me. Because you don't let me, and we've already explained it.
Then
like
get
4
to
times.
it. Then get
okay,
to
I'm
it.
gonna explain it. I'm gonna explain it for a 6th time. The ground moves 1,000 miles an hour. The still air above the ground in the equator moves at 1,000 miles an hour. So the plane has to take off to grab 500 miles an hour. It has to accelerate up until 500 miles an hour, not 1,500, because it doesn't. It doesn't have to take into consideration the movement of air, because the air is still the same as the ground.
You're just saying it just is. It just is. It just does, right?
It just
does because of my claim.
No,
So effectively,
because it wouldn't make sense otherwise. Nothing else would make sense.
Not explaining the mechanism. Yeah, of course it wouldn't make sense.
And I tried to make
You
this.
need to. You have to say that that is the case in order for it to make sense, because New Perspective has pointed out that it doesn't make sense. That's the only thing you've got, is to just say it just is, and the air is doing exactly what I need it to, so that it makes sense. You're not explaining in any way how it's demonstrable, anything like
we can
that.
see the air doing what it's doing, though.
Yeah, you're just saying treat everything normal, but the ground's moving 1,000 miles an hour.
No, you are moving. When you sit down on a chair on your lawn, you in the equator, you are moving at 1,000 miles an hour, but you're not making any effort.
Holy shit.
So to move
But if you fly against
relative to the ground, you
sound
have to
insane,
make an
man.
effort. Right?
Yeah, but if you fly against that, there's going to be a difference, isn't there? If you're standing on a conveyor belt and you're going against it, there's going to be a difference, isn't it?
I mean, if you are standing on the conveyor belt,
Sorry,
you
I use the drone instead. If you
feel that
hover
you're
above
moving.
a conveyor belt, if you hover above a conveyor belt in a drone above a conveyor belt, you're going to be going quicker against it, wouldn't you?
So you don't experience the motion because you move with it.
Yeah.
So how do you know there's motion?
Why would you say there's a motion in the
So how do you know there's motion?
That's what I mean. You're just believing the motion and everything's the same.
Again, because I mean, if you take the point of reference, the system of reference, the point where you are looking from, yeah, everything is moving and you are not. But that doesn't make fucking sense. Because we are not the center of the universe, believe it or not.
Oh, okay. Philosophical predispositions.
No, and that would mean that the stars that are 1 light year away, when the Earth when they spin around the Earth, they would have to go.
Now we've got to accept the premise without question that they're light years away.
If you leave the Earth and go against rotation, there's going to be a difference.
The Earth isn't spinning. It's that simple.
So what he said is the way that he experiences reality doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So it can't be that.
Yeah. You gotta imagine. You gotta imagine all these things. Imagine this is moving. Imagine this is this. Imagine it just all works out. Imagine that your senses aren't real. Imagine that it feels like it's still, but it's moving. Imagine that it looks like it's still, but it's moving.
So fucking smart.
Exactly. This is what happens when you start with a claim which is antithetical to your experience, and also which is one that you cannot prove.
He's got a philosophical disposition about it.
I just wanted to say, in his own model, all motion is relative.
Radar
For him to
detector,
make a
sorry.
claim that motion isn't relative just shows that he has an extreme bias. That the Earth
It's
is
not
not
bias,
the
it's
center.
the truth. What the fuck are you on about?
Okay,
It's
so
basic
is
physics.
is the Earth the center of the universe?
It depends. If you want it to be, it can be.
Oh, so it's philosophical, like the other guy said. If you want it to be, then it can be.
No,
It can be.
depends on what the reference system is. But we don't choose the reference system as the Earth because
Based on a philosophical.
many things get more complicated. That's
Just
the
pick and
thing.
choose. Yeah, which philosophy you like. Yeah, pick and choose.
Yeah, you have a religiosophy, and you got theory tales and mathematics to explain it.
Bro, if you want to be different, dye your hair or cut an arm, but don't go into flat Earth because it's fucking stupid. I'm so sorry.
Says the guy who.
Because when you
chooses-
see a boat, you say, yeah, that boat, I don't know where it's going, and I don't know how it moves, and the currents, and the plane, how it doesn't fall out of the sky. It doesn't make fucking sense.
Strawmanning is stupid. Why are you doing that if we're the stupid ones?
Just explain where you pick up.
Yeah,
His question was, where do you pick up 500 miles per hour
from
from nowhere?
Of the plane. Thank you very much.
So it's dude. So you're saying that the plane's capable of doing 1,000 miles per hour?
See,
That's what you're saying.
Let me speak. the plane moves 500 miles per hour relative to the ground. Okay.
And it's already
Relative
doing
to the
500 when it gets in the air. And then you're saying then it picks up 500 more. So it's going 1,000 in a plane that's not designed to do 1,000. That's ridiculous.
It's his drone in the limousine. So he's flying his drone around inside the limousine, and it's only doing 20 miles an hour. And then he slowly speeds it up to 100 miles an hour, and it's just cool, man. Cool. The drone's still flying around inside the limousine.
Of course.
Dude.
Fucking dumb. The Earth inside the limousine is also moving, so the drone. It's fucking
Take the roof of that limousine.
Get out of your house. Go see the sun.
It's okay. Listen, I called my brother a retard for freaking like a month for telling me the Earth was flat. So you just gotta breathe. I know it blows your mind, but when you finally figure it out, you'll be happy that you don't have to, figure out where planes pick up 500 miles per hour.
Brother,
out of nowhere, they just land perfectly, or
I've studied physics for 2 years for my bachelor's degree. I know far more for physics, and I've
about
tried
physics. I'm
because
sure
of
you do.
Physics,
I give
more
you
than
all
you
that.
have. More than you have.
I guarantee you know more about physics than me.
I know my physics, and I know my suffering
But
that
you're
I did in
stuck.
How do
physics,
you
and
not
I
know
know
that
my
all
history
motion
in
is
physics.
relative?
You're
How come you don't know that?
stuck.
What would physically happen if you went against a rotation of 1,000 miles an hour?
It depends of the radius of the system. It's that simple. Thank you very much.
No, ground moving underneath you 1,000 miles an hour, and you're flying against it.
The Earth is spinning in the equator at 1,000 miles an hour, so.
Yeah, so if you
What? You know what would happen? You would stand still. You would be still.
No, because it does one rotation every 24 hours. Go into your car and make each of the wheels make one rotation in a day. You won't even believe how slow the car would move forward.
That's 1,000 miles per hour.
What?
The problem you don't recognize scale.
You see, the thing is,
you guys
think
don't.
about
You
that.
guys don't understand
It's a
inertia
scaling
and how
fallacy.
does.
It's a scaling fallacy, right? To say that it would be twice as slow as the hour hand, right? If the clock were as big as they say the circumference of the Earth is,
and that's 1,000 miles an
hour. The tip of that hour hand's going 1,000 miles an hour. Yeah. Now listen, let me just say another scenario. This guy's talking about that he realizes that the globe says it's moving 1,000 miles an hour. Now let's just say that whatever the mechanism you couldn't name, right? Let's say it wasn't there. Like, so if the plane's only going eastward at 500 miles an hour, well, you don't have it's still air. It doesn't actually accelerate the plane. That's not physics. You have to apply the physics. You can't just kinematically say, "Don't worry about it." The air. You have to actually show. You have to show how physically the air is moving the plane an extra 500 miles an hour. You have to have a
you made that claim. You
physical. What's the
you
physical
made that claim. I didn't make that claim. You did.
No, well, it only had conserved momentum as 500, right? So where's the extra 500 come from? Is what you can't answer.
You said that. I didn't say it goes 500 more. You made that up because you don't understand it.
Well, it would have to. It would have to be in sync with the 1,000 mile an hour runway. Don't you get that?
Yeah, you said the engines push it to get it up to that speed. That's exactly what you said.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're saying it's not a problem now for it to be 500 mile difference? You don't get the problem? And you think you know physics? 500 is different than 1,000.
Little bit.
Yeah, there's no physical mechanism.
I'm no physicist, but I think 500's a little bit slower than 1,000.
I mean,
yeah, you have to be going twice as fast. Exactly twice as fast. Not a little bit more, not a little bit less. And not only that, even if there was a mechanism, let's say there was a mechanism, that mechanism would have to push the plane the extra 500 miles an hour to keep it going 1,000 miles an hour with the ground as it's landing in a perpendicular direction. Well, then you don't understand physics. physics guy, because
No,
it
I
has to
do.
be in perfect sync with the eastward
No,
rotation.
I studied
Oh, okay,
physics
so
for
it can
half
be
of
out
my
of sync.
life. Yeah, I understand
So
physics.
it can be out of sync and still land like it's stationary. Is that what you're saying, physics guy?
No, because if the plane wants to land at a 0 speed, it would fucking crash into the ground. Dummy.
What is this?
What are you talking about?
If you
Zero
say
speed.
for the plane to land, it has to
We
match
can
the
hear you,
speed
but
of
they're
the
not
of the
It's
of the
landing
Earth rotation.
perpendicular to the eastward. Listen, it's landing perpendicular to the eastward rotation, meaning it'd have to go sideways with the rotation as it's landing perpendicular
No,
to that rotation.
no,
It would.
because
Okay, so physics doesn't apply here.
Anyway.
but
Physics
the
doesn't
Earth
apply to rotation.
but the
Hold on,
Earth
need
spin
perspective.
doesn't matter because the air and the ground
Wait,
move at the
Michael.
same speed, so it
That's not
seems
physics,
that
bro.
it's still
Saying it doesn't matter.
Then
You have to explain the
how do you have
physics.
Coriolis? How do you have Coriolis then? How do you have
You
two
have to
separate
explain
reference
the
frames?
physics. The
Coriolis is
physics
for
are the actual
inertia, and then you let it be.
physical interaction. The physical interaction between the plane and the ground and the air. You have to show how the applied physics is actually working. Not just say air is in sync and it's still, so therefore the plane is automatically in sync perfectly, not just a little bit more, a little bit less. It needs to go twice as fast sideways, but it just works. Kinematics, yeah, you can just say it works, but the dynamics, bro, that's real physics. You understand that? There's a difference between kinematics and dynamics. Did you learn anything about that in your physics classes? Probably not, because they don't teach physics people that. They don't want them to think
Bro,
about the difference between kinematics and
what
dynamics,
the
because
fuck are you
that would
on
blow the whole
about?
fucking thing.
Yeah,
You
this is
don't get
above
it,
this
do you?
kid's head.
You've
Let me
never
just
learned about kinematics versus dynamics, did you?
This is above this kid's
Bro,
head. This is beyond this kid. I mean, you're talking
no,
way
no,
beyond
it's
this
not
kid.
beyond my
He
no, it's
studied
not beyond
physics
this
half his
kid's head.
life, and he doesn't know there's a difference between
It's at the
kinematics
level
and
of my
dynamics.
fucking feet. I
No, it's way
understand this
beyond him.
perfectly.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so tell
Have you
us the
provided
difference between
evidence for the
kinematics and
motion to
dynamics.
begin with?
Tell us the difference between kinematics and dynamics. If you studied physics your whole life, you must know. What's the difference? You don't know?
Yeah, I do.
Kinematics is the mathematics, right? Kinematics is just the mathematics. You can have rules in kinematics, like it doesn't matter that the pilot needs to be going twice as fast because of the air. That's kinematics. That's just a kinematic concept. But the dynamics, when you apply them in this situation, you don't have the dynamics that pushes the plane faster, twice as fast, perfectly sideways. You don't have the dynamics. You can't
Bro,
just say air as an
you're
answer.
saying that because you don't understand that the Earth spins. The
Oh, fucking
Earth,
No, we're
hell.
saying if the Earth spins, it doesn't
the
work.
Earth's
No,
spin
If the Earth is
and the
stationary, it
air
works
on
perfectly.
the Earth
not if the
spins
earth
too
spins.
at the
It's
same
not if
speed
Okay,
that the
that's a
ground above,
concept.
that the ground
That's a
below.
concept. You have to explain how the plane is pushed sideways twice as fast without it being a wind.
No, you need to
No,
provide evidence that the Earth is actually spinning. How did you do that? Who measured that?
That wasn't
do you,
the
do you
question.
actually want me to respond? Do you fucking actually want me to respond?
Yeah. How did you
No.
confirm that?
The fact that I have to respond to
Full
this,
Cole's
it's
pendulum,
fucking
I bet, right? Full Cole's
insane.
Come
pendulum.
on, tell me. How did you measure that the Earth is spinning to begin with?
Yeah, let's try to go with Cyclone's line of
Three-ring
questioning.
laser gyro. Full Cole's pendulum.
Hold on. Let him answer.
I mean, I think it was you can make an experiment with a rope and a pendulum, and the
There you go.
pendulum moves to the left and the right.
Yeah.
Is that what you
That's
did?
the trick.
Tell us about it. So what? You swing a pendulum, and then what?
I mean, there's this whole. I'm gonna just post it in chat, and I'm gonna
No, I
save
want you to
saliva.
tell us. You need to tell us. You're the physics guy,
Wait,
right?
so you brought up kinematics. Do you have any flat Earth kinematics?
We're talking to that other guy. We're talking to that other guy.
Okay.
Cyclone is questioning him on his Earth rotation claim right now. Hold on.
I mean, there's so many things that you can search, but you just
Like
say
what?
it's fake. I just
Well,
posted it in
you
chat.
said it's spinning.
There's
So
like 10
what's your
experiments.
evidence?
I just
What's your
posted it
evidence?
in chat. I posted it in chat.
Okay, can you explain it?
I mean, can't you read? Oh,
I'm
maybe
not
you
looking at
can't
the
because
screen
you
right
believe
now.
in flat Earth. Yeah.
So what? You didn't read it? You don't know what it is you're posting? Is that it?
I mean, you didn't understand the plane. How the fuck do you think you
Well,
could understand
tell me.
this?
I wasn't talking to you about the plane. Tell me about this rotation proof.
There's
What did you do?
this pendulum with a weight,
right?
And thanks to the spin of the Earth, the pendulum seamlessly seems
What
to
spin
move
of the Earth? How do you know there's a spin of the Earth?
because the experiment proves it.
How does it do that?
So you got a pendulum attached to the Earth. It's swinging back and forth.
Well, let him
Carry
go.
on.
And then when I hang a plumb line, it doesn't swing back and forth by itself.
Well, let him go. Let him go.
I mean, it's an experiment. On the
Okay.
link. I don't know what else to tell you.
Oh, so you don't know what he did. You haven't read it. You haven't read the thing you've posted.
I mean, if I'm gonna tell you the truth, no, I didn't. But I don't even have to.
Okay, so you don't have to know who measured or proved that the Earth is in motion. You just believe it.
I mean, don't you see that we see the sun and then we see the moon? It's night
Yeah,
and
you
day.
see them moving.
For
Not the Earth,
some
though.
reason,
That's why
every
we're
20,
asking for your
any
proof that the Earth is
24
moving.
hours, every 24
Yeah, but
hours
you're
we see the
claiming
sun
the Earth
for
is
some
moving.
reason.
Yeah, but you're claiming the Earth is moving, not the sun and the moon.
Because every 24 hours we see the sun.
Yeah. We see the
Rise.
sun moving. I agree, but you're saying the Earth is moving.
Same thing, bruh.
Nope, not the same thing.
Oh,
Unless you
it's
can
not the
prove it
same
that the
thing.
Earth is moving.
I
Well,
mean,
you observe the
and
sun
we see,
moving.
and isn't it that we see different constellations in different seasons?
Yeah, so you see the stars moving, okay, but you're saying the Earth is moving. What's your evidence for that?
I just told you. We see the sun every 24 hours.
Yeah, well, the sun moves, yeah, but what's your evidence that the Earth is moving?
Moving respective to what?
Well, your claim is that the Earth is rotating, is it not? Is that not what you were saying?
Yeah, I just told you. Because we see the sun every 24 hours.
You see the sun.
Sun move, and then that means you're
How
moving.
does that tell you that the Earth is moving?
Oh, it doesn't.
Okay, so you don't know that the Earth is moving.
So this massive star, thousands of kilometers away, must be moving at the speed of light.
Well, you don't know how far away
Around
the
the
lights in the
Earth.
sky are, do you? So
We
you
don't know how far
that
the sun is.
So you don't know that the Earth is moving. Is that right?
We fucking do.
Okay, how do you know?
We did for 3,000 years at least.
Did what?
Due to the stars.
What about
and
them?
due to the day-night cycle, we know that
What
the
about
Earth is
it?
moving.
How does that tell you the Earth's moving?
Do I have to explain it to you? Why do you see the sun every
I think
24
you need
hours?
to explain it to yourself. It sounds like you don't know.
I know you guys are slow, but damn. Okay.
Well, you haven't given us evidence so far.
You are
You've just said you've
on
seen the sun
the
move.
equator, and when
You
the
just said you see the
equator
sun move.
in 24 hours, you will see again the sunrise. Why? Because the Earth
Okay. So you
takes
see the
24
sun move, yeah,
hours
but
to
you're
make
arguing that
a
the
full
Earth is moving.
rotation.
You're arguing
Now
that
you
the
have
Earth
the
is
knowledge
moving.
of a 9-year-old. Now we move to the
So
next
you see
point.
the sun moving. You see the sun move, yeah?
And the moon, yeah.
Yeah, okay, but not the Earth.
How do you see the Earth is moving when you are on the Earth?
No, you don't see the Earth moving.
I mean,
Right.
because you are on the Earth. You
So you
cannot
see the sun
see
and
it
moon
moving.
and you don't experience the Earth moving. So why are you
don't.
claiming that the Earth is moving? It sounds like you don't know.
No,
Maybe
I
you
know
should
far
read up
too
on the
well,
pendulum, bro.
and you know way too little. It's getting.
We
I'm
won't
getting
get it.
real tired of this back and
Yeah.
forth, back and forth. I don't listen. I don't understand. I don't want to listen. Think.
Well, you don't. Well, we're just asking you what your evidence is that the Earth is moving.
No,
and
no,
so far
you don't.
just
You
said the
don't.
sun.
You don't want answers. You don't want answers.
Well,
Can't give
yeah,
it.
we do.
We won't understand them. That's why.
We're trying to see what you understand, and it's clear that you understand nothing. You don't know why you think the Earth moves.
No,
You've just
no,
been
no.
told a story, and you
No,
believe
no,
it,
no, no.
like a good little Globey. It's okay.
No,
It's all right. That's the same with the
you
rest
can
of the
talk to me
Globey.
in whatever way you want. It doesn't disprove anything.
Well, it's not on me to disprove anything. You've got a claim to prove, which apparently you can, because you don't know how to prove that the Earth is moving. You said the sun's moving, and the moon, and the stars. Very good. We agree.
I think we just,
they're moving.
man. I think none of us here understands what he's saying. I think that's what he's trying to say.
No, I mean when
No, it's just
you go
have any
outside and
evidence
you see the
that the
sun.
Earth is moving.
I mean, do you know what the first clocks were? How were they made? They were sun clocks. They work with the
Yeah.
sun.
So they use the motion of the sun,
Yeah.
not the Earth.
Where the motion relative the sun to the earth. Yeah.
So the motion of the sun. Yeah. But you're supposed to be trying to prove
See,
motion of
you
the
are
Earth.
being
Remember?
slow, and you're being negative for no reason.
Yeah,
You
but you
don't
just
want to understand it.
I'm
and the
very
sun
positive.
moves across the sundial. How does that make the Earth moving?
Because in relation to other galaxies, we've seen that the Earth is the one that's moving and not everything else. Because
so it's just an assumption
first,
on your part.
Yeah,
no,
so the
that's
sun
not an
is the
assumption.
stars,
It's
the
thousands
moon.
of years of astronomy, bro.
Astronomy? No, because you're watching the sun and the moon and the stars move, and you're assuming that's due to Earth moving, right?
Astronomy is a naming of the stars, isn't it?
You've just got an assumption.
No, it's not an assumption. It's a fact, bro.
Okay, so who measured it then?
That's okay. I'm gonna search who created who put the name on the first stars. Okay, I'm going. Do you want me
Why are
to
you going to
search
search
it
that?
and
No.
make me lose my time?
Why would you
I'm
search
going
that?
to
Why would you
search
search that? Who asked you that? No one asked you that. We said who measured the motion.
You just did. Do you have a do you have are you schizo or something?
No, you just have poor listening skills.
You just asked
who
me.
measured the motion of the Earth. We asked who measured the motion of the Earth. That's what we asked. And you, for some reason, can't say I don't know.
I just gotta step in here real quick. Sorry for the noise. You guys can hear me all right? I gotta tell you, Cyclone, you have a really, really, really high tolerance level for bullshit. Good for you, and kudos to you all for actually putting up with all this. Crazy.
Well, I wouldn't be very good at speaking to Globers if I didn't.
Poe called in 1891 on Paris. I think it was Paris. Yeah, on Paris.
Tell us about it.
He did the pendulum experiment. That I posted.
What did he? Well, tell us about it.
You can read it. I don't want to speak.
Well, we already know about it. We want to know what you know. No?
If I'm gonna tell you,
This is your claim, bro. You're the one saying the Earth is spinning. We're asking for your evidence, and now you're saying I don't want to talk about it.
I just posted it.
Yeah. Now you can talk about it, right?
No, I don't feel like it.
Okay. Pop yourself on mute then.
I mean, it doesn't disprove anything. The fact that I don't feel like explaining.
It just shows it's fine. It's fine. You don't have to talk about it, but it just shows you don't have any confidence in your argument. You don't know anything about it. You don't know why.
I mean, I can prove in many more ways that the Earth is round, is spinning, and everything happens because of
proven it. It's not for you. It's not a question of you proving it. Isn't this already supposed to be proven? Weren't you taught it? It's not your globe model.
It has been proven.
Mm-hmm.
I posted it in chat. You refuse to read it. It's not my problem. It's a you problem.
We already know about you swinging pendulums. So what? We swing a pendulum. We swing a pendulum, and then what?
No, you don't swing a pendulum. You let it. You leave it still.
So it
And
just
then
you
the
leave it still, and
pendulum,
it starts to swing
relative
itself.
to the first point that you left it, it moves in one way or another,
So if we just
depending
leave
on
it.
the
Ooh,
Earth's spin.
don't say that, Michael. That's wrong, man.
Hold on. So you're just leaving the pendulum hanging there, and then it starts swinging. Is that what you're saying?
No, it doesn't start swinging. It moves. It
So
doesn't start swinging
wait.
like a pendulum clock.
It
So
doesn't, man.
do you swing it? Do you swing it, or does it swing itself?
It swings. It swings thanks to the rotation of the Earth.
Right. So it's just we hang the pendulum, and then we leave it, and it starts to move by itself. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Don't say
Good
yes.
thing it's a good thing he paid for that college education, right?
I guess.
Yeah, you've been studying physics
I mean,
all your life.
it's.
That's what you're saying.
I
So you have
mean,
no clue.
it's almost 1 a.m. where I live, and I've been
Okay,
hearing
just
to y'all
listen.
babble for 5 hours,
Listen.
and I'm
Listen.
getting pretty sick. And I know that you guys are trolling because nobody can
No,
think
we're
this
not
way.
trolling. We're trolling.
Yeah,
No. You're the one who just said the pendulum starts moving by itself, showing you have a fundamental
And
lack of
I've told
understanding
you,
of what it is you're trying to talk about.
and before I've told
Just say
you
you don't
that the
know.
Earth
Just say
that
I
I
don't
proved
know.
that the Earth.
Dude, we used to
You
not
didn't prove
know it.
shit.
We
You
used to
proved
not
you
even
have
know the
no
globe
idea.
model either. We used to
you
not
proved
know
you've got no
anything
idea.
either. You'll
Yeah,
learn.
we did.
Hold on.
We've been
You
knowing
just
that
proved
the
you've
Earth
got
is
no
a globe
idea.
for 3,000 years. What are you on about?
Listen, you just demonstrated you don't even know the argument for the globe. You don't know anything about that pendulum. Just say I don't know when you don't know. Stop trying to
I
bullshit.
mean, I don't know about one experiment in thousands that you can do.
You don't know of
Boo-hoo.
a single one. You don't know of a single one that proves or measures the Earth's motion because this is what you looked up, and you don't know about it.
Oh,
I know, painful.
It hurts,
it's
man. I
painful
know.
talking to you because it's talking to it's like talking to an empty vessel. It doesn't make sense.
It's like talking to someone who's going to ask you for evidence for your claims. That must be painful. I understand. Okay, so you don't know about the pendulum. Anything else for Earth's motion? Or is that it?
I mean, the pendulum experiment, you can literally look it up.
Yeah, but you didn't look it up because you just said it moved by itself.
I mean, I just explained it to you.
It needs to be started, right? Someone needs to start the pendulum, like swing it.
No, the Earth does it.
Yes.
The Earth moves
Oh
it.
my god. All right, show me a video of a pendulum that's just sitting there, and then it starts to swing by itself because of the Earth's motion. Show us the video.
Those poor carpenters on the globe, like trying to get the plumb bob to like be still.
Yeah, right.
Globe
Like
Earth carpenters.
These guys in cranes sitting around, trying to stop their cranes from swinging around. Show us the video, bro. Of your magical.
I mean, it's in
independently
Spanish.
swinging
Wait,
pendulum.
I'm gonna search it in English.
Good to hear you, Larry. Hope you're well.
What's that?
Good to hear you, Larry.
Oh,
Hope you're
yeah,
well.
same, bro. Yeah, I'm well. Hope you and yours is the same.
Oh no, I made a mistake. You give it some inertia in one way, but then it starts spinning on its axis. I made a mistake. Yeah, I made a mistake, and
All right.
I
It's almost
posted
like you should have read that before you read it.
Yeah, I understand. I made a mistake. Yeah, I posted
so
it
you swing the pendulum.
in the chat.
Okay, so you swing a pendulum.
That's the video.
Okay, so they
Yeah.
swing a pendulum.
Yeah.
And then what?
I mean, you push it, let's say, north, it goes back south, but then it slowly goes from east to west, something like that. Yeah.
Okay, what's the cause of that?
Earth rotation,
Okay, how do you know that's the cause?
because there's no other explanation. Literally no other.
Isn't that
Which other
Coriolis?
explanations?
It's not Coriolis,
Yeah.
bro. Not everything is Coriolis. Well, I think it is, maybe.
No, it's not Coriolis.
I've said it before. I've even thought.
So which other factors did you rule out other than Earth's rotation? Which ones did you consider? Since you said there's no other possible explanation, that must mean you've ruled out every other conceivable explanation. Which were those?
I mean, how do you explain this moving in a flat Earth model? I could ask
Well,
the same
I
thing.
don't. I don't have to. It's your claim.
Oh, you don't have. So you guys never have to
No.
explain anything.
We're not out there swinging.
So you are on this
pendulums.
Discord
Look,
just
we're
scratching
not
your
out
claiming
balls
it
and
proves
shouting at
anything.
people.
You're making
We're
up
not out
stories
there.
about
Claiming it proves
pendulum.
anything, mate. You are. You're the one claiming it proves something, so we don't have to explain it. You do.
Yeah. So, how did you confirm the cause of the motion of the pendulum? You just said it must be the Earth's motion, and that's it. Is that it? Is there more science than that, or no?
Guess that's the end of the science.
You can throw out ad hom if you want. It's about that time.
Yeah. Call me names. Hello.
Oh, now I understand how it works. Now I understand.
Well, at least you got
Yeah,
there eventually. Should have got there before you tried to
yeah,
claim,
but
better late
at
than never.
least my model explains some things. I see the experiment and it proves that my model is correct.
No, you haven't
Yeah.
explained.
The pendulum, you started moving it northwest. North-south. Then, as the Earth spins, the pendulum wants to keep the same
Wait,
direction.
the Earth spins what you're trying to prove, though. You can't just assume it before you've proven it.
Yeah,
How
you
do
don't want to
prove it?
listen. Yeah, I'm gonna mute myself and you're gonna talk to somebody else because you don't want to listen.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, but you just said when the Earth spins, that's what you're trying to prove.
Yeah, you
That's
just
what it's like
asserted it to be the cause of a phenomenon that was observed.
We can do that
Exactly how
too.
that was proven.
We put a pendulum in the ground, it swings back and forth because the Earth don't spin. Yeah, we can do the same thing.
Didn't he say that the air in the atmosphere rotates with the ball as well earlier?
Yeah, it doesn't work for planes. Works for pendulums, though.
Oh shoot! So selective Coriolis. Sometimes it applies.
Curious.
I posted the GIF in chat if you guys are interested.
Even if I was to grant you your dependent variable, which would be a precession in the movement of the pendulum, right? 1 sec. What did you do to your independent variable, your presumed cause? What did you do in order to know that the precession was caused by Earth rotation?
Because there's no other thing that could move the pendulum.
Like you were asking before, how did you rule out other possibilities? What other possibilities did you rule out?
I just told you. There's no
What
other
was
thing.
the dependent variable? Sorry, I missed the dependent. What was the dependent?
I'm giving it to him. It's not a naturally observed phenomenon, but it's an observed phenomenon in a man-made contraption that he's observing something happen. Precession of a pendulum, right? Yeah, a swinging pendulum over a horizontal plane, mind you. So yeah, you were just told that it's the only reason, and therefore you believe it. You didn't look into how other possibilities were ruled out.
We give you an independent variable?
Well, we keep hearing about how science is about falsification in here, right? So whatever cause he supposes is behind it, he should have varied and manipulated to at least try to rule it out, right? So what causes have you done that with? Or not you specifically, the royal you.
I'm all right, you guys. I just, I'm in a wheelchair. I'm just fixing some stuff before I go up here.
Yeah, what potential
All right,
causes
man.
for what the pendulum is doing have been varied, manipulated, and ruled out, falsified, or otherwise?
Oh, now you're saying because it's
Under
certain
83
proof
near
you
the
say
Baltimore
it's fake.
Zoo.
Just like NASA, just like SpaceX, just like every other company. Now it's
I have
fake.
no idea what you're rambling about.
All
Just
right.
wondering what causes.
You
what
just said
potential
it's
causes.
maybe fake. For
No.
fuck's sake, do you hear
No, I
yourself?
didn't.
He's
maybe
asked for an
time.
independent variable. He's giving you the dependent variable, which, even though it isn't, but he's giving you an independent variable. So what is it? NASA is not an independent variable.
Yeah. What possible causes were tested, varied, manipulated,
I
falsified?
mean, you can read the Wikipedia article. I don't have a PhD in this shit.
Yeah. Go do my research for me, he says. All right. Well, I'll take that as a concession. Thanks.
No, you can. I mean, you can read, and you want to know the truth. I think you
Yeah.
would spend some time
Well,
on it.
why don't you do that? Why don't
I
you
know
do
the
that?
truth,
Is that
so I
your
don't have
standard?
to do my
You
research.
know the truth. You just looked this up 2 minutes ago, and you didn't understand it.
I
You
mean, I
explained it
can
completely
I can
incorrectly.
explain earthquakes,
You can't
seasons,
explain shit,
gravity,
bro. You can't
This guy
explain
is
relativity,
shit.
so
light.
dishonest, man. This has to be the
I
most
can
dishonest glober I've ever seen.
I can explain everything, and you
You
can guys
cannot
explain
explain
nothing.
shit. You
We
cannot
can
explain shit,
explain.
bro. You don't know
We can
anything.
explain
You
like
can't explain the shit on the
eclipse
article.
and
Shut
stuff.
up.
You guys cannot. It's simple.
So,
But you guys want to believe that the
this is
government is
painful.
lying to every
This is
single one
painful,
of us.
bro.
So
Oh boy,
That's
get a hold of
embarrassing.
yourself.
Just
I
calm
mean,
down.
Get this clown out
They
of
always
here.
want
it's
to
you
talk
guys,
about conspiracy theory when they lose their arguments.
bro. Ego, you shut up. You didn't say anything for the last hour, and now you come and say, "Well, I don't
Do you
think
want to talk to me now? Yeah, so Heretic asked you a very good question because the scientific process is about ruling out causes of things. What did you rule out? And if you're going to give us the Wikipedia article to read, but if you didn't read it, then what is your standard of evidence to prove things for yourself? Because it sounds like this didn't rise to your own standard of evidence that you need.
I mean, the thing with science is that if something has been proven before you and hasn't been
prove things with
disproven
science?
yet, are you gonna let me talk?
Probably not.
If it hasn't been disproven yet, then this model can be kept alive.
Did you try to disprove it?
I mean,
They're keeping it alive
thousands
now.
of people must have tried to disprove it.
They're just
but
trying to
I mean,
keep the globe alive.
you guys should try to disprove it.
All right, good. Show me a single case in your research, Michael, of somebody trying to disprove this. And I want to see what you learned from it, Michael.
No, that's the thing. I don't.
So you're not too critical of a thinker, are
my
you,
model
Michael?
is correct, and my model
You just accept
explains
shit,
already
Michael.
so
Thanks.
many things. And because
Yeah,
I
just
cannot
asserting
explain this
that you're
experiment,
correct.
and I haven't researched this certain experiment, doesn't mean I'm
Stop
in the
there.
wrong.
Stop there. Stop there. Well, you haven't researched. You don't understand exactly. So don't try and argue. Just either ask questions or be honest and say, I don't know about this. Don't bullshit. You really think people can't hear you deflecting, obfuscating, and bullshitting your way through this?
Yeah,
Come on, bro. It's getting embarrassing.
I'm acknowledging that I haven't read the full article and stuff, and I don't know every intricate part of the experiment.
You don't know anything about it. It's not like you
So you don't know if it proves your side.
I understand the basics.
Yeah,
I
but just
posted
say
the GIF again to explain my point. But you
But you
guys
say
don't
you
want
don't
the
know
one to
something,
understand it, and
You
that's your
don't
problem.
even know what the force of the evidence is in the article to suggest that this proves your case.
I mean, it doesn't disprove it, so it holds.
You don't even know what's in it to say that.
Yeah.
See, now
yeah,
you're already unsure of it.
Now
Now
I
you're
do.
already kind of being like, oh, we're keeping it alive. You can't disprove it. You know this doesn't prove anything. Now you're just hoping that
I mean,
can
you guys
still
aren't
cling to
also
the
making
globe.
any points. You are just
We
saying
don't.
that
We're
I am
literally
wrong
just.
and not that the
Yeah, no,
experiment is wrong.
Well, at the moment, we're not claiming anything about pendulums. You are. So it's only on you to try and prove anything about them, which you're failing to do, as you've noticed.
This at best, actually, even if we were to take it as an experiment, at best, this still wouldn't actually be a proof of rotation. This would just be a proof, or sort of, at best, a falsification effort that rotation caused the observed phenomenon of the pendulum recessing.
Oh, now you're saying it's fake.
Why do you keep saying that?
It's a You just said this is a phenomenon to
say
make the
anything like
observer
that.
look like the pendulum is moving. You just said that.
Barry said it's not a natural phenomenon.
See, bro, this is what I mean. You've got like poor listening skills. I know it's your second language, probably.
NASA lies. SpaceX lies. Elon lies.
Back to conspiracy again. You lose an argument. You run back to conspiracy.
Lies. I mean, this guy just said that.
I lost the
pendulum
argument. I'm going to tell
experiment
these
is
flat
fake.
earthers it's about conspiracies.
I mean, I
Yeah, I
would
mean,
And how
love,
at best,
stupid we
you would
are.
I
be
would
That's
love
testing
pretty
for
much
Earth
you,
that.
for you flat
rotation. At
earthers to
best, if
explain
this were a
something with
genuine
your model.
experiment, at best, if this were a genuine experiment, you'd be testing Earth rotation as being the cause of what was observed in the pendulum. But this doesn't prove Earth rotation in itself. You're just asserting it to be the cause of something that was seen.
Yeah, and you're kind of falling back on the whole, well, if it was proven by science before, then it doesn't matter. But I mean, no one's
So
proven it
now,
before. This
if
is
I
what you were
want to
trying to
if I want to
prove.
use DNA for something to explain something, do I have there
You're
to
not talking about
research
DNA.
for myself the whole DNA sequence? You are
No, but your
stupid.
claim was about Earth's motion, not DNA. Nice try there.
Wrong chat room.
I mean, it's the same. It's the same
It's
argument.
not
But if
the
we were
same
in that
thing.
chat room and you did make
So
a claim about it, you would be held accountable.
for me to throw an experiment on the table and saying that this experiment proves that Earth is rotating,
No.
and I explained why it's rotating.
No, yeah,
According
you
to
remember
this
you said it
experiment.
rotates by itself. Remember, you didn't understand it. You didn't even know about
See,
it. You
you're
just read it
talking
2
over
weeks
me
ago.
again.
He thinks the best explanation wins.
And this guy comes in, thinks about for 30 seconds about what he has to say, and
Well,
then he
because,
throws
bro,
it.
we already know all this. We already know all this. Listen, this isn't the first time we're having this conversation. It's about the 9,000th time we're having this conversation.
Yeah, I
So
know, and you keep coming, and
we
you
know
keep
what you're
getting
saying.
embarrassed because you don't answer.
No, not with you. Not with you.
Probably with you as well, but
I mean, every time I leave this VC, I get or banned or muted. I wonder why. Yeah,
Yeah,
I wonder why. Because you guys get
And
so mad.
No, you don't
Because
concede to what you don't
can't
know. You
explain
just
it.
BS and run your mouth, and crap falls out of it.
I mean, you try to be smart, Ecoslave, but you are the dumbest one in this room.
Listen,
No,
if you
no
were,
one's
if this
chomp.
were an actual experiment, what you would actually be trying to do, like I've tried to tell you already, is test the cause
See,
of
again.
what the pendulum is doing.
So if I want to speak
So that
about
would be the
music, do I
purpose
have to
of
be a musician? Fuck
I'm not
no.
saying anything like that. I'm just telling you what an experiment is for. Is to test causes of phenomena. So you see a phenomenon, you see a pendulum. What you say is precessing. So you test the cause of it. But you're not actually demonstrating Earth rotation. You're not showing it actually had anything to do necessarily with what the pendulum did. You're just asserting it. It's not even an experiment.
But yeah, if you want to compare this all to DNA and music and all that stuff, this would be the equivalent of you coming into a music forum and trying to argue the intricacies of a music technique, having done zero research on it, with a bunch of people who have been looking into music techniques for 10 years.
Okay, I cannot
So that's why
explain
this is gonna happen.
I cannot explain one experiment. My bad.
But it's your only experiment that you offered for the motion of the Earth, so that's
It's
a problem.
the only, apart from explaining who I don't even remember who was about the plane thing. We explained like 7 times and he didn't want to listen, and you guys didn't want to listen also.
Yeah, planes.
And I explained
we
it
didn't
very
wanna listen,
carefully.
you're right.
Well,
And the
planes
water
treat the Earth as
and the
motionless.
semi with the boat, you guys didn't
So that
want to
won't help
listen.
you. Right,
And
none
it
of
was
those
very clear the
motion, though.
message.
Right, none of those are experiments that prove Earth's motion.
Oh, none of those are experiments. Okay, so the thousands of planes that are now on the air, they
Correct,
are
not an
not
experiment.
experiments.
No,
They are
they're
not
not doing
experiments.
science. They're flying a plane. Correct.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
losing my brain listening to this.
I mean, what brain? You are a flat earther. What brain?
Is he a flat earther?
Yeah, how much
You
brain
guys
power
are
did it take to generate that atom?
How much brain power did it take to make one flat earther?
Okay, bro. Okay, bro. This is
I
enough.
can
You're
talk
kind
like
of
that
embarrassing
too.
yourself. You're kind of embarrassing
I
yourself
mean,
now.
okay, I'm gonna ask you flat earthers a question. Okay, since you like asking so many questions, how does the flat Earth model explain earthquakes? Simple question.
What model?
Well,
Plan model.
how each one of you would explain earthquakes?
So you don't know how claims work, right? Nobody claimed that. We didn't claim that, so we're not going to
Okay,
back up a claim
I
that
am
we didn't
Larry.
make, right?
Is not gonna answer.
So
Okay, so
you
does somebody
don't
want to answer?
understand how a straw man works, do you?
So does somebody want to answer my question or no?
Yeah, I will. I'll do it. It's like this, Michael. This is how easy it is, right? When you don't know something. I don't know.
Okay. Oh, so you don't know how earthquakes happen when you can explain it with a globe Earth?
I don't. Honestly, I
Hold on
don't
a
know.
minute.
I have no
Hold on a
idea.
minute. Hold on, hold on, hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Michael, do you think that earthquakes prove a globe?
Yeah, very much so.
How do they do that?
Okay. Do you want me to explain? So let's be clear. Do you want me to explain
Yeah.
how do earthquakes
Yes.
happen, or
Tell
how
us.
do they
No,
explain
no. How
that
do
the
they
Earth is
prove a
round?
globe? How do they prove
Okay,
a globe?
I'm gonna embarrass you and try to be open-minded. Okay.
Okay, please.
Earthquakes,
Okay.
believe it or not,
Good luck.
may in most cases can be predicted. How does that happen? Okay. So earthquakes is just a wave inside of the Earth, and the inside of the Earth is molten metal because of the pressure and the temperature. Okay. I'm explaining my model. And then
It's not
those
your model.
waves,
Oh,
if
okay.
they start on one place of the Earth, they also get to the exact opposite place of the Earth. It makes sense because it's a sphere. It's like if you were to throw a spear into a basketball, it would come one way and out the other. It would be the same with earthquakes. It's a vibration that starts in the inside of the Earth and then to the other side. The side that gets affected the most has the earthquake. It's pretty simple geology. Earthquakes.
Was that it?
Damn, that's pretty smart. I never thought of it like that.
So, which bit of that was the globe proof?
I think you say the ground
Now,
takes
with that phrase you just said, I know you are trolling, and you are either trolling or not listening.
Well, how did
Yeah, I don't think they're
you
listening.
experience an earthquake?
Nah, Nel, I'm gonna
in two
mute you. I
parts of the
swear.
world.
I mean, earthquakes
Is that it?
happen
You just tell
through
the story.
convection currents.
You just tell a story, and that's it.
I mean, I just gave you the proof, and now you say it's a story. I
You just
proved
told
my
a
point,
story.
and now you say it's fake. So
Well,
it
what
doesn't
was the
matter
proof?
how many points I make. You're
What
just
was the
gonna
proof?
say it's fake.
Well, what was the proof?
That we can predict earthquakes on the other side of the globe.
Well, you're assuming a globe already.
No, because we can predict them. We say, okay, if it happens on this side, and if the Earth were to be a sphere, on the other side it happens the same thing on a much smaller scale, then we can say maybe if point A and point B have a phenomena, so the Earth must be a sphere and not
Okay,
a
so you're
plane.
assuming the Earth's a
The plane,
sphere based on
if the
detection of
Earth
earthquake.
if the Earth were to be any other shape, we could not predict earthquakes.
Okay, who told you this?
It's geology. I learned it in class.
Can I ask?
Okay.
Can I ask a question? Just a quick question.
Yeah.
How would you predict like an earthquake in China? Say like, oh, earthquake alert in China. How does that like? Can you unravel that for me?
I mean, it's not like a certain place, but like the tectonic plate.
But I thought you could predict where it's going to be.
I mean, yeah, you can predict like the tectonic plate because it moves the whole tectonic.
That's right. Palestine is flat. Take that, terrorist.
Yeah. So like,
aren't they tectonic bowls? Isn't it a tectonic bowl? If it's a round Earth, it has to be a bowl shape, right?
No, it's in the crust.
Oh, it's flat. It's like a plate, like flat plate.
No, it's a
Oh.
piece.
Well, plates are.
I think it
plates are
curves.
flat.
I mean,
plates
you
are flat.
guys exactly know
Either way.
what it's
Either way,
semantics.
okay. So, which earthquake are you talking about that was predicted in what place and also detected in another place? What? Can you give us the details on that?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Please.
With seismographs, you can.
Right. Okay. Which
Have a time
earthquake are
frame?
you talking about? Which earthquake are you talking about that proved the globe? Could you link us the data?
Like, no offense to any Turkey people here, but how do they predict the one in Turkey? That's the biggest one I can think of off the top of my head. I mean, you don't have to give an example to your claim. I just want to understand it a bit better. That's all.
Kind of does, because he's making the claim to this example, so he must have some examples from real life.
Yeah, I just want to understand. I just want to learn. I'm just here to learn. That's it.
Well, this guy's currently trying to bullshit about how he knows the Earth's a ball because of earthquakes somehow.
I mean,
And we're about to press him for some details, and he's not going to be able to provide any, and he's going to spiral again. So again, provide the details. Which earthquake? What were the detections? What are the timings? Let's see it.
Like, I don't want to call you dishonest, but I mean, I kind of want to hear your explanation. Sorry. No offense.
Who's not dishonest?
I must be speaking to the Glober.
Well, just Michael. He doesn't want to explain his He doesn't want to expand on his claim. I just want to understand it better about how earthquakes are predicted.
If it's anything like the pendulum claim, he's probably Googling it right now, saying, shit, I hope I'm right here. Come on, Google, help me out. Is that what you're doing, Michael? You Googling your claim? As you claim it?
Anyways, I guess we'll just call that an L or a wash. I don't know. We'll call that a wash. I don't think anyone won there. We won't give you the loss there.
I mean, you still didn't explain to me, and I asked the question.
No, that's definitely
nobody explained.
I mean, it was radio silence for 2 minutes of us explaining a specific thing which you would not reply to, but that's okay. All good.
Yeah, you didn't explain. You didn't explain
call it
nothing.
wash.
One of
Okay,
you
so
guys
that's
at
another
least was
claim.
honest that you don't
Okay,
know
so
how
that's
they.
just another claim that's going to go nowhere. Earthquakes as well. Okay, what's your next claim that's going to go nowhere? Now, someone else from the flat Earth side, Larry, if you're there, Heretic, want to pick up? I'm going to have to go on mute for a bit.
Go for it.
So, do we have
tectonic
another
plates.
Glober that could back this guy up? I'm just interested.
Tectonic plates, huh? That sounds pretty flat.
Sphere plates.
Maybe he means tectonic bowls.
There we go. I didn't even think of that. Are they like those bowls, like those little Russian dolls, where they just keep getting smaller and smaller?
Somebody get this dude some tectonic napkins to clean up this mess. Because he's invoking plates, like a plate of metal.
I mean, nobody still didn't explain it. I'm waiting.
You're waiting on
It
an
was
explanation
on your
of a
point for
theory?
2 minutes.
No. I'm waiting so you guys explain in any other model how do earthquakes happen.
Okay, does any flat earthers here have a model?
Guys, you don't have a model either.
Oh, so you are not even flat earthers. You are agnostic. It would be the equivalent.
There's a lot of flat earthers in here, but I don't think any of them have a model. So you're telling
guys,
them
you guys don't have a
believe
model either.
anything. You don't believe anything.
Hold on. How do you guys have a model if it's in crisis? If there's a crisis in cosmology, how do you guys have a model?
Does our model predict things accurately?
No. It predicts that there would be extra gravity at the galactic level that's not actually there because there's not enough mass there. So the problem is that you guys don't have a model.
Wait. So it doesn't predict that, but what about all the other 10,000 things it does predict?
It doesn't predict the quantum level. It doesn't work there either. So you guys don't have a working model. There is no theory of everything.
There's a better model. I'm posting a better model in the live stream chat right now. Just check it out. Better than what the globe has for sure. So we got a better model already.
Michael,
so that's not even a claim you can make anymore. Here's a better model. Yeah, yours sucks. The globe model doesn't even answer like half the things this model does. So we got a better model.
Well, I mean, does it coherently answer it? I mean, I could answer anything, right? But is it going to be like correct or coherent? Or...
Yeah, you have to check it out, but you want.
Oh, no images.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, I was just wondering if it counts or not. Michael, do you have a model?
Yeah.
Can I see it?
Yeah, you can search globe or Earth anywhere. Thank you very much.
And this model will explain everything?
Yeah. To the last new detail.
Okay, I'll try and find one. I'll send it.
I'm looking at this model that New Perspective posted. Yeah, based on fucking nothing.
Well, then you should feel right at home.
I mean, it's fucking stupid. Have you seen these orbits? Yeah, I mean,
What's wrong with the orbits?
are you seeing them?
I can look.
I mean, this shit. I mean, how do I? Yeah, I mean, oof. Yeah, why would the planets move like that? It doesn't make sense. I really feel sorry for all of you flat earthers that have to believe this. Instead
you feel
of
sorry
saying
for people that question their reality. Did you feel sorry for Einstein when he was going up against Newton?
no, I feel sorry for you all because instead of advancing science, you're putting it back.
Wait a minute, aren't we supposed to ask questions and make observations and
Yeah, but when
test?
something
Wait a minute,
has
hold
been
on, I'm
defined,
in the middle of talking. Shush. Not while I'm talking. So, in science, aren't you supposed to make observations and form hypotheses and manipulate variables and do experiments? And in math, aren't you supposed to have formulas and work out equations and all that stuff? Like, if we're doing it, how are we going against it if we're actually doing it?
Very good question. Because in the first page, in the important note part, it says, it in no way uses Newton's laws of gravitation and motion. So that thing right there, it tells me that
Well, they were
all of
thrown
this
out.
is baloney. Thank you very
They were
much.
thrown out.
No, they've been dismissed by theoretical physicists. Choose Einstein over Newtonian now.
Because
you
it's
didn't
a
know that?
whole
Didn't you know
nother
that?
thing. Because it's a whole nother thing. Again with the molecules thing.
Michael Myers, you know that Newtonian is out and they use Einstein or Malgromian gravity.
For some things it's better Einstein's equations. Yes.
So
For other
Newton's
things
equations
is
don't
more
work with
simple.
Mercury.
For other things is simpler Newton's equations.
Okay,
Thank you very
simple
much.
means wrong when you're talking about Mercury, right? The orbit of Mercury, wrong.
No, that's a.
Newton got it wrong.
It's like saying it's light, like the photons or particles. It depends on what do you want to use them. They can behave like particles or like photons.
That's a non sequitur. We're talking about Newton being wrong
Oh,
when
okay.
it comes to the perigee of Mercury.
No,
He was
Michael,
wrong.
are you really gonna try and bullshit another topic that you clearly don't understand? Come on. Talk about a slow learner.
I just defeated 7 AI opponents. Absurd opponents, and this guy thinks that he's gonna bullshit me on Mercury
wait,
being
explain to
correct.
me why does Mercury doesn't apply Newton's law? Explain to me,
Because it
please.
was wrong. Newton's explanation of the orbit of Mercury was wrong.
And why? What did he explain exactly? What did he say that it's wrong?
Because the math doesn't work out.
Explain to me the math.
I can't.
Oh, but when
Do you
I
want me
do
to
it,
cite
I'm
my
the bad
source?
guy.
Do you want me to cite my source?
I mean, I want you to do the same thing as I did with the earthquakes. Explain.
You
And
want
with
me
the
to be
pendulum.
quiet for 2 minutes?
Explain.
You want me to go on silent for like 2 minutes? Is that what you do with the earthquakes?
No, because I realized I made a mistake. I made a false claim with the earthquakes. Because I misunderstood something. But now I know. So yeah, I'm waiting for that Mercury stuff.
Sure.
Larry, are you gonna get this for him? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I'm looking it up. It's not going to take me 2 minutes.
Oh, are you going to say that that Newton said that the planets don't move in ellipses? Is that the thing?
Right, he got it wrong. That's correct.
Okay, but Newtonian physics still apply to celestial objects.
Not if it's wrong.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so
there's another out. He could throw out the solar system.
I mean, we can predict like most stuff with Newton law. We can know the mass of planets. We can know the gravitational pull of planets, the radii. We can know many stuff. But since it doesn't apply to flat Earth, I'm not going to explain it. Isn't that right?
Let's see. When did Isaac Newton finally fail?
Wasn't he replaced 100 years ago with Einstein?
Yeah, but this guy's a fundamentalist, obviously. He thinks that Newton's force of gravity is a fundamental force. The problem all started out near the reaches of our solar system, but the innermost regions with the planet Mercury, orbiting closest to the Sun. Every planet orbits the Sun not in a perfect circle, but rather an ellipse. As Kepler noticed early in the full century before Newton, the orbits of Venus and Earth are very close and circular, but both Mercury and Mars are noticeably more elliptical, with the closest approach to the Sun differing significantly from the greatest distance. So I think this is going to be the part. Yep, the perihelion of Mercury is what he got wrong.
Yeah, but he said something wrong, but then the formula works, like in most cases. So that's the thing.
Most cases. So when it doesn't work, you just ignore that part?
You're not making any point.
I asked you a question.
I mean,
you
for
said in most
the
cases.
things that Newton wanted the formula to work, it worked.
Okay,
I mean,
so when
you're
they
not gonna
don't
start
work,
like
so
defining atoms by Newton's formulas.
I asked you a question. So the part that it doesn't work, that means he got it wrong there, right?
Yeah, he made a mistake, and then the new model came in.
Okay, so he got it wrong. So we're not going to ignore that part where he got it wrong, right?
Of course not.
Because that would be cherry picking.
Yeah. But Newton's law, for example, on planet Earth, they work very, very well.
Oh, glad you said that.
And in many other, and in
So you're
literally
saying
any planet, it works.
So you're saying that Newton's laws work at the planetary level here on Earth, right?
I'm gonna bite and say yes.
Okay. You ever heard of Professor Shankar, chair of physics at Yale?
No.
Well, you have now. Can I get you to read what I just posted? Oh, damn. Way too big. What did I grab too much? Okay, hang on just a second. Maybe I didn't grab the right thing. And I'm in the wrong place. Sorry, hang on just a second. I'm on my phone, not on the PC. All right. What the hell? All right, hang on just a second. All right, can you see what I posted?
Yeah.
All right. So we have a double slit experiment with a Newtonian particle, an electron. We close one. Damn it. We close one slit and fire a bevy of electrons, and we get 10 hits at point A. We close the other slit and fire a bevy of electrons. We get 8 hits at point A. The Newtonian prediction would be if we fired the same bevy of electrons at both slits, we must get 18 hits at point A. And, well, we get a big fat zero. And what does this mean? Quote, this is the end of Newtonian physics. Professor Shankar, chair of physics at Yale. And then there's
Okay, I
two more
go.
citations saying the same thing in different language. The nail in the coffin for Newtonian physics. Quote, we're going to shoot down Newtonian mechanics and Maxwell's theory.
Okay. Do you want me to explain to you the double slit experiment?
Absolutely not. I want you to admit that
Oh, okay.
Newtonian mechanics doesn't
Because
work.
you're twisting the words.
I
Newtonian physics
hold on. How
do
did I
very
twist
much
words?
works.
How did I
Okay,
twist words?
the double slit experiment, it doesn't depend on Newtonian physics. It's about relativity. It's a whole other thing, a whole branch, a whole
Are you
other branch
telling
of
me?
physics.
Are you telling me
So
that the double
it's
slit
about
experiment
it's
is
about
about
the
relativity?
yeah, it's about the looker. If you look,
Really?
if there is something that measures the electrons or the particles that get shoot out into the slits, then they make a pattern. And then when there's no measurement or no looker, they make a different pattern. That's the double slit experiment. It doesn't disprove Newtonian physics.
So you
That's the
disagree with
thing.
Professor Shankar? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, let me rectify. It means that Newtonian physics don't apply in that level. That's what it means.
So it doesn't apply there. You mean it doesn't work? Is that a funny way of saying it doesn't work?
No, I'm literally saying what I mean. It doesn't apply to that system. Because if you want to kick a ball 20 feet in the air, you use Newtonian physics. If you want to launch a rocket into out of a planet's gravitational pull, you use Newtonian physics. For many things, you use Newtonian physics. But for that thing, you don't use them. Why? Because it doesn't apply. It's not that hard.
So I didn't really hear you say anything except for you think that Einstein's theories of relativity, they're all about the double slit experiment, and we all know that relativity and gravity breaks down at the quantum level. Except for you don't know that, obviously.
No, yeah, I know. Gravity is a
So,
quark.
huh?
Gravity are quarks. There are gravitrons that form gravity.
Okay, you want to cite your source where they've
Oh,
proven theoretical particles?
you don't believe that the Earth is a globe. My bad. You don't believe in gravity. My bad.
That's a non sequitur. Can you try to stay focused? Can you focus your mind a little bit? I think you're having a little bit of trouble staying focused. So, talking about the double slit experiment, first of all, you said it's about special relativity, which is weird for you to say because gravity doesn't work at the quantum level. I mean, if you knew anything about atoms, you would know that there's not enough material there to create enough gravitation, and that it's strong and weak nuclear force, not the force of gravity, and there is no unified theory. So you're talking out your ass and you're exposing yourself by saying something like that. Now, if gravity doesn't work at the quantum level, and we all know that, and you're trying to say that it does work.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the opposite.
Okay, you said the double slit experiment is all about special relativity.
It's relativity, yeah. It's about the observer.
Can you cite your source for that? That the double slit experiment is about special relativity? Because first you claim that gravity works at the Earth level. And I showed you that we've proven with experiments, or I guess observations with the double slit.
Yeah, quantum mechanics. Classical physics.
So I just cited my source, and it says, now for the problem, relativity and quantum mechanics are fundamentally different theories and have different formulations. It's not just a matter of scientific terminology, it's a clash of genuine, incompatible descriptions of reality. So for you to say the double slit experiment is all about gravity. It's just wrong.
Is there any science for gravity?
The conflict between the two halves of physics have been brewing for more than a century, sparked by a pair of 1905 papers by Einstein outlining relativity and other introductions to the quantum, but recently has entered into intriguing, unpredictable new phase. Somebody's hot micing. Two notable physicists have staked out extreme positions for their camp, conducting experiments that could finally settle what approach is paramount. So they're trying to solve this problem because it's not working. So did you not know that gravity breaks down?
No, you.
Special relativity breaks
you
down
want to move
below
it,
the
please,
Planck
please
length.
do that. Here, let me hold yours, Dave.
I mean, I'm gonna mute this guy because
I'll
thank you.
mute him. Where's he at?
Thank you. No, he's muted. He's muted.
Oh, somebody got him. Okay. Are you still hot micing, paraplegic?
Thank you.
Guess so. All right. So, can you admit that you were wrong? That relativity breaks down at the quantum level has absolutely nothing to do with the double slit experiment?
I mean, yeah, I can maybe agree that I'm wrong on that.
Excellent. Okay.
But it doesn't disprove that relativity works, quantum mechanics work, Newton physics work.
So you're going to double
astronomy
down.
works.
So you just admitted you're wrong, but now you're going to double down.
No, I may be wrong because I said some things that are not exactly true because I've studied it like many years ago and now I don't fully remember
Does
it
special
well.
relativity break down below the quantum level? The Planck length? Does it break down?
Mm,
Is special relativity incomplete?
relativity?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess so, right?
Right, it's incomplete. So if I sell you a car and it doesn't have wheels or a transmission and no engine, it's not a complete car. Do you got a functional car? Do you got a working model? Or you going to need to take a taxi or an Uber to work? Or you might need to get your mom to take you to work. Sorry, my wife said something funny.
It's incredible that after this much that you've studied, you still believe that the Earth is not a globe.
Yeah, because I lost my belief. I was agnostic for a while, but I lost my faith in the globe. That's correct. I no longer have faith. But you do. You have faith that you think that gravity is a fundamental force, don't you?
I mean, I know, I don't think I know gravity exists.
Is gravity a force?
I'm not gonna bite into that question.
Yeah, because I got you last time, didn't I?
Because by Newton is a force and it applies and it works, but then by relativity it's not a force, but it's like a space-time thingy, like the bending of space-time, right? So yeah, I'm not gonna say yes or no. Depending on who you ask, you're gonna guess the question.
Well, I guess
just
when
quickly,
you need it to
I
be...
think.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Larry. I just you can take the reins back over. I just wanted to think that maybe he's not realizing that we understand that things, go down or up, and that matter in its different states behaves differently within different mediums, etc., etc. We observe things falling sometimes. That's not in contention. I hope he realizes that. We understand that much happens, but to say that we don't believe in gravity per se is kind of like a loaded question, a loaded statement, as if he's just got something up his sleeve, taken for granted that we're in denial of or something.
But you believe in gravity? Yes or
We
no?
don't listen. Here's how it works. Just because my cell phone falls doesn't mean that everything that anyone has ever said about gravity is automatically true. Would you agree or disagree?
I disagree.
Okay. So last month when I heard somebody say that gravity is because of pixie dust, you agree with that?
Because of what?
Fairy dust.
I
Gravity works
disagree.
because of fairy dust. When someone said that last month, you agree with that?
Disagree. No.
Okay, so my original question was, just because my cell phone falls, does that mean that everything that everyone has ever said about gravity is automatically true?
No, I mean, people can make stuff up, right?
Right, like space-time and bending and warping of a mathematical concept that doesn't have any physical attributes whatsoever, isn't comprised of any baryonic matter or any chemical composition from the periodic table whatsoever, exists in a perfect vacuum. It's not real, right? They can make shit up like that, like mathematics, theory tales, religiosophy.
I mean, just because you don't see, I don't know, like the nucleus of Earth, or just because you don't see like cells, doesn't mean they are not in your body, you know? That's the thing. The same with gravity. You don't see it, but it's there, I assure you.
Yeah, but with cells in your bodies, you can look at that. Like, where can you look at gravity? Like microscopic, like biology and stuff like that, cells.
And you believe that they are alive?
I don't know. I don't know much about cells and stuff like that, but gravity,
It doesn't have to
how
go
would you
into.
show that?
Yeah, it doesn't have to go into self formation or observing cells to exist or anything. Look, you said you know that it exists, but what is it exactly that you know exists?
I mean, for example, we've known that something can make, like, if you have blue eyes and your wife has blue eyes,
No, I'm talking about gravity.
may have blue eyes.
Talking about gravity. You said gravity.
Yeah.
I know that. Yeah. So what is it exactly that you know exists that you're calling gravity? What is that thing?
By Newton is a force.
No. Yeah.
By
it's
Einstein,
a force.
it's another thing.
You know that there's a force. Einstein didn't know that there was a force. He said that there's no force. It's not a force. Essentially, what I'm getting you to do is to say that you know there's a reason, right, for the way things for the way matter in its different states behaves within different environments, in different situations, right?
Yeah, so
like obviously, and everybody knows that there's a reason that things happen, right?
Yeah.
Right. You're calling the reason for when you observe something to appear to fall to the ground, you're calling that the reason for that gravity. Am I correct?
Things attract each other because of gravity, yes.
So now you've added something else to that. You've added more.
I mean,
now you're saying that there is an attract.
Yeah, now saying that in the earth things fall, things get attracted to the ground, it's the same thing.
Right, you're saying you're adding more than what you actually observe. You're not observing an attraction.
I
You're
mean,
not observing a force.
I don't have to see numbers to know that 2 is one more thing than 1. I don't have to see the number 2. It's the
No,
same
but
with
you'll know
gravity.
if you've got 2. You know if you've only got 1 of something, and then you get another one, then you've got
I
2 of
mean,
something.
then I
Right?
know
No,
if I throw a rock
it's
at
not the same with gravity.
it's gonna
It's
fall.
not the same with gravity. No, it's not the same with gravity. Yes. Okay, you observe. Yes, right. You observe something fall to the ground. Okay.
Yeah.
But you didn't observe a force, and you didn't observe anything attracting another thing.
No, but I see the result.
Right. So how do you get to the idea that there is a force or an attraction? How did you come to that realization?
Because everything is attracted to everything.
That's circular reasoning.
And
You're just
Newton
saying it's
already
true because
explained
it's
it.
true.
I'm not gonna
Saying
rediscover gravity because somebody, thank God, did it already for me. So I can copy and
okay.
paste
So
his
you have a
paperwork.
right.
That's the thing with
Right.
science.
Like
You don't have to
a
reinvent
religious belief.
everything you
You
want to
right.
say.
You don't have to read it. You don't have to read it. You don't have to understand it. You just have to have trust that it's correct because somebody else
No,
told you it's
because
correct.
it has
Because
been
they said
proven in
they
the
read it,
past.
right?
If it has
How?
been
If you
proven in
don't
the
know
past, why
how, if
do
you
I
can't
have to
explain
prove
how,
it?
then we couldn't listen. We're asking you to justify it because you're relying on it
No!
to make or
I'm not gonna
relying on it to
justify
make
everything.
claims.
I'm not going to
Yes, so
justify
that's
everything that even you know it's true.
no, I don't know it's
But
true.
you,
That's
yeah,
what
but
we
you
do
don't.
here. No, listen, that's what we do here. If you say you know something to be true, we're going to ask you how you know it to be true. And if all we get is because some guy said, and I don't have to explain it, then we're not going to continue a conversation with you. You're just religiously chanting at us.
I mean, since somebody have already proven it for me, why do I have to do the same thing?
Exactly. That's what it's that's the perfect classification of a religious zealot.
It's wasting time. In my opinion, it's
It's
wasting
wasting
time.
our time. Exactly. It's wasting your time and it's wasting our time. Exactly. So can you please go on mute or leave and be not interested if you're not interested in the conversation, right? Then don't have it. Don't have to be here. And we don't have to talk to you. You don't have to talk to us.
We don't want to believe it. We want to prove it. We want to.
You can do an EME
I mean, I've asked you about the earthquakes and you cannot prove it.
I don't want to prove an earthquake. Gravity. Like we
So
want to. What
if
is it?
you say if this T-Dub guy says that you must think for yourself and not by whatever guy says
I didn't make
before
a
you,
claim.
then you guys should think for yourself. How do
Who
earthquakes happen?
here brought up earthquakes before you did? Or was it just you that brought up earthquakes? So if you want to talk about earthquakes, if you have a claim to make about earthquakes, then
No,
make it.
when I'm asking a question, I don't have to make a claim. I'm asking a question. How does
Right, and
any
how is
other
it
model
relevant?
explain
How
earthquakes?
is it relevant? How is it relevant?
Now it's
You
not
must
relevant. How convenient.
you must
Just the ground shaking.
must caveat how it is. I'm telling you. Listen, don't get me worked up, mate. Listen.
Bro, you're getting yourself
You
worked
have
up. I'm very chill.
Shush, don't. You have to explain how it's relevant and why you're asking the question. Otherwise, I can just disregard it if it's not relevant to the topic.
Okay, I'm gonna justify why it's relevant. Because I don't see, like, I know that not every non-glober believes that the Earth is flat, but I don't believe that any other model can justify it. So I would like to know how does any other model justify, even in a better way, how earthquakes are created? That's just my question. And if you want to answer it, it's okay. If you don't want to answer it, that's fine too. That's.
So I told you earlier that I don't know, right? But it would also be classed as a burden of proof reversal fallacy, and where you are asking me to accept certain premises to be true without you presenting any evidence as to how it's true.
Okay, you just said you don't know how you cannot explain it, right?
I have a
Well, I
question
never
for
made
them.
a claim about it. Never made a claim about it to begin with. I never said that
that's why I ask a question. And if
earthquakes.
you cannot answer
Yes,
the
I know.
question, you don't answer it. That's okay. That's fine.
Listen, because, right, I never said earthquakes prove this or that. You did.
Yeah, I'm not denying.
But before that, I asked the question, and then you answered with another. Well, not you. Someone else asked to answer to me with another question.
Right, and for you to be able to say that it's relevant because you have some sort of idea of why it's happening, which is contingent on the Earth being a sphere, then you need to present that evidence.
Yeah, what volcanoes has to do with the spherical Earth? Yeah.
Explain. I explained it already. I'm not going to explain it again. I'm so sorry.
Are you saying that the surface is curving if we have volcanoes? Is that correct? If we have volcanoes, then surface is curving. Is that the conclusion?
I mean, that's not. You see, you're not answering my question. You don't ask a question asking me a gotcha.
I'm listening to you like for 1 hour. Did you realize why these people doesn't believe that Earth is the globe?
Yeah, I know.
Why?
Because they think that it's all a conspiracy theory or something else.
No, wrong answer. That's not the reason. Why they don't believe that Earth is the globe?
I don't know.
Why you don't find out? Why you don't find out? Why you don't ask them that question? Why you people
Maybe
don't
they
believe
don't
it?
understand trigonometry.
I mean, some people I've heard, the only real answers I've heard is that some guys, I don't know who they are, so I'm not gonna say any names, said that they don't like that the government has that power on them.
That's not.
And they want money.
That's not the reason. No.
Yeah. A couple of hours ago, a girl came in this VC
Can I help you with the
and asked
reason?
that question.
I can help you with the reason.
Yeah.
The most important reason. Do you know that one?
Okay. Illuminate me.
Do you know or you don't know?
No, I don't know why they think that
there is no measurable curvature in reality. It's a geometry stuff, and that.
Oh my God, there is.
There is.
We go back to square one.
No, yeah. Why? Because sphere is flat. What? Why?
No, there's a curvature. 12.63 centimeters each kilometer you go forward. That's the curvature of the Earth right there.
Where?
Thank you very much.
Where? Which country?
I've posted it like 1,000 billion gazillion times.
Is it everywhere curvature or only on that place?
Everywhere. It's a globe.
Can you show me? Okay, can you show me everywhere? Let me choose 10 countries and show me in 10 countries curvature. You can choose countries. You have 198 countries. You can choose 10. Choose 5.
You want me to the United States, Russia?
Okay, where?
China.
Yeah, where?
Everywhere. Everywhere.
Where everywhere?
Everywhere is everywhere, bro.
Like Hungary, for example. Is that also curving?
Yeah. Every
like a big Hungarian plane, that's also curving.
No, a plane it's made to be straight, mostly.
Okay. But we have that name of the geographical name, Hungarian plane. It's big, like I don't know how many hundreds of kilometers, and it's plain, flat, yeah, but it's not curving. Hungary, Siberia, it's also flat in Russia.
It's not flat.
Oh, really? You have mountains. You have mountains on that plain, big Siberian plain. That
So
Indian plain.
if it were flat, you could see the Eiffel Tower from the Empire State, but you can't. Why? Because the Earth is round.
Why we call Hungarian plain Hungarian plain?
Because it's from Hungary and it's a plain.
And what is the plain?
It means it doesn't have any mountains.
The Hungarian plains. Oh, I thought you said Hungarian plane as the vehicle. I'm so sorry.
Oh no, not aeroplane. Plane like a surface.
Like the planes, yeah,
there is a big Hungarian plane. They call it. This is Hungarian plane. Like you have.
Just means there's no many hills and mountains. That's what it means.
There is no even one hill. There is no even one hill of 10 meters in 200 kilometers from Budapest to Croatia.
Still curving.
So it doesn't. That country does not curve. You said it's curving everywhere.
It does.
Because it's curving, yeah. But the fact that you cannot see it doesn't mean it's not curving.
If it's flat, that doesn't mean that it's curving.
Because it's not flat.
It's not flat. And what is plane? Is it plane curving?
I mean, it's plain because it's flatter than a mountain.
What? Those are plateaus.
So, can you show us the measurement for this curvature that you're imagining?
12.63 centimeters.
So I guess I better run to
kilometer
the
you go forward.
Yeah, so I better run to the dictionary then and help you out with what measurement means, I guess, because that's just the
that
claim.
means
I'm asking
if you put
how
a toy that is
Hello.
that is
Still
12
talking.
centimeters
You're still talking.
tall. No, I
Yeah,
was talking first and you
I'll take care of
interrupted.
this. No. The middle of my sentence interrupted the beginning of yours is what happened. So to clarify, measurement. How was that value derived? From what measurement? Don't need you to repeat the value. Got it. How did you come to it? Understand now?
Just pick a tape and do it.
Because there's a formula. And I posted it like 1 gazillion times. But I'm going to post it again.
Okay. From what measurements was that formula derived?
Okay. Let's search it for the gazillion time.
Haven't heard it once.
But he didn't look into that, but he knows that it's there.
Okay. This is in Spanish.
It's like that city's 300 kilometers away. Okay,
It's
how
in
do you know
chat.
that?
I just
300
posted
kilometers away. Okay, measured how? It's 300 kilometers away.
I posted it in chat. The calculator. And it explains how to get the formula.
Right. Okay, so give that explanation then.
We're interested in how the math was derived, right? Not
it's
just
basic
giving
trigonometry.
us the
I'm so
equation.
sorry.
Well, if it's so basic, it should be very easy for you to provide the method, so go on.
Yeah, at 12 p.m.
Oh.
At 2 p.m. I'm going to at 2 a.m. I'm going to explain again.
Right, yeah, you're short circuiting. But just so you know, to do it again, you would have to do it at least once.
Bro, I'm gonna tell you the most honest truth I can give you. You all have the proof right in front of your eyes. Every single
Where?
day. I'm gonna mute you and I'm gonna speak over you if you
You're
keep
not
talking.
gonna mute me, bro. This is my chat, so that's the end of you. Bye bye.
You just sent over a formula. He's asked for the measurement to get
Yeah.
that formula.
Let him know that I'm the VC owner or whatever, if you will, and he can't mute that person.
Hey, dumbass Michael Myers, you can't do that.
Not to flex, but I mean that's some bullshit. That's not happening.
What's he done?
You can't mute. You can't locally mute people in here, please. That's a rule. One of our rules is you can't locally mute others, anybody, because
Yeah, especially
then
anybody. Yeah.
but especially the mods, right?
Guy who started the room, I'm just gonna mute him and talk in your space, fucking prick.
I wouldn't even know how to. Not that one. Is Michael?
People coming here to say you will not convince me. Yeah, okay, I will not convince you. Why you're coming every day? Or if you realize that it's a sphere, it's all right. Live your life. It's a sphere. Leave this place alone, man, and live your life.
What would you guys do without us?
Have lives.
But you're here all the time, just like we are. You certainly want something out of this, right?
Interesting subject.
Well, you kind of need us, right? I mean, otherwise you got no room.
No, Scott, we don't need you. You need to live your life, man. We need people who will get this information and they will decide it. Okay, this is retarded or this has a logic. That we need, nothing else.
But honestly, what would this room be without the Globers coming in?
It will be better room for me. That's my opinion.
It would be shut down.
Because there is the mainstream science or mainstream whatever you want to call it to protect that stuff. You don't need to come here to protect everything. Is obvious. Everything it's a fact. It's a sphere, man. You don't need to protect it. There is a expert telling why is a sphere.
But then you guys would just talk to each other, and you'd get bored of each other really quickly, would you not?
It's not true. It's not true because, for example, it's not true because, for example, it's not true
You're
because
roboting for me.
years ago, for example, I thought it's totally